On his way home from work, Lin Qiu was suddenly struck dead by a falling object from above. Upon awakening, he found himself in a pristine white temple, where an elderly figure, claiming to be a deity, offered him compensation by ascending him to a parallel universe of Dragon Ball, transforming him into Gogeta. Furthermore, he bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to traverse myriad realms, albeit with the limitation of using this power only once a year. Thus, a Saiyan who would traverse the heavens, feigning humility while concealing his might, was born. Chapter 1. Becoming Gogeta and defeating Super Saiyan Long ***. In an endless expanse of white, Lin Qiu glared furiously at the enigmatic figure before him, unleashing a torrent of invective without restraint. His words, laced with an astonishing intensity, spewed forth like a rapid-fire barrage, each expletive more offensive than the last, as he unleashed the entirety of his linguistic arsenal. Moreover, his heightened agitation rendered him incapable of controlling the spittle that flew from his mouth, creating a spectacle that could rival a cascading waterfall of 3,000 feet. In stark contrast to Lin Qiu's tempestuous tirade, the white figure remained remarkably composed. In a voice imbued with an air of ancient wisdom, he spoke slowly. "Young one, there is no need for such fury. I too did not anticipate that this object would fortuitously land upon your head." However, Lin Qiu was impervious to the figure's explanations, continuing his frenzied protest, shaking his head vehemently and shouting, "Spare me your idle talk. Regardless of the circumstances, you must revive me at once and return me to Earth. Otherwise, this matter will not end here." Upon hearing this, the white figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to navigate this vexing predicament. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and responded with resignation. "Though I am a deity of considerable stature, it is unreasonable for you to impose such demands upon me. I cannot contravene the inherent laws of your world, lest I find myself in dire straits." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qiu wasted no time, rolling on the ground and wailing, "No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept this. I want to go back. Woe is me." The white figure, witnessing this display, felt overwhelmed, his brows furrowing in exasperation. After a considerable pause, as if struck by a brilliant idea, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Ah, let us cease this commotion. How about this? Knowing your fondness for the anime Dragon Ball, I could transport you to a parallel world within that universe. Moreover, I shall transform you into the immensely powerful Gogeta. Additionally, I will grant you the extraordinary ability to traverse various realms at your leisure." How does that sound as compensation? Initially, Lin Qiu, still on the ground, halted his antics, quickly rising to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the white figure as he inquired, "Is that true? Will I still have a chance to return to my original world?" The white figure hesitated briefly before responding uncertainly, "Well, to be frank, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. However, theoretically, there should still be some opportunity." Lin Qiu pondered for a moment, reflecting that there was little left for him to cherish in his former life. Ever since his parents perished in a car accident when he was 8, the compensation that was rightfully his had been ruthlessly divided among distant relatives. He had grown up, shuttling between these relatives, and upon reaching adulthood, he began earning a living as a delivery driver, only to meet his untimely demise by a vase on his way home. Seeing that Lin Qiu had acquiesced to the proposed compensation, the white figure began to chant softly, then clapped his hands together, enveloping Lin Qiu in a warm light before. He vanished in an instant in a parallel Dragon Ball universe. Gogeta opened his eyes. Have I truly become Gogeta? Suddenly, memories flooded his mind, and as he absorbed them, he comprehended the remarkable prowess of his new form. He possessed 3 transformation modes: Super Blue, Super 5, and Ultra Instinct, as well as the ability to grow stronger through training. Additionally, a unique stripe appeared on his arm, visible only to him, reminiscent of a QR code. The method of use was straightforward. Activating his traversal ability would cause the stripe to fade, necessitating a year for it to recharge. This world, although labeled as a parallel universe, was merely a solitary realm crafted by that figure, devoid of any other humans. Only he remained. Gogeta, he silently invoked, and in the next instant, he vanished. ***GT universe ***. Standing amidst the void, Gogeta took a deep breath, realizing he had indeed traversed to another world. Sensing the ambient energy, he quickly detected the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from a distance. The battle between Super Saiyan Long and Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, over there. Gogeta's eyes widened as he vanished from his position. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Gogeta beheld Super Saiyan Long towering over the beleaguered figures of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, who lay battered and gasping for breath. Clearly at their limits, ha ha ha. You insignificant insects can never hope to match my power. Super Yixing Long bellowed with derision, unleashing a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Goku and Vegeta. Not good. Gogeta's heart raced as he dashed in front of the two, crossing his arms to shield them from the energy wave. What? Super Yixing Long's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Gogeta. Who are you? I am Gogeta, he replied coldly. And I am your opponent, Gogeta? Super Yixing Long frowned. I have never heard that name before. However, since you dare to obstruct my path, you shall perish alongside them. With that, Super Yixing Long swooped down, his destructive power aimed squarely at Gogeta. Unfazed, Gogeta charged forward to meet him. The two clashed mid-air, their fists colliding with a deafening roar, the shockwave scattering energy and leveling the surrounding mountains. Is this your strength? Pathetic, Gogeta sneered, unleashing a powerful blow that sent Super Yixing Long staggering back several hundred meters. Regaining his footing, Super Yixing Long's eyes flashed with fury. How dare you underestimate me? He opened his massive jaws, coalescing a black energy wave that surged toward Gogeta. In response, Gogeta clasped his hands together, summoning a golden energy wave to counter it. The two energy waves collided in mid-air, erupting in a dazzling display of light, as the shockwaves swept across the land like a tsunami, engulfing everything in brilliance. With a thunderous boom, the clash of energy peaks reverberated throughout the world. Sensing Super Yixing Long's power escalating, Gogeta merely smirked. Anyone can enhance their energy, he muttered, and with a fierce shout, his body transformed rapidly, azure flames erupting as he ascended into his Super Blue form. Super Blue Gogeta had arrived. Super One-Star Dragon, your demise is at hand, Goku shouted fervently, his hands clasped together as a colossal wave of azure energy coalesced instantaneously. The Super One-Star Dragon, sensing the formidable power, felt a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He understood that he could not withstand such might, yet he was unwilling to be extinguished without a fight. No, I shall not be defeated. The Super One-Star Dragon roared in a frenzy, summoning his final black energy wave to confront Goku's assault. Once more, the two energy waves clashed in the air, yet this time, the Super One-Star Dragon's wave was clearly at a disadvantage. The cerulean energy wave gradually engulfed the Obsidian One, relentlessly advancing toward the Super One-Star Dragon. No, it cannot be. The Super One-Star Dragon exclaimed in despair, yet he could no longer alter the outcome. In an instant, the golden energy wave consumed the Super One-Star Dragon's form entirely, obliterating him and causing the malevolent aura to dissipate. Vegeta, that fellow, is astonishing. Moreover, his transformation just now was imperceptible, yet it emanated an overwhelming pressure, Goku remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have observed. However, whether this individual is friend or foe remains uncertain. So do not let your guard down, Kakarot, Vegeta replied, his gaze flickering with intensity. Goku understood Vegeta's implication and nodded in agreement. Having vanquished the Super One-Star Dragon, Goku returned to his normal state and swiftly appeared before Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 2. Ultra Blue vs. Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Part 1. Who on earth are you? There is no one like you among the existing Saiyans. Vegeta regarded Gogeta with a wary gaze. Gogeta, bearing a smile, replied, I am not your enemy. I am a Saiyan from another realm. Vegeta, evidently skeptical, scoffed in disbelief. However, Son Goku was different. He looked at Gogeta and inquired, what was that transformation you just performed? Gogeta did not hesitate to explain the Ultra Blue form. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, pondering the possibility of mastering divine power. Just as their doubts lingered, the old Kai of the Kaishin realm spoke up. Goku, Vegeta. He speaks the truth. His power indeed stems from divine energy. As mortals cannot perceive the aura of the gods, only those of divine nature can. Moreover, he may very well be from another world. Although Vegeta remained skeptical, he decided to entertain a measure of belief, given the old Kai's endorsement. Gogeta scrutinized the two and suddenly exclaimed, Hey, Goku, Vegeta, I wish to test your strength. Let us engage in a battle, though I recommend that you fuse. Especially using the Patera earrings. Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Vegeta's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. What say you, Vegeta? Goku queried. Humph. Just this once, Vegeta huffed. Once settled, the god of destruction, Beerus, appeared instantaneously, delivering the Patera earrings. Thank you, Lord Kaishin. Goku expressed his gratitude, tossing an earring to Vegeta. Upon donning the earrings, a brilliant light engulfed them, and as it faded, the Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta emerged, adorned with red fur and black hair. Gogeta's eyes lit up as he sensed Vegeta's energy, becoming increasingly exhilarated. Come forth, let me witness your might. Gogeta remarked nonchalantly, his tone tinged with provocation. Transforming into his ultra-blue form, Vegeta grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine teeth. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Before the words left his mouth, Vegeto's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, he materialized before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Ultra-blue Gogeta reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block. Their arms collided in midair, unleashing a violent surge of energy that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Impressive speed. Ultra-blue Gogeta remarked with a faint smile, swiftly creating distance between them. He then clasped his hands together, channeling energy into his palms, a blue luminescence flickering, radiating a destructive aura. Kamehameha. With a low shout, the energy wave transformed into a dazzling beam, hurtling towards Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, ripping through space and leaving a dark fissure in its wake. Vegeto's pupils constricted as he sensed the overwhelming energy surge. He wasted no time, quickly adopting a defensive stance. Crossing his arms over his chest, a golden aura erupted forth, coalescing into a formidable protective shield. The Kamehameha wave collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar as the two powerful energies clashed, emitting a blinding light that illuminated the cosmos. However, Ultra Blue Gogeta's assault did not conclude there. He clasped his hands once more, unleashing a second Kamehameha that surged towards Vegeto's shield. This time, the shield could no longer withstand such a tremendous force and shattered instantaneously. Vegeta was struck by the energy wave, his body hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a colossal asteroid in the cosmos, which was obliterated in an instant. Cough, cough. Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta rose from the wreckage, clearing his throat. Yet his eyes burned with an even fiercer battle spirit as he teleported back to Earth. Not bad. You managed to withstand 2 of my Kamehameha waves. Ultra Blue Gogeta remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Do not underestimate me. Vegeta growled, his energy surging dramatically, the golden light dancing around him like flames. His physique began transforming. His muscles grew more robust, and the motion of his tail became more powerful. With a deep roar, a tremendous energy wave erupted from within him, the air tearing apart as visible cyclones formed. Oh, this is becoming interesting. Ultra Blue Gogeta narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta, his expression finally shifting. Come, let me witness your limits. Without further ado, Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta dashed forward, appearing before Gogeta in an instant, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Ultra Blue Gogeta raised his hand to block, but this time, Vegeto's power was evidently greater than before, sending Gogeta staggering back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Your strength has increased? Ultra Blue Gogeta furrowed his brow slightly, yet soon a confident smile returned to his face. However, this is still insufficient. He clenched his fists, energy erupting within him, the blue aura pulsating as it formed a massive vortex of energy. The divine energy converged within him, manifesting his perfected Ultra Blue form. Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, exceeding the speed of light as he charged at Ultra Blue Gogeta, his right fist enveloped in immense energy, producing a sharp whistling sound in the air. Ultra Blue Gogeta's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an air of calm as he effortlessly sidestepped the fierce assault. Vegeto's fist grazed the edge of Gogeta's garment, the force of his blow creating a thin crack in the surrounding space. Is that all the speed you possess? Ultra Blue Gogeta teased, his voice echoing throughout the realm. Vegeta snorted in response, refraining from replying, instead swiftly adjusting his stance to launch another attack. This time, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. The shadows of his fists intertwining in a mesmerizing display. Ultra Blue Gogeta, agile and nimble, weaved through the barrage of blows, moving with the grace of a willow in the wind, skillfully evading Vegeta's attacks at the last possible moment. This won't suffice, Vegeta, Ultra Blue Gogeta taunted while dodging. Vegeta's inner fury ignited, and he abruptly retreated several paces, inhaling deeply as energy began to coalesce around him, forming a massive vortex of energy. Countless particles whirled within, emitting a thunderous roar. Taste this. Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta bellowed, thrusting the gathered energy sphere towards Ultra Blue Gogeta. This energy sphere contained world-shattering power, fracturing the very fabric of space as it passed. Upon witnessing this, Ultra Blue Gogeta's gaze sharpened. He too began to gather energy, raising both hands as an energy sphere rapidly formed in his grasp, emanating a brilliant blue light that starkly contrasted Vegeta's energy sphere. Go! Ultra Blue Gogeta shouted, propelling his energy sphere towards Vegeta's. The two energy spheres collided midair, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light illuminated the entirety of Earth, as a colossal shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide, spreading outward. The space around them twisted and contorted under the might of the powerful energy, threatening to collapse at any moment. As the Ultra Blue Gogeta and Ultra 4 Vegeta summoned their energies to withstand the onslaught, their figures flickered in and out of visibility amidst the radiant glow, resembling two stars steadfast against the tempest. "It seems you possess some skill," Vegeta proclaimed amidst the energy surge. "This is merely the beginning," Gogeta retorted. As the energy tumult gradually subsided, their silhouettes became distinctly visible once more upon the battlefield. A hint of gravity clouded Vegeta's gaze. He recognized that the Ultra Blue Gogeta before him was far from an easy adversary. In contrast, Gogeta maintained an air of nonchalance, as though this confrontation were but a leisurely game to him. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished in a flash. Gogeta, startled, immediately activated his perception abilities in an attempt to track Vegeta's movement. Yet, Vegeta's speed was unfathomably swift. His presence seemed to dissipate entirely. Just as Gogeta pondered this mystery, Vegeta reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. Reacting swiftly, Gogeta spun around, blocking the blow with his arm. The immense force propelled him backward, causing him to flip several times in the air before regaining his composure. Chapter 3, Ultra Blue vs. Ultra 4 Vegeta, Part 2. That's the spirit, Vegeta. Let us see if you can excite me once more. Gogeta smirked, a wild and arrogant grin blossoming upon his face. With a subtle stomp of his foot, a seemingly casual motion belied an unfathomable power. In an instant, the ground quaked as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck, fissures tearing through the earth in deep, menacing cracks. These crevices spread like a spider's web, radiating outward from Gogeta's center. Immediately thereafter, Gogeta transformed into a dazzling blue meteor, hurtling at astonishing speed towards Vegeta. As he raced forward, the air around him seemed ruthlessly cleaved apart by an invisible blade, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Faced with Gogeta's relentless advance, Vegeta refused to be outdone. He surged forth like a blazing red lightning bolt, charging headlong to meet Gogeta. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them diminished to nothing. At that electrifying moment, the two clashed mid-air. Without a moment's hesitation, Gogeta launched an assault. His right hand clenched into a fist, muscles rippling with power, as he struck at Vegeta with a punch imbued with cataclysmic fury. However, Vegeta, with reflexes of remarkable agility, sidestepped the tremendous blow with ease. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful kick from his left leg, akin to a whirlwind, aimed squarely at Gogeta's midsection. Gogeta crossed his arms to shield himself, yet Vegeta's strike landed with a resounding thud, propelling Gogeta backward for hundreds of meters. His aura erupted forth like a volcano, the ultra-blue energy surging visibly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a brilliant spectacle of blue light, akin to lightning streaking across the sky, charging towards Vegeta. Unfazed by Gogeta's overwhelming presence, Vegeta's aura flared dramatically, as if intent on igniting the very heavens. With a mighty roar, he met Gogeta head-on, and they engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters melee. The air filled with the sound of whistling fists and flying palms, their attacks swift as tempestuous winds, overwhelming to behold. Each collision resonated with earth-shattering thunder, accompanied by powerful waves of energy radiating outward. These energy waves cascaded like tumultuous tides, battering the surrounding air, compelling Gohan and the others below to gaze upward in awe, trembling at the unimaginable power on display. As the battle progressed, Gogeta suddenly withdrew a few steps, then clasped his palms together before his chest, energy surging inexorably into his hands. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and he bellowed, "Kamehameha!" Before his words faded, a colossal blue energy wave, several meters in diameter, erupted from Gogeta's hands, roaring forth like a dragon toward Vegeta. The very fabric of space seemed to tear as the wave advanced, accompanied by chilling sounds that sent shivers down the spine. Vegeta, taking a deep breath, quickly gathered a resplendent orb of golden light. When its brilliance reached a zenith, he thrust his arms forward, shouting, "Super Gallic Gun!" A formidable golden energy beam shot forth from his hands, its might rivaling that of Gogeta's Kamehameha. The two energy torrents collided in midair with a cataclysmic roar. The shockwave generated by their clash resembled a ferocious hurricane, sweeping in all directions, even causing distant mountains to crumble, boulders tumbling and raising clouds of dust. Amidst the energy tempest, Gogeta and Vegeta continued their fierce combat. Their forms darted through the storm, resembling two elusive bolts of lightning. Gogeta varied his assault, alternating between punches and powerful energy waves in an effort to overpower Vegeta. Vegeta, undeterred, utilized the formidable strength and agility of Ultra 4 to evade Gogeta's strikes. countering with his own. Impressive, you truly possess remarkable prowess. Gogeta acknowledged, his battle spirit intensifying. With that, he rapidly coalesced blue energy spheres in his hands, launching them toward Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta mirrored the action, forming a red energy sphere to meet Gogeta's attack. With a thunderous explosion, the two energy spheres collided in the air, unleashing a tremendous blast. The intense energy waves radiated outward, dislodging sand and debris from the ground. While nearby structures crumbled under the force, the Z fighters hastily retreated, seeking safety from the chaos. Is this truly their power? It's astounding, Tien exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his face. Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this level of combat, we are utterly outmatched. At the heart of the explosion, the silhouettes of Gogeta and Vegeta flickered. Neither sustained significant harm as they exchanged knowing glances and charged at one another once more. This time, their speed intensified. Their strength amplified. Each clash generated powerful energy waves that reverberated across the earth. As their battle unfolded, Gogeta and Vegeta ascended from the terrestrial realm into the cosmos. The stars above shattered in the wake of their combat, casting forth beautiful yet perilous glimmers. Behold, Gogeta exclaimed, rapidly channeling blue energy before thrusting it forward, unleashing a robust blue beam toward Vegeta. Vegeta, undaunted, inhaled deeply and shouted, "Mini Spirit Bomb." He raised both hands skyward, whereupon countless star energies converged in his palms, coalescing into a blue energy sphere the size of a basketball. Subsequently, he hurled the small spirit bomb towards Gogeta. Boom! The clash between the Kamehameha and the spirit bomb erupted in an explosion even more intense than before. The entire universe was illuminated by this tremendous energy. With countless planets reduced to ashes in the wake of the blast, Gogeta and Vegeta were forced to retreat amidst the chaos, their bodies marked with wounds. Yet their eyes remained ablaze with fighting spirit. This battle was truly exhilarating. Gogeta chuckled, his body trembling slightly, clearly drained from the recent exertion. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed. Humph, don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. With that, the golden aura surrounding him surged once more as he charged at Gogeta. Gogeta quickly regained his composure and met him head-on. The two engaged in another fierce exchange, their figures darting through the cosmos in a dazzling display. During the fray, Gogeta gradually discerned that Vegeta's strength surpassed his expectations. The Super Saiyan 4 form not only possessed immense power and speed, but also an exceptional resilience that rendered Gogeta's attacks incapable of inflicting fatal damage. It appeared that he would need to unleash his true potential. Gogeta mused inwardly. Thus, he began to summon the energy within him. The subdued blue aura erupted into a more vibrant blaze, only to recede moments later as he transformed into his perfect Super Saiyan blue form. Unlike his completed form, this perfect form allowed him to fully harness the power of Super Saiyan blue. Come on, Vegeta, show me if you can grow even stronger, Gogeta shouted. The two charged towards each other once more, this time with attacks more ferocious than before, each collision sending tremors through the fabric of space. Suddenly, Gogeta executed instant transmission, appearing behind Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch to his back. Although Vegeta sensed the impending strike, it was too late for him to evade. He took the blow head-on. Bang! Vegeta was propelled forward, providing Gogeta with the opportunity to launch a rapid barrage of energy waves with his left hand. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, activating a protective shield for defense. Just seconds after the shield manifested, it shattered brilliantly as Vegeta reverted from his fused state. Gogeta felt a pang of regret at the unexpected dissolution. Seizing the moment, Gogeta transported them both back to Earth. Chapter 4, Gohan Breaks Through His Limits, Part 1. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before one could realize, a month had swiftly passed. The Earth had gradually begun to reclaim its former splendor and vibrancy. After Vegeta's fusion was undone, Gogeta returned to Earth with Goku, and the events unfolded similarly to the anime. Goku departed with Shenron. Gogeta chose to temporarily settle here, primarily because the fusion's effects would take a year to wear off. On one particular morning, after completing his morning routine, Gogeta prepared to step outside to greet the new day when his gaze was inexplicably drawn to a nearby wall. More precisely, he had sensed two distinct yet extraordinarily potent auras descending upon Earth, one of which was particularly unique. It was the aura of a deity. How intriguing. I had assumed that after Goku's departure, there would be little in the way of grand events occurring here, yet it seems that such circumstances have arisen at this moment. Could my presence have triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? Gogeta murmured softly, narrowing his eyes with contemplation as he gazed towards the direction of the two auras. In his perception, he recognized two familiar figures from the realm of fanfiction. One was Zyker, and the other was the supreme Kai of the West, in the skies above the wilderness. Zyker remarked, "Mother, is this the earth you spoke of? It looks rather beautiful." He did not sense any formidable energies. "Do not fret. Soon enough, someone will arrive." The supreme Kai of the West reassured her son with a smile, having conducted prior research before their arrival on Earth. Sure enough, mere seconds later, Goten and Trunks arrived. Having sensed Zyker's energy while dealing with matters on this side. "Who are you?" Goten inquired, but Zyker ignored him, closing the distance in an instant and unleashing an energy wave at him. "Goten!" Trunks shouted in alarm, but he was unable to protect Goten in time. And Goten was struck by Zyker's energy wave, sent flying and landing on the ground severely injured. Zyker quickly pivoted to attack Trunks, who transformed into a Super Saiyan to engage him in battle, but he was no match for Zyker and was swiftly overpowered. "This is dull, perish," Zyker declared, raising his left hand to gather an energy sphere and hurling it at Trunks. Weakened and lacking the strength to resist the energy sphere, Trunks found himself in dire straits. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike him, Gohan arrived, executing the special beam cannon to deflect the energy sphere, resulting in a massive explosion in the sky. "Trunks, are you alright?" Gohan inquired with concern. "Gohan, I'm fine, but you need to check on Goten." Trunks managed to point towards the unconscious Goten nearby. Hurrying to Goten's side, Gohan checked to find that his brother was still alive, sighing in relief before turning his furious gaze back towards Zyker. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" In response to Gohan's inquiry, Zyker answered evasively, "Oh, so you are Gohan. Your energy is pitifully low. I asked you, who exactly are you?" "Me?" Zyker grinned, pointing to himself. "I am your brother, Gohan." "What?" Gohan exclaimed, astonished. "Is this guy out of his mind? You must be joking. I only have Goten as my brother." At that moment, the Supreme Kai of the West appeared behind him. "Allow me to answer your question. His father is indeed Goku, but his mother is not. It is I, the deity, thus he is indeed your brother." As Gohan turned around, the Supreme Kai of the West vanished, only to reappear when he looked back. Instant transmission. Gohan was taken aback to discover that the opponent possessed the same technique as his father. Maintaining a stern expression, he regarded the two before him. With Vegeta currently in the realm of the Kai and his father nowhere to be found, the Earth relied solely on him for protection. "Let me see your strength, Gohan." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zyker vanished like a flash of black lightning. Gohan's pupils dilated as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, relying on his honed instincts from years of battle to evade swiftly. With a whoosh, Zyker's fist narrowly missed Gohan's cheek, creating a fierce gust that stung his skin. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan retaliated with a powerful spinning kick aimed at Zyker's head. Zyko extended his robust arm to firmly block the blow, the tremendous force causing his body to stagger back a few steps, yet an exhilarated smile graced his face. "How intriguing," Zyko exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a fervent combat spirit, akin to a blazing flame. In an instant, the two became entwined in a fierce struggle, fists and feet clashing with a series of resounding thuds. Each collision unleashed a wave of intense energy, causing the surrounding air to churn as if it were boiling water. Their figures darted across the wilderness, soaring high and diving low, leaving spectators bewildered. Son Gohan swiftly gathered energy in his hands before his chest, golden energy rapidly taking shape, radiating a dazzling brilliance. "Kamehameha," he bellowed, launching the energy wave towards Zyko, a thick golden beam cleaving through the air with a cataclysmic force. Observing this, Zyko also concentrated energy in his hands, forming a black energy sphere. Dark impact. With a roar, the black sphere surged forth like a meteor, meeting the Kamehameha head-on. The two formidable energy waves collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light illuminated the entire wilderness, while the powerful energy shockwave formed a colossal mushroom cloud that spread outward. The ground around them was marred with countless craters. Massive rocks were hurled into the sky, crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust. Son Gohan was propelled backward by the sheer force of the explosion. After tumbling through the air several times, he barely managed to regain his balance, astonished by Zyko's overwhelming strength that could withstand his Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Zyko trembled slightly, his gaze filled with a frenzied intensity. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, charging towards Son Gohan once more. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan steadied himself and met Zyko head-on. The two resumed their intense close-quarters combat, each move imbued with immense power, where a moment's lapse in concentration could lead to being struck by the opponent. After an extended bout, Zyko seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of relentless attacks, his fists raining down upon Son Gohan like a torrential downpour, forcing him to retreat. At that moment, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form was no longer a match for Zyko, who revealed his true strength by transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 5. Son Gohan breaks through his limits, continued. The sky loomed overhead like an oppressive, boundless black boulder, suffocating in its weight. Thick, roiling clouds raged, resembling a primordial beast, clawing at the last remnants of daylight. The fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust, forming a yellow sandstorm, plunging the world into chaos and darkness. In the air, fear spread like a tangible entity, every breath seemingly steeped in terror, trembling faintly. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan stood tall, enveloped in a golden aura that blazed like a radiant sun, emanating boundless light and heat. His red hair danced wildly in the tempest, akin to flickering flames, each strand pulsating with intense energy. "Ah, now this is interesting," Jaiko sneered, his figure suddenly vanishing, leaving behind only an afterimage, reappearing instantaneously before Son Gohan. With his right fist clenched tightly, Jaiko channeled a chillingly powerful force, propelled by the wind, and aimed a devastating strike at Gohan's face. The force of his punch tearing through the air. Son Gohan's reflexes were equally swift. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed his own right fist like a bolt of lightning, meeting Jaiko's punch with a forceful block. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, time seemingly pausing. Then came a deafening roar that echoed across the heavens, a sound potent enough to shatter souls. The shockwave from the impact surged forth like a wall, violently pushing outward, fracturing the ground into countless jagged fissures, as if an invisible giant had rent the earth asunder. Countless fragments of stone, mixed with dust, soared into the air like cannonballs, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. The two combatants' fists blurred in midair, each collision igniting explosive bursts of energy. The cacophony of their strikes resonated like thunderclaps, reverberating through the atmosphere, while a series of dull thuds rang out incessantly. Gohan's fist blazed with golden energy, exuding intense heat, while Jaiko's fist was similarly enveloped in golden flames, yet bore an aura that instilled a profound chill from deep within. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, each tugging and intertwining as if attempting to rend the very fabric of space, exposing an abyss of nothingness. With a decisive strike, Gohan seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow to Jaiko's abdomen. The force penetrated deeply, causing Jaiko to involuntarily lean back. However, Jaiko reacted with lightning speed, regaining his composure almost instantly. He swiftly countered with a punch, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at Gohan's cheek, its angle devious and speed blinding. Gohan, displaying serpentine agility, ducked just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his knee upward, targeting Jaiko's chest. Jaiko, quick to respond, crossed his arms to deflect the fierce blow, then grasped Gohan's ankle, exerting force to slam him down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust from the successive violent impacts. Gohan, fueled by rage, broke free from Jaiko's grip, retaliating with a kick aimed at Jaiko's face. He then swiftly leaped back, creating distance between them. Gohan's breath came in heavy gasps, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, while Jaiko smirked, a hint of disdain curling his lips, clearly unfazed by any serious harm. From this, it was evident that Gohan's strength was inferior to Jaiko's Super Saiyan 4 form. Damn it, Gohan gritted his teeth, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Jaiko brushed his fingers across his face, a wickedly arrogant smile spreading across his features. Is this your true strength? I expected more from my brother. How disappointing. Since that's the case, let me annihilate all of you. After all, the universe's mightiest warrior has no need for useless offspring like you. With that, Jaiko erupted into maniacal laughter, charging once more at Gohan. Gohan took a deep breath, his aura blazing fiercely, readying himself for another round of combat. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Mid-charge, Jaiko abruptly veered towards the unconscious Son Goten on the ground. As he approached Goten, he conjured an energy wave and unleashed it without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous explosion illuminated the sky as the energy wave detonated. Goten, Son Gohan, and Trunks cried out in horror simultaneously. When Gohan arrived, he frantically waved his hands to disperse the thick smoke, only to find a charred pit where Goten had been. Heat rising from the crater as Goten vanished without a trace. No, Goten! Son Gohan sank to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Memories of joyful moments spent with his brother Goten flooded his mind, those images flashing before him like a revolving lantern. At this moment, overwhelming pain and fury engulfed him like a tidal wave, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice filled with despair and sorrow. A formidable aura erupted from Gohan, radiating brilliance as powerful waves of energy spread outward from his being, even upheaving the very ground beneath him. Trunks was utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Being propelled hundreds of meters away, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his composure. However, Jaco managed to resist this energy wave. His eyes gleamed with excitement, every hair on his body standing on end. This was the thrill he had yearned for. He licked his lips, his face alight with fervent anticipation for battle. As the light gradually faded, a transformed Gohan emerged before the onlookers, his body cloaked in white fur, emanating an aura of inviolable majesty. Akin to a proud deity of war, Gohan had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 5, and this potent energy instantly resonated throughout the universe, even reaching the distant realm of the Kaioshin. Is this aura emanating from Earth? The perplexed Jebet questioned the old Kaioshin, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it originated from Earth. We must quickly ascertain what is transpiring there, the old Kaioshin responded, his expression grave, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Jebet swiftly produced a crystal ball, channeling divine power to investigate the situation on Earth. On Earth? Oh! Jaco exclaimed with exhilaration. This is truly unexpected. Gohan, you possess such power. This only adds to your worth in being vanquished. With that, Jaco unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, fervently amplifying his own power, the flames of energy blazing fiercely around him, emitting a sizzling sound. As two formidable energy fields clashed, a fierce wind swept through the area, uprooting debris and forming miniature dust storms. Gohan glared fiercely, propelling himself forward like a meteor. His speed was unparalleled, leaving a long trail of afterimages in the air. Upon nearing Jaco, Gohan struck without hesitation, his fist enveloped in white energy that resembled a miniature sun, imbued with apocalyptic force. Jaco was undeterred, retaliating with a punch of his own. This time, when their fists collided, an eerie silence fell instead of a thunderous roar, a silence more terrifying than any noise, for it concealed an intense struggle between their powers. They pressed against each other, distorting the surrounding space, which began to display faint cracks under the immense pressure. After a brief stillness, a deep rumble erupted, energy radiating from the two like a shockwave, gouging the earth and flattening nearby mountains in an instant. Seizing the momentum, Gohan soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful kicks. Each strike carried immense energy, manifesting as visible crescent-shaped waves of power that surged towards Jaco. Jaco deftly maneuvered, evading left and right while simultaneously conjuring energy blasts that he hurled at Gohan. The energy blasts collided with the waves in midair, producing dazzling and perilous bursts of light. The two engaged in a relentless aerial dance, their movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Their battle transcended mortal comprehension, each attack harboring the potential to obliterate planets. Gohan seized upon a fleeting opening in Jaco's defenses, instantaneously appearing behind him and launching a Kamehameha. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the Kamehameha, Jaco's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated energy into his hands, erecting a protective barrier. When the Kamehameha collided with the barrier, a blinding light erupted, the immense energy fluctuations causing the very earth to tremble. People on Earth gazed fearfully at the sky, their hearts heavy with despair. Chapter 6, Annihilating Jaco, a plea for help. With a deafening boom, a fearsome explosion erupted, propelling Jaco away violently. Jaco roared in midair, tumbling clumsily, his once pristine garments now tattered, a stark contrast to his previously invincible demeanor. Gohan remained rooted in place, his gaze as cold as a winter star, seemingly capable of freezing Jaco's very soul. Jaco, it is time to pay for your transgressions. Gohan's voice was frigid. Jaco struggled to stabilize himself, a sinister grin creeping across his face. How foolish. Do not presume that a mere surge of power grants you the right to act with impunity before me. Soon, you shall discover the true meaning of absolute strength. Jaco clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut, as he growled, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a breaking dam. With a flash of brilliant light, a powerful aura enveloped Jaco, signaling he had unleashed his full potential. Yet, in the face of Jaco's overwhelming presence, Gohan remained undaunted, his demeanor as impassive as ever. Gohan suddenly released his own aura, a force even mightier than Jaco's erupting like a tempest. The two titanic energies clashed violently in the air, intertwining and swirling, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space as they produced piercing shrieks. The ground quaked under the weight of their combined might, threatening to fracture at any moment. In a mere heartbeat, Jaco lunged towards Gohan, launching a powerful punch. Gohan merely tilted his head slightly, evading Jaco's strike, and retaliated with a punch of his own, sending Jaco soaring into the sky. Gohan blinked and appeared behind Jaco, both fists raised to strike down upon him. But Jaco reacted with remarkable swiftness, preparing to counterattack. The sounds of their fierce exchanges echoed, punctuated by the relentless pounding of blows. After hundreds of exchanges, Jaco let out a fierce cry and swung a vicious punch. To his shock, Gohan caught this fearsome blow with a single hand. The force of the punch reverberated through Gohan's entire body, yet he remained utterly unshaken. How is this possible? Jaco thought, his expression one of disbelief. This cannot be. How could he have become this strong so suddenly? There must be some mistake. With a roar of frustration, Jaco launched a rapid-fire assault, each punch imbued with terrifying power, yet Gohan effortlessly intercepted each one. Is this all you are capable of? Gohan remarked with a tone of disdain. Jaco, veins bulging on his forehead, could not accept this. He was the son of a god and the universe's mightiest warrior, destined to reign supreme, no, become the king of the cosmos. He refused to believe anyone could surpass him, and with another furious shout, he unleashed all his energy. His stature seemed to swell several centimeters, muscles bulging, eyes bloodshot, his very essence exuding an aura of ferocity. From a distance, the West Kaioshin gritted her teeth in disbelief at the unfolding events, but she was not one to concede easily. Just as she prepared to retreat, a shadow blocked her path. It was Gogeta, who struck with a swift palm, catching the West Kaioshin off guard, eliminating her without a second thought. He departed quickly, leaving chaos in his wake. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin pondered in disbelief. I had no idea so much was transpiring during my training. Gohan humph. Kakarot, oh Kakarot, you and your father truly are. Vegeta, however, was not disheartened. On the contrary, he brimmed with fighting spirit. If Gohan could transcend his limits and reach the level of Super Saiyan 5, then surely this Prince of Saiyans could do the same. After casting a few glances at the visions within the crystal ball, he turned and re-entered the training space. Through his previous understanding, he had gleaned how Gohan had broken through his boundaries, and he too felt compelled to attempt the same. On Earth, the battle had escalated to its most intense phase. Zyko's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, each strike delivered without rhyme or reason, relying solely on sheer brute force. Yet Gohan appeared remarkably composed, nimbly weaving through Zyko's assaults, deftly evading every attack while seizing opportunities to counterattack. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke. Zyko, your struggles are in vain. The outcome of this battle has long been predetermined. A hint of weariness tinged his voice, for he had lost interest in the fight. With those words, Gohan ceased to afford Zyko any respite. His aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption, frantically coalescing around him. In the blink of an eye, a colossal vortex of energy materialized around his body, with countless energy particles swirling within it. The terrifying energy fluctuations sent a shiver down Zyko's spine. His eyes widened in horror as he fixated on Gohan, a profound fear welling within him. He understood that Gohan was about to unleash a fatal blow. Should this strike land, he would be left powerless. No, I absolutely refuse to lose. Zyko bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and a fierce grimace etched upon his face. Ignoring all caution, he charged at Gohan, desperate to interrupt the impending attack. However, Gohan merely waved his hand, and an invisible energy barrier manifested like an impenetrable wall before Zyko. He was violently repelled, crashing heavily to the ground. Die! Gohan's eyes blazed with fury, his voice resonating like thunder in the air. With that roar, he concentrated all his energy into his palms and thrust them forward, unleashing a dazzling wave of energy that surged towards Zyko like a blazing meteor, wielding the might of a tempest. Seeing this, Zyko's heart raced with terror as he desperately attempted to evade the formidable energy wave. His speed reached the limits of his physical capabilities, akin to lightning. Yet the energy wave pursued him relentlessly like a specter, leaving him no avenue of escape. No, Zyko cried out in despair, his voice a cacophony of fear and defiance. Yet this wail did nothing to alter his fate, as the energy wave engulfed him in an instant. Amidst a blinding radiance, Zyko's form was utterly obliterated, leaving behind an empty sky as if he had never existed. Gohan gradually lowered his hands, his body trembling slightly, clearly drained from the exertion of that last maneuver. A weariness crept across his face as his once tense muscles began to relax, returning to their natural state. With Zyko's disappearance, this harrowing battle finally reached its conclusion. The earth slowly regained its tranquility, the howling winds ceased, and the swirling dust settled, as if nothing had transpired. However, Gohan's heart remained tumultuous. He knelt upon the ground, tears streaming from his eyes like a deluge breaking through a dam. What did it matter that he had vanquished the enemy? His brother was gone forever, never to return. You did well, Gohan, came the voice of Vegeta. Gohan lifted his gaze, immediately stifling his tears, for there was his brother, cradled in Vegeta's arms. Vegeta gently set Goten down. Rest assured, your brother is unharmed. Thank you. Gohan expressed sincerely. Goten's survival was thanks to Vegeta, who had rescued him from the energy wave unleashed by Zyko. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Time passed swiftly, and half a year later, a sudden explosion echoed through the sky as a dark figure plummeted from above, crashing into the city and creating a large crater. This spectacle sent many fleeing in terror, though some brave souls approached to investigate. Vegeta, Gohan, and others descended from the sky, their expressions shifting to surprise upon seeing the individual within the crater, none other than the Roboku fan, bearing a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Roboku fan sensed a familiar aura and slowly opened his eyes, spotting Vegeta. "Help, Son Goku, he is in danger," he managed to utter weakly before lapsing back into unconsciousness. Gohan rushed forward to carry Roboku fan, while Vegeta used instant transmission to whisk them all to the Sacred Realm. Chapter 7. Vegeta vs. Evil Goku. In the Sacred Realm, alongside Vegeta, Gohan, and the Supreme Kai, were also Chi-Chi, Goten, Bulma, and Tien. They had gathered here as they were the only ones aware of Goku's whereabouts. After consuming a Senzu bean to restore himself, Roboku fan recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing his tale, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. In essence, when Goku and the Eternal Dragon departed, they had passed by the Grand Kai's planet, where the Grand Kai had sent Roboku fan to accompany Goku away from this realm. The Eternal Dragon had transported them to the Dragon King's realm, a world inhabited by dragons. In this realm, Goku spent his time either training or purifying the dragons with his own energy. However, one fateful day, Goku was possessed by an unknown malevolent energy, rendering him exceedingly wicked and exponentially amplifying his power. The dragons were utterly powerless to stop him and could only endure, leading a star dragon to send Roboku fan out to seek assistance. Thus, the earlier scene had transpired. "What are we waiting for? Roboku fan, please take us to my father," Goten implored anxiously. "Goten, be calm. Even if we go, we must have the proper means to access that world," Gohan reassured, patting his brother's shoulder to quell his urgency. At that moment, Roboku fan spoke up. "There is a method to reach the Dragon King's realm." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Goten eagerly inquired about the means. Roboku fan pondered before responding. "We can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to have Porunga take us to the Dragon King's realm." The others exchanged glances, skepticism evident. "Is that even possible? Is Porunga truly that powerful?" Just then, the voice of the old Kai echoed. "Roboku fan's idea is sound. It is worth a try. Given that world is one even I cannot reach." Vegeta raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, old Kai, you do know what kind of world that is?" The old Kai remained silent for a few moments before divulging what he knew of the Dragon King's realm. Minutes later, after the old Kai's explanation, everyone gained insight into the origins of the dragons. "Then let us depart," Vegeta proclaimed, leading Roboku fan and the others to Namek. There, they relayed the situation to the Grand Elder, who summoned the Eternal Dragon, Porunga. The Grand Elder articulated their wish, and Porunga's eyes began to glow red, the moment stretching for several seconds. "This wish can be granted, prepare yourselves." As Borna concluded his words and prepared to unleash his abilities, he was abruptly interrupted by Gogeta. "You possess the power to transport us there. Therefore, you should also have the means to bring us back, correct?" Gogeta's unwavering gaze pierced through Borna, who, for reasons unknown, sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. Borna replied, "I will leave a one-time return mark on each of you. As long as you focus on returning to this world after completing your task, you shall arrive safely." With a nod of understanding from Gogeta, Borna activated his power, and a radiant light enveloped them, causing them to vanish in an instant. The once tranquil and harmonious Dragon King's realm had transformed into a chaotic battlefield, filled with the remnants of shattered structures and lingering smoke. Amidst this turmoil, a shadow exuding an aura of darkness stood out prominently. Son Goku. He was engaged in a fierce battle against the one-star dragon. Goku's muscles were taut, his strength surging within him. Each of his movements was imbued with power and speed, dazzling all who beheld. He conjured a colossal energy sphere in his hands, radiating a blinding light. With a fierce thrust, he hurled the energy sphere, which streaked through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the one-star dragon and his comrades. Upon witnessing this, the one-star dragon and his allies hastily employed various defensive techniques, yet their efforts appeared feeble against such overwhelming energy. A deafening explosion ensued as the energy sphere detonated, sending a tremendous shockwave that hurled the one-star dragon and his companions away. Goku erupted into a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Your strength is commendable, but alas, it pales in comparison to mine." Enraged, the four-star dragon glared at Goku, bellowing, "You damn fool! What exactly are you? Get away from Son Goku." Goku smirked with a hint of mockery, ready to respond when suddenly he seemed to sense something, swiftly turning to cross his arms over his chest. A dull thud echoed as Goku was sent flying backward like a cannonball, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing into the ground, creating a deep trench upon impact. His body continued to slide forward, toppling countless stones and debris until it collided with a mountainside, causing it to tremble violently, rocks cascading down and burying Goku beneath them. Upon realizing it was Gogeta and Gohan who had arrived, the one-star dragon and his allies exhaled in relief. Gogeta nodded at them, then swiftly dashed towards Goku, closely followed by Vegeta. Gohan and his brother refrained from joining, trusting that Mr. Gogeta and Uncle Vegeta would undoubtedly retrieve their father. With a thunderous crash, Goku erupted from the rubble like a cannonball, landing with poise. Upon focusing, he recognized Gogeta and a smile crept across his face as he squinted, saying, "Well, if it isn't Gogeta, it's been quite some time." Gogeta stood at a distance, scrutinizing Goku, who radiated an ominous aura that sent shivers down his spine. This presence was entirely foreign to the Goku he remembered, prompting Gogeta to wonder what had transpired. Just as Gogeta prepared to take action, Vegeta suddenly interposed himself, blocking Gogeta's path. With a grave expression, Vegeta addressed Gogeta, "Let me handle this." Gogeta, sensing the weight of the situation, offered a slight smile, patting Vegeta on the shoulder before stepping back to grant him space. Vegeta inhaled deeply, locking his gaze onto Goku, and shouted, "Kakarot, snap out of it. I know you can hear me. Return to your senses at once, or I shall show no mercy." However, Goku disregarded Vegeta's words, tilting his head with an eerie grin. "Vegeta, what nonsense are you spouting? I've been perfectly lucid all along." "Lucid my foot," Vegeta retorted furiously. "You are not Kakarot. Who are you really?" Goku's grin twisted into a menacing sneer as he coldly replied, "Ha, Vegeta, you remain as foolish as ever. I am Kakarot, though I am no longer the same as I once was." "Enough with the nonsense," Vegeta roared. "If you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Let me witness the fruits of your training in this realm." With that, Vegeta unhesitatingly transformed, instantly assuming the form of Super Saiyan 4. The malevolent Goku mirrored this transformation, enveloped by a shroud of dark crimson energy, his already fierce countenance becoming even more menacing. Their auras clashed, causing the very space around them to warp. In that moment, two figures darted through the air like lightning. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, the sound akin to thunder on a clear day, causing pain to resonate in the ears. Swish! Swish! The evil Goku and Vegeta collided repeatedly in midair, each impact resembling the collision of two meteors, radiating brilliant light. A series of terrifying sonic booms echoed as their clashes sent shockwaves rippling through the space, visible waves of energy erupting in the void. Gogeta's eyes darted as he observed the battle with clarity. Yet for those around, the spectacle unfolded at lightning speed, rendering them unable to perceive the fighters. Only catching glimpses of golden and dark golden streaks entwined in the air, like two colossal dragons battling in the sky. This fierce confrontation persisted for over 100 exchanges, casting the entire world into darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Vegeta unleashed the prince's technique. With both hands, he fired a barrage of energy blasts that triggered a series of explosions, yet adhered to the principle of smoke without harm, as Goku emerged unscathed from the haze. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately unleashed the Gallic gun, its energy wave roaring forth like a colossal dragon, charging straight towards Goku. In response, Goku swiftly raised his hand, releasing an equally powerful energy wave. Boom! Bang! The two waves collided midair, erupting into a staggering display of energy. The resulting force surged like a tempest, engulfing the surrounding space. In an instant, the light generated by the explosion shone as brightly as the sun, enveloping everything around. As the brilliance gradually faded, the forms of Goku and Vegeta had transformed. They had both attained the form of Super Saiyan 5, yet Goku's hair exhibited a distinct dark hue. Before anyone could react, Goku teleported directly in front of Vegeta. With blinding speed, he executed an uppercut aimed squarely at Vegeta's chin. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta crossed his arms to guard against the blow. Bang! The sound of impact resonated as Goku's fist collided violently with Vegeta's arms. The force was so overwhelming that the very fabric of space trembled, as if on the verge of tearing apart. Chapter 8. Purification, Departure. Vegeta's body was taut, every muscle coiled in anticipation, while maintaining a vigilant defense. His eyes remained fixed on the malevolent Goku, searching for an opportunity to strike. Finally, seizing a fleeting moment, he pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful kick that sliced through the air with a whoosh, as if the very atmosphere was being torn asunder. The malevolent Goku reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly lifting his leg to block Vegeta's kick. The tremendous force of the impact caused both combatants to stagger backward. leaving deep imprints on the ground where their soles had scraped against the earth. They locked eyes, exchanging no superfluous words, as the air around them crackled with an intense atmosphere of impending conflict. Vegeta was acutely aware that retreat was not an option at this moment. He stomped his feet down hard, causing the solid ground beneath him to fracture instantly. Like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, he surged toward the evil Goku, generating a powerful gust of wind in his wake. As he neared his adversary, Vegeta's right fist became enveloped in a dazzling golden light, which seemed to harbor boundless energy, suggesting that a single strike could obliterate an entire planet. His fist sliced through the air, distorting the surrounding space, a testament to the sheer might of his blow. However, just as Vegeta's fist was poised to make contact with the malevolent Goku, a dark energy shield erupted around him, forming a barrier of shadows. Vegeta's fist collided heavily with the shield, triggering a colossal explosion. The brilliance of the blast rivaled that of a supernova, radiating outward and illuminating the previously dim sky in a blinding white light. The force of the explosion caused the very fabric of space around them to crack, intertwining golden energy threads with dark currents in a chaotic display of power, as if they were engaged in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke of the explosion, the evil Goku instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his back. Vegeta, quick to respond, sidestepped just in time, countering with a punch that met Goku's foot in midair with a resounding thud, sending visible ripples of energy through the atmosphere. In the following moments, they engaged in a furious close-quarters brawl, each strike resonating with lethal intent. Every exchange sparked waves of energy, their forms a blur in the air, a dazzling display of intertwining golden and black flashes. After an intense bout, both warriors, breathless, created distance between themselves. At that moment, both bore the marks of battle. Their bodies bore wounds, and their garments were tattered. Vegeta's breath grew increasingly labored, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his gaze remained steadfast, fixated on the evil Goku. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Surely, you possess more than this," taunted the evil Goku, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Vegeta let out a cold huff, fists clenched tightly, emitting low growls of determination. His aura swelled rapidly, a golden flame shooting skyward, as if seeking to pierce the very heavens. His robust physique visibly expanded, his already formidable muscles becoming even more pronounced, embodying an immense reservoir of power. With a long, forceful exhale, Vegeta erupted forth with unprecedented speed towards the evil Goku. Meanwhile, the evil Goku also amplified his energy, dark energy swirling around him. Their collision was instantaneous, unleashing a terrifying energy storm centered around them. The force of their clash obliterated mountains, tore the earth asunder, and drained rivers dry, vaporizing the water into a colossal mushroom cloud, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful straight punch aimed at the evil Goku. The latter, with a hint of scorn, effortlessly sidestepped, swiftly raising his knee to strike Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta crossed his arms in defense, absorbing the blow. Yet the overwhelming force sent him flying for miles, his feet embedding into the ground upon impact, causing spiderweb-like cracks to radiate outward. The evil Goku teleported before Vegeta, launching a relentless series of attacks. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest, each strike infused with the potential to annihilate a planet. Vegeta evaded and maneuvered, relying on his agility and extensive combat experience to withstand the onslaught, yet he was not immune to injury, blood staining his attire. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, frustration boiling within. He understood that he was currently outmatched, but surrender was not an option. His pride would not allow such defeat. "You've done well, Vegeta, but do not overexert yourself. Allow me to take over." The Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta appeared between them, firmly blocking their attacks, his tone laced with concern. Vegeta clenched his fist, grappling with inner turmoil. He glanced at Gogeta, then back at the evil Goku, ultimately choosing to trust Gogeta. He retreated to a distance, finding a vantage point, his gaze unwavering on the battlefield. "Oh, a change of combatants, is it? Though your strength is commendable, it is but a shadow of your former self. You cannot prevail," the evil Goku began, but before he could finish, Gogeta swiftly kicked him away with a clean, decisive motion. Gogeta casually cleared his ears, a relaxed demeanor overtaking him as he remarked, "Enough of the chatter. If you wish to fight, let us not waste time." Regaining his composure, the evil Goku ceased his banter, unleashing a surge of dark energy toward Gogeta. With the infusion of malevolent power, Goku's Super Saiyan form was nearly twice as strong as Vegeta's, leading Gogeta to quickly assess the situation. "Let us see just how formidable you truly are," Gogeta thought to himself. "To engage with me while distracted, you dare court your own demise." The evil Goku, sensing a hint of underestimation from Gogeta, was consumed by rage, accelerating his assault, his attacks falling like torrential rain upon Gogeta. Gogeta, unfazed, adeptly parried every strike with precise timing, as if orchestrating a symphony of combat. Suddenly, the evil Goku leaped, seizing Gogeta's hand in a rolling maneuver, attempting to apply a super crosslock to fracture Gogeta's arm. Yet, he grossly underestimated Gogeta's strength. The latter's restrained arm suddenly surged with power, slamming downward repeatedly. Realizing his grip was still unyielding, even tightening, Gogeta erupted with an intensely heated azure energy. Under the searing intensity of the aura, the evil Goku felt his dark energy falter, and the pain radiating from his arm forced him to relinquish his hold. How long do you intend to play these petty tricks? Gogeta observed with a smile. Yet the expression appeared contemptuous to the evil Goku, further stoking the flames of his fury. Ah! The evil Goku's forehead bulged with veins as he desperately summoned all his energy, his eyes ablaze with madness and defiance. Just then, a hand rested upon his shoulder. A calm voice resonating. Hold on. That would be too harsh on my friend's throat. The hand on the evil Goku's shoulder radiated a spectrum of energy, imbued with an extraordinarily potent positive force, often referred to as the light of purification. The sudden influx of energy caught the evil Goku off guard, penetrating his body and clashing with the darkness within. His entire form trembled violently, anguish etched across his face. Ah! Goku emitted a cry of excruciating pain, curling inward as he endured an immense torment. After a few breaths, a wisp of dark energy emanated from Sun Wukong, coalescing into a shadowy apparition that roared at Vegeta. I have marked you, and when we meet again, it will herald your demise. Vegeta scoffed, raising his left hand with a middle finger extended, while his right unleashed a purifying energy blast. Amidst a chorus of anguished cries, the dark energy dissipated, and the malevolent Wukong reverted to his normal state, albeit unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and the one-star dragon arrived in succession. The brothers hurriedly checked on Wukong, relieved to find him merely in a state of unconsciousness. Gohan unfastened a pouch from his waist and retrieved a senzu bean to feed to his father. Mere seconds after ingestion, Wukong awoke. Thank you, everyone, he expressed gratefully, his eyes brimming with warmth. What followed was a nostalgic exchange, with inquiries regarding the dark energy. However, Wukong was oblivious, realizing only after the fact that he had been ensnared. Vegeta patted him on the shoulder, smiling as he reassured, as long as you're safe, there's no need for concern. He then inquired whether Wukong wished to return. Gohan and Goten looked at their father with eager anticipation, hoping for his return. Wukong fell into contemplation when the elder one-star dragon spoke. You may leave now. Your presence was intended to cleanse the negative energy with the positivity within you. With both the negative and evil energies eradicated, your purpose here has concluded. This place has regained its tranquility, and it is time for you to return to where you belong. A radiant smile illuminated Wukong's face as he embraced the one-star dragon and others before departing with Vegeta. Time flowed like a river, and a year slipped by. On one particular day, Vegeta glanced at the QR code on his wrist, and with a thought, vanished. Yet, before departing, he left behind a letter, pondering that this would not count as a sudden exit, thus sparing everyone from undue worry. Chapter 9. Do not approach. The sun struggled to break free from a heavy shroud, finally filtering through the layers of gloom, casting a feeble light upon the desolate wasteland that seemed to have endured an apocalyptic baptism. Once a bustling metropolis, teeming with life and illuminated by vibrant lights, it now lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls and desolation. The once towering skyscrapers leaned precariously, while streets were buried beneath the rubble of collapsed structures. And vehicles that should have traversed the roads now lay twisted and deformed, like playthings trampled by a ferocious beast. A howling wind swept through the ruins, lifting dust from the ground and slamming it against abandoned pipes, producing a chorus of sharp whistles that echoed through the lifeless city, adding an eerie ambience to the already desolate landscape. Cracks marred the earth like wounds, stretching to the horizon, while what once were lush forests now stood as charred, lifeless trunks, silent sentinels bearing witness to the disaster. Amidst this barren expanse, a few crows occasionally soared, their hoarse caws piercing the silence, further accentuating the desolation and despair of this apocalyptic tableau. Above the crumbling city, Vegeta materialized. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and upon witnessing the scene, he furrowed his brow. Could this truly be the future? He mused, his conviction solidified by the sight before him, especially given the palpable absence of life on Earth. Vegeta attuned his senses and detected the presence of Bulma and Trunks, albeit under dire circumstances. Suddenly, he vanished. Upon the ruins of the Capsule Corporation, chaos reigned. The air thick with dust, and the acrid scent of smoke. Black Wukong stood shrouded in shadows, his figure obscured, save for his piercing crimson eyes that glinted ominously. Bulma found herself clutched by the collar, trembling yet resolute. She gazed at Trunks, summoning every ounce of strength to implore, "Do not concern yourself with me, Trunks. You are the sole hope for this world. Flee now." Her voice echoed through the ruins, imbued with despair yet unwavering resolve. Aware of the formidable foe before her, she selflessly chose to sacrifice her life for Trunks' safety. Trunks stood nearby, fists clenched, anguish and helplessness swirling within him. He yearned to rush to his mother's aid, but he understood her words were true. If he perished here, all hope would be extinguished. At that critical juncture, a surge of energy erupted from Bulma, propelling Trunks backward. "What is happening?" Black Wukong exclaimed, caught off guard by this unexpected force. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. Turning to investigate was futile, as the energy struck him like a tempest, sending him hurtling away. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing against a distant wall with a thunderous thud. As the dust settled, Vegeta's silhouette materialized where Black Wukong had once stood, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the fallen adversary, taunting, "Oh, quick on the uptake, are we? Though I imagine your hand must be quite sore." Indeed, Black Wukong's left arm throbbed with pain as he struggled to rise, glaring at Vegeta with barely contained fury. "You filthy human mongrel, dare lay hands on a noble god? Regardless of who you are, today you shall meet your end." With lightning speed, Black Wukong darted behind Vegeta, launching a powerful punch, believing the motionless figure before him was frozen in fear, a contemptuous smirk creeping onto his face. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Vegeta's face, a resounding crack echoed. Black Wukong was sent spiraling backward as if a marionette had its strings severed. "Who do you think you are to insult me? I loathe being disrespected." Vegeta stretched his limbs, poised to pursue the airborne Black Wukong. With a swift kick to his back, he propelled him higher, then swiftly closed the gap, delivering a devastating blow with both fists. The impact resonated, and Black Wukong spat blood, creating a deep crater in the ground as he writhed in pain. Trunks stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Who was this sudden interloper aiding him? Just as he contemplated speaking, Bulma halted him with a gesture, signaling him to remain silent. As Vegeta prepared to advance, a formidable energy erupted from the crater. Transforming into his rose-hued form, Black Wukong emerged leisurely, chuckling. "Ha! This power feels exhilarating. Thanks to your assistance, I can better harness and unleash this strength. In your Saiyan terms, I shall call it the Rose Transformation." How irritating. In a swift motion, Vegeta leaped before Black Goku, delivering a powerful kick. However, this time, Black Goku effortlessly blocked the strike. "It's just the third time. I am no longer the same as before," Black Goku boasted with a smirk. Yet, this moment of pride was short-lived, as Vegeta swiftly retaliated. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he unleashed a slight surge of power that sent Black Goku hurtling through the air. Like a massive wheel, Black Goku rolled along the ground for several kilometers before finally coming to a halt, the force of Vegeta's blow dissipating. At that moment, Black Goku felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. "Black Goku, or rather, Zamasu, do you truly believe being a god makes you exceptional? What worth is that when survival hinges upon true strength?" Vegeta's voice resonated with authority. "You Black Goku," realizing this human knew his true identity, could no longer afford to let him live. With a deep growl, Black Goku unleashed an even more formidable aura. A vibrant crimson energy blazed forth, reminiscent of a blooming rose, both resplendent and sinister. His body trembled, muscles taut, veins bulging, and each hair standing on end. His eyes glinted with a scarlet intensity, radiating a murderous intent as he shot toward Vegeta with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Vegeta, delivering a merciless punch imbued with all his might. Boom! The impact was so tremendous that it seemed to tear the very fabric of space apart. Yet, Vegeta caught the punch effortlessly. His right hand, as unyielding as steel, absorbed the force without any sign of retreat. Just as Black Goku was taken aback, Vegeta suddenly exerted his strength, drawing back his left hand before unleashing a devastating blow. The speed of this punch was akin to a lightning strike, its power incredible. With a resounding thud, Black Goku was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball. His features contorted in agony. He felt an unstoppable force engulf him, overwhelming in its magnitude. In an instant, Black Goku was like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air, crashing through several ruins before landing heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. What a crushing blow. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Black Goku swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Just a single punch had left him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. What's wrong, Black Goku? Weren't you just so boastful? Is this all you're capable of? Vegeta smirked, a playful glint in his eye. As Black Goku beheld Vegeta advancing toward him, he trembled, taking a step back. This movement did not escape Vegeta's notice. A grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a mischievous dragon. You pitiful human, how dare you underestimate me? Black Goku's voice warped with rage, veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst. With his furious roar, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled as if inflated, his form becoming as imposing as a small mountain. His energy spiked, causing the air around him to tremble violently. Ah! Black Goku let out a thunderous roar, clenching his fists as he concentrated all his strength into this one blow. In the next moment, he surged toward Vegeta like a cannonball, reaching him in an instant. His fist, infused with unparalleled power, struck at Vegeta, wielding the full force of his being, capable of annihilating planets. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, sensing the potency of the attack. However, he was prepared. He evaded the strike with a swift teleportation. The punch crashing into the ground, shaking the very planet and reverberating through to the other side of Earth. Like a specter, Vegeta materialized behind Black Goku, channeling the full extent of his Super Saiyan 2 power into his fist, launching forward like a projectile. Not good. Black Goku's cells screamed with danger. But it was too late. He could only cross his arms in a futile attempt at defense. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered his defenses effortlessly, striking his face with precision, causing several teeth to fly out as he was sent hurtling away once more. Vegeta pursued relentlessly, closing the gap with blinding speed. And with a thunderous stomp, Black Goku was driven deep into the ground, emitting a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered animal. This single kick shattered every bone in his body, sending him flying as if he were a mere ball. Stay away from me! Black Goku cried out instinctively as he watched Vegeta approach. Vegeta chuckled, feeling like the true antagonist in this scenario, yet he pressed on without hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Black Goku shouted, "Someone, come help. This guy is too tough to handle." As soon as he finished, a figure appeared. It was none other than Black Vegeta, clad in dark battle gear. Chapter 10, Ultimate Energy, Annihilating the Undying. This isn't what I anticipated for the future, Vegeta thought, fully aware that this Black Vegeta had also undergone a soul swap. Black Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean to Black Goku, who consumed it, instantly restoring his injuries. This adversary is formidable. We must join forces. Now revitalized, Black Goku charged at Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he propelled himself off the ground to meet Black Goku head-on. The two clashed, fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. Black Vegeta joined the fray from the side, launching a vicious elbow strike at Vegeta's back. Sensing the attack, Vegeta swiftly pivoted, countering with a punch aimed at Black Vegeta, who narrowly dodged, immediately coordinating with Black Goku for a dual assault. Vegeta deftly maneuvered, evading their strikes while searching for an opening to retaliate. Seizing the moment, he gathered a potent surge of energy in both hands, unleashing a massive energy wave toward Black Vegeta and Black Goku. Unyielding, Black Vegeta and Black Goku reciprocated, each channeling their energy into their own waves to counter. The three energy blasts collided in a spectacular explosion, emitting a blinding radiance and powerful shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. Taking advantage of the chaos, Vegeta darted behind Black Goku, delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying. Enraged, Black Vegeta charged at Vegeta, and the battle intensified further, each clash generating waves of energy. In a sudden surge of aggression, Black Vegeta delivered a formidable headbutt towards Gogeta, who, with remarkable reflexes, evaded the blow by tilting his head aside and retaliated with a fierce knee strike to Black Vegeta's abdomen. Although pained, Black Vegeta swiftly seized Gogeta's arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, hurling him away. At that moment, Black Goku gathered energy in both hands, preparing to unleash a new wave of assault. Gogeta steadied himself in midair, rapidly channeling his own energy, and propelled a more potent energy wave forward. In comparison, Black Goku's energy wave appeared significantly weaker and was swiftly engulfed, sending him hurtling backwards from the impact. Observing this, Black Vegeta reunited with Black Goku, both crossing their arms over their chests before launching a colossal fusion energy wave towards Gogeta. Taking a deep breath, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his energy surging as he released an immensely powerful energy wave capable of overshadowing their attack. The two energy waves collided violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending flames skyward and shaking the very core of the planet. As the smoke cleared, both Black Vegeta and Black Goku appeared disheveled and battered. Where on earth did this wretched being come from? And how could he possess such strength? Black Vegeta gazed at the distant Gogeta with a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. Hey, let us use that move, suggested Black Goku. Alright, Black Vegeta consented, promptly donning the Patera earrings on his other ear. A brilliant light enveloped him, heralding the arrival of Vegito. Ah! He instantly transformed into his rose-hued form. Even fused, what difference does it make? In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse, scoffed Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. What did you say? Black Vegito seethed with rage. It was audacious to provoke him at such a critical juncture. He decided to obliterate Gogeta without mercy. In an instant, Black Vegito charged at Gogeta with incredible speed, creating ripples in the surrounding space. His right fist, cloaked in rose-colored energy and imbued with destructive intent, aimed directly at Gogeta's face. Gogeta's eyes flashed with determination as he deftly sidestepped the blow, simultaneously raising his left leg for a whip-like kick, glowing with golden light and striking towards Black Vegito's neck. Reacting swiftly, Black Vegito leaned back, nearly parallel to the ground, evading Gogeta's strike. He performed a somersault in midair, his legs swinging like heavy hammers towards Gogeta. Gogeta clenched his fists, channeling golden energy, and countered with two powerful punches aimed at Black Vegito's legs. In that moment, the clash of golden and rose-hued energies erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that radiated outward, pulverizing surrounding rocks and fissuring the ground beneath. The two combatants danced through the air, exchanging blows, each collision igniting fierce energy explosions. Black Vegito's attacks were ruthless and precise, each move carrying lethal danger, yet Gogeta, relying on his agility and formidable strength, deftly countered each strike. With a sudden misstep, Black Vegito stumbled and fell from the air, regaining his footing while casting a brooding glare at Gogeta. What are you staring at? Don't become infatuated with me. I'm not into men. Gogeta quipped as he appeared before Black Vegito, transforming into Ultra Instinct. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the globe, forcing Black Vegito to retreat under its might. The formidable aura radiating from Gogeta intensified, causing one side of his hair to shift to a purple hue, signifying his bipolar transformation. With this new form, Black Vegito found himself utterly suppressed. What? How is this possible? How can you be this strong? Black Vegito shouted incredulously. Gogeta smiled, transforming into a bolt of lightning that left no time for Black Vegito to react. He delivered an uppercut to his chin, sending him soaring into the sky. The overwhelming force exploded through Black Vegito's body, launching him past the atmosphere and crashing onto an unknown planet in the cosmos. The impact shattered the planet into fragments, and he continued his descent until he struck another celestial body, creating a massive crater. In the depths of that pit, Black Vegito coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingled with internal organs. Yet, with his immortal body, he quickly healed from the wounds. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. I can't believe this is happening. Black Vegito roared, unleashing an aura even stronger than before. However, it was all in vain. Unbeknownst to him, Gogeta had already teleported above him on Earth, releasing a colossal surge of energy, which he concentrated in his palms before unleashing it. 100 times super large Kamehameha, a massive energy wave, 100 meters in diameter, erupted, engulfing Black Vegito. Ah! Black Vegito's anguished cries echoed as he was consumed by the shockwave, simultaneously being obliterated and regenerating. He glared at Gogeta with venomous eyes, gritting his teeth as he declared, I am immortal, such an attack cannot vanquish me. To which Gogeta replied with a smirk. I know. Suddenly, Gogeta's muscles swelled, and the previously centenary energy wave expanded to a kilometer in diameter. This ultimate energy wave surged towards the ends of the universe. And in the face of such pure and overwhelming energy, Black Vegito's regeneration could not keep pace, gradually being worn away. No, this cannot be happening. As his voice echoed with despair, Black Vegito was completely annihilated. Returning to his normal form, Gogeta's hands trembled slightly. He had exerted far too much power. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on the nuisance of Black Vegito's immortality. Thankfully, the energy within his body, crafted by that old man, surpassed the immortality granted by the wish of the eternal dragon, allowing him to eradicate Black Vegito. After a brief respite, he teleported back to Earth. However, unbeknownst to Gogeta, in a higher dimension, a figure had begun to take notice of him. Chapter 11. A brief confrontation. Upon returning to Earth, Gogeta found Bulma and her son to be safe, which eased his mind. After all, having witnessed their demise in the anime of his previous life was a significant regret. He offered them a smile, intending to depart when Bulma called out to him. Is there something you need? She asked. Bowing in gratitude, she thanked him for saving Earth and the universe. Gogeta waved his hand, indicating it was merely a trifling matter, leaving behind his name before vanishing in an instant. The reason he refrained from prolonged conversation with Bulma and her son was his desire to train. The battle had made him acutely aware of his inadequacies. Teleporting to a distant planet in the universe, he began his secluded training. However, before entering seclusion, he visited Namek, hoping to utilize the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder had passed away, and without a new Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls were unavailable. Gogeta understood this predicament. 1 year later, in a desolate hell, a triangular structure adorned with strange runes began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the runes emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the abyss. At the pinnacle of this brilliance, a figure emerged. Gogeta? In the midst of desolation, Gogeta stood, his body emanating an overwhelming aura that warped the very fabric of space surrounding him. As he materialized, the triangular edifice alongside him collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to mere ashes. What could have led to such a spectacle? To unravel this mystery, we must delve back 6 months prior. At that time, Gogeta had engaged in a self-destructive form of training, pushing himself to the brink, relentlessly challenging both his physical and mental limits. After enduring 6 arduous months, he triumphed in attaining the 6th transformation of Super Saiyan, tantalizingly close to breaking into the 7th form. Yet, just as he stood on the precipice of this breakthrough, he encountered an insurmountable bottleneck, unable to progress any further. In desperation, Gogeta chose to emerge from his seclusion and return to Earth. Upon his arrival, he was heartened to find that the planet had flourished, with significant advancements in technology and an overall improvement in the quality of life for its inhabitants. Bulma and her son were thriving, which brought him a measure of comfort. However, he was taken aback to discover that Trunks had married Mai. The sight of Trunks, seemingly completely subservient to her, transformed into a devoted husband, left Gogeta both amused and surprised. With Earth's progress reassuring him, he departed once more, seeking out deities to ascertain whether any divine beings still existed. The harsh reality unfolded before him as he discovered that the 2 Zamasus had systematically purged hell to prevent human reincarnation, leaving it desolate and empty. While wandering through this void, Gogeta stumbled upon the triangular structure. His curiosity piqued. He entered, only to find it akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, albeit with superior temporal flow. For the next 6 months, Gogeta diligently trained within this sanctuary. It was only when the markings on his arm began to radiate light that he realized a year had elapsed, prompting his exit, leading to the earlier scene. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, grimacing at the realization that his intense training had caused him to neglect personal hygiene. In an instant, he teleported away. Mere moments after his departure, a spectral silhouette adorned with a halo manifested at his neck. Observing the collapsed structure and the departing Gogeta, it wore a mysterious smile before swiftly dissipating. After returning to Earth for a cleansing bath and changing into fresh attire, he activated the glowing markings on his arm and vanished once more. On the planet Cyril in the hypertemporal universe, a breathtaking battle unfolded. The Dark Frieza, with astonishing speed and strength, utterly vanquished the formidable zombie Jace, even delivering a fatal blow. This spectacle left both Goku and Vegeta aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Frieza. "How did you manage that?" Goku stammered, his voice laden with astonishment and confusion. Frieza regarded him with a quizzical expression, seemingly perplexed by Goku's incredulity. "What do you mean, how did I do it?" he retorted. Vegeta interjected, "That guy is the strongest warrior in this universe. How could you so easily dispatch him?" Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk. "This universe? Oh, my apologies, it seems I was not included in your calculations. After all, I have spent a full decade training in a realm with a temporal flow entirely distinct from yours. I cannot allow you two to remain atop your pedestals forever," Frieza explained nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta realized that the realm Frieza referred to was akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. With that, Frieza transformed back into his black form and charged at Goku and Vegeta. The 2 warriors, each assuming their most powerful forms, faced off against him. But the disparity in strength proved overwhelming, leading to their swift defeat. "Consider this a minor lesson. I have other matters to attend to," Frieza said dismissively, casting a contemptuous glance at them as he prepared to leave, only to be interrupted. "Oi, you shorty, where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing the word shorty, Frieza's countenance darkened. He turned to see a young man standing before him, Gogeta, who had sensed the auras of Jace and Frieza upon entering this timeline. An insatiable urge to test his own strength against Frieza surged within him. "What did you just call me?" Frieza asked, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Gogeta. A grin spread across Gogeta's face. He had indeed struck a nerve, as Frieza was evidently sensitive about his height. "I detest being addressed in such a manner, so you shall perish." Frieza lunged forward, delivering a punch, which Gogeta met with one of his own. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing both combatants to stagger back several paces. Frieza mused, surprised that this sudden newcomer could withstand his blow. However, no matter how formidable, he transformed into his golden form, while Gogeta shifted into Super Saiyan 4, his training in the triangular structure having significantly elevated his base combat power. You're a Saiyan too, Frieza realized, his eyes narrowing. Excellent. That gives me even more reason to eliminate you. With that, he charged at Gogeta. Vegeta and Goku exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the immense power Gogeta had just unleashed. How had he attained such a feral transformation? With explosive clashes echoing around them, the two engaged in a breathtakingly rapid duel, each collision sending tremors through the planet. As they momentarily disengaged, Frieza's expression darkened. It was intolerable that another Saiyan, apart from Goku and Vegeta, possessed such formidable strength. He promptly transformed into his black form. As Gogeta prepared to assume his Ultra Instinct form, he suddenly halted, not for any other reason than the arrival of the Angel Whis. Whis cast a glance at Frieza, who snorted disdainfully and reverted to his normal form, leaving behind a parting threat. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should we meet again, it will mark your end. Whis smiled at Gogeta before making his way towards Goku and the others. Chapter 12, vs Beast Gohan, Part 1. As the two Saiyans and Whis departed, Gogeta bid them farewell before returning to Earth, seeking a tranquil location for meditation. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus inquired, what is his power level? His curiosity was piqued regarding Gogeta. Extremely formidable. He could be considered the strongest mortal without exaggeration, Whis replied judiciously. With Whis's endorsement, Beerus had no reason to doubt. What about his origins? Have you uncovered anything? Whis shook his head. I intended to investigate, but the Grand Priest advised against it. Very well. If that's the Grand Priestess' decree, there's little we can do. As the two conversed, delectable dishes were presented, and Beerus savored the delightful aroma with gusto. Time passed swiftly, and over 2 months had elapsed since Gogeta's arrival on Earth. On this day, the deeply meditative Gogeta was roused by an immense surge of energy. Rising and stretching lazily, he vanished in an instant. Roar! A colossal figure howled ferociously. This being was none other than the gigantic Cell, also known as Cell Max. We must not allow this creature to endanger humanity. Let us all unite. The orange Piccolo shouted, rallying everyone to charge forth. However, Cell Max's power was beyond imagination, and after just a few exchanges, they were left grievously injured. In a blind rage, Cell Max attacked indiscriminately, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. From the vantage point of the atmosphere, one could see a significant portion of the Earth stripped bare, a testament to the sheer magnitude of devastation. This fierce explosion further exacerbated the injuries of Gohan and his companions. Witnessing his father Piccolo in such a dire state ignited a fierce anger within Gohan, propelling him to transcend his limits and attain his beastly form. With a swift motion, he launched a flying kick that sent Cell Max hurtling far away. When it came to a halt, its left arm hung limply, clearly rendered useless. In that fleeting moment of Gohan's attack, it had instinctively attempted to defend itself, resulting in its arm's incapacitation. Roar! Cell Max unleashed a furious roar. What are you screaming about? Just because you have a loud voice. A sudden voice interrupted Cell's wrath. Everyone turned to see Gogeta. Gogeta gazed at Cell Max with admiration. The brilliance of Dr. Gero was evident, crafting a complete new version of Cell that even Frieza would envy. Observing Gohan, Gogeta noted that his strength was formidable, rivaling even the Ultra Instinct Goku. Transforming into his limit break Super Saiyan form at full power, Gogeta's aura caused the very earth to tremble, piercing the heavens with its intensity. In a flash, he appeared before Cell Max, delivering a powerful punch that it could not withstand. The resulting explosion was akin to a miniature atomic bomb, erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud. After several seconds, as the heat wave of the explosion receded, the land lay charred and desolate. The dust-covered survivors emerged, shaken yet alive. That was close. Krillin sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The moment of the explosion had been truly harrowing. Had Gohan not reacted swiftly to create a large pit for shelter, the outcome could have been catastrophic. So fragile, Gogeta remarked with a smirk, glancing at Gohan with a smile. Apologies for stealing your moment. Gohan waved dismissively, assuring him it was no issue, and hurried to Piccolo's side. Feeling around Piccolo's waist, he finally found a Senzu bean and fed it to him, restoring him instantly. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo patted him on the shoulder. Before losing consciousness, he had witnessed Gohan transform and deliver a punishing kick to Cell Max. With only that one Senzu bean available, the others were left to seek healing at the sacred world of the Kais, relying on the deities for recovery. Piccolo took it upon himself to gather the Dragon Balls, spending several hours collecting them all to summon Shenron. Wishing for the restoration of the land and the ordinary people affected by the explosion, Gogeta found it curious. Wouldn't it be swifter to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for restoration directly? Why go to the sacred world? But he dismissed the thought. Seeing that everyone had recovered, he approached Gohan. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. May I inquire your name? Gohan asked politely. It was merely a trivial matter. By the way, Gohan, I wish to spar with you, Gogeta stated. Gohan was taken aback by the stranger's request, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not worry, not now. I shall give you 3 days to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Once you have fully mastered your abilities, we shall engage in combat, Gogeta proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan nodded in agreement, eager to discover the extent of his own capabilities. Seeing Gohan acquiesce, Gogeta said, I'll see you in 3 days, before soaring away and revealing his name. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, in the sacred world of the Kais. I ask you, can you not choose a different location? Why must it be here in the sacred world of the Kais? The old Kai was nearly at the brink of exasperation. Had these individuals truly transformed the hallowed realm into a battleground? At this moment, Gogeta and Gohan faced each other from a distance. Buzzing. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up, swirling dust and debris. Gohan transformed into his beastly form first, followed closely by Gogeta, who shifted into his limit break Super Saiyan state. Their battle was imminent. Chapter 13, vs Beast Gohan, Part 2. Gohan appeared before Gogeta with lightning speed, launching a punch without warning. Gogeta, perceiving the incoming attack, swiftly dodged like a slippery eel. He moved like a gale, positioning himself behind Gohan, and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Gohan's back. Gohan's reflexes were astounding, as he slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading Gogeta's thunderous strike. In that split second, he spun around, delivering an elbow strike like a hammer towards Gogeta. Anticipating this, Gogeta leaned back just in time to narrowly escape Gohan's elbow. In a flash, Gogeta amassed a formidable amount of energy in both hands and unleashed it towards Gohan, creating a torrential downpour of energy blasts that cascaded toward him. Remaining calm under pressure, Gohan deftly spun his arms like windmills, creating afterimages as he deflected each of Gogeta's energy blasts. While Gohan was preoccupied with the barrage, Gogeta vanished. Gohan's heart raced as he became acutely aware of his surroundings. Scanning like a hawk, just as he turned, Gogeta reappeared, landing a powerful uppercut squarely on Gohan's chin. The force was staggering, sending Gohan soaring into the air as if struck by lightning. Without hesitation, Gogeta followed suit, delivering a flurry of punches in midair, each blow striking Gohan with the weight of a sledgehammer. Gohan, enduring the pain, seized an opportunity, grasping Gogeta's arm and executing a roll to fling him away. Gogeta landed gracefully, a smile gracing his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. Not bad, Gohan. Come at me again. Gohan charged once more. Their exchange was fierce, neither side willing to yield. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Gogeta was holding back significantly. Gohan spread his arms wide, gathering energy into his palms before thrusting it forward. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling towards Gogeta. Not to be outdone, Gogeta swiftly waved a hand, unleashing a high-density energy wave that cleaved through the air, roaring toward Gohan's attack. Starfall Cannon. This was Gogeta's original technique, possessing immense destructive potential. The energy wave unleashed an endless torrent of power, colliding violently with Gohan's mystic flash in midair. As the two formidable forces met, a colossal sphere of energy was formed. This sphere, akin to a black hole in the cosmos, voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity, its internal energy density astonishingly high. The energy sphere expanded relentlessly, emanating a blinding brilliance that rendered it impossible to gaze upon. The surrounding space began to warp and distort, on the brink of catastrophic rupture. On a distant planet in the lower realm, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, Goten, and others anxiously observed this breathtaking battle through a crystal ball. Their emotions fluctuated with the ebb and flow of the conflict, each of them sweating for Gohan and Vegeta. Break it! Just as the energy sphere was on the verge of explosion, Gohan roared in fury. A radiant light enveloped him, akin to flames, engulfing his entire being. Gohan's power surged into the energy wave in his grasp, intensifying the already formidable sphere to a frenzied state. The sphere began to tremble violently, its blue and golden hues intertwining like the brightest stars in the night sky, overwhelming the senses. At last, the energy sphere could no longer withstand the strain, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The deafening sound seemed to tear apart the very fabric of the Supreme Kai realm. A powerful shockwave radiated from the explosion's epicenter, sweeping outward like a tempest. Everything in its path was obliterated. The ground was upheaved, mountains crumbled, rivers rerouted, and the entire world was irrevocably altered by this terrifying force. Vegeta and Gohan were also hurled away by the shockwave, tracing arcs through the air before crashing to the ground. Gohan, you have not disappointed me, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, but this is still far from enough. He charged once more toward Gohan. Gohan, undaunted, unleashed his full power, resembling a blazing meteor as he propelled himself toward Vegeta. Boom! The two collided midair with a resounding crash, the impact creating ripples that shattered nearby stars. Thunderous roars echoed as dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning striking incessantly. After countless intense exchanges, the two paused momentarily, creating a distance between them. Gohan's aura blazed like a roaring inferno. However, a closer look revealed his breathing was slightly labored, indicating a significant depletion of energy. In contrast, Vegeta appeared remarkably composed, the numerous battles having little effect on him. Vegeta suddenly called out to Gohan, "Hey, Gohan, surely this isn't all of your power? Don't hold back any longer. Let me witness your true strength." At Vegeta's provocation, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath, striving to steady his breath. After a moment, he replied softly, "All right." As soon as his words fell, Gohan began to adjust his state. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a brief moment of concentration, he abruptly opened them, letting out a deep, thunderous roar. In an instant, a silver radiance erupted forth, causing Gohan's muscles to swell as if inflated. Pink lightning, like a lively serpent, coiled around his body, crackling with energy. As this transformation unfolded, Gohan's presence surged like a volcanic eruption, and as the dazzling light gradually faded, a new Gohan emerged before the onlookers, now in his full-power beast form. "Excellent," Vegeta exclaimed, his smile brightening. He instantly shifted into his Super Saiyan blue form, preparing for the final confrontation with Gohan. The overwhelming auras of both fighters clashed like two torrents in the void. Each collision sparked brilliant electrical flares, rending the sky apart and creating a massive rift, as if leading to another realm. In this exhilarating scene, Gohan placed his fingers on his forehead, channeling a powerful energy that surged to his fingertips like a fountain. Meanwhile, Vegeta positioned his hands at his waist, unleashing his full power at that moment. Just as they were about to unleash their ultimate techniques to determine the outcome of the battle, a sudden voice interrupted them. "If you two continue like this, the entire universe will be obliterated." This unexpected voice halted the gathering of Gohan and Vegeta's energy. Turning toward the source of the voice, they beheld Whis, Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta standing nearby, their expressions grave. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, when did you arrive?" Gohan asked in surprise. Goku did not immediately respond to Gohan's query but instead stared wide-eyed, inspecting Gohan from head to toe, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow, Gohan, when did you learn this transformation? It's incredible." Embarrassed by Goku's praise, Gohan, having reverted from his transformed state, scratched his head and began to explain. Vegeta, however, gazed at Gohan with a serious expression, saying, "I never imagined so much would transpire in our absence. But thanks to you, Gohan, you did well." Although Gohan didn't defeat the enemy, Goku felt a sense of pride, knowing that Gohan had safeguarded the Earth and ascended to a higher level. With the arrival of these individuals, the battle between Vegeta and Gohan came to an unresolved end. Overall, Vegeta was satisfied. With Gohan possessing such power, the future developments would undoubtedly change. Chapter 14, Masked Man vs. Goku, Time Patrol Vegeta. Vegeta, I never expected you to possess not only that transformation, but also Ultra Instinct. Who exactly are you? Goku inquired bluntly. Vegeta provided a brief explanation. "I come from an alternate timeline." Goku nodded in acceptance, though Vegeta remained skeptical. Since they could not engage in a sparring match, Vegeta planned to take his leave, realizing that he needed to devote his time to training. Just as he prepared to depart, Goku called out to him, asking if he wanted to train in the God of Destruction realm. Vegeta nodded, seizing the opportunity to spar with the two and potentially teach them how to transform into Super Saiyan 4, thereby enhancing their powers. "All right, have we chatted enough? I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat," Beerus interjected as Goku and Vegeta continued their conversation. Just as they were about to leave, a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a swirling black vortex, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform and wearing a mask materialized like a specter. "Who is that?" Goku questioned, his expression filled with suspicion as he scrutinized the masked individual, sensing a strange aura emanating from him. The masked man slowly surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Goku. Without uttering a word, he charged directly at Goku. Caught off guard by the masked man's sudden assault, Goku was struck fiercely by a punch that sent him flying. However, Goku, being immensely powerful, managed to stabilize himself after performing 2.5 rotations in the air, only to be met with another kick from the masked individual as he landed. With remarkable agility, Sun Wukong seized the masked figure's leg with hands that gripped like iron clamps. In a fluid motion, he executed a swift flip, launching the masked individual into the air. The masked figure performed a complete 360-degree rotation before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong unleashed a merciless punch, sending the masked figure sprawling. "Who are you? And why did you suddenly attack me?" Sun Wukong bellowed, his gaze fixed on the masked figure, a flicker of fury glimmering in his eyes. Witnessing the spectacle, Gogeta, Vegeta, and Beerus observed with keen interest. Seeing his father under assault, Son Gohan rushed forward to assist, only to be halted by Gogeta's outstretched hand. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Gogeta's lips as he regarded the masked figure, likely having deduced his identity. "Why? Because you are Sun Wukong. Rest assured, once I eliminate you, I will ensure that Vegeta joins you, along with your family and friends." With a swift motion, the masked figure reappeared before Sun Wukong, launching a fierce punch. In a flash, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and met the attack with a counterstrike. The resounding crash reverberated through the air, kicking up clouds of dust as their fists clashed, the power fluctuations rippling outward like waves. The masked figure delivered a brutal kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen, causing him to stagger back in pain. However, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing a formidable energy surge as his Super Saiyan 2 aura intensified. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong gathered energy in his palms, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave toward the masked figure. In response, the masked individual similarly concentrated dark energy, firing a pitch-black wave to counter it. The two energy blasts collided mid-air with fierce intensity, erupting in blinding light and deafening sound, the resulting shockwaves tearing apart the surrounding ground. Seizing the moment of their clash, the masked figure teleported behind Sun Wukong, delivering a vicious elbow strike. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong spun around, blocking the elbow with his fist, the impact producing a sharp, resounding crack. The two exchanged blows, each strike imbued with immense power, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic arena. Suddenly, the masked figure erupted with a surge of energy, his hair turning a striking rose red, while his form mirrored that of Sun Wukong's. "What divine energy is this?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from his opponent. Transforming into the Super Rose form, the masked figure's strength surged 100-fold, while Sun Wukong ascended to his Super Saiyan Blue state. Just as they prepared to resume their battle, a sudden figure materialized. "What day is it today?" "Yet another strange individual appears," Beerus quipped. However, upon recognizing the newly arrived figure, they all turned their gaze toward Gogeta, for this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This Gogeta addressed the masked figure, stating, "You have traversed time repeatedly, causing severe disturbances. I am here to apprehend you." The masked figure turned to Gogeta with a scoff. "Are you a member of the Time Patrol?" "Humph, you lot are as persistent as a stubborn adhesive." Shifting his focus, the masked figure charged at Time Patrol Gogeta. Unfazed, Time Patrol Gogeta instantly entered a combat stance, his aura shimmering as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, exuding an overwhelming presence. The masked figure's fists sliced through the air, accompanied by swirling black energy. Time Patrol Gogeta deftly evaded, seizing an opportunity during the masked figure's assault to deliver a rapid punch to his chest, forcing him back several steps. The two silhouettes darted across the battlefield, their movements igniting brilliant flashes of light. Suddenly, the masked figure feigned an attack, swiftly maneuvering behind Time Patrol Gogeta to strike at his back. Time Patrol Gogeta sidestepped just in time, countering by seizing the masked figure's arm and throwing him away. Following up with an energy blast, a thunderous explosion echoed. Amidst the billowing smoke, the masked figure vanished from sight. Gogeta raised an eyebrow, abruptly turning and crossing his arms to brace for impact, as he was sent hurtling backward with a forceful bang. "Uh-huh," the masked figure roared, his intense rose-red aura surging forth, his hair rapidly lengthening like that of a Super Saiyan 3, while cracks appeared on his mask. "Humph, I see I still cannot endure this. It's time to finish this swiftly," the masked figure muttered. Just as he prepared to advance, he suddenly froze. Pulled backward by an immense gravitational force, the fissure from which he had emerged had not yet closed, and the pull emanated from it. "Damn it, not this again. I haven't finished off these nuisances yet." Yet the force grew stronger, ultimately dragging him back into the fissure, which subsequently vanished. Time Patrol Gogeta reverted to his normal state, nodding at Sun Wukong, Beerus, and the others before glancing at the doppelganger who resembled him, then pursued the masked figure. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, understanding the nature of the recent events. The Time Patrol was an organization established by the Supreme Kai of Time, and if Whis and Beerus were not mistaken, the masked figure had utilized the time ring on his hand to traverse dimensions, though they were unaware of the specific timeline from which the masked figure hailed. Such temporal transgressions could lead to historical disruptions, which was indeed a grave offense. Hence, it was no wonder the Time Patrol was in pursuit of him. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling perplexed, yet he had a nagging intuition that he might encounter this individual again in the future. With nothing more to observe, they headed to Bulma's home for a grand feast. Chapter 15, Kamba's Battle with Broly. Half a year later, in the realm of the gods of destruction. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan and Broly simultaneously transformed, becoming two radiant orbs of light soaring through the void. Sensing the fluctuations of battle, Gogeta opened his eyes from meditation. Exhaling slowly, he reflected on how, over the past few months, his duality transformation had reached new heights, thanks to the guidance of Whis and Beerus. Of course, he inquired why they chose to mentor him, but one remained silent while the other smiled enigmatically. Regardless, it was not a significant matter. Even if complications arose, he could simply explore other worlds once the year elapsed. In addition to this form, he had also attained a new level in Super Blue and Super 7. Likewise, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Broly, and even Piccolo on Earth had all grown stronger and developed new forms. Suddenly, a familiar figure rushed toward them in a flurry. It was Xiao Wu, her demeanor frantic, closely followed by another figure, King Kai Shen. Breathless, Xiao Wu reached the group, her face etched with urgency as she exclaimed, "Trunks is missing." Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who had been resting, sprang to their feet, while Son Gohan and Broly, engaged in their combat, halted their actions and turned their attention to Xiao Wu. What happened? Wasn't Trunks training in the realm of the Kais? How could he suddenly go missing? Vegeta frowned, puzzled. King Kai Shen sighed, offering a wry smile as he explained, "I have no idea how Trunks disappeared. I searched the entire realm of the Kais and the universe, but found no trace of him. I had no choice but to come here and seek assistance. As for the reason why Shiwu and Trunks appeared in this timeline, it is indeed a long story. To put it simply, the future Trunks has already married, and he deeply wished for his father to learn of this joyous news. Thus, he journeyed through time alongside his wife Shiwu and his mother Bulma aboard an improved time machine, arriving in this world. After spending some time here, Trunks remained in the sacred world of the Kai to train and enhance his abilities. Witnessing this scene, Gogeta's mind suddenly flashed back to an anime adaptation of a game he had watched in his previous life. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be? That anime's plot was clearly set in a parallel universe. How could it manifest in the main timeline? Gogeta pondered silently, speculating whether his own arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Whis glanced at the crystal orb atop his divine staff and remarked, "Indeed. That individual named Trunks has vanished from this universe, and not even a trace of him can be found in any other." Hearing Whis' words, the outwardly cold but inwardly passionate Vegeta snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased with Trunks' actions, and muttered under his breath, "That fool, always causing trouble." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice chimed in. Now, don't say that. He is your son, after all, Mr. Vegeta." Turning toward the source of the voice, they saw a young man they did not recognize, though Gogeta knew him well. This youth, who shared the same complexion as Beerus, was none other than Fu. "And who might you be?" Vegeta inquired skeptically. Fu smiled faintly. "I am a friend of Trunks. He is currently located in a place known as the Planetary Prison. You may find him there." With those words, he left behind a set of coordinates and vanished in an instant. Exactly the same, damn it, Gogeta thought to himself. Subsequently, Gogeta, along with the two Saiyan princes, Broly and Shiwu, traveled to the planetary prison using the provided coordinates. Unsure of Trunks' exact whereabouts, they had no choice but to search aimlessly. As they advanced, the group abruptly halted, for Son Goku and the others sensed an overwhelmingly malevolent aura rapidly approaching. Gazing in the direction of the sinister energy, they observed a man landing atop a distant mountain. "Battle, I crave battle." Roar. The moment his evil energy erupted, the sky darkened and the earth trembled violently. "What is this guy's origin? I've never felt such a sinister ki before," Vegeta remarked, his expression hardening. Everyone quickly assumed defensive stances, preparing for confrontation. Cumber's gaze swept over the group before settling on Broly. It's you. I never expected to encounter you here. What an unfortunate twist of fate." Son Goku looked at Broly and asked, "Do you know him?" "How could I possibly know him?" "I have no idea who he is," Broly replied, shaking his head. "Yeah." Cumber charged directly at Broly. Although perplexed by the stranger's aggression, Broly was no pushover. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, golden light erupting from his body as his hair instantly turned golden. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now transformed, Broly shot forward like a meteor, his fist colliding with Cumber's in midair with a deafening crash. The immense force generated a powerful shockwave that pulverized the surrounding rocks, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. A sinister grin curled Cumber's lips. He clasped his hands together, forming a dark energy sphere that radiated a chilling malevolence, and hurled it violently at Broly. At such close range, Broly crossed his arms, barely managing to block the dark sphere. Though he withstood the blow, the impact sent him stumbling backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Seizing the opportunity as Broly retreated, Cumber closed in and launched a powerful kick aimed at Broly's abdomen. Broly reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the attack and, in one fluid motion, seizing Cumber's ankle and hurling him like a cannonball into the distance. Cumber executed an elegant flip in the air and landed steadily, his eyes locked intently on Broly, blazing with fighting spirit. In the next instant, he charged again, his speed noticeably increased. Broly, undaunted, met him head-on. In an instant, the two engaged in a breathtaking aerial pursuit, their fists raining down upon each other like a storm. Each blow carried immense force, landing with brutal impact and emitting dull, resonant thuds. The entire planetary prison quaked violently under the strain of their clash. Chapter 16, A Cut Above. The masked man reappears in intense battle rage between Broly and Cumber. Broly unleashed an even more powerful energy wave, shooting it straight at Cumber. Reacting swiftly, Cumber dodged nimbly, the energy wave grazing the edge of his clothing before exploding against a distant mountainside, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Capitalizing on the brief opening after Broly's attack, Cumber dashed forward, his fists hammering down upon Broly like a relentless hailstorm. Broly crossed his arms, each strike sending numbing vibrations through his limbs. Suddenly, he pivoted, seized Cumber's arm, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him hard into the ground. Cumber tumbled several times before springing back to his feet with an enraged roar. His body ignited with a dark crimson aura as he conjured a massive energy sphere of the same hue and hurled it toward Broly. In response, Broly formed a green energy sphere and launched it to meet the attack. The two spheres collided midair, erupting in a brilliant flash of light and a devastating shockwave that distorted the surrounding atmosphere. They're fighting so fiercely, it makes me want to join in, Son Goku remarked, rubbing his hands together in exhilaration. I never imagined there were other surviving Saiyans besides us. But why does his ki feel so malevolent? Vegeta mused, arms crossed, his fingers tapping thoughtfully as he observed the fray. Gogeta, ever the opportunist, found a flat boulder, tossed a capsule onto it, and produced an array of snacks. Munching contentedly, he watched with keen interest, eager to determine whether the evil Saiyan or the mutant Saiyan would prove superior. In the sky above, Broly accelerated toward Cumber, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. His right arm rose high, muscles bulging and veins protruding like coiling dragons. He delivered a devastating punch, its force so immense that the very air seemed to tear, emitting a sharp, sizzling sound. Noticing the attack, Cumber's eyes narrowed coldly as he swiftly raised his forearm to block the powerful strike. A thunderous impact echoed as their collision sent powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Steadying himself, Cumber taunted, "You surely this isn't all you're capable of?" No sooner had he spoken than his right leg snapped upward in a high whip kick, cutting through the air like a steel cable aimed squarely at Broly's head. The kick was executed with blinding speed, leaving behind only a hazy afterimage that was nearly imperceptible to the eye. Broly reacted swiftly, retreating just a fraction to narrowly evade Cumber's whip-like leg strike. Seizing the moment when Cumber's momentum had waned and new force had yet to be generated, Broly crouched low and then sprang upward with explosive force, driving his hardened forehead squarely into Cumber's chin. The impact was both swift and brutal. Cumber, caught off guard, was sent flying backward with a resounding crash, colliding violently with the chains that shuddered and developed fine fissures under the strain. A fierce, crimson energy radiance erupted, causing the entire prison planet to tremble under the overwhelming power. Cumber's hair elongated to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 state. What in the blazes? How is his Super Saiyan 3 so immensely powerful? What kind of training has he undergone? Son Goku was utterly astounded, realizing that his own Super Saiyan 3 paled in comparison, as Cumber's had ascended to a divine realm. The exclamation, "What in the blazes?" was a phrase he had picked up from Gogeta. Vegeta, too, was taken aback, but having witnessed the likes of Broly and Gogeta, he found it less shocking. Nonetheless, he resolved to intensify his training once this ordeal was over, determined to surpass them all. Broly, in response, underwent his own transformation, unleashing the legendary Super Saiyan God Green second stage. Cumber soared into the air, raising his right hand high as a massive sphere of dark red energy rapidly coalesced. This energy ball, colossal in size, resembled a star on the verge of supernova, emitting a palpably terrifying aura. He hurled it forward with immense force. Broly, in turn, gathered his energy and thrust his palm outward, releasing a vibrant emerald energy wave that clashed violently with Cumber's dark red sphere. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the entire prison planet quaked under the colossal impact. A fierce gale howled, and space itself contorted under the strain of the two overwhelming forces. The chains, already weakened by previous battles, could no longer withstand the energy surge and shattered abruptly. Moreover, the fabric of space fractured, creating ghastly fissures that gave the impression the entire planet was on the brink of disintegration. Ugh, ah, erg, ah. Both combatants roared with exertion, each striving to overpower the other's energy. The two forces compressed against one another, emitting a sizzling, crackling sound like a spring coiled to its limit, poised to explode at any moment. Suddenly, Broly's pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, as his energy surged exponentially like an ignited powder keg. Kaboom! Finally, the delicate balance between the two titanic energies shattered, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. In the blast's wake, Gogeta, Son Goku, and the others transformed instantly to shield themselves from the devastating shockwave. The explosion's ferocity was unparalleled, causing the prison planet to convulse violently. Space fragmented piece by piece, and the resulting light blazed with the intensity of a sun, illuminating the entire sphere and rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. A resonant energy wave radiated from the epicenter like a angbal chongjibo, obliterating everything in its path. Nearby asteroids were pulverized into cosmic dust, scattering into the infinite darkness. After several dozen seconds, the explosive wave subsided, and the thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Broly and Cumber. Both appeared severely battered, their clothing torn and bodies marred with wounds. However, Cumber fared slightly worse, his arms trembling uncontrollably as if he had lost a portion of his strength. This heart-pounding confrontation concluded with Broly emerging victorious by a narrow margin. At this moment, Broly panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his face contorted into an expression of extreme ferocity. "Kill!" he roared, charging toward Cumber once more. Noticing Broly's aberrant state, Cumber let out a hearty laugh. "That's it. Savage and reckless, the familiar sensation has returned," he exclaimed. Reinvigorated, Cumber erupted with his energy and surged forward to meet Broly. Just as the two were about to collide, a yellow and black energy sphere descended from the sky, enveloping them and triggering another violent explosion. Another formidable opponent. Gogeta's gaze shifted into the distance. The newcomer was none other than the masked figure in his Super Rose form. Chapter 17. The Clown, the Ultimate Evil Descends. This masked figure had grown significantly stronger. Gogeta observed intently, sensing an aura far more potent than before. The masked figure noticed Gogeta's scrutiny, turning his head to cast a cold, disdainful glare at Gogeta and his companions, snorting derisively to convey his contempt without reserve. "That fellow didn't lie to me. You all will ultimately become obstacles to my plans," the masked figure snarled through gritted teeth. "Today, right here, I will eradicate every last one of you." With a swift whoosh, a figure burst forth from the smoke. It was Cumber. He charged furiously at the masked figure, clearly provoked by the taunt. "So eager to meet your end." The masked figure sneered, a cold smile curling his lips. He transformed instantly into his Rose second stage, his muscles bulging and power multiplying several-fold. Undaunted, Cumber swung a fierce punch toward the masked figure. In response, the masked figure met the blow head-on with a punch of his own. Boom! The impact resonated like a thunderclap striking the earth. A powerful shockwave swept outward in all directions, churning up dust and debris in its wake. Having expended considerable stamina in his earlier battle with Broly, Cumber was clearly at a disadvantage in this clash, forced back several thousand meters by the masked figure's immense strength. The moment Cumber came to a halt, he jerked his head up to find the masked figure already standing before him. Before Cumber could react, the masked figure launched a ruthless attack, firing a sharp energy beam directly at him. Suddenly, a green energy bullet shot forth at astonishing speed, colliding violently with the masked figure's assault. Kaboom! The energy bullet and the masked figure's attack exploded midair, igniting a brilliant flash and Kongbal energy fluctuations. "No need to rush. I'll deal with you one by one." The masked figure chuckled darkly, his voice dripping with unshakable confidence and composure. However, Broly, now consumed by rage, would not heed such words. He bellowed furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging prominently. In an instant, Broly transformed into a green arrow and shot straight toward the masked figure. The masked figure responded with a sweeping kick of devastating force, striking Broly squarely across the face. Broly was sent flying sideways, his body arcing through the air. Without allowing a moment's respite, The masked figure pursued like a shadow, lifting his leg to deliver a downward kick. Thud! Broly plummeted at high velocity, crashing into the ground and creating a 100-meter-deep crater. Standing aloft, the masked figure gazed down at the chasm, then launched a massive pink energy sphere from his palm. The energy sphere, trailing a long, luminous tail, hurtled toward Broly in the crater. In that critical moment, Broly let out a deafening roar that shook the very air. As the bellow echoed, a deep emerald aura erupted around him, and he unleashed a colossal mouth blast from his jaws. This blast surged forth like a roaring dragon, clashing head-on with the energy sphere launched by the masked figure. The two immense powers collided mid-air with a cataclysmic explosion, causing the entire space to tremble under the overwhelming force. The resulting flash was blindingly brilliant. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, their formidable auras sweeping out like hurricanes. Once transformed, they launched a coordinated assault from both flanks of the masked adversary. Sensing their attack, the masked figure snorted coldly and erupted into his full power form, a state he had only mastered weeks prior. In this form, his hair extended to his waist akin to Super Saiyan 3, yet his eyebrows remained intact, and his musculature swelled slightly. Half of his mask shattered, revealing his identity. It was none other than Black Vegeta. With both hands, he released multiple energy waves to counter Goku and Vegeta's strikes. The collisions between the energy waves and their attacks triggered violent explosions. Seizing the moment, Black Vegeta vanished from his position, reappearing behind Goku to deliver a heavy punch. Fortunately, Goku reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow and retaliating with an elbow strike, which was deftly blocked. As Vegeta attempted a sneak attack from behind, Black Vegeta spun around and kicked him away. Just then, Cumber joined the fray. The masked figure's form turned ethereal, evading the assault, and he materialized high above, gathering immense energy in his palms before hurling it downward. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, engulfing the area in flames as Black Vegeta laughed maniacally. Behold the beauty of this destruction. I am truly invincible. To be honest, using this power against you is somewhat wasteful. But I do so to impart the mercy of a god. You should be grateful, he mused aloud, his words dripping with twisted self-indulgence. His repulsive and contradictory monologue sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. Suddenly, two azure figures burst through the explosive glare, now transformed. They resembled Super Saiyan 4. Covered in blue fur, a fusion of divine energy and Super Saiyan Blue, dubbed Super Saiyan Blue 4. Black Vegeta's expression soured as he sensed an immense pressure emanating from them. How can this be? His instincts screamed danger, yet he refused to believe it. As a warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, he should surpass them both. The truth, however, was simple. Zamasu's soul had not fully mastered the body, preventing him from unleashing the fusion's true potential. In this state, he appeared almost clownish. This shouldn't be happening. Black Vegeta screamed in desperation, striving to harness his inner energy. But in the next instant, the time ring on his hand glowed, whisking him away. It had all been an illusion. No one had anticipated this turn of events. With his target gone, Broly charged mindlessly at Goku and Vegeta. However, in his frenzied state, he was no match for them and was swiftly knocked unconscious by Vegeta. Meanwhile, Cumber had vanished without a trace. Vegeta tossed the unconscious Broly to the ground, and as he and Goku prepared to revert from their transformations, an overwhelmingly sinister presence emerged. An alien creature with multiple sharp horns on its head, red eyes, black markings on its face, and armored shoulders descended slowly, holding a young man by the collar. Trunks! Cried Mai, who had been shielded by Vegeta's barrier. Indeed, the figure in the alien's grasp was Trunks. Vegeta's pupils contracted as he observed the alien. After a moment's thought, he recognized its resemblance to a character from a game in his past life. Chapter 18. The Wrath of Vegeta, Rescue. Who are you? Why do you have trunks? Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling killing intent erupting around him, his gaze sharp enough to shred the mysterious being to pieces. The alien, exuding an aura of malevolence, wore a scornful smirk as it casually flung Trunks toward Vegeta like a discarded sack. In a dual-toned voice, it drawled, "So you're the Saiyans? In my world, your race was wiped out to the last speck. It's a surprise to see any here. I'm Fulla, sent by someone named Fu. He mentioned this brat has something called Dragon Balls that grant any wish, so I took it, simple as that." With that, Fulla nonchalantly pulled out a Dragon Ball, tossing it up and down as if flaunting a prize trophy. "You bastard." Seeing his son Trunks in such a pitiful state, Vegeta's rage exploded beyond limits. With a roar like an enraged beast, he charged at Fulla with earth-shattering intensity. "Interesting, let's see what you Saiyans are made of," Fulla taunted, wearing a mocking smile as if watching an entertaining spectacle. Vegeta closed the distance in an instant, throwing a straight punch that tore through the air with a sharp crack. Fulla's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped gracefully, his arm sweeping toward Vegeta like a spear with a whooshing sound. Vegeta reacted swiftly, leaning back to narrowly evade, then driving his knee hard into Fulla's abdomen. Fulla crossed his palms to block the impact, but the tremendous force sent him flying back tens of thousands of meters. Not bad, but unfortunately, attacks of this caliber can't harm me. Fulla sneered, firing a massive energy wave as thick as a vat, resembling a small meteor, straight at Vegeta. Vegeta thrust his hands forward, gritting his teeth as he withstood the blast. The collision produced a deafening roar and a blinding flash. Using the smoke from the explosion as cover, Vegeta moved at hyperspeed to appear behind Fulla, clenching his fists and bringing them down furiously toward Fulla's head. Sensing the attack from above, Fulla vanished into an afterimage, dodging the lethal strike, and reappeared to deliver a kick at Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arm to block, but the force sent him flying back like a broken kite, carving a long trench in the ground. Humph, with this level of strength, you think you can kill me? Dream on. Fulla laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with derision and contempt. In his Super Saiyan Blue 4 form, Vegeta's blue aura raged violently around him. He remained silent, his energy escalating continuously, the terrifying pressure causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Enraged Vegeta unleashed his true prowess. How could he not be furious? Truth be told, he genuinely desired to annihilate this foe. Recalling how his son had once been slain by Cell, the thought of Trunks perishing again was an unbearable disgrace to his role as a father. Suddenly, Vegeta sprang into motion, hurtling forth like a cannonball unleashed. His fists transformed into a flurry of afterimages, raining down upon Frieza in a relentless, tempestuous assault. Frieza's hands moved swiftly to parry the storm of blows. Yet Vegeta's onslaught only intensified, growing fiercer and faster. Gradually, Frieza began to falter, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his brow. At that moment, Frieza clapped his palms together, conjuring a sinister sphere of gray energy that surged toward Vegeta with a menacing howl. In response, Vegeta unleashed an even more colossal energy wave. The two forces collided mid-air with a cataclysmic roar, engulfing the heavens and earth in a terrifying, all-consuming explosion. A violent storm of energy swept outward, shattering every chain within the planetary prison. Seizing the moment as Frieza was blinded by the flash and shockwave, Vegeta materialized before him, driving his knee brutally into Frieza's abdomen. A pained grunt escaped Frieza as his body contorted uncontrollably, folding like a shrimp. Without hesitation, Vegeta followed with a devastating uppercut, launching Frieza like a projectile across the sky. Frieza's form traced a long arc through the air, soaring tens of thousands of meters before he could steady himself. Regaining his composure, a flicker of fury ignited in Frieza's eyes. Internally, he marveled. It seemed he had underestimated this Saiyan, but this only made the encounter more intriguing. With that, his aura erupted in a frenzied surge, a gray inferno swelling like a raging tsunami, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Come, Sekko. Frieza's words were cut short as he faltered mid-sentence. Vegeta, ever the opportunist, closed the distance like a predatory leopard, delivering a kick imbued with boundless wrath and power, a strike capable of shattering stars. Frieza was sent hurtling once more, tumbling through the void like a severed kite, spinning dozens of times before he could halt his momentum. Stabilizing himself, Frieza swallowed hard, his gaze now thick with murderous intent. Yet he refrained from further engagement, uttering only a cold snort. I shall remember you. For now, I have matters to attend to. The next time we meet will mark your demise. With that, he erupted in a burst of energy, a blinding radiance flaring like a solar flare. In truth, Gogeta possessed the strength to intercept Frieza effortlessly. Yet he chose not to intervene. As the light faded, Frieza had vanished without a trace. That is precisely what I intended. Vegeta snorted disdainfully before swiftly returning to Trunks' side. Do not worry, Trunks is unharmed, Gogeta remarked with a smile, glancing toward Vegeta. Arms crossed, Vegeta emitted a soft grunt, and the group escorted Trunks back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Several days later, Fuwa, the Supreme Kai of Universe 6, rushed into the realm in a state of panic. Save Universe 6, he pleaded. The assembled heroes exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of the unfolding crisis. Only after Fuwa explained the situation did they grasp the severity. Thus, Gogeta, Son Goku, and the others accompanied Fuwa to Universe 6. They arrived upon a planet once beautiful and thriving, now shrouded in a dense, ominous cloud that loomed like a ferocious beast, devouring the world. Lightning streaked across the sky, followed by deafening explosions of immense power, obliterating cities and structures while tearing deep fissures into the earth. The entire planet trembled, teetering on the brink of disintegration. Fuwa, having guided them, returned to the realm of the gods of destruction in Universe 7. Father, Mr. Goku, Mr. Gogeta, look over there, Trunks directed, pointing toward a distant scene. Following his gesture, they witnessed Hit and his allies locked in combat, overwhelmingly suppressed by their adversaries. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle Battle, Part 1, Thud. Another impact echoed as Hit, utilizing his time skip, was brutally hurled back by Orin, crashing heavily into the ground. Orin sneered, executing a hyperspeed dash to appear before Hit, delivering another forceful punch. Hit raised his arms to block, a sharp pain shooting through them from the sheer force. The so-called strongest assassin is nothing more than this, Orin taunted. Mr. Hit, cried Kaba in his Super Saiyan 2 form, witnessing Hit's disadvantage. You should worry about yourself instead of others, Kamen retorted, diving from above with limbs spread wide. Energy erupting from his body as he shouted, collision impact. A protective sphere-like energy field formed at close range, detonating in a massive explosion that sent Kaba flying, badly injured. Kaba glanced back and exclaimed with relief, Master Vegeta, Kaba, where's your Saiyan pride? To be defeated so disgracefully is utterly shameful, Vegeta reprimanded. Oh, more fools here to die, Kamen jeered, charging at Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to engage him. Each exchange of blows between them released powerful shockwaves, cracking the ground beneath. Seizing an opening, Vegeta teleported behind Kamen, channeling energy into his hands and striking with ferocity. Staggering from the explosive impact, Kamen was flung forward 100 meters. Vegeta pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that forced Kamen into retreat. However, Kamen roared in fury, unleashing a surge of energy as he spun and thrust his palms forward, firing a massive energy wave at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta deflected the blast. Meanwhile, Orin charged toward them, but Caulifla and Kale, ever vigilant, swiftly intercepted his path. Out of my way, Orin bellowed. A fierce battle erupted instantly, the trio exchanging blows with unyielding intensity. Fists and palms collided, energy radiating outward, stirring the very air with resonant vibrations. At that moment, Hit rejoined the fray, this time amplifying his time skip to 10 seconds. Under his relentless assault, Kamen and Orin were driven back, their bodies soon marred with wounds, clothing stained with blood. In short order, the siblings were rendered defenseless, flung through the air like severed kites. Mid-flight, Kamen and Orin focused their energies, healing their injuries. Sister, let us use that technique, Orin gritted out. Agreed, brother, Kamen nodded. Joining hands, their powers merged in a dazzling display of light. As the radiance enveloped them, their forms gradually fused, culminating in a new entity, Kamenorin. United, Kamenorin's power ascended to a qualitatively higher plane, his aura radiating immense strength. Immediately, he demonstrated overwhelming prowess, effortlessly subduing Hit and the others. After a series of clashes, Vegeta recognized that Super Saiyan 3 was insufficient, prompting his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Scarcely seconds after Vegeta assumed his blue form, several dark crimson energy spheres shot toward them from afar. Super Saiyan 3 Kamba and Phyllis soared into the fray. Joining the battle, Broly and Trunks also entered the combat. High above in the sky, standing upon the colossal seed of the universe, Hertz observed the scene, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his lips. Since it has come to this, allow me to lend you a hand, he mused. As he prepared to act, an energy blast hurtled toward him. The attack was launched by Super Saiyan Blue Goku, while Gogeta watched from a distance, merely spectating. So you are Goku, Hertz sneered. Humph. Let me see if you truly live up to your reputation. Transforming into his super form, Hertz engaged Goku in a fierce and intense battle. The entire planet trembled violently under the force of their clash, teetering on the brink of destruction. With a thunderous impact, Hertz, empowered by a fraction of the seed of the universe's might, delivered a punch enveloped in immense gravity, sending Goku flying. Goku's body collided brutally with the ground. Producing a dull, resonant thud, Hertz immediately intensified the gravitational force, pinning Goku firmly to the earth, rendering him utterly unable to rise. Under the crushing pressure, Goku let out a pained groan. Ugh, Realizing that Super Saiyan Blue was insufficient, Goku unleashed a surge of even greater energy. A powerful aura erupted from his form as his body swelled, muscles tensed, and hair stood on end, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue 3. In this new state, Goku broke free from Hertz's gravitational restraint. His leg muscles coiled and propelled him forward like a cannonball, charging toward Hertz with astonishing speed. Interesting, Hertz laughed excitedly, rushing to meet Goku head-on. In an instant, the two clashed in midair like meteors, their fists colliding with tremendous force. The impact resounded like a clap of thunder, deafening and overwhelming. The colossal shockwave blasted the air for miles around, creating a vast vacuum. Winds akin to a tsunami radiated in all directions, accompanied by a low, humming vibration. All the combatants engaged in their own fierce struggles sensed a peculiar fluctuation. A smile flickered across Hertz's face. He knew the seed of the universe, having absorbed vast amounts of battle energy, had finally completed its transformation. With a hearty laugh, he disengaged from Goku and flew toward the seed, using his gravity barrier to shrink the immense cosmic entity. Subsequently, much like in the animated version, after absorbing the seed, he turned a brilliant gold and proclaimed himself the Godslayer. "Hey, Goku, let me handle this guy." Gogeta's voice rang out. After a moment's thought, Goku nodded in agreement, yielding the fight to Gogeta. Gogeta had waited precisely for this moment. Hertz's form after absorbing the seed of the universe. Recalling the anime from his previous life, this version of Hertz exuded an unparalleled aura of power, and Gogeta was eager to test whether his Super Saiyan 7 form, combined with Ultra Instinct, could slay him. Without further ado, Gogeta transformed into Divine Super Saiyan 5, proceeding step by step without haste. His initial goal was to probe whether this form could inflict damage on his opponent. "I cannot read your mind," Hertz exclaimed in surprise, but then dismissed the thought. Empowered by the seed of the universe, he was a man destined to slay gods. How could he be intimidated by a mere Saiyan? Instantly, the two collided, unleashing energy surpassing the sum of all previous battles. Under the impact, the entire planet shattered into fragments that scattered through the cosmos like meteors. They carried their fight from the shattered world to a neighboring gaseous planet, where their movements violently stirred the atmosphere, generating terrifying storms. In his divine Super Saiyan 5 form, Gogeta unleashed devastating attacks, each strike carrying the potential to annihilate universes. Yet Hertz, having absorbed the seed of the universe, was no pushover, effortlessly deflecting Gogeta's assaults. In a flash, Hertz teleported to a higher vantage point, conjuring a massive gravity energy sphere and hurling it toward Gogeta. Gogeta sidestepped, allowing the sphere to graze past him and obliterate a nearby asteroid into dust. Their figures transformed into two streaks of light traversing the cosmos, each collision warping the fabric of spacetime and causing the entire universe to tremble. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle Battle, Part 2. With such immense power at your disposal, you choose to aid the gods? What a profound pity, Hertz lamented, a look of genuine regret on his face. Gogeta regarded him impassively, responding coolly. "I am not assisting the gods. I merely wish to test my ability to slay you. After all, your actions pose a grave threat to humanity across all 12 universes. Thus, my actions are solely for the welfare of all humankind." Upon hearing this, Hertz burst into uproarious laughter, filled with mockery and disdain. "Ha ha. You certainly know how to justify yourself. Such lofty rhetoric. I'm surprised you can utter it with a straight face. It is I who truly acts for the sake of humanity, not you. Humanity, forever subjugated under divine rule, can never attain true freedom and happiness. Only by eradicating all gods can humanity usher in its own era of bliss." Gogeta offered no further rebuttal to Hertz's retort. He understood clearly that they were on entirely different wavelengths. Gogeta's primary intent was to challenge his own limits. Everything else was merely incidental. With a fierce cry, "Ha!" Hertz's body shimmered with a golden radiance. In an instant, he darted forward, charging at Gogeta. Gogeta swiftly threw a punch aimed directly at Hertz. Their fist and foot met midair with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves rippling outward like turbulent waves. Yet, this was only the beginning. Thud, thud, thud. Their exchange became a torrential downpour of blows, hundreds of strikes exchanged in the blink of an eye. Each impact triggered violent energy fluctuations, causing the entire planet to shudder precariously under the overwhelming force. Ultimately, the planet exploded, fragmenting into countless pieces scattering in all directions. In the moment of the planet's destruction, Hertz and Gogeta instantaneously teleported to another world, continuing their epic duel. Upon arriving at the new battlefield, Hertz raised his hand and materialized a golden spear imbued with gravity, thrusting it toward Gogeta like a venomous serpent striking. Gogeta's eyes blazed with intensity as he instantly manifested a solid energy sword, swinging it to meet the golden spear. Clang! The energy sword and golden spear clashed violently in midair, sparks flying like a burst of fireworks. Seizing the opportunity, Gogeta pivoted sharply, maneuvering to Hertz's side and delivering a powerful kick aimed at his waist. Hertz reacted with lightning speed, leaping backward to evade the blow. Hertz then raised both hands, warping the surrounding space as countless golden gravity cubes materialized and assembled into a massive gravity prison, entrapping Gogeta. Feeling the immense gravitational pressure from all directions, Gogeta let out a low roar, his body radiating intense light as he shattered the prison. The moment he broke free, Hertz fired a golden ray from his hand, targeting Gogeta. Gogeta swiftly gathered an energy sphere between his hands and hurled it toward the incoming ray. Boom. The two powerful energies exploded simultaneously, the resulting shockwave tearing fissures in the fabric of space around them. The battle between Gogeta and Hertz escalated in intensity. Fierce confrontations erupted across other planets as well. For instance, the Super Saiyan Blue Level 4 Goku clashed with the full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kappa, while Super Saiyan Blue Level 4 Vegeta faced off against the malevolent Fuwaira. As for Kameo, he fell victim to the divine beast Gohan, and Broly found himself engaged in combat with a woman of pale blue skin. Meanwhile, within the Grand Zeno's palace, the Grand Priest observed the array of destroyers. It was evident that the emergence of the cosmic seed bore significant implications, a fact that you all should comprehend. Lord Zeno has chosen not to pursue the origins of this cosmic seed. But let it be clear that this leniency is a one-time allowance. Do you understand? Though the Grand Priest's tone remained composed, a palpable tension enveloped the gathered destroyers. At that moment, the destroyer of Universe 4 could not contain a murmur. But the appearance of this cosmic seed is not our fault. The Grand Priest's ears perked up, his piercing gaze fixed upon the destroyer, and he coldly retorted, regardless of whether it is your fault, in light of the current situation. If you wish to prevent the number of universes from dwindling further, I suggest you keep a vigilant watch over your respective realms. Should any similar destabilizing factors arise again, do not expect my mercy. The destroyers bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. Simultaneously, the conflict between Gogeta and Hertz had reached a fever pitch. Gogeta suddenly crossed his arms over his chest before explosively unleashing a massive energy wave directed at Hertz. In response, Hertz formed a golden shield, which trembled under the impact of the energy wave, producing a deafening sound as cracks began to appear. Just as Hertz strained to maintain the shield, Gogeta teleported behind him and delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending Hertz hurtling forward. A terrifying aura erupted from Hertz, energy surging skyward and causing the clouds to churn violently within a radius exceeding 1,000 meters. Gogeta snorted, similarly amplifying his energy as he transformed into his Super Saiyan 7 stacked duality form, clashing with Hertz's formidable presence. The very fabric of space twisted as the forces of their energies collided, causing the planets to ripple like waves in a tsunami. Their energy signatures resonated throughout the cosmos, drawing the attention of angels who had not ventured to the palace. Both Gogeta and Hertz began to gather immense energy, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques for a decisive blow. Hertz raised his hand, summoning a golden meteorite from the cosmos, radiating formidable energy. Not to be outdone, Gogeta assumed a battle stance, coalescing a spherical energy between his palms. It appeared he was preparing to unleash his iconic move, Super Gravity Meteor Drop. 1,000 times ultra-explosive Kamehameha. With a resounding boom, the energy wave violently collided with the meteorite, producing a brilliance more dazzling than a supernova. The energy wave expanded outward at a terrifying velocity, shattering stars and collapsing space, as countless galaxies crumbled like fragile sandcastles before this overwhelming force. Both Gogeta and Hertz were jolted by the immense backlash, yet they gritted their teeth, unwavering in their determination to maintain their focus on one another. The golden meteorite began to fracture under the impact of the Kamehameha, while the Kamehameha itself dimmed under the pressure of the supergravity meteor drop. The two warriors exerted every ounce of their energy, unleashing their might in a cataclysmic display. Suddenly, these two terrifying energies triggered an unprecedented cosmic explosion, plunging Universe 6 into an abyss of darkness and chaos, reverting everything to primal chaos. Amidst this infinite darkness, a ringing sound echoed, and the darkness receded as stars reformed, restoring the universe to its former state. The battle between Gogeta and Hertz was reset to the moment they had unleashed their energies. Both fighters appeared momentarily disoriented. However, Gogeta sensed an opportunity. Very well, I shall employ this technique to determine the ultimate victor. Gogeta contemplated inwardly before bellowing, unleashing the 100-fold Kaioken, his crimson aura igniting as his muscles swelled and veins bulged. In that instant, the already massive energy wave expanded tenfold. What? Crack! At that moment, the meteorite erupted violently, and the energy wave, spanning thousands of meters, engulfed Hertz, hurtling toward the edge of the universe. There, at the universe's brink, a tremendous explosion erupted, creating a rift at the boundary. Hertz was reduced to ashes amidst his agonized screams. After executing this devastating blow, Gogeta convulsed, his body racked with strain. It was still too much. It seems I must enhance my physical training. Gogeta teleported to a distant planet to recuperate. Chapter 21. The constellation is myself. The battles across other planets concluded as well, with Fuwaira, Kaba, and Regisu being whisked away by the suddenly appearing Frisia. The The matter of Hertz and the cosmic seed reached a temporary resolution. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Gogeta, on Earth, felt a pull and traversed to another realm. In the audience of the galactic tournament, Gogeta watched the combat on the stage with keen interest. He had been in this world for 3 days and had grasped its essence. It was the world of the Saint Seiya. Golden cloths. Gogeta chuckled softly. He had watched this anime, though it had been quite some time, and he vaguely remembered the early plot, while the latter parts were clearer in his mind. As the battles on the stage continued round after round, it soon came to the turn of Seiya and Shiryu. Seiya charged at Shiryu like a gale, unleashing the Pegasus Meteor Fist, his fists raining down like shooting stars upon Shiryu, who adeptly evaded Seiya's strikes. Then, Shiryu roared, leaning forward as a blue dragon-shaped energy surged towards Seiya. Seiya skillfully sidestepped, searching for an opening in Shiryu's defense. Suddenly, he accelerated, circling behind Shiryu and delivering a fierce hook. Shiryu reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting sharply to block the blow with his arm. As the fight progressed, Shiryu began to exert his strength, leaving Seiya on the receiving end of a one-sided barrage. With both warriors driven by an unyielding desire to win, they ultimately shed their cloths and engaged in a brutal brawl. In the glow of the protagonist's aura, Seiya emerged victorious in this round. After yet another battle, Shun from Andromeda claimed victory. At that moment, a figure appeared upon the golden cloth. Skipping over the dialogue, a group of dark saints materialized, followers of Phoenix Ikki. The situation descended into chaos. The dark saints obstructed Seiya and his companions, as Ikki departed with the golden cloth. Gogeta, who had been seated, vanished in tandem. In a warehouse at a dock, Ikki stood before a box, his hand reaching for the lid, prepared to unveil its contents. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "You cannot wield this golden cloth." Ikki was taken aback, swiftly scanning his surroundings to locate the source of the voice. His gaze settled upon a corner of the warehouse where a young man stood. Ikki furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the youth, and noted the absence of any cosmic energy emanating from him. This indicated that the young man was merely an ordinary person. "Who are you?" Ikki demanded, his tone laced with caution. The audacity of a mere mortal, devoid of even a flicker of cosmic energy. To covet the golden cloth was nothing short of a fool's dream. Ishigai's tone was laced with disdain and contempt. However, in the face of Ishigai's mockery, Gogeta merely smiled, entirely disregarding Ishigai's words. He strolled leisurely towards Ishigai, closing the distance between them. Stubborn and unyielding, if that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Ishigai, witnessing this, felt his anger ignite in an instant. Like a ferocious beast, he charged straight at Gogeta. As he neared Gogeta, Ishigai swung a fist with the speed of lightning, aiming directly for Gogeta's head. Gogeta slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Ishigai was taken aback, yet he did not falter. He swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Gogeta's abdomen. Unhurried, Gogeta raised his hand to seize Ishigai's foot and, with a deft motion, flung him away. Ishigai performed a 360-degree flip in midair, landing steadily, his expression now grave. This seemingly ordinary young man was far from simple. "Who exactly are you?" Ishigai inquired. Gogeta smiled, replying, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that the golden cloth is mine." Ishigai scoffed, "You must be dreaming." With that, Ishigai unleashed the Phoenix Phantom Fist in an assault. This technique, belonging to the realm of psychic attacks, magnifies the darkness within a person's heart, conjuring up their deepest fears. Gogeta stood calmly, allowing the attack to strike him. He merely felt a slight dizziness, and after several breaths, nothing unusual transpired. I am immune to this psychic attack." Gogeta's lips curled into a smirk. He had only wished to test it, and was astonished to find himself truly immune. Ishigai was about to say something, but Gogeta instantly teleported to the golden cloth, lifting it with one hand, declaring, "The cloth is now mine," before vanishing in a flash. "Damn it!" Ishigai roared in fury. And just as his shout echoed, the warehouse collapsed, and Seiya leaped down. The subsequent events unfolded much like the animated series. On an abandoned highway, Gogeta appeared with the box containing the golden cloth. Upon opening it, the golden cloth gradually emerged, and Gogeta sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it. "Sagittarius cloth. Let me see what you have to offer." He donned the cloth, moving about, finding it a perfect fit, with nothing peculiar occurring. Just as he thought nothing was amiss, the cloth suddenly began to vibrate violently, exhibiting a force of repulsion as if attempting to detach itself from Gogeta. Feeling this repelling force, Gogeta scoffed. "Now that it is in my possession, it shall obediently become my cloth." With a low shout, he unleashed a white aura, enveloping the cloth to stabilize it. However, the more he did so, the stronger the repelling force became, with the Sagittarius symbol manifesting. Quite the character. I like it." Gogeta intensified his aura, and after a crackling surge of lightning, the cloth calmed down. The Sagittarius symbol dimmed until it ultimately vanished. Remarkable. This Sagittarius has quite a personality. It detached from the golden cloth to prevent me from becoming a Sagittarius saint. Gogeta smirked. Without Sagittarius, it was merely a bronze cloth. At that very moment, the Pope of the Sanctuary, Ioros, suddenly cast his gaze towards the sky, as if drawn by something. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion, as he murmured, Sagittarius has separated from its cloth. What could this mean? This occurrence was unprecedented for Ioros. He fell into deep contemplation. In the past, even if the owner of a cloth met with an untimely demise, the corresponding constellation would never abandon it. Yet, Sagittarius had unprecedentedly detached from the cloth, a notion too extraordinary to comprehend. Ioros's lips trembled slightly, as if whispering a silent incantation. Suddenly, several shadows darted forth, swiftly melding into the night, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although Ioros remained unaware of the reasons behind Sagittarius's departure from the cloth, he understood that since Sagittarius had left its original cloth, it would undoubtedly seek a new one. Thus, he must act swiftly to locate this cloth to prevent it from falling into others' hands. Returning to Gogeta, he wore an expression of displeasure, muttering, "This is truly vexing." Gogeta was not particularly satisfied with the cloth adorning him. Although it was still a cloth, it paled in comparison to the golden cloth. Just as he prepared to remove the unsatisfactory garment, the cloth began to tremble violently. Gogeta was astonished to discover that the energy within him was being continuously absorbed by the cloth. This bizarre scene left Gogeta wide-eyed, witnessing the bronze cloth undergo astonishing transformations upon his body. First, its color transitioned from bronze to silvery white, and then rapidly to a dazzling golden hue. An identical human silhouette emerged from the cloth. What in the world is happening? Gogeta was completely dumbfounded, his mind filled with questions. When the cloth fully evolved into the golden cloth, his own insignia surfaced upon it, and in that moment, he understood what was transpiring. Goodness, the constellation is me? What kind of divine operation is this? Gogeta scratched his head in bewilderment, speaking to himself. However, since he could not fathom it, he decided not to dwell on it. Regardless, it was still a golden cloth. Consequently, he ceased to fret over the cloth's transformation and swiftly removed it, placing it back into the box. He then retrieved a spatial capsule from his pocket, tossing it towards the box, which was instantly absorbed within. Carrying it this way is indeed more convenient. Gogeta nodded in satisfaction, securing the spatial capsule before vanishing in a flash. Chapter 22. Too lame. Time passed swiftly, and it had been a full half-month since Gogeta obtained the golden cloth. During this period, a noteworthy event unfolded, the emergence of a brand new Sagittarius golden cloth. Saurikido and Seiya, among others, promptly seized a portion of this cloth. However, during this process, the Pope's subordinates managed to snatch away another part. Thus, a fresh conflict erupted, with both sides coveting the complete Sagittarius golden cloth. Amidst this turbulent atmosphere, Gogeta checked out of his hotel, intending to witness the fierce battle between Hyuga and his mentor, the Crystal Saint. Strolling down the bustling streets, Gogeta reminisced about the plot of the Saint Seiya series when he suddenly halted, realizing an embarrassing dilemma. He was lost. Being lost was not a concern. He planned to unleash his energy for a large-scale scan, convinced he would find his way. Just as Gogeta prepared to execute this skill, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. "You possess the energy of the golden cloth. Is the golden cloth in your possession?" Gogeta turned to see two men standing about 10 meters away. One was tall with short pink hair, and the other was shorter, sporting blue hair. The one speaking was the tall, pink-haired man. Gogeta scrutinized the pink-haired individual, perplexed, and asked, "Are you talking to me?" The blue-haired man scoffed. "Cease your pretense of ignorance and swiftly surrender the sacred armor," commanded the figure. Goku, stroking his chin, recalled the identities of the two individuals before him. They could be deemed mere side characters, with the pink-haired one seemingly named Lita and the blue-haired one called Spica. These two were subordinates of the Pope of the Sanctuary, and although they were warriors, they bore no constellations. A smirk curved upon Goku's lips. "Let me test the prowess of the saints. My previous encounter with Phoenix Ikki at the docks was merely a playful spar, devoid of earnest intent. This time, however, it shall be different. What matters if I possess the armor, or if I do not?" He chuckled. "Enough with your empty words. Hand it over. If you comply, I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Lita retorted, his gaze icy as it bore into Goku. "Lita, why waste your breath? Just seize it." Spica surged towards Goku, aiming to subdue him and extract the location of the golden armor. Goku effortlessly sidestepped Spica's attack, executing a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Infuriated and humiliated, Spica quickly regained his footing and charged at Goku once more. Yet the outcome was no different. He was once again toppled. This adversary is formidable. I must not underestimate him. Lita mused internally, realizing that Goku was concealing his true strength, a cunning and treacherous foe indeed. In a flash, Lita donned his armor, radiating a brilliant crimson light. He lunged at Goku with fierce intent, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Lita's fists flew like cannonballs, their speed surpassing even that of the unarmored Spica by several magnitudes. The force of his punch was terrifying, capable of obliterating an ordinary person instantly. Yet, to Goku, the speed seemed almost leisurely. With a slight shift of his body, he easily evaded the blow. Lita's fist crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder. The earth was blasted into a vast crater, dust billowing and debris scattering. The sheer power of the strike reverberated through the air, causing it to quiver in response. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web, reaching far into the distance. The battle instilled terror in the hearts of ordinary onlookers, who fled in panic. After all, this was a clash between saints, and remaining would be tantamount to courting death. Having missed his strike, Lita swiftly repositioned and charged at Goku once again, altering his attack angles continuously, his fists weaving like phantoms in an attempt to leave Goku with no escape. Goku, however, navigated the openings in Lita's relentless assault with poise, occasionally countering with his own strikes. Seeing this, Spica donned his armor and joined the fray. The two flanked Goku, coordinating their attacks seamlessly, their armors shimmering as the battle intensified. Yet, despite the dual assault, Goku remained unfazed. Suddenly, he concentrated a formidable energy, releasing a beam of light from his hand that surged towards Lita and Spica. The two had no time to evade and were struck, their bodies propelled backwards uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Lita and Spica gazed at Goku in astonishment. To be flung away by someone without armor was a testament to his incredible physical prowess. Exchanging a glance, they unleashed their small cosmos, a powerful wave of energy surging forth, which piqued Goku's interest. As their cosmic energies erupted, the very city trembled. Yet, as Goku observed, a frown creased his brow, and he muttered, "This is rather disappointing." Indeed, he sensed their strength was exceedingly lacking. Their combat abilities barely reached the level of 1,000,000. To Goku, such power was negligible, utterly beneath his notice. Was it the absence of the constellation that hindered them? He pondered. Just as his thoughts wandered, the two launched their assault. A flurry of figures approached, Seiya, Ikki, and Hyuga. "You!" Ikki exclaimed in surprise. "What is it, Ikki? Do you know him?" Seiya inquired. "Did I not seize the Sagittarius golden armor previously? It was this very individual who took it from me," Ikki explained, prompting Seiya and Hyuga to become instantly wary. Lita and Spica regarded them with a glimmer of hope. "Perfect timing, we can deal with all of you at once." Without further ado, Spica and Lita unleashed the nebula chains, two spiraling chains converging upon them. Seiya, Ikki, and Hyuga quickly assumed defensive stances, combining their strength to repel the dual chains. Goku observed with keen interest, re-evaluating their capabilities. As Lita and Spica found their initial attack ineffective, they intensified their cosmic output, the chains thickening and exerting tremendous pressure. Seiya shouted, igniting his cosmos, and charged forward, managing to create a gap in the chains. Seizing the opportunity, Ikki and Hyuga broke through and surged towards Lita and Spica. Goku, not idle, launched an energy wave. Under the combined assault, Lita and Spica began to falter. Realizing defeat was inevitable, they exchanged glances and once more executed the dual nebula chains, this time adopting a defensive formation, encasing themselves in a sphere and rolling away. As Goku watched the vanishing sphere, a smirk played upon his lips, and he vanished in a flash. "Ikki, he has disappeared," Seiya exclaimed, eyes wide. "He vanished into thin air. How is that even possible?" Yet, no one could answer his queries. Chapter 23 left me quite disheartened. Lita and Spica returned to the sanctuary in Greece, reporting their encounter to their superior, Pope Alexius. After contemplating for a moment, Alexius issued a few commands to his newly appointed advisor, Burton, who promptly departed. As for Lita and Spica, they were spared death but faced severe punishment. What a bunch of incompetent fools, unable to achieve anything yet capable of causing failure. Alexius muttered in disdain. "Once I obtain the Sagittarius armor, I shall wield dominion over the entire world. You and your pitiful subordinates will not stand in my way, Athena." His deep-set eyes gazed into the distance. As time swiftly flowed, 2 weeks passed. In a desolate park, Goku lounged on a stone bench, stifling a yawn in boredom. After Lita and Spica's retreat, he too had departed, aimlessly wandering without a place to call home. Recently, he had dispatched a spider saint, and the monotony was palpable. How dreadfully dull, Goku sighed. It was inevitable, since he was not mingling with Seiya and the others. Feeling bored was only natural. Moreover, The absence of formidable opponents only added to his ennui. He contemplated a visit to the sanctuary but quickly dismissed the thought. An encounter would end too swiftly, and he had nowhere else to go. Such was the solitude of the strong. "You certainly have some audacity, lying here so brazenly," remarked a figure clad in golden armor as Goku rose and stretched. Upon reflection, this man seems to be the Scorpio Milo. The two exchanged scrutinizing glances, and a faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. This fellow possesses considerable strength, Milo mused internally. To his astonishment, there existed indeed individuals devoid of a small universe. It was only upon witnessing Vegeta firsthand that Milo came to believe that one could indeed slay a saint without possessing a small universe. Milo sensed that Vegeta was not malevolent. "Are you here to steal my gold cloth as well?" Vegeta inquired. Milo nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Let me witness the prowess of you gold saints." Vegeta stretched and moved about slightly. Milo regarded Vegeta and asked, "What? Do you not intend to don your gold cloth?" "No need," Vegeta replied. Such arrogance, Milo thought, as he unleashed a punch, the most fundamental of light speed punches, capable of reaching the speed of light. Just as its name suggested. The next instant, a resounding explosion shattered the ground of the entire park. This individual's strength was indeed extraordinary. Although Milo had not exerted much force, it was implausible for an ordinary person, especially one not clad in a gold cloth, to withstand it. Vegeta stood resolutely, nonchalantly blocking the attack with his hands, effortlessly neutralizing the lightspeed punch. Milo was slightly taken aback, and in quick succession, he moved his hands in a flurry, launching a barrage of crimson poison needles towards Vegeta, the signature technique of Scorpio, crimson poison needles. Vegeta dodged with an agile flicker, then darted towards Milo like a phantom. Milo reacted swiftly, evading Vegeta's assault while simultaneously delivering a kick. Vegeta sidestepped, seizing Milo's foot and tossing him aside. Milo executed a somersault in midair and landed safely. With a whoosh, he moved at light speed, delivering a kick aimed at Vegeta. Although in this realm, the saints, particularly the gold saints, could strike at light speed, or even beyond, this speed appeared somewhat languid to Vegeta. Bang! Zzz. Milo's kick struck Vegeta's aura shield, erupting in a shower of sparks. What? Milo felt an obstruction thwarting his attack. Vegeta used his aura to send Milo flying. After retreating several thousand meters, Milo's feet sank deep into the ground. For the first time, he harbored the thought that this person was invincible. Since he could not prevail in his ordinary state, he would unleash his small universe. The so-called small universe is, in fact, layered. The lowest level is the five senses, followed by the sixth sense, and then the seventh sense. Milo's small universe resided in the seventh sense. Thus, upon unleashing his small universe, his power surged several tiers higher. "Oh, quite impressive," Vegeta remarked, his eyes brightening. Milo had indeed grown stronger. With his small universe ignited, Milo charged at Vegeta once more, this time with greater ferocity. Each punch and kick infused with tremendous power. Vegeta elevated his energy slightly, effortlessly blocking Milo's onslaught. Suddenly, Milo executed an upgraded version of the crimson poison needles, launching 15 needles that darted towards Vegeta like bolts of lightning. Vegeta formed a wall of aura before him. The needles struck the barrier with a series of metallic clangs, but failed to penetrate it. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta lunged at Milo, his fist descending like a meteor. Milo hastily sidestepped, yet still felt the sting as Vegeta's fist grazed his shoulder, inflicting a painful wound. Gritting his teeth, Milo understood he could no longer afford to remain passive. He unleashed the 15th needle of the crimson poison, Andorize. This technique targeted vital points. If it struck, the enemy was destined for demise. A burst of red light erupted from Milo, surging towards Vegeta. Vegeta slapped outwards, an action that seemed to Milo akin to courting death. Yet the unexpected occurred. His attack was deflected. The scenery before Milo whirled past him as he tumbled several times, crashing into the mountainside and shattering it to pieces. In a different realm, within the Taurus temple of the Greek sanctuary, resided Milo's small universe. Taurus Aldebaran emerged from the palace, gazing into the distance. To provoke Milo into unleashing his small universe was indicative of a formidable foe. However, Milo's prowess was not to be underestimated. His adversary was in for a rough time. With this thought, Aldebaran returned to his palace. Vegeta stood over Milo, his foot pressing down with the weight of a mountain, rendering Milo utterly immobile. Vegeta let out a slow, resigned sigh. "You have greatly disappointed me," he spoke in a deep, measured tone. However, Vegeta's statement was not a personal affront to Milo, but rather a lamentation regarding the constraints of this world. Throughout their battle, Vegeta had gradually discerned the limitations imposed upon the Gold Saints by the world's rules. These regulations acted like invisible shackles, binding the Saints' powers and preventing them from fully expressing their true capabilities. Despite possessing immense strength, the Gold Saints found themselves hindered by the constraints of worldly laws. Akin to a majestic eagle imprisoned within a cage, fully capable of soaring through the skies, yet unable to break free from its confines. Thus, Vegeta expressed his discontent. Milo, upon hearing Vegeto's words, felt a pang of unease. He initially thought Vegeta mocked his weakness, but upon reflection, he realized that if Vegeta could wield such power without donning his cloth, then how formidable would he be when fully equipped? It seemed only the top-ranking individuals could truly contend with him, Milo mused. As this realization dawned upon him, a look of relief crossed Milo's face. He understood that with his current strength, he was indeed no match for Vegeta. Henceforth, it would be wiser to confront defeat with composure. Go ahead, kill me, Milo said, looking at Vegeta with a serene expression. To Milo's utter astonishment, Vegeta relinquished his foot, calmly replying, "Why would I kill you? You may leave." Milo was taken aback, staring at Vegeta in disbelief, unable to fathom his words. "Are you certain?" he blurted out. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from before him. Who exactly is this being? With a sense of bewilderment, Milo departed from the scene. Chapter 24. A Journey of Conquest, Part 1. Several days had elapsed since Vegeta's victory over Scorpio Milo. On this day, Vegeta arrived at Saurikido's estate. "What brings you here?" Hyuga questioned, regarding Vegeta with suspicion. Since the incident with Lita and Spica, they had investigated Vegeta but uncovered nothing. Vegeta offered a friendly smile. "I am not here to cause trouble. I have come to assist you." Sauri emerged, taking several seconds to respond. "What is it that you seek?" Vegeta shook his head. "Simply put, hand over the 12 gold temples and the Pope for me to deal with. I desire nothing else, for my interest lies solely in combating strong opponents." "Very well, I agree." Sauri assented. This was an unexpected turn of events for Vegeta. The following morning, Vegeta and Seiya boarded a plane bound for the Greek sanctuary. Vegeta felt rather bored and decided to simply follow the unfolding narrative. To reach the Holy Domain and meet the Pope, one must traverse the 12 temples. As Sauri conversed with Hyuga and Ikki, a barrage of arrows suddenly flew towards her. With a mere flick of his wrist, Goku unleashed an explosion that engulfed the arrows in a cloud of smoke, from which he extracted the assailant with a forceful grip. After imparting a rather enlightening lesson to the attacker, the group ventured into the realm of the 12 temples. Upon arriving, Goku had already swept through a considerable area with his energy, revealing that the saints of the 12 temples were formidable warriors. "Allow me to pave the way." Goku smirked subtly. Skipping the Ares temple, they proceeded directly to the second temple, where the Taurus saint, Aldebaran, awaited. "With me, Aldebaran, you shall not pass through the Taurus temple," he declared resolutely. Goku, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed a single punch imbued with tremendous energy, hurtling towards Aldebaran like a shooting star. Aldebaran's eyes widened as he rapidly crossed his arms in front of him, unleashing a powerful surge of his cosmos to form a robust defensive barrier. The impact of Goku's punch reverberated against the barrier, producing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves through the ground, fracturing it beneath them. Though Aldebaran let out a muffled grunt and staggered slightly, he quickly regained his footing. With a fierce glare, he shouted, "Receive my attack, Giant Horn. Come at me." Goku replied, augmenting his energy and launching an energy wave that met Aldebaran's assault. The two colossal forces clashed in the air, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light, with shockwaves sweeping across the surroundings, shaking the very palace and rending the earth. Goku, his gaze sharp, elevated his energy further, overpowering Aldebaran's giant horn little by little. Realizing the dire situation, Aldebaran gritted his teeth and unleashed all of his cosmos in a desperate bid to stabilize the conflict. However, Goku's power proved insurmountable, and the energy wave ultimately breached Aldebaran's defenses, striking him directly. Caught off guard, Aldebaran was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently into a distant wall. The wall crumbled under the impact, and Aldebaran struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at Goku with admiration in his eyes, he conceded, "You are incredibly strong. I yield willingly. You may pass through the Taurus temple." Goku nodded and strode confidently towards the next temple, with his companions following closely behind. Before the Gemini temple, Goku slammed his fist into the ground, causing a massive crack to spread throughout the entire structure, which subsequently collapsed. Done. The Gemini Gold Saint is not present. Only a Gemini cloth remains, so there is no need to linger here, he remarked before moving on to the fourth temple, the Cancer temple. Soon, the Cancer Saint appeared, declaring, "I've been waiting for you. I shall send you to another world." Just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, the deadly wave of corpse energy, an ethereal hand composed of energy materialized and grasped him. "What is this?" the Cancer Saint exclaimed, struggling in vain. Goku, with a dismissive snort, intensified his grip, causing the Cancer Saint's bones to creak painfully. With a violent cough, he spat forth a mixture of blood and internal matter. His eyes wide with terror as he looked at Goku. "I abhor being gazed upon in such a manner," Goku stated, further tightening his hold until the Cancer Saint emitted a harrowing scream and fell unconscious, blood oozing from his body. Despite the formidable physical prowess of the Saints, it was rendered ineffective against Goku. Seiya, Saori, Ikki, and the others stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by Goku's unearthly prowess, contemplating only one descriptor: divine. For he seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Releasing his energy, the Cancer Saint lay limp on the ground. Goku then made his way to the fifth temple, that of Leo. "You intruders shall go no further." Leo Ioria observed Goku and his companions with an impassive expression. "Ah, so you've been brainwashed. Allow me to awaken you," Goku remarked, having discerned Ioria's condition with a mere glance. Seiya and the others exchanged puzzled looks, wondering how Goku could identify the brainwashing that they had failed to notice. Goku, however, found no need to elaborate. He was, after all, a man familiar with the source material, even if some details had slipped his memory. Seeing that they did not retreat, Ioria declared, "Since you are so ignorant of courtesy, do not blame me for being ungracious." With a powerful shout, he executed a rapid series of punches, unleashing his signature technique, the lightning plasma fist, towards Goku. Goku chuckled, finding the attack reminiscent of princely warfare. With a sudden surge, he released a wall of energy. The ensuing explosions rang like firecrackers, engulfing Goku and his companions in a brilliant light. In the midst of the smoke, Goku propelled himself towards Ioria. Quick to react, Ioria dodged to the side, while simultaneously striking at Goku. Goku blocked the punch, their fists colliding with a dull thud, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Ioria's abdomen, sending him flying backward for several meters. However, Ioria quickly regained his stance and charged again, channeling his entire cosmos into a radiant light, exclaiming, "Plasma lightning fist." In an instant, billions of punches formed a net that enveloped Goku. With a dismissive grunt, Goku perceived that the sheer volume of punches, though seemingly overwhelming, posed no threat to him. He dispersed his energy and deftly navigated through the openings, appearing behind Ioria in the blink of an eye, delivering a swift palm strike to his back. Ioria's body jolted, his cosmos spiraling into chaos as darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Goku exhaled deeply. In truth, Leo Ioria was a capable warrior, but Goku's strength was simply too overwhelming. He had nearly miscalculated the force he exerted. Glancing back, Goku saw Seiya supporting the fallen Ioria, who was placed against a wall as the group continued toward the next temple. In the Virgo Temple, the atmosphere was soft and serene, as if the entire space were shrouded in a mysterious force. In a previous life, he had read the comics that proclaimed Virgo Shaka to be the closest to a divine being. Standing at the center of the temple was Shaka, exuding an otherworldly aura, seemingly connected to this realm in a unique manner. "You have managed to pass through the previous temples, which speaks to your strength." Shaka's voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Regardless of your prowess, it will be futile." However, in response to Shaka's words, Goku simply smiled, exuding confidence and composure. "I think not," he replied softly, his voice echoing throughout the temple as if the very space responded to him. Shaka's gaze fell upon Goku, and at that moment, he suddenly activated his mind control, one of his extraordinary abilities capable of easily infiltrating another's consciousness and controlling their actions. Yet, to Shaka's astonishment, his mind control had no effect on Goku. Furthermore, it seemed that Goku could even read Shaka's thoughts, causing Shaka's expression to shift dramatically. Shaka's heart sank in alarm. He immediately severed his mental connection with Vegeta to prevent his thoughts from being fully discerned by the latter. "Do you find these little antics amusing?" Vegeta's voice dripped with sarcasm. Shaka furrowed his brow, swiftly forming hand seals, and in an instant, countless golden rays erupted from his being, piercing through the air towards Vegeta. Vegeta deftly evaded the onslaught of light beams with a mere flicker of his form, clenching his fists as a powerful wave of energy surged throughout the palace. He lunged forward, appearing before Shaka in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch aimed squarely at him. Shaka raised his palm to block the attack. Their hands collided, unleashing an overwhelming explosion of energy, causing the ground of the palace to crack under the force. "Indeed, one who approaches the divine is not without merit," Vegeta commended. Shaka snorted softly. "Do you think uttering such words now will spare you? No, my words are far from finished. Your strength is formidable, no doubt, but my power surpasses yours." With that, Vegeta slightly amplified his aura and unleashed an energy wave that sent Shaka careening through the air, causing the entire palace to collapse. Suspended in midair, Shaka utilized his psychic abilities to hover. Who are you? And how do you possess such immense power? Vegeta merely smiled in silence, suddenly teleporting in front of Shaka to deliver a punch. Shaka sidestepped the blow, swiftly waving his hands as innumerable golden blades shot forth from all directions towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta shimmered with light, effortlessly deflecting each blade with astonishing speed. Observing this, Shaka's expression grew graver as he inhaled deeply, his small universe erupting to its zenith, manifesting the ability known as the 6 paths of reincarnation. In that moment, the surrounding space warped, and Vegeta felt an overwhelming force, his eyes glinting with determination as he escalated his energy to match. His right hand coalesced an energy sphere, hurling it toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. The collision between the energy sphere and the 6 paths resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, releasing a torrent of powerful air currents. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta remained unscathed, while Shaka's golden armor lay in ruins. Shaka plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing down with a thunderous impact, stirring up a cloud of dust. A massive human-shaped crater marked the ground, trembling from the sheer force of the impact. Vegeta casually gestured towards the crater, and a formidable energy pulled Shaka from its depths. Shaka arced through the air before landing on the ground. Vegeta dusted off his hands and turned to stride towards the next palace. Observing this, the others hastily followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the Liber Palace. However, upon entering, they found it utterly deserted, save for a solitary set of armor placed in the center of the hall. The Liber Saint, Tonghu, was not present. After a brief pause, the group unhesitatingly traversed the Liber Palace and pressed onward. Upon entering the Scorpio Palace, a fierce battle erupted. Vegeta once again showcased his extraordinary prowess, swiftly overwhelming the Scorpio Saint. The group successfully navigated through the Scorpio Palace and proceeded to the next hall. The Sagittarius Palace bore a striking resemblance to the Liber Palace, empty except for the solitary armor standing silently within. Yet, this armor had only recently returned. Suddenly, a shimmering golden arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, striking the palace wall with pinpoint accuracy. As the arrow struck, the plaster peeled away, revealing an inscription: "To the young ones who arrive here, Athena has entrusted you." This inscription seemed to possess a certain magic, stirring tears in the eyes of Seiya and his companions. They were overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. Their sense of responsibility and mission towards Athena ignited at that moment. However, amidst this poignant scene, Vegeta appeared somewhat out of place, feeling no resonance with the words. His face devoid of any reaction, just as the others were enveloped in sentiment. The return of the Sagittarius armor seemed to forge a subtle connection among the 12 pieces of golden armor. Though difficult to articulate, this bond evoked a powerful force stirring in the shadows. Seiya and his companions took a deep breath, striving to calm their emotions as they gently wiped away their tears and continued onward. As they stepped into the Scorpio Palace, an overwhelming presence surged forth like a tempest, revealing the Capricorn Shura before them. Shura gazed expressionlessly at Seiya and the others, his fists clenched tightly as power coursed through him. With a sudden swing of his fist, he unleashed a fierce pressure that tore through the ground, hurtling towards Vegeta and his companions with thunderous might. Vegeta waved his hand, dispersing the powerful pressure in an instant. Observing this, Shura's small universe erupted into a blazing force, shaking the entire palace with its intensity. He propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, talon-like hands aiming for Vegeta's throat. Vegeta merely sidestepped Shura's attack, seizing his ankle and hurling him against the palace wall. Shura crashed into the wall, causing it to crumble. Yet he quickly regained his balance and charged once more. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, shaking the earth to its core. Their powers collided with the ferocity of a tidal wave, sending debris flying in all directions. Shura's eyes widened with fury as he unleashed his small universe, executing the Holy Sword technique, a dazzling blade of light aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, the sword's light grazing his clothing and carving a deep chasm into the ground. Seizing the opportunity presented by Shura's momentary lapse, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a seemingly light kick to his back. Yet, the impact was profoundly heavy, resulting in a crack. The Capricorn armor fractured, sending Shura crashing through the wall, careening for thousands of meters. In an instant, Vegeta teleported before Shura, delivering another kick precisely to his abdomen, the sound of cracking bones ringing out. A flurry of blurred kicks pummeled Shura, shattering his bones to pieces. "I concede. Let you pass," Shura grunted through the pain, recognizing his inability to contend with Vegeta. Were it not for the healing energy of the golden armor, he would have already lain defeated on the ground. Among the 12 golden saints, Shura was renowned for his physical prowess, yet in comparison to Vegeta, he felt utterly insignificant. Vegeta scoffed, boring, as his fleeting interest in battle dissipated. The group continued through the Capricorn Palace towards the next hall. Chapter 26. Unimpeded Progress, Part 2. Inside the Aquarius Palace. With a resounding crash, Vegeta met the Aquarius Saint in a clash, sending him sliding back several hundred meters. Upon lifting his gaze, Vegeta was already before him, delivering a swift slap. Aquarius Camus unleashed a blast of freezing air, the cold wave encasing Vegeta's entire arm in ice. With a tremor, Vegeta shattered the ice. Seizing the moment, he advanced on Camus, who coalesced an ice blade in his left hand, thrusting it towards Vegeta. Without evading, Gogeta launched a direct kick towards Camus' chest. The icy blade shattered, sending Camus hurtling backwards until he collided with the palace's ice wall, which instantly developed numerous cracks. A glint of determination appeared in Camus' eyes as he emanated an overwhelming aura of frost, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Gogeta. In response, Gogeta unleashed a powerful wave of energy, shattering the ice spikes into fragments. Camus crossed his arms to brace against the onslaught of energy. He unleashed his small cosmos, dispersing the energy wave, and swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a colossal iceberg that rose from the ground and descended forcefully upon Gogeta. Gogeta clenched his fist and struck upwards, obliterating the iceberg with a single blow, sending ice shards flying like snowflakes. Seizing the moment amidst the swirling ice debris, Camus vanished from sight, appearing behind Gogeta, his hands coalescing with frigid power as he struck fiercely at Gogeta's back. Gogeta twisted his body, catching Camus' arm and flinging him away with great force. Camus steadied himself midair, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as an overwhelming chill enveloped the entire palace of Pisces. Diamond Star Fist, he cried, as ice shards resembling diamonds hurtled towards Gogeta at an astonishing speed, freezing the air in their wake. Gogeta emanated intense heat, forming a barrier that spread out, causing the ice shards to melt upon impact. Very well then, he mused. In an instant, Gogeta teleported before Camus and delivered a fierce knee strike to his abdomen. Camus let out a muffled groan, his body curling inwards. Gogeta pressed his advantage, launching a relentless barrage of punches, each transcending the speed of light. Under the tempestuous onslaught, Camus could only barely defend himself, the staggering energy causing the entire palace to tremble to its foundations. Their battle unfolded at a breathtaking pace, all transpiring within mere breaths. Gogeta slightly increased his force, and Camus' golden armor shattered under the pressure. Ugh! Camus felt his ribs crack, his insides twisting painfully, blood mixed with internal organs spilling forth as he crashed heavily into the ruins. Camus attempted to utter something, but fell into unconsciousness due to his grievous injuries. The battle concluded with Camus incapacitated as they advanced towards the final 12th palace of Pisces. Within the Pope's palace, the Pope sensed the unfolding events, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The developments were entirely contrary to his expectations. Why was this happening? Who was this individual that could sweep through unscathed? In his understanding, such a person could not possibly exist. Wait, the Pope suddenly recalled something. Long ago, he had heard from the Pope that beyond the Golden Saints and Athena, there existed other gods and warriors. Could this individual be one of those so-called warriors under other deities? Unfortunately, no one was there to provide him with answers. On the path to the Palace of Pisces, a thick layer of crimson roses carpeted the ground, resembling an opulent red carpet exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet, these seemingly innocuous roses concealed deadly traps, harboring boundless peril. However, in Gogeta's eyes, these roses were mere child's play. Gathering the energy within him, he formed a colossal hand that loomed like a mountain, blocking out the sun and emanating a chilling pressure. This enormous hand descended forcefully towards the Palace of Pisces. At the moment the colossal hand was about to strike the palace, countless roses suddenly converged as if drawn by an unseen force, merging into a gigantic flower. This rose was larger than the palace itself, its petals layered and as hard as steel. The enormous rose intercepted Gogeta's hand, and their collision produced a thunderous roar. The immense shockwave caused the entire palace to shake violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Amidst this breathtaking spectacle, Aberty of Pisces finally emerged. Like an ethereal being, he floated gracefully from the palace, his form light and his beauty surpassing even that of women. His skin was as white as snow, his features exquisitely crafted, with long hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, dancing in the wind, a sight to behold. Aberty of Pisces was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Was he truly male? Seiya couldn't help but swallow hard. In his aesthetic judgment, aside from Saori, this individual was undoubtedly the most stunning. Gogeta found Aberty's appearance to be rather unremarkable, not particularly striking. Even if you defeat the other Golden Saints, you cannot hope to overcome the Pope, Aberty declared, holding a rose. Gogeta let out a cold laugh, asserting that in the face of absolute power, anything is possible. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a flash of light, hurtling towards Aberty. Aberty waved his hands, unleashing a storm of roses that shot towards Gogeta like blades, each rose imbued with tremendous power, slicing through the air with a sizzling sound. Gogeta's body radiated brilliance as he navigated through the rain of roses at incredible speed, causing the flowers to detonate in his wake. Aberty lightly tapped his toes, swiftly positioning himself above Gogeta. The rose in his hand rapidly coalesced into a gigantic thorn, lunging towards Gogeta. Gogeta extended a hand and effortlessly caught the massive thorn. At that moment, the thorn suddenly exploded, scattering countless petals into the air. These petals swiftly intertwined, forming a colossal rose cage, trapping Gogeta within. Observing the rose prison, Gogeta unleashed a punch, and with a resounding crash, the rose cage shattered under the force of his fist. Gogeta once again summoned a massive energy hand and charged at Aberty. Aberty had no time to evade. The colossal hand pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile. As the energy hand continued to compress, Aberty's armor creaked ominously, showing signs of cracking. Under the immense pressure, Aberty's features contorted, his complexion paling to that of parchment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He struggled desperately to escape the grip of the energy hand, but regardless of his efforts, he could not budge the overwhelming force. Aberty unleashed his cosmos to its utmost limit, yet he remained ensnared by the energy hand's grasp. Ultimately, his fate mirrored that of Camus, his armor shattered completely, bones pulverized, his body collapsing like a limp ragdoll upon the ground. I hope the Pope's strength will impress me, Gogeta mused, finding the combat with these individuals merely a warm-up. After overcoming the Palace of Pisces, he set his sights on the Pope's palace. Chapter 27, Nordic Operation, Death. Within the Pope's palace, an eerie silence prevailed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. I've been waiting for you all for a long time. The Pope's voice suddenly resonated, tinged with a slight rasp, echoing through the vast chamber and sending shivers down the spine. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light flashed. The Pope appeared before Gogeta in an instant, having utilized his superhuman abilities for light-speed movement. Gogeta unleashed his aura, forming a barrier to withstand the Pope's attack. The Pope's fist struck fiercely against Gogeta's energy barrier. Bang! The recoil sent the Pope hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the palace wall. Your strength is indeed not a facade, the Pope remarked sharply. Adorned in the resplendent Gemini gold cloth, he radiated a dazzling luminescence, embodying the sovereign of this realm. What? The Pope is also a saint warrior, exclaimed Seiya and his companions, utterly astounded. They never anticipated that the exalted Pope was indeed a saint warrior. Athena, no, I should call you Sauri. I shall slay you and usurp your dominion over the earthly realm, declared Saga of Gemini, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he unabashedly revealed his ambitions and desires. In a swift motion, Saga vanished, appearing before Sauri in an instant. He raised his palm, unleashing a fierce gust, aimed directly at her, evidently intent on delivering a fatal blow. Humph. He clearly underestimates Gogeta, thought Gogeta, who pointed a finger, releasing an energy laser that surged forth. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Saga conjured a psychic shield, but alas, it proved inadequate, shattering instantaneously. As he evaded to the side, the energy laser grazed his shoulder, leaving a mark upon his sacred armor. You seem determined to oppose me. Saga's expression darkened. Gogeta nonchalantly shook his finger. You lack the qualifications to challenge me. I merely seek to engage with formidable opponents. Throughout my journey, while those golden saints possess considerable power, they are insufficient in my eyes. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. Saga, unfazed, chuckled. Such arrogance. Very well, I shall oblige you. He unleashed his Phantom Emperor fist, a multitude of eerie lights surging towards Gogeta. In a single bound, Gogeta advanced, and at the moment the lights were about to touch him, he struck out with a meteor-like fist, dispersing the luminous assault entirely. Observing this, Saga executed his galaxy explosion, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres resembling stars, raining down upon Gogeta. With rapid precision, Gogeta's fingers danced, causing the lasers to collide with the energy spheres, resulting in deafening roars that echoed through the crumbling palace. Amidst the ruins, Gogeta launched a kick towards Saga, who deftly sidestepped while countering with a dimensional rift, conjuring a vast black hole in an attempt to engulf Gogeta. Gogeta raised his hand, releasing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the black hole. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy, firing a robust energy beam towards Saga. Startled, Saga relied on his armor and psychic power for defense. The energy beam collided violently with Saga's shield, illuminating the surroundings with an explosive brilliance, obliterating the palace ruins into dust. In the icy expanse of the Nordic continent, a woman named Hilda, the embodiment of the North Star, stood resplendent with silver hair and clear blue eyes, her beauty reminiscent of the enchanting Nordic snows. Yet, Hilda was not merely a vision of grace. She was the earthly agent of Odin, tasked with conveying divine will and safeguarding the land and its people. At that moment, Hilda stood before an ancient temple, fervently praying to Odin. With hands clasped and eyes shut, she intoned softly, seemingly bridging the cold air to the divine. However, as she devoted herself to prayer, the once calm sea began to churn violently, enormous waves crashing ashore like a ferocious beast. The surface of the ocean split open, a blinding light piercing through, revealing a mysterious ring that floated into view, radiating an enigmatic glow as if imbued with magic. After circling in the air, it darted directly towards Hilda, seamlessly merging with her being. A tremor coursed through her, her prayers abruptly ceasing. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her once clear blue irises now clouded, as if her self-awareness had been stripped away. The ring, having intertwined with her essence, began to manipulate her mind. Hilda's demeanor shifted to one of cold ruthlessness, her gentle nature supplanted by malevolence. Under the ring's influence, Hilda resolved to assault the sanctuary and claim it as her own, believing that conquering this domain would liberate the Nordic populace from their bitter plight, granting them warmth and abundance. To realize her ambition, Hilda awakened the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, 7 formidable divine warriors, each possessing unique abilities and weapons, serving as her most loyal subordinates. She dispatched one of these divine warriors, Arabellasai, as an advanced scout to test the sanctuary's strength and defenses. Towering and muscular, he wielded a massive battle axe, exuding an intimidating presence. Returning to the sanctuary, Saga's breath quickened. With a furious roar, he unleashed his entire cosmos, pushing it to its limits, distorting the very fabric of space. He then executed his ultimate technique, galaxy explosion. Countless stars coalesced under his cosmic might, forming a tempest of energy that surged towards Gogeta like a monumental wave. As the energy storm swept through, it grotesquely warped the space around it, akin to crumpled parchment. Yet, Gogeta faced the terrifying onslaught with unwavering resolve, his energy surging to form a formidable shield. When the tempest collided with the shield, it produced a deafening roar, a thunderous sound resonating throughout the cosmos, the explosion's brilliance blinding like a miniature sun. However, Gogeta remained undeterred, relentlessly striking the energy stars, each impact igniting violent explosions. Observing this, Saga augmented his cosmos, intensifying the storm. Gogeta's energy escalated, and he unleashed the Kamehameha, a thick beam of energy erupting from his hands to confront the genuine galaxy explosion head-on. The two forces clashed above the Pope's palace, generating a cataclysmic shockwave that radiated outward like a nuclear explosion. The surrounding mountains were flattened in an instant, while even the distant seabed stirred into towering waves. The detonation cast ominous clouds across the sky, as if heralding an apocalypse. Saga was pushed back by the residual energy waves, retreating as his sacred armor cracked, his hand falling limply to his side. Truly, the Gemini was formidable, even if just marginally stronger than the others. This battle has been quite exhilarating. I offer you 2 fates, death by my hand or self-destruction. Choose your demise. Gogeta jested at Saga. Saga glared fiercely. You wish for my death? Then you shall accompany me to the grave. He unleashed the remnants of his cosmic energy in a desperate attempt to self-destruct alongside Gogeta. Alas, he could not succeed. A single energy wave engulfed him, leading to his demise amid the explosion. Gogeta turned to glance at Seiya, Saori, and the others before vanishing in a flash. What transpired next was no longer his concern. He intended to enter seclusion, awaiting a full year before departing this world. Chapter 28, Super Saiyan 5 vs. Super Saiyan 5. After leaving Seiya and his companions, Gogeta found a mountain peak, creating a cave within and entering for meditation and cultivation. In less than a week since Gogeta entered his seclusion, the divine warriors from the Nordic realms had arrived at the sacred domain, promptly engaging in battle with the Golden Saint of Taurus, whom they decisively defeated. The subsequent events unfolded in accordance with the original anime narrative, albeit without Gogeta's assistance. Throughout a series of confrontations, the likes of Seiya, Ikki, and Shun experienced significant enhancements in their abilities, all awakening their 7th sense. As time passed, a mountain blanketed in snow suddenly trembled, and within moments, it split asunder, revealing a man emerging from its depths. Gogeta exhaled deeply. Having honed his mastery over energy during his nearly 6-month retreat, even developing techniques reminiscent of the swordplay found in fantasy novels from his past life. engaging in raw physical combat was undeniably exhilarating, and occasionally showcasing his newfound techniques was equally satisfying. Had it not been for his energy levels reaching their peak, he might have still remained in seclusion. Gazing into the distance from his lofty perch, a faint smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Until we meet again." With a mere thought, he departed from this world. In another realm, the Dragon Ball universe, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gasped for breath, his expression laden with gravity as he regarded the man before him. "You have always been my nightmare, Vegeta. Were it not for you, my father would never have forsaken me. I shall incapacitate you and force you to witness the demise of those you hold dear." The figure known as Reg, with his crimson hair, red-rimmed eyes, and gray pupils, emanated a foreboding aura of red energy. He regarded Vegeta with an expression that reeked of contempt. "Damn it. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, his fury surging as he concentrated energy into his hands, preparing to unleash his final ultimate flash. Suddenly, Super Saiyan 4 Goku materialized. "Apologies for my tardiness, Vegeta. I am aware of the situation." Vegeta scoffed in response. Reg sneered. "Another fool has arrived to meet his end." Goku regarded Reg, stating, "Whether you see me as a harbinger of doom is yet to be determined. You are formidable. I find myself growing excited. Let us engage in battle." Reg erupted into laughter. "Your eagerness to die is commendable. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige." As he finished speaking, Reg charged at Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Goku, with his heightened reflexes, evaded the strike by sidestepping, retaliating with a kick to Reg's abdomen, which he absorbed. Without delay, Reg gathered red energy in both hands and unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward Goku. Goku swiftly maneuvered, the energy waves detonating behind him and creating massive craters, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Goku shouted, channeling golden light through his hands to execute the Kamehameha, which collided with Reg's red energy waves, distorting the very fabric of space with the ensuing shockwave. As both combatants elevated their energy, the intensity of the battle escalated. Suddenly, Reg vanished, reappearing behind Goku, delivering a heavy blow to his back. Goku staggered forward but quickly regained his balance, turning to land a punch squarely on Reg's chest, sending him flying. Upon landing, Reg's aura became even more ferocious, and he charged at Goku, engaging him in close-quarters combat, each clash resonating with thunderous echoes, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. This cataclysmic confrontation had only just entered its fervent phase. Kakarot, that fool, has surpassed Super Saiyan 4 once again. How infuriating it is to be outdone. Vegeta observed the fierce clash with a mix of resentment and begrudging admiration. On a nearby mountaintop, concealed from detection, Gogeta watched the fierce battle between Goku and Reg unfold. "I never anticipated this world, but how peculiar that this Reg differs from what I once knew. In my previous life, I encountered a fan comic depicting him as Vegeta's brother, born with a battle power of 50,000. However, in the comic, his transformation was not like this. It appears that this Reg, much like the time-traveling Broly, may also be a Saiyan with a bloodline mutation." Gogeta pondered, stroking his chin. This remained merely a conjecture, as the comic did not reveal Reg's true battle power or the reasons behind its remarkable height, leaving Gogeta to speculate. Boom. Kaboom. The sky erupted with fiery explosions. "How unexpected. You audacious fool, your strength surpasses even Vegeta's. State your name," Reg demanded. Goku replied, "I am Son Goku, but I also go by Kakarot." "Very well, Son Goku. Prepare to meet your demise." Reg suddenly unleashed a wave of potent red energy, appearing as a blazing inferno from a distance. As his aura fully manifested, a strange black energy began to coalesce around the red flames. Reg's appearance transformed. His once golden red hair morphed into an inky crimson, resembling ink-stained locks, while his eyes deepened to a haunting shade of dark red, exuding an unsettling aura. "Goku and Vegeta, how fortunate you both are. For this marks the first time I am revealing my true Super Saiyan 5 form." Reg's voice brimmed with arrogance and disdain for his adversaries. Super Saiyan 4 Goku felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead like pearls from a broken string, sensing an unprecedented pressure. Yet, rather than fear, exhilaration surged within him. Clenching his fists, he let out a primal roar, unleashing his power. A brilliant golden light erupted, reminiscent of the dawn breaking in the east, as the spectral image of a great ape flashed behind Goku. With a triumphant shout, Goku achieved the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the energy coursing through him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Kakarot, that bastard has once again surpassed me in reaching Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta grumbled, though inwardly, he felt a surge of pride for Goku's achievement. Gogeta, observing from a distance, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, He had witnessed the fleeting apparition of the great ape behind Goku. This transformation diverged from what he knew of Super Saiyan 5, suggesting that this world might prove to be quite intriguing. Oh, you possess such hidden power. It seems I underestimated you. However, this will not alter your fate of death, nor the annihilation of this planet. Reg charged towards Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, an invisible energy storm radiating from their point of contact, causing the surrounding space to disintegrate like peeling wallpaper, with dark fissures spreading across the area. The earth trembled as mountains crumbled to dust, and oceans surged into towering waves. Reg propelled himself forward, crashing into Goku like a cannonball, sending him hurtling into the atmosphere. The two raced through the stratosphere at blinding speed, leaving behind a trail of fiery brilliance. Seizing an opportunity, Goku grasped Reg's arm, executing a flip that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a colossal crater. Reg leapt from the pit, gathering dark red energy into his hands, forming a massive energy sphere, which he hurled at Goku. Unwilling to back down, Goku similarly concentrated golden energy, preparing to unleash his Super Kamehameha. Two colossal energies clashed violently in the void, their tremendous roar sending tremors throughout the cosmos, causing the very fabric of the universe to shudder. The shockwaves radiated outward, shattering nearby asteroids into fragments. The two supreme Kais from the Kaioshin realm watched in horror. If this continued, the universe itself would be at risk. Chapter 29, A Breakthrough, A Descent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Two streaks of light darted through the air, each collision accompanied by visible ripples of force, akin to waves undulating across the surface of water. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Reg appeared to execute a spinning kick, channeling immense power directly towards Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong raised his arm in defense, though he successfully blocked the strike. The sheer force propelled him away like a cannonball. Reg did not relent. He swiftly followed up, positioning himself above Sun Wukong with his fists clasped, crashing down upon him. The impact was thunderous, sending Sun Wukong plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string, creating a deep, bottomless crater. Above the pit, Reg unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, cascading down like a torrential rain, enveloping Sun Wukong in a terrifying storm of energy. In the depths of the crater, Sun Wukong quickly gathered his formidable energy, forming a protective barrier that rebounded all the energy blasts back towards Reg. In response, Reg spun at high velocity, shredding the reflected energy blasts like a drill. He charged towards the bottom of the pit at breakneck speed. Sun Wukong also surged forward, clashing with Reg once more in the air. Their fists and feet exchanged blows, each contact producing explosive sound waves that distorted the surrounding air. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered behind Reg, channeling a powerful surge of energy through his hands, striking fiercely at Reg's back. Reg grimaced in pain, leaning forward, but quickly regained his balance and retaliated with an elbow strike to Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, yet he executed a somersault mid-air, stabilizing himself. Radiating a golden glow as his aura surged dramatically. Gathering energy, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Reg countered with a devastating shockwave. The two formidable energy beams collided fiercely in the air, erupting in blinding brilliance, while the resulting shockwaves spread like a raging tsunami, fracturing the ground and uprooting trees in their wake. Reg intensified his shockwave output, attempting to overpower the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong, undeterred, shone ever brighter, the potency of the Kamehameha steadily escalating. As the stalemate persisted, Reg suddenly altered his strategy, dispersing the shockwave into countless slender energy beams that circumvented the Kamehameha from various angles, aiming directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sidestepped to evade, yet several beams struck him, causing him to stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Reg lunged forward, breaking through the energy barrier of the Kamehameha with a punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong grunted, the Kamehameha dissipating instantly. However, he quickly regained his composure, seizing Reg's arm and executing a powerful throw that sent Reg crashing to the ground. Immediately, Sun Wukong leaped high, gathering his strength for a punch aimed at Reg. Reg raised his hands in defense, but Sun Wukong unexpectedly changed tactics, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Buzz! The explosive energy stalled, and Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared beside him. As Reg attempted to react, Sun Wukong's fist was already upon him. He barely managed to evade, the punch grazing his cheek and stirring a fierce wind. Reg grasped Sun Wukong's wrist and attempted to fling him away, but Sun Wukong used the momentum to flip midair, sweeping his legs towards Reg's neck. Reg narrowly avoided the blow, then propelled himself upwards like a spring, driving his knee forcefully into Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong quickly tightened his core, grasping Reg's knee with both hands and yanking hard. causing Reg to lose his balance and lurch forward. Sun Wukong countered with a knee strike to Reg's chin, sending him hurtling backwards uncontrollably. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. Whoosh! A crimson energy beam engulfed Reg. Exploding with a force akin to several tons of TNT, a colossal mushroom cloud rising. Sun Wukong's chest heaved violently, each breath sounding like a harsh rasp. As murky energy surged from his throat, sweat mingled with heavy breaths evaporated, leaving a salty residue on his skin. Kakarot, what is happening? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Having noticed Sun Wukong's condition, yet he could not comprehend the vast energy drain of Super Saiyan 5. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, Reg stood slowly amidst the rubble, battered and tattered yet undaunted. He roared to the heavens, his energy surging wildly, strength rising once more. Reg crossed his arms before him, then suddenly thrust them apart, unleashing a far more potent crimson energy column. One of his ultimate techniques, the cataclysmic shockwave. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. He bellowed, releasing the Kamehameha, which had now transformed into an immense, robust wave. The two energy columns collided fiercely in the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. The ground fissured with massive cracks, while dark clouds churned overhead. Reg's cataclysmic shockwave relentlessly pressed against Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, and Sun Wukong felt the mounting pressure, his expression growing grave. With a resolute shout, he unleashed 20-fold King Kai fist. Instantly, a layer of red light enveloped him, his energy soaring once more. The Kamehameha's potency surged, beginning to suppress the cataclysmic shockwave. Reg, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and pouring every ounce of strength into the cataclysmic shockwave, striving to reverse the tide. The two energy columns clashed with deafening roars, the surrounding environment ravaged by the residual waves. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Reg's lips. He secretly amassed an even more formidable power, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong. Just as he was about to strike, Sun Wukong sensed his intent. Sun Wukong escalated the King Kai fist's power to the limit of his endurance, precisely 20-fold. The Kamehameha surged forth like a searing laser, piercing through the cataclysmic shockwave and hurtling toward Reg. Reg, caught off guard, was struck hard by the Kamehameha, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Though he crashed heavily, Reg was not defeated. He erupted into manic laughter, inexplicably feeling empowered. Roaring, he involuntarily unleashed his energy, the crimson aura deepening into black. Reg howled to the sky, his black aura intensifying. Not good. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed the imminent danger and rushed to intervene, but it was too late. As the black light dissipated, a transformed Reg emerged. His hair stood upright like steel needles, no longer the dark crimson of before, but a profound black, with dark flames dancing around him like hellfire. His pupils were entirely engulfed in black, and black lines flowed across his facial skin. His muscles bulged grotesquely, each muscle exuding an overwhelming sense of power, enveloped in a translucent black energy membrane that pulsated with each breath. At the very moment Reg completed this transformation, deep within the cosmos, a black planet trembled, a chasm opening as a figure emerged from the depths. My kin has arrived. He glanced in a certain direction before turning away and vanishing. On Earth, this was a grave predicament. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. Hey, Kakarot, how much strength do you have left? Let us fuse. Vegeta proposed as he flew over. Sun Wukong shook his head. I have little energy left. Vegeta clenched his fist. Damn it, if only we had some senzu beans. Indeed, thanks for the reminder, Vegeta, I had almost forgotten. I'll head to Karin's place right away. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to instantaneously teleport to Karin's location, a wave of darkness, even more potent than that emanating from Reg, enveloped the area, causing everyone present to freeze in place. Hidden in the shadows, Gogeta narrowed his eyes, gazing at the dark figure in the sky, a smirk involuntarily creeping across his lips. A fitting opponent for battle had emerged. You are of my kin, yet you are so feeble? The black figure in the sky cast a scornful gaze upon Reg. Oh, well, after 10,000 years, it's rather understandable for one to become weak. He muttered to himself, then shifted his attention to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin's pupils dilated as he instinctively took a few steps back upon witnessing this scene through the crystal ball. What is it, ancestor? The god of Jabber asked, his face etched with concern. The old Kaioshin did not respond, his gaze fixated on the figure within the crystal ball, while the earthly figure seemed to sense something and looked up. Chapter 30, Defeat, Underestimation, Part 1. You dare to call me weak? You seek death. Reg seethed with rage, radiating an intense aura. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a dazzling energy wave hurtled towards the figure. However, the figure remained unervingly calm, simply waving his hand nonchalantly. causing the energy wave to vanish in an instant. Reg's face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. This person had effortlessly neutralized his attack? How rude. I am, after all, your ancestor. Just as Reg stood in shock, the man spoke up. As his words fell, the dense black aura enveloping him dissipated like smoke, revealing his true visage. He was a robust man with skin of a deep grayish-purple hue, a deep scar running from his brow to his hairline at the center of his forehead. Dark and sinister, as if it were an eternal mark left by some corrosive force. He addressed Vegeta and Sun Wukong. You are of the radical faction, are you not? Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by this term. Ah, I see. Your faction has progressed so far that you are oblivious to the past. Truly, time brings change. He shook his head, a look of regret crossing his features. Who are you exactly? Vegeta asked warily, his eyes narrowed. The man smiled slightly, introducing himself leisurely. I am Zanali, your Saiyan ancestor. More accurately, I am his ancestor, he said, gesturing towards Reg. Zanali continued. Millions of years ago, our Saiyan race was exceedingly powerful. It was precisely our immense strength that led to our decline. At that time, divisions arose among us, forming three major factions: the radical, the conservative, and the dark faction. I belong to the dark faction. As he finished speaking, the old Kaioshin's voice suddenly echoed. I never anticipated that you were still alive. Zanali's lips curled into a mocking smile as he gazed skyward. Is that you, Kaioshin? Heh, it has indeed been a long time. His tone was casual, as if greeting an old friend. The old Kaioshin, situated in the Kaioshin realm, wore an extremely grave expression. You were supposed to be sealed away. How did you come to be here? Zanali let out a low, disdainful laugh, filled with derision. Oh, come now, don't be so naive. Did you think such trivial strength could seal me away? His voice resonated through the air, imbued with an imperious arrogance. If I do not wish to be sealed, who could accomplish it? Being sealed was merely my own choice. The old Kaioshin fell silent for a moment before slowly inquiring. Then, what is your purpose in doing this? Zanali's lips curled into a sly smile. Purpose, he elongated the word deliberately. Suddenly, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of dark energy, like a black mist that swiftly enveloped the entire earth. Wherever this darkness spread, it brought untold calamity to the world. Natural disasters erupted across the globe: tempests, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, and tsunamis. People screamed in terror, fleeing in every direction. My purpose is to annihilate all life forms. Zanali's voice brimmed with madness and resolve. Then, I shall restore the glory of the dark Saiyan race. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound filled the air, and powerful circular energy waves erupted from Zanali, radiating outward in all directions. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Reg were unable to withstand the formidable impact of the circular energy, being violently thrown away. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suffered severe injuries, spitting blood, while Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state due to the force. Comparatively, although Reg was also impacted, he fared somewhat better, sustaining less damage. So powerful. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stared at Zanali, their expressions grave, silently marveling at his strength. A flash of light appeared, and the god of Jabber suddenly teleported beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, take these two items. The god of Jabber swiftly handed a bag and Patera earrings to Sun Wukong before instantly returning to the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong opened the bag, revealing two Senzu beans inside. Without hesitation, he passed the Senzu beans and Patera earrings to Vegeta. Vegeta, too, showed no hesitation, immediately accepting the Senzu beans and Patera earrings. The two quickly consumed the Senzu beans, and in an instant, their injuries were healed. They then donned the Patera earrings, and with a brilliant flash of light, Sun Wukong and Vegeta successfully fused, transforming into Vegeto. Yes, Vegeto radiated a formidable aura, instantly achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. You younglings certainly know how to play. You fused, which piques my interest in battle just a bit. Zanali chuckled lightly, releasing some of his power. The immense aura he emanated rivaling that of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto. Vegeto planted his left foot firmly on the ground, causing the surface to crack like spider webs. He surged forward like a golden meteor, his right fist, imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Zanali's face. Zanali met the attack with a punch of his own, and in the moment their fists collided, the clouds within a 100-mile radius exploded, debris and dust suspended in the vacuum of chaos. Vegeto pivoted, launching an elbow strike towards Zanali's chest. Zanali raised his left hand to block, absorbing Vegeto's elbow strike. At the point of contact between their arms, energy surged, producing a deep, resonant sound. Vegeto was unexpectedly forced back. With a flourish of his hand, Zanali unleashed a multitude of black energy orbs that shot forth from his palm. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and a fierce aura erupted around him, forming a protective barrier that repelled all the energy orbs. The orbs collided with the barrier, resulting in a series of explosions, their brilliance flickering amidst the swirling smoke. As Chapter 31, Defeat, Holding You in Esteem, Part 2, unfolds. Zanely stepped into the blast radius and jabbed a finger against the barrier, shattering it before swiftly transitioning his attack with a powerful palm strike. Ultra Instinct Vegeta reacted with lightning speed, engaging in a fierce clash with Zanely. The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a dazzling light that distorted the surrounding space. Zanely intensified his palm's power, seeking to dominate Vegeta, who, undeterred, channeled an unending surge of energy into his own hands. In that moment, they were locked in a stalemate, the ground trembling beneath them as powerful shockwaves shattered the terrain, sending debris flying in all directions. Behind Zanely, an array of black energy spheres appeared, raining down upon Vegeta. With arms crossed over his chest, Vegeta conjured a massive energy shield that thwarted every energy sphere. As the smoke from the explosions lingered, Vegeta seized the opportunity to charge at Zanely, landing a direct punch to his face. "Have you not eaten, or is this all you can muster?" he taunted. Though Zanely staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. This, however, was hardly a concern for him. "It has been a while since I've engaged in combat. I am somewhat out of practice," Zanely chuckled. Vegeta's expression hardened as he sensed that Zanely was merely toying with him. With a ferocious roar, Zanely's dark energy surged, sending Vegeta flying. Zanely transformed into his dark Super Saiyan form, exuding a potent dark aura. "If you wish to stop me, then reveal your true power," he proclaimed, clearly insinuating that Vegeta had yet to unleash his full potential. "Very well," Vegeta exclaimed, no longer concealing his true strength. He shouted, and a torrent of golden energy erupted from him like a volcano. As the brilliance gradually subsided, Vegeta re-emerged, his Super Saiyan blue form taking on an extraordinary gray hue. "Interesting," Zanely remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his lips. "I acknowledge your strength." With a sudden motion, he raised his hand and struck, the seemingly casual blow concealing boundless power, the gust of wind howling like a tempest. Unfazed by such a formidable adversary, Vegeta met the attack with his own punch. The clash produced a thunderous sound, and in an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, expanding outward in rippling circles. The air was torn apart by their overwhelming might, generating visible shockwaves. A deafening explosion resonated, causing the entire space to tremble. The residual energy from the blast surged like a torrential tide, engulfing everything in its wake. Under this immense force, both Vegeta and Zanely were propelled backward. Yet, their battle was far from over. Before Vegeta could regain his footing, Zanely appeared above him, his arm slicing down with blinding speed. Vegeta's keen eyes caught the movement, and he swiftly extended his hand, catching Zanely's strike with his bare palm. Gripping Zanely's wrist like a vice, Vegeta lifted his leg and aimed a swift kick at Zanely's abdomen, the speed of the attack leaving behind only an afterimage. However, Zanely effortlessly blocked the kick and seized Vegeta's foot, plunging them into a stalemate. "You have my foot, and I have your hand." They began to spin rapidly. A burst of brilliant light enveloped them, and as they separated, they engaged in a flurry of strikes, the sky trembling with each collision. "That guy is still holding back," Vegeta thought, sensing the precariousness of the situation. The two warriors clashed fiercely once more, their fists colliding with the force of meteors. In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted at the point of impact, illuminating the sky with dazzling brilliance, each collision releasing a cascade of light akin to shooting stars streaking across the night. "Huh, what a thrill." Zanely dove down, delivering a punch that seemed to ignite with endless dark energy. Vegeta extended his arm to block, but the ferocity of the impact shattered a nearby mountain. Suddenly, Vegeta entwined his arms around Zanely's, yanking to dislocate his grip. Zanely reacted with remarkable speed, twisting his arm free while simultaneously delivering a kick to Vegeta's chest. Vegeta retreated hastily, and Zanely pressed the advantage, conjuring massive dark energy spheres and launching them at Vegeta. Vegeta dodged to the side, the energy sphere narrowly missing him before detonating in a cloud of dust. Vegeta, enhancing his energy, teleported in front of Zanely and unleashed his sword of rage. The metallic clang of their clash echoed, sparks flying as Zanely parried with his energy blade. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, their strikes ringing out like a symphony of battle. From a distance, Reg watched the fierce duel between Vegeta and Zanely, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. Despite possessing considerable strength, he felt dwarfed by their combined might. No, Reg could not accept such a reality. Clenching his fists until his nails dug painfully into his palms, he vowed, "Even if you confuse, it matters not. I will train tirelessly until I surpass your fusion. Turning away, he sought out his wife, Sapari, taking her hand as they departed the battleground. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Gogeta silently observed, refraining from intervening. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips, anticipating Reg's eventual return. Gogeta redirected his attention to the ongoing confrontation between Vegeta and Xanali, his brow furrowing slightly. He noted Vegeta's waning energy, contrasting starkly with Xanali's invigorating resurgence after being freed from his long confinement. Dark Void Sphere. A massive energy orb surged toward Vegeta. Quick to react, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate Kamehameha. The two powerful energies clashed violently in midair, erupting into an even more blinding brilliance. The aftermath of their collision cascading like a tsunami, distorting the very fabric of space around them. The force of Xanali's Dark Void Sphere relentlessly crushed the ultimate Kamehameha. And Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he poured every ounce of energy into his attack. Yet, Xanali's sphere was overwhelming, gradually overpowering the Kamehameha. With a resounding crash, the Dark Void Sphere broke through, striking Vegeta with immense force. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward by the explosive impact, his energy dwindling further as Xanali closed in, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Vegeta struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet ultimately found himself unable to cope with the overwhelming force. Suddenly, the radiance enveloping Vegeta began to flicker, and his form gradually separated, reverting back to Vegeta and Goku. It was revealed that the immense energy expenditure had prematurely concluded their fusion. Xanali gazed disdainfully at the disintegrating duo, a smirk playing upon his lips. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with reluctance, yet they were now too exhausted to continue the fight. Xanali slowly raised his hand, energy surging violently within his palm. Just as he prepared to unleash this formidable power for a fatal blow, a figure abruptly materialized before him. "Let me join the fun," Gogeta remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xanali was momentarily taken aback, his piercing gaze fixated on the suddenly appeared Gogeta. "And who might you be?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crack resounded as his body was violently propelled away like a kite severed from its string. Immediately following, another dull crash echoed as Xanali's form crashed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Joining you for a bit of fun is a sign of respect. Don't overestimate your worth," Gogeta nonchalantly remarked, dusting off his hands as he looked down upon Xanali in the pit, as though regarding a mere insignificant insect. Chapter 32. You don't think I won't change, do you? Humph. Xanali spat a mouthful of blood, a smear of crimson staining his lips, clearly indicating that Gogeta's earlier strike had caused him some injury. In truth, he had sustained some damage during his encounter with Jack at the supermarket, albeit unknowingly. Thus, Gogeta's kick had taken advantage of his prior state. That kick had some power behind it, Xanali sneered, a hint of contempt lacing his voice. He secretly assessed his opponent's strength. Although this kick was stronger than that of the previous fusion, it still posed no substantial threat to him. At that moment, a buzzing sound erupted, as if a swarm of bees were swirling around his ears. Subsequently, the dark energy surrounding Xanali erupted like ignited gunpowder, surging forth like a black whirlwind directed straight at Gogeta. Unfazed by the oncoming dark energy, Gogeta swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan, radiating a dazzling golden light. With an aura as fierce as a blazing comet, he charged headlong into the dark energy. In an instant, it was as if two meteors collided violently in the cosmos, erupting into a mesmerizing display of brilliance that illuminated the darkness. Accompanied by the explosion of light, a crackling sound of electricity resonated throughout the vicinity, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums. Amidst the blinding light and the cacophony of electricity, Xanali's figure flickered and appeared behind Gogeta. Xanali unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Gogeta's back, a strike imbued with formidable force. However, Gogeta's reaction speed was equally astonishing. At the very moment Xanali's fist was about to make contact, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. His right fist retaliated like a bolt of lightning, glowing with golden radiance as it surged towards Xanali's face. Xanali raised his arm to block, and with a resounding crash, their fists collided. The tremendous impact sending shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding air, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. "Not bad," Gogeta exclaimed, exhilarated by such a formidable opponent. "You're impressive as well. Encountering youths like you in this era takes me by surprise. This only strengthens my resolve to restore the glory of the Dark Saiyans. And I shall transform each of you into Dark Saiyans one by one." Xanali cackled maniacally. Gogeta scoffed, "You? Dream on." No sooner had he spoken than he surged with energy, his aura in Super Saiyan state becoming frenzied, radiating like a miniature sun. Gogeta transformed into a golden streak. barreling towards Zanali with a rapid flurry of punches. Zanali, undeterred, flickered amidst the dark energy, evading and counterattacking with agility. Suddenly, Zanali stretched out his hands. A torrent of dark energy swirling at his palms, rapidly coalescing into a massive sphere of dark energy, which he hurled at Gogeta. Gogeta gathered a blue energy wave in his hands, meeting the dark energy sphere head-on. The two energies collided violently in midair, generating shockwaves that cascaded outward with devastating force. In an instant, an explosion formed a colossal oval-shaped light shield. The continental plate shattered, transforming into a molten hellscape. In the Kaishin realm, ancestor, what exactly are dark Saiyans? Jebet pondered, his face a mask of confusion. Since the conversation between the old Kaishin and Zanali, this question had lingered in Jebet's mind. It's no wonder you can't comprehend it. After all, the era Zanali hails from is vastly different from yours. The old Kaishin regarded Jebet with a mixture of pity and exasperation, shaking his head as if to convey disappointment. Young man, you're still too naive. You don't even know this. The old Kaishin's voice was laden with a sense of lamentation. To be honest, my knowledge is rather limited as well. He continued in a slow, somber tone. Upon hearing the old Kaishin's words, Jebet's forehead immediately sprouted 3 dark lines, internally grumbling. If it weren't for your status as my ancestor, I would have already confronted you. What I know of dark Saiyans is merely what is recorded in the sacred texts. During my time, dark Saiyans had become exceedingly rare. The old Kaishin concluded. Suddenly, Jebet interjected, ancestor, what exactly are sacred texts? The question left the old Kaishin momentarily speechless. He exhaled in exasperation, then shot Jebet a withering glare, retorting, did your teachers never instruct you on this? The sacred texts are essential reading for anyone aspiring to become a Kaishin. Faced with the old Kaishin's reproach, Jebet felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head while wearing a sheepish expression, muttering, well, I might have forgotten. The old Kaishin shook his head slowly, seemingly burdened by the weight of the Saiyan race's history. Indeed, the sacred texts contained comprehensive information about the Saiyan lineage, yet my understanding encompasses only a fragment of it. 1,000,000 years ago, the Saiyan race had splintered into 3 primary factions, the old Kaishin continued. Firstly, there were the conservatives, whose ideology was remarkably rigid. They were content to guard their small territories and shunned exploration of the wider world. In stark contrast were the radicals, who advocated for territorial expansion through the conquest of other planets, showcasing the Saiyan race's ambition. He paused momentarily before elaborating, and then there was the Dark Faction. The Dark Faction stood in stark opposition to the other two. They forged a pact with the god of darkness, venerating the shadows and believing that only by embracing darkness could they attain immortality. It was precisely due to the emergence of these 3 factions that severe divisions and conflicts arose within the Saiyan race, ultimately leading to the decline of the entire lineage. The old Kaishin's reminiscence halted abruptly, as he had not perused the sacred texts beyond this point. Returning to Earth, under the influence of Zanali's dark energy, the life force of the entire planet began to extinguish one by one. The dark energy had even spread from Earth towards other celestial bodies in the universe. Zanali exhaled a cloud of foul air, stretching his body. He was becoming increasingly accustomed to combat. It was time to bring this to a close. Youngster, you can be considered a prodigy. However, genius merely grazes the threshold of my prowess. I am one who surpasses genius. You are the first, and you shall be the last to witness my second transformation. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of black energy erupted from him, and amidst a surge of dark brilliance, Zanali completed his transformation into the dark Super Saiyan second stage. Aside from a marked enhancement in overall strength, his appearance remained unchanged. Vegeta felt a twitch in his right eyelid, and in the next breath, a hand sliced through the air toward him. The impact was explosive. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, sent hurtling backward, traversing nearly half the circumference of the Earth before halting. Zanali materialized, his hands like blades, descending mercilessly upon Vegeta. In response, Vegeta crossed his arms defensively and retaliated with a kick aimed at Zanali's abdomen. However, his kick failed to inflict any harm. Instead, it left Vegeta's calves tingling from the force of the impact. Zanali unleashed a black energy wave from his mouth. Vegeta, struck head-on, was propelled far away, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Observing the chaotic display, Zanali erupted in laughter, but it was abruptly cut short as Vegeta's voice resonated. What is so funny? Do you find this amusing? Aside from some tattered clothing, Vegeta remained unscathed. Zanali squinted at Vegeta, noting that he too had assumed the Super Saiyan second stage. Vegeta smirked, hey, you old relic, did you think I wouldn't transform? A prodigy? Humph, that's merely a thing of the past. Zanali's expression darkened, his words implicitly diminishing Vegeta's worth. Very well, this is what makes it interesting. Zanali scoffed. Chapter 33, A Stalemate? Vegeta, with a serene smile, beckoned him with a finger, laden with provocation. Such little tricks are no match for Boom. As Zanali was sent flying, he was met with an energy blast from Vegeta. Haven't you heard? If you can fight, don't just chatter. Vegeta grinned widely. With a resounding crash, Zanali emerged from the rubble, his fury palpable. UMLGB. For the first time, Zanali cursed as he charged at Vegeta, sword drawn. Vegeta met him with a punch. The clash unleashed a powerful shockwave, distorting the surrounding air as if ignited. Zanali's sword erupted with black light as he spun, leveraging the momentum to strike at Vegeta from a different angle. Vegeta, agile, sidestepped and delivered a kick to Zanali's abdomen. Zanali quickly retracted, countering with another slash. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, sparks flying from the friction, creating distance. Zanali waved his right hand, unleashing several beams of black energy from behind him. Vegeta gathered golden energy, reflective like a mirror, rebounding the lasers back. Zanali retaliated, sending another wave of energy lasers, which collided and exploded with a deafening roar. Seizing the moment of chaos, Vegeta teleported behind him, delivering a heavy punch that sent Zanali soaring. He flew beyond Earth, crashing into a distant planet, leaving a gaping dent. With a swift motion, Vegeta teleported again, executing a spinning kick. Zanali countered with a punch, the two forces colliding with a thunderous boom, shaking the very planet beneath them. Vegeta stepped back slightly to dissipate the force, his right arm tensing like steel, unleashing a devastating punch aimed at Zanali's throat. At that moment, as Zanali tilted his neck back, he clutched Vegeta's wrist with his left hand, and his right elbow, charged with the fury of a storm, struck toward Vegeta's temple. Vegeta ducked to evade the elbow, quickly rising to stomp with his left foot, shattering the ground beneath him. Then leaping with a knee aimed at Zanali's jaw. Zanali pressed downward with both palms, using the recoil to flip backward, his toes landing on Vegeta's shoulder, executing a mid-air somersault with his right leg cleaving down like a battle axe. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, sinking into the ground as cracks spiderwebbed outward. As dust swirled around them, Vegeta tensed, his right fist coiling at his waist. In just half a second, his fist exploded forward like a lit powder keg, generating a piercing sonic boom. Faced with Vegeta's ferocious assault, Zanali stood firm, twisting his waist forcefully, sending his shoulder forward like an unyielding fortress to meet Vegeta's fist. In that instant, two colossal forces collided like meteors, the shockwave racing outward with astonishing speed, uprooting Earth and flora in its wake. In the midst of this electrifying clash, Vegeta's left hook struck like a viper, narrowly grazing Zanali's earlobe, while his right hand gripped Zanali's collar, readying a shoulder throw. Yet, Zanali's reflexes were equally swift, launching into the air, his legs entwined around Vegeta's neck, and spinning with tremendous force. This sudden shift caught Vegeta off guard, and they spiraled rapidly toward a nearby forest. The sound of devastation echoed as trees toppled like blades of grass, leaving chaos in their wake. Vegeta, however, was not subdued by the immense force. With a roar, he broke free from Zanali's grip. His rear fist shot forth like a cannonball, cutting through the obscuring smoke toward Zanali. Seeing this, Zanali swiftly dodged, but despite his speed, Vegeta's punch grazed his cheek, carving a deep gash. Though evading, Zanali retaliated with equal ferocity. As Vegeta's fist brushed past him, Zanali spun like a top, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick that struck fiercely beneath Vegeta's ribs. This flurry of movements unfolded at lightning speed, leaving spectators breathless. Before the echoes of their clash faded, they converged once more like twin bolts of lightning. Entangled in a breathtaking struggle, their fists and feet collided like a torrential storm, producing a continuous series of thunderous sounds. "Huh, Zanali," he bellowed, unleashing a surge of dark energy that caused the entire planet to tremble under the strain. Vegeta smiled, opting not to transform into Super Saiyan 3. He had already pushed his Super Saiyan 2 to its maximum output, rivaling Zanali's Super Saiyan 3. Thus, the battle resumed. In the Kaishin realm, Goku and Vegeta watched alongside old Kaishin Kibito, gazing into the crystal ball. However, due to the immense energy of the clash between Vegeta and Zanali, the image within the crystal began to flicker erratically. Though the entirety of the battle remained obscured, the intensity of the energy and waves was palpable. And both Goku and Vegeta understood that the ferocity of this confrontation far exceeded their expectations. "Vegeta, do you believe we still have room for growth? Can we become even stronger?" Goku suddenly turned to Vegeta, posing the question. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, clenched his fists tightly, responding with utmost seriousness. "Of course, Kakarot. We are Saiyans. The potential of a Saiyan is boundless." His voice conveyed an unwavering conviction. The scene then returned to the battlefield, where both warriors continued their fierce struggle. Beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, two figures collided like meteors, the explosive shockwaves tearing the clouds asunder. Gogeta's fist, enveloped in blazing golden flames, struck fiercely towards Zonali's visage. The thunderous clash of their fists unleashed a terrifying gust that reverberated across the globe, obliterating the planet's ecological balance. The core of the planet, unable to withstand the strain, began to fracture, marking the onset of its annihilation countdown. Realizing the impending destruction, Gogeta and Zonali swiftly disengaged from their battle, propelling themselves into the cosmos towards another celestial body. Upon landing, Zonali's gaze revealed a hint of madness as he summoned dark energy, while Gogeta's power continued to surge. The earth beneath them instantaneously collapsed, forming a web-like fissure with a diameter of a kilometer, and the flying debris was pulverized into dust by the opposing forces before it could even ascend. Zonali concentrated his energy, manifesting a spear that lunged towards Gogeta's throat like a venomous dart. In a swift maneuver, Gogeta avoided the attack, his right leg descending like a battle axe to strike Zonali's shoulder, resulting in a circular shockwave upon impact. Zonali, kneeling as his knee gouged the ground, seized Gogeta's ankle and swung him towards the distant mountains. The mountain range crumbled under the force of the golden figure's impact, and amidst the swirling dust, a massive azure energy wave erupted, melting the debris into a cascade of liquid fire rain. The two silhouettes engaged in a frenetic clash amid the molten rain. Zonali's elbow strike, infused with corrosive energy, grazed Gogeta's cheek, the black mist barely eroding the surface before being vaporized by the golden flames. The shockwaves generated from their fists colliding churned the clouds into a vortex, while three meteors in the outer atmosphere were reduced to mere points of light by the residual force. Suddenly, Zonali unleashed a spiral of black light from his palm. Gogeta, interlocking his hands, unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the two energies colliding to form a spherical force field that compressed a radius of hundreds of kilometers into a flat plane. The matter on the ground underwent quantum transformation under extreme compression, with radiant auroras bursting forth from the edges of the force field. As the energy sphere reached its critical point, it detonated, fracturing the very fabric of space. Utilizing the explosion's recoil, Gogeta executed a flip, unleashing the ultimate flash. Zonali, however, opened his maw wide, the dark energy within his throat clashing violently against the golden torrent. The intertwining beams birthed a miniature black hole, warping the surrounding light into a ring of luminescence. In an instant, the black hole collapsed, emitting a thermal wave that sent both combatants hurtling away. Gogeta stabilized himself midair, executing a dazzling 720-degree spin. Zonali, propelled by the recoil, shot forth like a cannonball. Their fists and feet collided at a frequency that shattered the sound barrier, leaving a trail of dozens of mock rings in their wake. The resonating sound of their powerful strikes echoed like thunder, with each impact leaving web-like fissures in the void. Entangled, they plunged into the mantle, creating a 5-kilometer-wide indentation in the sea of lava. Within the high-pressure environment of the core, each collision between the golden flames and black mist triggered crystallization. Upon breaching the surface, Gogeta's Kamehameha confronted Zonali's dark energy wave once more, the explosion obliterating continental plates. Impossible. How can you match my strength? Zonali roared, disbelief etched across his features. Gogeta merely smiled in silence. Observing Zonali regain his composure, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. I concede, I spoke too soon. Since you possess such power, I shall unleash my ultimate form to annihilate you. Indeed, he sought to eliminate Gogeta, viewing him as a significant threat to his lineage. Zonali's dark aura surged, erupting once more in a blaze of black light that shot into the cosmos. Moments later, the dark light dissipated, revealing a transformed visage. Gogeta furrowed his brow. The new form bore similarities to a Super Saiyan, yet was distinctly different, though he could not pinpoint the exact divergence. What was certain, however, was that Zonali's power had escalated beyond measure compared to before. You are trembling in fear, young one. Zonali's voice dripped with icy disdain. Gogeta scoffed. Fear? I have yet to learn the meaning of that word. With a swift motion, they charged towards one another, trading blows. And Gogeta found himself at a disadvantage, sent tumbling away. Regaining his balance in midair, he unleashed a mighty roar, his aura surging dramatically as he hurtled towards Zonali. With a swift slash, Zonali extended his fingers like blades, unleashing a beam of black energy that rapidly expanded into a colossal sword, sweeping down upon Gogeta with the force to conquer armies. Gogeta retaliated with a powerful punch. The moment their energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the battlefield, tearing the sky apart in a web-like fracture. In that breathtaking instant, Their afterimages crossed one another at speeds surpassing light, like two meteors colliding in the cosmos. At the moment their fists met, the released energy surged forth like a collapsing star, creating a dazzling flare that was nearly blinding. Zonalise raised his left leg high, bringing it down with tremendous force, the black energy radiating fiercely as it descended towards Gogeta. The sheer power of the strike sent Gogeta plummeting into the depths of the earth. In a flash, Gogeta teleported behind Zonalise, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at his back. Zonalise, evidently taken aback by Gogeta's swift reflexes, was propelled backward by the impact. However, his body transformed into a viscous mass of energy, vanishing in an instant. Without hesitation, Gogeta pivoted and unleashed the Kamehameha wave. With both hands, he launched a brilliant azure beam that pierced through the atmosphere, evaporating the clouds in its wake. Yet, Zonalise, undeterred, absorbed the Kamehameha directly. With a sinister grin, he appeared above Gogeta, fists clasped and enveloped in seething black flames, crashing down with immense force. Gogeta crossed his arms overhead to absorb the blow, the impact driving him deep into the earth. Seizing the opportunity during Zonalise's assault, Gogeta grasped his legs and forcefully hurled him away. Zonalise executed a flip mid-air, landing gracefully. Exhaling deeply, Gogeta felt his energy surge wildly, the golden glow intensifying as he entered his Super Saiyan 3 state. Like a golden comet, he charged towards Zonalise, each punch imbued with overwhelming power. The resounding explosions echoed through the skies as the clash of black and gold flames tore through the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that caused the surrounding terrain to collapse into a web-like pattern. As Gogeta's fist grazed Zonalise's jaw, the resulting shockwave pulverized the nearby peaks. Zonalise, spinning to unleash a crescent-shaped energy wave, cleaved through the clouds. In the moment Gogeta leaned back to evade, the black beam obliterated meteors beyond the horizon into stardust. Tenfold Kamehameha. The azure beam erupted from Gogeta's palm, a ghostly blue arc shimmering in the air. Zonalise, once more crossing his palms, braced for the onslaught, his feet carving a trench miles deep into the ground, reaching the opposite side of the planet as he unleashed a thunderous roar to disperse the luminous energy. The scattering energy particles transformed the earth into molten lava as the advancing afterimage carved a vacuum path across the surface of the magma. The sound of their colliding fists reverberated through the heavens as Gogeta's golden-tinged uppercut aimed at Zonalise's ribs. In the split second, Zonalise raised his elbow to block. The resulting shockwave scattered like meteors in all directions. With a backward step, Zonalise concentrated an energy orb at his fingertips and hurled it forth, resulting in a barrage of energy projectiles that splintered across the sky. Gogeta's hands traced a circular motion as he expanded a protective shield, which was soon engulfed by an explosive flash of light. The shockwave upheaved the barren land, sending waves of earth soaring 100 meters high. Amidst the swirling dust, a golden meteor suddenly emerged. Gogeta, in an instant, knee-struck Zonalise in the abdomen, the latter betraying no change in expression, swiftly countered by seizing Gogeta's thigh and swung him violently towards the ground. The impact created a crater a kilometer in diameter, and after several fierce strikes, Gogeta, fueled by rage, twisted his waist and ensnared Zonalise's neck with his legs, launching him towards the atmosphere. Kamehameha, Gogeta exclaimed, unleashing a spiraling beam of light akin to Piccolo's signature move, renowned for its formidable penetrative power. Zonalise, with dark energy swirling in his palm, braced himself to meet the attack head-on. The clash produced a cacophony of sizzling sparks as he discovered that the spiraling laser threatened to pierce through his dark energy. Utilizing the corrosive properties unique to his dark energy, he managed to obliterate the spiraling laser. After this exchange, both warriors hesitated to engage further, merely gazing into one another's eyes. Zonalise pondered, what is this anomaly? How can he contend with me at such a level? Reflecting on the recent battle, a sense of unease crept over him. Suddenly, he considered a possibility. Gogeta had yet to unveil his true strength. No, that cannot be. My power is unparalleled, unmatched throughout history. No one could possibly surpass me. He swiftly dismissed the thought, observing the subtle expressions on Zonalise's face. Gogeta surmised his thoughts and allowed a smirk to grace his lips. This only served to ignite Zonalise's fury. The dark energy surrounding him surged like a tempest, coalescing into a twisted black vortex. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal dark magical shadow that lunged at Gogeta with clawed appendages. Gogeta's internal energy surged wildly, the golden radiance enveloping him becoming ever more resplendent as he activated the overdrive mode. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a punch that transformed into a golden dragon, colliding violently with the dark magic shadow. In that moment, the very planet trembled, energy ravaging the surroundings, leading to the planet's destruction. The The two figures became beams of light, traversing the cosmos and colliding with one another, creating ripples that distorted the fabric of the universe. They landed on the nearest planet, causing it to shudder violently. Hey, old relic, I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Gogeta laughed heartily. Zanali's countenance darkened immediately. You previously stated that genius is merely the threshold to meet you. Well, I apologize, for I do not belong to the realm of genius. I am an anomaly. As he spoke, a golden aura erupted, shifting to blue as he transformed into Super Saiyan blue. The blue energy waves radiated outward, causing Zanali to sway under the immense pressure. The Elder Kai from the Kaioshin realm sensed the energy fluctuation and rose in astonishment. This is divine power. What? Ancestor, you claim this is divine power, but why does it feel so different from our divine power? Jebet questioned, equally astonished yet filled with skepticism. Indeed, it bore a stark contrast to their divine power. What kind of power is this? Zanali exclaimed, astonished. Gogeta smiled knowingly. Guess. Humph. Stop pretending, Zanali retorted. Let's see if you're truly pretending. Gogeta raised his hand, and in mere fractions of a second, Zanali endured multiple strikes. He managed to defend against only a small portion of the onslaught. The speed was overwhelming. In a flash, Gogeta appeared before Zanali and delivered a kick to his abdomen. This time, Zanali, opting not to take the hit, stacked his palms to block the kick, yet the tremendous force penetrated, causing him to grunt in pain and retreat hastily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zanali unleashed a barrage of basketball-sized dark energy spheres, each possessing the explosive power of a nuclear detonation. The infamous Prince's technique. Gogeta stood resolute, swallowed by the ensuing explosions. Even if you are strong, you cannot withstand such blasts, Zanali smirked. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze, realizing he had spoken too soon. As the thick smoke dissipated, Gogeta stood calmly amidst the wreckage, with only the edges of his attire slightly soiled, entirely unharmed. What? Zanali began, but before he could finish, Gogeta appeared before him, delivering a punch that caught him off guard. Zanali's reflexes were quick. He crossed his arms to defend, but with a crack, his bones fractured, and the blow struck him in the face, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing into the ocean and creating towering waves. Emerging from the water, he was met once again with Gogeta's assault, propelled outward once more. Stabilizing himself, Zanali clapped his palms together, releasing a wave akin to a dark shockwave. Gogeta retaliated with two radiant blue energy waves, which collided violently in midair, erupting in blinding light and a deafening roar. The residual energy wreaked havoc, lifting the surrounding ocean waters into colossal waves and tinting the sky in a blend of black and blue. Zanali gritted his teeth, amplifying the output of his dark shockwave in an attempt to suppress Gogeta's azure energy waves. Meanwhile, Gogeta maintained a composed demeanor, skillfully controlling his energy, a confident smile curving upon his lips. With a mighty shout, he intensified the blue energy wave, shattering through the dark shockwave and hurtling towards Zanali. The latter's eyes widened in shock as he hastily attempted to evade, but the energy wave was too swift, enveloping him in an instant. Following a catastrophic explosion, Zanali plummeted from the smoke, battered and bruised, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface. Gogeta descended slowly, observing the disheveled Zanali, calmly stating, "This is the disparity." Zanali glared at Gogeta, rage simmering in his eyes. "Oh, you seem quite unwilling to accept this, so I offer you a chance. If you possess any more powerful techniques, now is the time to unleash them." Typically, formidable adversaries harbor secret techniques, and he believed this one would be no exception. In the Kaioshin realm, incredible. After Zanali transformed into his blue-haired form, he is no match for that guy. Jebet exclaimed, "Don't be so alarmed. Their battle is far from over. Zanali will not be easily defeated," the Elder Kai replied calmly, delivering a light smack to Jebet's head. "What did I do wrong to deserve that?" Jebet protested, rubbing his head. After all, he is the esteemed ancestor. Within the crystal ball's image, Zanali rose, blood seeping from his wounds, yet his gaze grew increasingly frenzied. "Do not revel too soon. This is not my limit," he bellowed, as his aura began to surge uncontrollably, causing the ocean to boil with its intensity. He raised his hands high, gathering an immense dark energy sphere that flickered with ominous black light, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. "Dark void sphere." Zanali cackled maniacally. Sensing the potent energy, Gogeta simply remarked, "Oh," raising his fist, enveloped in blue flames, and struck forth. A fist enveloped in azure flames instantaneously transformed into a streak of blue meteor, hurtling towards the dark void of the black hole. Upon collision, a cataclysmic energy tempest erupted, depleting the air within a 100-mile radius. The very fabric of space warped, and the sea was wrenched apart by this force, creating a vast, bottomless chasm. Zanali's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such formidable power from Gogeta's punch. Seizing the chaos wrought by the energy clash, Gogeta teleported before Zanali and delivered another blow to his chest. Zanali spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably catapulting backwards. Gogeta pursued relentlessly, delivering a flurry of punches, each imbued with overwhelming energy, rendering Zanali utterly defenseless. Gogeta then concentrated energy in his hands, unleashing a colossal blue shockwave, a technique known as the explosive cannon. Though its name may seem unremarkable, its energy intensity was several times that of the ultimate Kamehameha, completely engulfing Zanali. Within the luminous wave, Zanali writhed in agony, and as the light dissipated, he helplessly plummeted into the sea. Yet, the battle was far from over. "You, wretched brat! I shall make you wish you were never born." Zanali roared through his pain, clapping his palms together to form a complex hand seal, murmuring incantations under his breath. He then raised his right hand and declared, "O Divine One, your devoted follower Zanali beseeches you to descend and aid me in vanquishing this foe." Gogeta scratched his head, puzzled by the notion that a Saiyan would seek divine intervention. Suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation manifested, and a colossal vortex appeared in the sky. From within it emerged a dark figure, exuding an immense pressure that threatened to crush the entire planet. "I never expected anyone to still worship me. I thought my kind had been extinguished," he mused, beckoning Zanali to him with a mere gesture. As Zanali approached, he regained his former self, yet his visage rapidly aged, a clear sign of vitality being siphoned away. Having drained Zanali's life force, the figure nonchalantly discarded him and turned his gaze towards Gogeta. "Remarkably, you possess divine power, and it is unlike any from this world. You are not of this realm, are you?" he discerned, instantly recognizing the uniqueness of Gogeta's divine energy. "What is happening? Why is it this individual?" The elder Kaioshin, observing through a crystal ball, was taken aback by the revelation. "Elder, what troubles you? Who is this person that warrants such astonishment?" Jebet queried, bombarding him with questions. "Fool, can't you see? He is Akira," the elder Kaioshin retorted. "Akira? Wait, are you certain? Is he truly that one?" Jebet blurted, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the elder, causing a visible bump to form on his forehead. "Do you think I would mistake such a thing? If it is indeed him, we are in grave danger." The elder Kaioshin's expression grew somber. He sensed peril for the mortal endowed with divine power. Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Who is Akira? On the now crumpled, nameless planet, Gogeta regarded his opponent with intrigue. "This is quite interesting," he smirked, having surmised the identity of the figure before him. Akira, displaying a look of confusion, sensed that this adversary seemed to recognize him. Yet he seldom appeared in the mortal realm. It was improbable anyone would know him unless they were his follower, and this man clearly was not. Chapter 36. In the end, you shall be the one to perish. "Oh, old man, let me see how strong you truly are," Gogeta beckoned with a finger. "Arrogant little brat," Akira retorted, striking down with an energy-formed hand. The impact reverberated as Gogeta's punch collided forcefully with the energy palm, shattering it into scintillating particles. Seizing the momentum, Gogeta closed the distance, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes. Akira's energy surged violently, forming a shield that absorbed all of Gogeta's attacks. Suddenly, a massive energy beam erupted from Akira's palm, hurtling toward Gogeta. He countered by erecting a barrier of ki, the beam crashing against it with a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Gogeta deftly rebounded the energy beam back at Akira, who casually swatted it away. Within mere breaths, they exchanged blows countless times, each demonstrating their formidable prowess. As they faced off, the air twisted from their clashing energies. "If you become my follower, I shall spare you," Akira proposed. Gogeta, however, was unimpressed, as if suggesting he had already won. "Master, he is," Zanali began, only to be flung away. "What I intend to do is none of your concern. Silence yourself, or I shall end you myself," he snapped, leaving the bloodied Zanali astonished that the deity he revered would treat him thus. "Oh dear, how can I possibly become your follower when you treat your own so harshly?" Gogeta teased. Akira charged at Gogeta, his fists creating sonic booms that trembled the earth. Gogeta smirked, sidestepping the attack, and countered with a swift punch that tore through space towards Akira. In a flash, Akira appeared behind Gogeta, delivering a kick to his back, which Gogeta absorbed before spinning around to seize Akira's leg, swinging him away like a flail. Mountains crumbled as debris scattered. Akira emerged from the dust, his body aglow with dark energy, as he gathered power in his hands, sending a robust beam of black light towards Gogeta. Gogeta retaliated with a blue energy wave, the collision creating a blinding radiance that reshaped the terrain around them. Taking advantage of the explosion, Gogeta transformed into a blue specter, darting around Akira, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes like hail upon the earth. Each blow reverberated with seismic force. Buzzing with energy, Akira broke free from Gogeta's rhythm, his fists crashing down upon him. Gogeta raised his arms in defense, the earth beneath them caving into a massive crater, fractures spreading like spiderwebs. After their assault, the two distanced themselves, panting from exertion. Elder Kaioshin, who is Akira? Is he truly formidable? Goku inquired. The Elder Kaioshin pondered for a moment before responding. Akira is both a god and a demon. He transcends all demons, even the demon realm's Kaioshin. You see, the universe is divided into 12 realms, each governed by its own divine hierarchy, with unique mechanisms of operation. Above them lies a place known as the core star, home to the world tree, the ancestral land of all deities. Suspended in the highest realm of the core star is a palace inhabited by 4 beings, whom we refer to as the divine overseers. These 4 gods are the true rulers of the 12 universes, and the world tree is their creation. In other words, these 4 are our progenitors, each responsible for 3 universes. They embody good and evil, life and death, light and darkness. Akira is the dark overseer among them. That's why I say he is both god and demon. He is the source of all darkness, chaos, negativity, and demonkind. As the Elder Kaioshin concluded, 2 figures suddenly materialized, Gogeta and Akira. You speak too much, old Kai. As he spoke, Akira flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy toward him. With a deafening bang, a charred crater was left in its wake, but fortunately, Son Goku and Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to withstand the attack. Hey, what kind of skill is it to bully the elderly? Vegeta charged up a punch, sending Akira hurtling backward before swiftly appearing behind him, clasping his fists together and bringing them down with force. Akira plummeted rapidly, only for Vegeta to dart beneath him and deliver a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, thousands of meters high. This entire sequence of movements was executed almost simultaneously, a testament to Vegeta's incredible speed. Regaining his composure, Akira wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely. Do not look at me like that. I merely showcased my power that corresponds to yours. After all, you are merely a clone. Am I not correct? Vegeta observed him with a faint smile. You, Akira replied, slightly taken aback, pondering how this individual could deduce such a thing. Enough with the you and you. From our earlier skirmish, I could sense your power fluctuating significantly. If you were not a clone, such erratic behavior would be impossible. Even if you have figured it out, what of it? With your strength, you cannot hope to eliminate me, Akira scoffed. Vegeta smiled. Yet for some reason, Akira felt a foreboding sensation rise within him at that smile. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, a radiant blue aura cascading forth in waves, causing the very space of the Kaioshin realm to tremble. He activated his ultra-blue full-power form and instantaneously appeared before Akira, so swift that he barely had time to react before Vegeta's fist collided with his face, distorting it. Just as Akira was about to crash to the ground, Vegeta seized his ankle. Do you still believe I cannot annihilate you? Vegeta grinned at him. This is unexpected. You have cultivated divine power to such an extent. But even if you can destroy me, what then? Once my true self emerges, you will surely meet your demise, Akira snarled with a gaping mouth. Vegeta casually cleaned out his ears and wiped his hands on Akira, stating, I will seek you out. Rest assured, the one who will perish will undoubtedly be you. With a left-hand blast of a high-density explosive cannon, it was immediately consumed by an energy wave, and in the ensuing explosion, his body disintegrated into fragments. Just before the clone vanished, it emitted a unique dark energy. Despite being a clone, it existed as an independent entity, and in its final moments, it transmitted all its knowledge to the original. Chapter 37, Twisted Fate. After dispatching Akira's clone, Vegeta suddenly remembered that Zanali remained unresolved. He immediately used instant transmission to return to the planet where they had previously fought. However, upon arrival, he found that Zanali had vanished without a trace. This guy runs quite quickly, Vegeta muttered to himself. He had initially contemplated killing Zanali directly, but it was evident that the opponent had no intention of facing him head-on. Vegeta chose not to pursue. After all, the universe was vast, and locating someone intent on hiding was no simple task. He also did not wish to squander his energy and time on this endeavor. Thus, Vegeta once again employed instant transmission, returning to the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin, upon seeing him, inquired, You hail from another world, do you not? Vegeta nodded in affirmation. That explains a great deal, the old Kaioshin pondered. No wonder your divine energy differs somewhat from ours. With that, the old Kaioshin released his divine power, inviting Vegeta to experience it. Vegeta carefully sensed this force. It was indeed quite distinct. It was challenging to articulate, and only through personal experience could one truly comprehend it. What is your name? Son Goku asked with curious eyes. Vegito smiled and replied, I am called Vegito. Oh, Vegito. What? You say your name is Vegito? Son Goku was taken aback. This was the name he and Vegeta had taken upon their fusion. How could this individual possess it? Indeed, I am precisely as you think. Although I am the fusion of the two of you, I exist as a wholly independent entity, Vegito clarified, then turned to the old Kaioshin and asked, Can you take me to Akira's location? The old Kaioshin shook his head without hesitation. I am unable. Vegito merely responded, very well. He understood that the old Kaioshin would not deceive him. After all, if the old Kaioshin possessed such abilities, he would not be so helpless in the manga. Since he could not find him for the time being, he would have to wait. After all, that individual would inevitably reappear, and when he did, Vegito would eliminate him. Just as Vegito was about to depart, Son Goku blocked his path. Hey, Vegito, could you teach us how to harness divine power? We wish to grow stronger. Son Goku implored earnestly. Vegito pondered briefly before readily agreeing. His willingness was not solely out of goodwill. Rather, he was deeply curious about this world's Son Goku and Vegeta. He was eager to witness what transformations these two would undergo upon mastering divine power, especially given the limited colors available. Thus, the three Saiyans commenced their training in the Kaioshin realm. A month later, on a planet named Benbi in the cosmos, the sun shone brightly, and the climate was pleasant. Reg emerged from the gravity training chamber, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and neck. Though he breathed heavily, his eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction. I finally succeeded, Reg murmured, clenching his fists as he felt the surging power within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing through his veins. A confident smile graced his lips. Since returning to the base, Reg had been fervently training, leaving no room for complacency. Recently, he had finally mastered the dark power that had long plagued him, perfectly merging it with his own strength, achieving a whole new level. He named this new form Super 6. Do you still wish to go to Earth? Supali's voice came from behind him as she approached, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Reg turned to her, smiling. Aren't you just stating the obvious? Supali sighed. I know I cannot stop you, but please be careful. Reg gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry, I will exercise caution. With that, he tenderly kissed her forehead. And together they made their way to the spacecraft launch area. At the launch site, Reg boarded the ship and adeptly activated the engines. With a low rumble, the spacecraft slowly ascended, heading toward the distant Earth. Watching him depart, Supali shed tears, realizing this journey might lead to their final farewell. Wiping away her tears, she turned to leave. Shortly after Supali's departure, a middle-aged Saiyan man appeared, gazing at the sky with a slight smile. You better not disappoint me, he murmured before turning and walking in another direction. This man was none other than Zanali, who had altered his appearance using dark energy. In the northern desert of the Central Plains, an oval object descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Reg emerged from the swirling sands, his resolve unwavering. Vegeta, this time you are doomed, he declared with a fierce determination to exact revenge. He soared towards West City, destination set on the Capsule Corp's gravity chamber where Vegeta was entrenched in his training. That guy is back, Vegeta sensed the familiar presence, and, after a quick shower and a change of attire, he departed. Soon enough, the two adversaries encountered each other on the way. We meet again, Vegeta. This time, you shall perish at my hands, Reg proclaimed, making a gesture across his throat. Vegeta wasted no time with words and launched an immediate assault. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of the dark deeds his father had committed against this half-brother. He was determined to sever this twisted bond. Vegeta's fist surged towards Reg's face, but Reg swiftly dodged, countering with a kick aimed at Vegeta's waist. Vegeta seized Reg's leg and hurled him away. Reg executed a series of flips to regain his stance, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a barrage of dark rays. Vegeta shattered the beams with a powerful punch. In that instant, Reg teleported behind him, delivering a heavy blow to his back. Vegeta pivoted to block the strike, and their figures intertwined in a chaotic dance of energy waves, leaving devastation in their wake. Dad, who is he fighting? Trunks, grading papers by the window, gazed into the distance, sensing a familiar energy, as if he had encountered it before. Meanwhile, Gohan and Goten also felt the tremors of the battle but were preoccupied with their own affairs, confident in Uncle Vegeta's strength. In the divine realm, Mr. Gogeta, are you not going to assist? The Supreme Kai inquired. Gogeta shook his head, glancing at Goku, who replied, There's no need for help. Vegeta can handle this. Besides, after being cooped up for so long, I believe he needs to vent his frustrations. This sentiment stemmed from their arduous training, where neither had managed to best Gogeta. After spending over half a month in the Kai realm, Gogeta, Goku, and Vegeta returned to Earth, entering the hyperbolic time chamber for further training. The experiences in both realms were indeed complex and multifaceted. Chapter 38, The Lurking Threat. Vegeta and Reg clashed fiercely, unleashing waves of energy that surged like tumultuous tides. They streaked through the sky like radiant meteors, ultimately descending upon the Arctic glaciers. Roar! With a pair of low growls, both transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. Ready for battle. Vegeta's right leg struck with the swiftness of lightning, creating an afterimage. As Reg raised his elbow to block, the entire ice mountain collapsed under the force. Reminiscent of a disturbed beast, the splintering ice crystals cascaded like snowflakes, yet before they settled, the two warriors exchanged a flurry of blows. Their impacts resonating like thunder against the atmosphere, ripping apart the sky to form a colossal vacuum vortex. Reg, with keen eyes, seized the moment, launching a dark energy beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta retaliated with his own energy wave, illuminating the battlefield with a blinding explosion that fractured the surrounding glaciers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Vegeta zipped behind Reg, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Reg reacted swiftly, spinning to counter with a kick. The two were thrust apart. Plunging into the icy sea, they erupted from the depths, employing their royal combat techniques in a fierce exchange, the explosions echoing across the landscape. After the clash, Vegeta executed a rapid sweeping kick, but Reg, with even greater speed, leapt into the air, missing his strike. Reg, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a right hook enveloped in dark energy toward Vegeta's face. With reflexes honed to perfection, Vegeta countered just in time, delivering a kick that sent them both flying again. You've certainly grown stronger, Reg teased. Perhaps spare me the tedious banter, Vegeta retorted with a smile. Reg, surprised by Vegeta's nonchalance, decided to continue the fight, confident he could finally eliminate him. Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 5, conjuring an energy sword to slash at Vegeta. The cutting wind sent chills down Vegeta's spine as he too transformed into Super Saiyan 5 to counter. When their energy blades clashed, sparks erupted. Reg twisted his wrist, creating multiple afterimages of the energy sword, attacking from various angles. Vegeta quickly formed a shield. The energy sword collided with the shield, causing Vegeta to stagger. Seizing the moment, Reg appeared behind him, delivering a knee strike to his back. Vegeta grunted, staggering forward but quickly regained his composure, pivoting to unleash a fiery punch at Reg. Reg dodged sideways, conjuring a dark energy sphere to hurl at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta raised his hand to fire a Gallic gun, which collided with the energy sphere, resulting in an explosion that evaporated the glaciers. Once again, they charged at each other, each punch and kick resonating with the force of nature. No. If they continue like this, the Earth cannot withstand it, Tin remarked with concern. Fear not, the Earth will not explode. It can endure, Gogeta assured him. Having enveloped the entire planet, even its core, in energy, ensuring that no matter how fierce the battle, the Earth would remain intact. However, Tin remained apprehensive. Enough. Trust Gogeta, Goku chimed in. Very well, though his worry lingered. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta and Reg were separated by the blast. Reg pondered. How is he capable of this? How can he attain such strength in just 1 month? He could not fathom how Vegeta had become so formidable in such a brief time. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having made the right decision. Had he sought revenge without a breakthrough, he may have faced dire consequences. I must admit, Vegeta, you have indeed grown stronger, but you will still fall by my hand. In an instant, Reg erupted with dense black flames, causing the very air to tremble. His pupils consumed by the inky darkness. Blood-red veins crept across the whites of his eyes, exuding a sinister glow. Unlike Super Saiyan 5, intricate dark golden patterns surfaced on his skin, pulsating ominously with each breath. Aside from these transformations, his form remained largely the same. He let out a deafening roar, and the black energy radiated outward with the force of an army's charge, withering flora and fauna to ash in its wake, as the fabric of space was violently torn apart, creating fissures that devoured light. The oppressive aura of the dark Super Saiyan 6 pressed down upon everything in its vicinity. Vegeta, unfazed, focused intently, unleashing a silver energy aura that shimmered with granular particles. After the blinding light subsided, he transformed into the divine Super Saiyan 5. This transformation has undergone a significant alteration in appearance. Firstly, the hair, which was already long when in its Super Saiyan form, now cascades down to the ankles, imbued with divine power. The once white hair has morphed into a golden-silver hue, and even the body hair reflects this change, as does the aura erupting from within. The two forces of pressure collide and neutralize each other. As a gentle breeze sweeps by, the two figures charge towards each other, igniting a fierce battle. In the distant realm of the Benbi star, the transformed Zanali stands atop a massive rock, gazing into the horizon. The long-awaited moment has arrived. He never anticipated achieving such growth. After departing from that planet, Zanali followed the allure of dark energy to the planet where Reg resides, utilizing this dark energy to alter his appearance and conceal himself within, patiently awaiting Reg's perfect mastery over the dark energy. This time, he intends to play the role of the Yellow Sparrow, ready to devour his opponent's power to complete his new evolution and exact revenge on that man. In a flash, enveloped in dark energy, he vanishes from the planet. This skill, known as shadow teleportation, was developed long ago. Its principle is straightforward, using dark energy to transport oneself to the location of another dark energy wielder. In the blink of an eye, Zanali materializes in a forest on Earth. Upon arrival, he retracts his energy and surveys his surroundings, seeking a place to hide, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 39, Sun Wukong takes the stage. In an instant, two breathtaking rainbows, akin to celestial dragons, pierce the clouds, unleashing an extraordinary battle in the heavens. The winds rage like tumultuous waves, with ominous gusts howling like malevolent spirits. Thunder and lightning dance across the sky, manifesting various phenomena like a kaleidoscope, as the fierce clash between the two warriors plunges the earth into chaos. Above the clouds, the silhouettes of Vegeta and Reg flicker like phantoms. Vegeta lets out a commanding shout, resonating like a great bell, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Reg. In a swift motion, Reg evades, akin to a cunning rabbit, retaliating with an energy beam. Vegeta sidesteps and swiftly closes in, engaging Reg in close combat. Their fists and feet collide like a torrential storm, releasing shockwaves of energy that scatter into the air. Reg's fist grazes Vegeta's cheek, generating a fierce gust of wind. Seizing the opportunity as Reg's attack misses, Vegeta delivers a powerful spinning kick aimed at Reg's waist. Reg reacts with remarkable speed, instantly raising his arm to block Vegeta's strike. With a resounding thud, their forces clash, creating a powerful gust of air. They exchange blows, neither yielding an inch. In a dimension beyond that of the Kaishin realm, darkness envelopes the space. In the center, a man adorned with peculiar patterns slowly opens his eyes. An outsider, I knew it. Beyond this world, there are other realms. Wait for me. Once I emerge, I shall absorb the powers of other gods and shatter the barriers of this world to reach the others. Akira closes his eyes once more and resumes his meditation. Meanwhile, on the Earth Temple, Gogeta's right eyelid twitches. What is this? Is someone thinking of me? Oh, let it be, for with his strength, he is not invincible in this world, but certainly half invincible. Boom. Vegeta's fist collides with Reg's elbow, instantly igniting the air into explosive rings of shockwaves. Too slow. Reg sneers as he spins, his right leg descending like a ferocious dragon with an intimidating force. Vegeta recoils, his leg slicing through the air like a tempest, cleaving a towering mountain in half. At the fracture, lava flows like crimson blood. Vegeta thrusts his knee upward, striking Reg's chin with the force of steel, only for Reg to vanish as a fleeting shadow. In truth, he had circled behind at blinding speed, unleashing a powerful wave of black energy with crossed palms. This torrent of energy ruthlessly engulfs Vegeta, carving a deep chasm into the earth. Before the lava can surge forth, a dazzling golden-silver light bursts forth from the flow, as Vegeta condenses his punch into a tightly compressed cyclone of energy. Reg's pupils constrict, and his hastily erected defense is shattered by this blow. Vegeta unleashes dozens of crescent-shaped energy blades, their piercing shrieks slicing through space as Reg evades in a zigzag trajectory. Now it's my turn. After deftly dodging, Reg suddenly accelerates, breaking the sound barrier, delivering a series of knife-hand strikes to Vegeta's neck. Each blow generates shockwaves akin to miniature nuclear explosions, the final strike propelling him into the ocean. The seawater vaporizes before even touching his body, creating a vacuum zone with a 100-kilometer diameter as the seafloor heaves, birthing a new island. Reg seizes the moment, forming a sphere of energy capable of obliterating planets. Vegeta, sensing the energy fluctuations, retaliates with a golden energy wave from his palm. In the instant their energies collide, the atmosphere tears open, creating a void 10,000 kilometers wide, the exposed starry sky contorting in the shockwave. Swish, swish. The melee erupts once more. Vegeta's thrusting punch pierces the sound barrier, but is narrowly evaded by Reg. The residual force creates a spiral void in the stratosphere. Reg seizes Vegeta's wrist, sneering as he employs a shoulder throw. As Vegeta falls, he rapidly unleashes a flurry of energy blasts, classic tactics of a prince. Reg counters with his own energy blasts, sparking a barrage of energy projectiles. Black and gold-and-silver spheres intertwine in the air, each collision akin to meteor strikes. After the fierce battle, both warriors show signs of heavy breathing, yet upon closer inspection, their breathing rates differ. Vegeta's is slower while Reg's is slightly quicker, revealing a disparity in their strengths. Heh, Vegeta, are you faltering? You appear rather fatigued, Reg taunts. It seems you have yet to grasp the difference in our powers, Vegeta replies. Reg raises an eyebrow, perplexed by Vegeta's words. Vegeta, uninterested in elaborating, makes a classic gesture of defiance, proclaiming that the victor will be none other than himself. Arrogant, Reg scoffs, yet suddenly, he erupts with fury, channeling energy into his hands, eager to conclude the battle, as this form is a considerable burden for him. Just as I desire. Vegeta begins to gather energy as well. At the peak of their energy accumulation, Reg suddenly coughs blood, looking down to find a hand piercing through his chest. As my kin, your energy now belongs to me. The familiar voice echoes, and Reg turns to see Zanali, who withdraws his hand, accompanied by a surge of dark power. Reg is blindsided, completely unprepared for the treacherous assault from Zanali. His heart swells with resentment and fury, for he has yet to fulfill many of his ambitions, particularly that unachieved revenge. Yet, fate is cruel. Reg plummets, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact, creating a deep crater. His eyes widen in disbelief, evidently unwilling to close them in death. Zanali absorbs the dark energy from Reg's body. With the infusion of this dark power, Zanali releases a furious roar, erupting with energy that emanates a blinding black light. A formidable shockwave rapidly radiated outward. Vegeta, taken by surprise, was compelled to retreat repeatedly by this powerful gust of energy. He would not allow Zanali to complete his transformation. Without hesitation, he surged forward, intent on interrupting the process. Just as he was about to close the distance to Zanali, a flash of dark energy suddenly erupted, inflicting excruciating pain in Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. As the black light dissipated, Zanali finally completed his transformation. However, this new form bore little resemblance to his previous one, save for a staggering increase in energy intensity. During Vegeta's flight, Son Goku appeared and caught him. You take a rest. I'll handle this, he declared. Goku stretched his limbs, displaying an eager expression. Vegeta scoffed, attributing his misfortune to bad luck, and retreated to a distance to observe the clash between the two. So it's you. I thought it was that other guy. Bring him out. I want to annihilate him. Zanali snarled through gritted teeth. Goku, eschewing further dialogue, transformed into his Super Saiyan God form and launched an attack. Chapter 40. Elimination, Reemergence. Goku delivered a punch, unleashing a torrent of energy. To his surprise, Zanali received the blow with composure, then forcefully flung Goku away. Goku executed a flip in midair, landing gracefully on his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Zanali charged forward, unleashing rapid strikes at Goku, each punch imbued with tremendous energy. Goku defended himself with swift movements. Amid the exchange, Zanali unexpectedly feigned an attack, then delivered a kick aimed at Goku's abdomen. Fortunately, Goku's reflexes were lightning fast. He sidestepped and seized Zanali's leg, hurling him toward a distant hill. The hill crumbled under the impact, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Zanali emerged from the haze, conjuring a colossal energy sphere in his hands and launching it at Goku. In response, Goku gathered energy, unleashing a brilliant Kamehameha wave to meet it. The two energy blasts collided midair, erupting in a blinding explosion and shockwave. Within the tempest of energy, both Goku and Zanali vanished from sight. The next moment, they reappeared high above, exchanging blows, generating a series of powerful shockwaves, their figures mere flashes of light in a relentless clash. Huh! Goku roared, delivering an uppercut aimed at Zanali's chin. Zanali tilted his head to evade, simultaneously driving a knee into Goku's abdomen. Goku absorbed the blow and seized Zanali's leg, propelling him toward the ground. Zanali crashed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, he sprang up, his power surging dramatically. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from both hands, while Goku deftly maneuvered through them, swiftly closing the distance to Zanali. Crossing his arms before him, Zanali summoned a barrier, but Goku collided with it, refusing to halt. He unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, shattering the barrier. A flicker of surprise crossed Zanali's eyes. Yet he quickly retaliated, rushing at Goku with clenched fists, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. Each collision sparked explosive reactions, fracturing the ground beneath them. Suddenly, Zanali sent Goku flying, leaping high into the air, charging his hands to unleash a dark energy wave. Super Kamehameha. Goku, unable to utilize instant transmission in time, could only retaliate. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by blinding light, transforming their battleground into a hell of molten rock. Both fighters were flung away by the explosive force, landing upon the lava. He still hasn't changed that bad habit, Vegeta muttered, picking at his nose. The bad habit he referred to was Goku's reluctance to exert his full strength during combat. Well, 50 steps laugh at 100. He has no better. Being a fusion of the two, though their souls differ, there's bound to be some influence. Hey, is this the extent of your capability? You should stop seeking out Vegeta. He far surpasses you. You're not even worthy of being his toothpick, Goku joked. TCH, you're not that impressive either. And this isn't even my true power. Oh, then show me what you've got. Don't just talk a big game. Alright, since you insist, I'll show you my true strength. Just don't be too frightened. Their verbal sparring intensified. Huh, Zanali shouted, dark energy swirling around him. A tempest raging, and a brilliant black light erupted. As the radiance faded, he revealed his ultra-perfect power form. Goku narrowed his eyes, a hint of seriousness crossing his face as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Kakarot, that fool, Vegeta cursed under his breath, yet he refrained from intervening, trusting in Goku's abilities. In an instant, Zanali materialized before Goku, who felt his pupils constrict as the scenery around him blurred. Boom, boom, boom. Zanali obliterated several mountain peaks, and it was only then that Goku felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Goku doubled over, clutching his stomach, but wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, revealing an exhilarated expression. He too unleashed his full power. The two vanished in an instant. A cacophony of violent collisions filling the air. In mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Were it not for Vegeta safeguarding the core, the planet would have been lost. Bang! The two clashed with a forceful energy strike. Zanali furrowed his brow, sensing a tingling sensation in his arm. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending him spiraling into the ocean, creating towering waves. As Zanali emerged from the water, Goku teleported behind him, sweeping his leg out. Zanali reacted with remarkable speed, spinning around to block with his arms. The sound of tiny bone fractures echoing amid the collision. Zanali was sent hurtling backward, traversing half the globe before he finally halted. At that moment, he felt a dull ache in his arms. What is happening? Zanali pondered, bewildered by his condition. It seems you still haven't realized what has transpired. Goku's voice echoed. Did you tamper with my body? It's not me. It's your own issue. You fundamentally do not understand your own body. Before Zanali could grasp the meaning of Goku's words, Goku continued. You are indeed powerful, yet your body cannot withstand such strength. Vegeta, perched in the temple, instantly understood the implication of Goku's statement. To illustrate, it's like trying to pour 1,000 milliliters into a cup that holds only 500. It's impossible. Water overflows. Zanali is in a similar predicament. His body cannot endure such overwhelming power, and it will gradually deteriorate over time. Zanali remained perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind this revelation, and Goku chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, Goku's energy surged, and a silver-golden dragon-like silhouette materialized behind him. Zanali, sensing the shift, turned to Goku with a grave expression, recognizing the imminent danger. End of days. A surge of dark energy coursed through his entire being, coalescing into a formidable energy spear that was hurled forth. This technique had grown significantly more potent compared to the previous month. Roar! Dragon Fist, unleash! Sun Wukong raised his hand and swung his fist, the dragon-shaped phantom materializing with the might to obliterate worlds, colliding with the spear of his opponent and shattering it in an instant. What? Zanali gasped in shock, immediately invoking defensive measures as 10 layers of protective shields manifested. Boom! Upon impact, his shields crumbled one after another. Damn it! Zanali unleashed all of his dark energy, realizing the futility of his efforts as the colossal dragon pierced through his form, circling back to strike once more. A thunderous explosion erupted, radiating dazzling light that illuminated the realm and even pierced through the atmospheric veil surrounding Earth. As the brilliance faded, Zanali vanished into the void, while Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, gasping for breath, having exhausted all his energy with that dragon fist technique. In the pitch-black dimensional space, Akira opened his eyes, an indescribable aura of supremacy emanating from him, causing the dark space to collapse instantaneously. He vanished, only to reappear in his palace. At last, I have reached this pinnacle. Eyes closed, he savored his condition, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was now merely a step away from completely transcending the barriers of this world. The gods from the other three-dimensional realms in the universe cast wary glances in his direction. Noticing their gazes, Akira let out a soft snort. For now, I shall allow you to live a little longer. First, I will absorb the energy of that outsider. With a single step, he disappeared from the palace. Chapter 41. The Fierce Battle with Akira. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply. Vegeta, arms crossed, regarded him with an expression of displeasure. Kakarot, when will you ever change your bad habits? Sun Wukong scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. All right, no need to dwell on it. You both did quite well. Gogeta appeared. Vegeta scoffed and turned away. Fine, I'll head to Namek and restore Earth with Barunga. Just as Gogeta prepared to teleport, he suddenly grasped the hands of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, disappearing from their location. Boom. The ground erupted into a gaping chasm. Quick reflexes. Akira emerged from the void. Gogeta materialized with the two others. Thank you, Gogeta. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for Gogeta's swift response. Otherwise, both he and Kakarot would have faced dire consequences. Gogeta smiled, glancing at Akira in the sky, having surmised the identity of this individual. Although Akira emitted no discernible energy, such individuals were often the most formidable, much like himself. Hey, boy, surrender your divine power to me, and I shall spare your life. Akira looked down upon Gogeta with arrogance. Gogeta feigned fear. Is that true? If I relinquish my divine power, you will indeed spare me? Absolutely. Akira replied with a sinister smile. Fine, I will hand you my am. Do you take me for a fool? Gogeta, shedding his earlier timidity, erupted with curses. Akira showed no signs of anger, merely squinting his eyes and repeating the word good thrice. Bang! The shockwave from their collision surged forth, sending Sun Wukong and Vegeta retreating several dozen miles. The ground beneath Gogeta crumbled extensively. With a swift motion, Akira struck downward with his left hand. Gogeta stepped back, quickly retaliating with a punch aimed at Akira's face. Though it connected, it was absorbed by a thin membrane, causing no harm. Akira's right elbow smashed toward Gogeta, who sidestepped and seized Akira's arm, executing a powerful throw that sent him crashing to the ground. However, just before impact, Akira transformed into a shadow, reappearing behind Gogeta and delivering a kick to his back. Gogeta staggered forward but quickly regained his footing, conjuring a massive energy sphere and launching it at Akira. A barrier manifested before Akira, negating the energy sphere's assault. The explosion from the sphere sent shockwaves through the surroundings, yet Akira remained unscathed. The two figures darted between the shattered floating rocks, their fists colliding and unleashing circular shockwaves. Gogeta's right leg descended in a powerful strike, but Akira intercepted it with an elbow, countering by seizing his ankle and hurling him skyward. As Gogeta was flung, he unleashed a devastating beam of light, a torrent of energy that tore through the clouds. Akira gathered dark purple fireballs between his palms, the two energies colliding to create a cataclysmic explosion. Gogeta surged through the smoke, his knuckles gleaming with golden light aimed at Akira's throat. In response, Akira did not evade but instead retaliated with a punch, resulting in a simultaneous retreat for both combatants. Amidst the shower of debris, blinding golden light erupted, and Gogeta surrounded himself with a fiery aura, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy blasts. Such trivial tricks are truly disappointing. Akira waved dismissively, instantly detonating the energy blasts in the sky, resulting in a symphony of explosions that resonated throughout the realm. In the King Kai realm, the old Kai sat down heavily, astonished that Akira had personally intervened. Old ancestor, is he truly that Akira? It was no wonder Jebet would inquire, for the Akira they had encountered a month prior bore little resemblance to this one. Once he regained his composure, the old Kai spoke gravely. Do not doubt it. He is indeed Akira, the true entity. It appears Earth is doomed, and not just Earth. We may be in peril as well. The old Kai's words were not without merit, as the four gods possessed the authority to determine the fates of their respective Kais and destroyers. However, Jebet held a different perspective. Old ancestor, I believe you are mistaken. I feel Gogeta can triumph over Akira. The old Kai regarded Jebet with surprise, noting his earnest expression. He chuckled softly, realizing he was growing old, and decided to place his faith in the younger generation. After all, nothing could be worse than death. On Earth, the sky was torn asunder by two intertwining auras. Gogeta's fist surged toward his opponent's face, but Akira narrowly evaded, countering by locking Gogeta's wrist and driving his right knee into his ribs. The sound of bone meeting flesh echoed, unleashing circular shockwaves. Too slow. Akira's crimson pupils sparked with energy as he struck at Gogeta's throat with his elbow. Gogeta flickered in and out of existence, golden energy blasts converging from all directions, each one meticulously sealing off Akira's escape routes. Yet they were shredded into particles of light upon contact with a black barrier. Kamehameha. In an instant, Gogeta teleported close to Akira, unleashing a blue-white beam that pierced the clouds. To Gogeta's astonishment, Akira did not dodge, bracing himself to absorb the energy capable of vaporizing planets. Boom! The earth trembled violently, phenomena erupting all around. The atmospheric veil enveloping Earth dissipated, leaving only the protective aura around the core intact. As the two approached each other once more, time seemed to stand still. Gogeta's sweeping kick grazed Akira's neck, yet the latter deftly utilized the momentum to pivot, delivering a lethal chop towards his temple, accompanied by a resounding crack that sliced through the air. In mere fractions of a second, both combatants executed dozens of exchanges in a dazzling display of offense and defense. Supernova attack. Gogeta abruptly altered his technique, manifesting a colossal golden energy sphere that surged forth with unparalleled might, hurtling directly towards Akira. Just as the golden orb enveloped Akira, a black energy spear shot forth from the epicenter of the explosion like a bolt of lightning, aimed squarely at Gogeta's vital points. Startled, Gogeta narrowly evaded the strike. But Akira's assault was relentless. Seizing the opportunity as Gogeta shifted his position, he burst forth from the smoke, his right fist infused with an energy capable of warping space, crashing into Gogeta's abdomen with tremendous force. A golden radiance enveloped Gogeta as he braced himself, absorbing Akira's punch with his midsection. The impact reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves rippling outward, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Although Gogeta managed to withstand the blow, he was propelled several thousand meters away before regaining his composure. Yet before he could catch his breath, Akira materialized behind him, denying him even a moment's respite, and unleashed another punch that collided violently with Gogeta's own. In that instant, the heavens seemed to shift hue, and the entire space was torn asunder by the force of their clash, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 42. I am serious. A golden and a black beam of light intertwined like two colossal dragons amidst the clouds, each collision resounding with ear-splitting booms while generating powerful circular shockwaves that swept through the surroundings, instantly reducing mountains within a 1,000-mile radius to mere dust. Suddenly, Akira converged 3 fingers, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy blade that sped towards Gogeta with razor-sharp intensity. Gogeta's reflexes were lightning quick. He spun like a top, then delivered a powerful sweep towards the energy construct. With a resounding crash, the energy blade shattered into countless fragments upon impact with Gogeta's kick, scattering like stars across the battlefield. Just as Gogeta obliterated the energy form, Akira's knee, propelled like a cannonball and wrapped in a sonic boom, struck towards his throat. Too slow. Gogeta instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the blow, and retaliated with a vicious elbow strike aimed at Akira's spine, delivering a hit akin to a hammer's descent. Caught off guard by Gogeta's rapid counter, Akira staggered momentarily but quickly regained his footing, retaliating with a dark energy wave. Gogeta unleashed a golden energy wave from his palm to counter the black blast. The two formidable forces clashed mid-air, coalescing into an ever-expanding chaotic sphere, reminiscent of a universe on the brink of explosion, radiating a pulse of energy that sent tremors through the very ground beneath them. As the Earth's crust began to melt into a molten red liquid under the horrific energy's influence, Akira abruptly withdrew his power, darting into Gogeta's blind spot. Before Gogeta could react, Akira's lightning-imbued whip leg struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ground as though struck by a meteor. A thunderous boom echoed as molten lava erupted, creating a towering wall of fire. Deep within the earth, a rumbling resonance of impending power surged. As Gogeta broke through the lava, his body shimmered with spiraling golden light, and the shockwave from his clash with Akira caused tectonic plates to shatter. In a matter of moments, they exchanged blows with blinding speed, their fists and feet creating a dense, impenetrable energy cage. When Akira's hand sliced towards Gogeta's left shoulder, the latter unleashed a devastating explosive cannon, propelling Akira through several mountain ranges. Within the palace on the core star, the other 3 deities convened for the first time in millennia. Akira had already taken the initiative. The god of life and death regarded the god of kindness and the god of light. The god of light scoffed, and so what? Does he truly dare to strike against us? Does he possess the audacity? Not necessarily. The god of kindness interjected. When that individual becomes frenzied, he is capable of anything. With that, a heavy silence fell over them. After so many years of conflict, we must unite this time. We cannot allow him to take that final step. What say you? The god of life and death's voice shattered the stillness. Exchanging glances, the god of light and the god of kindness nodded in agreement. The god of life and death is correct. If Akira truly takes that final step, only death awaits us. With a wave of his hand, the god of kindness summoned a screen displaying the battle between Gogeta and Akira. Is that the outsider with the long tail? Quite extraordinary. They were still probing each other's depths. The god of light's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Each had their own hidden motives. In the skies above Earth, Gogeta smirked. Is this all you are capable of, so-called god? Such paltry power? In response to Gogeta's derision, Akira displayed no sign of anger. After all, he had endured countless words over his extensive existence. Your prowess is indeed formidable, and I find myself increasingly impressed. However, I reiterate, surrender your divine power, and I shall spare your life. Akira regarded him calmly. Yet, Gogeta dismissed Akira's proposition with indifference, casually cleaning his ear before blowing away the dirt from his little finger. Save such words for the toddlers. I am not so easily fooled, he replied with a mocking grin. As I previously stated, you shall be the one to perish. Now, I shall get serious. Gogeta's gaze sharpened, his entire aura erupting as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Alongside his transformation, an immense wave of energy caused the surrounding air to tremble violently, creating surging gusts that radiated outward. Akira narrowed his eyes, distinctly sensing the power unleashed by Gogeta's transformation. A glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze. Gogeta appeared before Akira in an instant, delivering a punch that distorted the very air around them. Akira conjured a barrier to deflect the blow, countering with a palm strike aimed at Gogeta, who pivoted and kicked towards Akira's chest. The speed of their battle was akin to lightning, so swift that even Son Goku and Vegeta could scarcely perceive their exchanges. Each violent clash unleashed tremendous energy ripples that enveloped the entire Earth. The repercussions of these energy ripples are catastrophic. The natural phenomena on Earth have turned erratic. Gale winds howl, torrential rains pour, earthquakes strike with increasing frequency, and volcanoes erupt. The apocalypse has arrived. If this continues, the Earth will face utter annihilation, and countless innocent lives will be lost in this calamity. After all, when mortals engage in conflict, it is the innocent who suffer. And he has retracted the protective aura surrounding the Earth's core. Goku, having seized Akira, activated his instant transmission skill. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a distant planet. Before departing from Earth, Goku communicated his thoughts to Son Wukong through telepathy, essentially urging them to hasten to Namek in search of Purunga, the eternal dragon, to restore the Earth. Son Wukong nodded, and in an instant, he teleported to Namek. Chapter 43, Beyond Imagination, Part 1. On a planet in the vast expanse of the universe, the winds roared like an enraged lion, baring its fangs and claws. While silver serpentine lightning danced chaotically in the sky, at times piercing the darkened night, at others illuminating the desolate land. This once dreary planet now appeared as if the heavens were collapsing, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Under the influence of Goku and Akira's formidable energies, the temperature across the planet plummeted sharply, the cold seeping to the bone, as if plummeting into an unfathomable ice vault, instilling a sense of dread. With a mighty stomp, Goku's foot struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound as he closed the distance to Akira with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that surged forth with unrelenting power. Bang! The resounding clash of their fists erupted in a dazzling brilliance. This radiance bloomed like fireworks, illuminating the entire planet in an instant, as the shockwave cascaded outward, akin to a ferocious hurricane that obliterated everything in its path. Under the force of this overwhelming shockwave, the space where they collided fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. Swiftly spreading, with a whoosh, the space momentarily stuttered, and both were propelled backward by the recoil. Bang! Their fists collided once more with tremendous force, the impact echoing like a torrential flood, surging through their bodies. Such immense power caused the air surrounding their fists to seethe, forming a visible plain. Subsequently, this plain ruptured like a breached dam, unleashing a torrent of wild energy, a gale of unparalleled ferocity, engulfing everything around it. In an instant, the entire planet was shrouded in a terrifying force, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, gaping wide its blood-soaked maw, seeking to devour the world. A colossal storm rampaged across the globe, as if it were a colossal beast gone berserk. Its roar was deafening, as though it sought to rend the very fabric of the universe. The shockwave spread outward at an astonishing velocity, each ripple containing terrifying energy, obliterating everything in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of their collisions echoed like thunderclaps, the residual waves of their attacks reverberating across the globe, bringing catastrophic consequences. The planet emitted a mournful wail, as if lamenting its impending doom. Haha. A smirk of disdain curled upon Akira's lips, his laughter dripping with derision for Goku. Questioning whether this was the seriousness he had proclaimed. Unfazed by Akira's taunts, Goku merely smiled faintly. He then unleashed his Super Saiyan blue form, raising his hand to gather a blinding radiance, launching the ultimate flash. With a fierce shout, the ultimate flash shot forth like lightning, bearing the power to annihilate, hurtling directly towards Akira. Seeing this, Akira swiftly summoned his internal energy, unleashing a wave of energy to meet Goku's ultimate flash. In an instant, the two terrifying energies collided midair, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the cosmos. The energy released from their clash exploded like a super bomb, radiating outward from the point of impact. This energy was immensely potent, leaving devastation in its wake. The entire planet splintered under the assault of this formidable energy, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered throughout the universe. Yet the remnants of this energy did not cease. They continued to spread outward, like an unstoppable flood, affecting a nearby planet, which met a similar fate, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. However, the battle between Goku and Akira did not cease with the planet's destruction. They continued their fierce clashes in the cosmos, each impact sending ripples of immense energy echoing through the universe, lingering long after. Boom! Goku's form was enveloped in a blue aura, and as he transformed, a tempest of blue energy surged outward, forcing Akira to retreat several hundred meters. Out of tricks, are we? Willing to unleash your divine power? Akira's lips curled into a mocking smile as his voice echoed in the vastness of space. Yet Goku remained unfazed, lightly shaking his fingers as if mocking Akira's ignorance. No, no, no. I previously stated that I would take this seriously, so I will gradually enhance my power, ensuring you comprehend what exceeds imagination. Goku's tone was calm and confident. Ha ha ha. Akira suddenly erupted into loud laughter, his voice resonating with deafening intensity. He regarded Goku as one might a foolish clown, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Clapping mockingly, he declared that in all his long existence, he had never encountered someone as arrogant as Goku, especially not an outsider. Laugh, do you? In the next moment, blue flames surged from his body like a blazing inferno. In the blink of an eye, Goku completed his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue Stage 3. In an instant, Goku closed the distance, his fist imbued with boundless power, striking towards Akira. Sensing a hint of danger, Akira swiftly countered with a palm strike, dark energy coalescing in his hand, colliding violently with Goku's punch. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and the resulting shockwaves swept across the surroundings like a violent hurricane, causing nearby stars to tremble. Their forms darted through the cosmos, each collision resembling two stars colliding, radiating brilliant light. The power of Goku in Super Saiyan Blue Stage 3 compelled Akira to take the situation more seriously. Dark energy surged forth from him like an unstoppable tide. The contrast between the dark energy and Goku's radiant blue aura painted a breathtaking tableau in the cosmos. Suddenly, Akira crossed his arms, unleashing a massive pillar of dark energy towards Goku. Goku erected a blue energy barrier, and the dark energy pillar struck it fiercely, exploding in a blinding flash, with shockwaves radiating outward, instantly pulverizing surrounding asteroids. Seizing the moment while Goku defended against the energy pillar, Akira deftly maneuvered behind him, raising a leg to deliver a swift kick. Vegeta had long sensed the impending danger. With a deft twist of his body, he skillfully evaded the attack and immediately launched an energy sphere at Akira. Akira let out a cold snort, pushing forward with his left hand, causing a dark energy wave to collide with the energy sphere, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave enveloped them, causing both to sway slightly amidst the force. However, they quickly regained their composure, exchanging a glance before dashing towards each other like shooting stars. Chapter 44, Beyond Imagination, Part 2. King Kai's Realm. Their battle was indeed fierce. The god of destruction, Mondam, clenched his fists in secret. He yearned to engage in combat, particularly with Akira. Unlike the gods of destruction from other timelines, the ones in this reality were distinct individuals, and there were no angels present. Hey, don't do anything foolish. The old Kai cast a sideways glance at him. Mondam merely curled his lips, fully aware of the old Kai's implication, yet he possessed self-awareness as well. Jebet, the god, remained silent, unsure of what to say. The clash between Vegeta and Akira had already spread its energy across several planets. Dark magic, heart demon spell. A peculiar wave of black energy struck Vegeta, causing Akira's lips to curl into a smirk. Those ensnared by this spell would awaken their inner demons, leading to self-destruction. Vegeta's face contorted in agony as the spell took effect. Yet, as Akira prepared to revel in his triumph, Vegeta spoke up. What's the matter? Did you think this spell would be effective against me? Inner demons? Huh, I have never feared them. Akira was momentarily taken aback. How could this spell be ineffective against him? Before he could ponder further, Vegeta closed the distance, wrapping his arms around Akira's head and delivering a fierce knee strike. However, a thin layer of defense enveloped Akira, absorbing the blow. With the attack thwarted, Vegeta swiftly created distance between them. Akira began to chant, "Dark magic, shadow cage." In an instant, countless black shadows surged forth from the void, ensnaring Vegeta tightly. The shadows constricted further, and Vegeta felt every muscle in his body being squeezed. his strength gradually devoured. Is this all you can muster? Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a radiant blue aura that illuminated the galaxy, shattering the shadowy prison. Transforming into a streak of blue light, Vegeta surged towards Akira, his fists raining down like meteors. Akira dodged left and right, gathering a massive black energy sphere in his hands, which he hurled at Vegeta. Vegeta shifted his body slightly, the energy sphere grazing his shoulder before detonating on a distant planet, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Akira's chest. Akira was sent flying, smashing through several small asteroids. The explosion of the planets did not inflict any significant damage upon him. He emerged from the debris, shrouded in dark energy. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, sensing a change in Akira's aura. In an instant, both vanished. The sound of space ripping apart could not be heard in the vacuum, yet the energy tremors were visibly apparent. Two streaks of light collided ferociously in the cosmos, each impact unleashing waves of energy powerful enough to obliterate planets, turning floating asteroids into dust in an instant. Not bad. Akira's voice echoed as he swiftly changed direction, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Vegeta's waist. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, but the force sent him staggering back several kilometers. Regaining his footing, he propelled himself forward with incredible speed, his right fist trailing a blue energy flame aimed straight for Akira's face. Akira tilted his head to evade, only to find Vegeta's fist suddenly shifting trajectory into an uppercut, striking Akira squarely on the chin and launching him into the sky. This isn't over, Vegeta pursued, his fists hammering down upon Akira like a storm. Each blow landed with precision on Akira's vital points, his abdomen, chest, and face. Under the relentless assault, Akira was forced to retreat, vibrant blue energy exploding around him like blooming flowers. Huh! Akira roared, unleashing a tempest of black energy that interrupted Vegeta's barrage. With his hands clasped together, energy coalesced in his palms. Try this. Nova of Destruction, a colossal energy sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, was hurled forth, tearing apart the fabric of space in its wake. Humph! Vegeta darted past the energy sphere at an astonishing angle, simultaneously gathering a blue energy sphere in his right hand. I'll return it to you doubled. The energy sphere was launched at Akira, rapidly expanding in flight into a massive orb. Akira did not evade. Instead, he clawed forward with his hands, tearing the energy sphere apart. Yet, at that very moment of detonation, Vegeta appeared behind him, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his neck. Akira grunted in pain, his body lurching forward, but as he fell, he spun around, executing a roundhouse kick aimed at Vegeta's head, which Vegeta narrowly avoided by tilting back. The two quickly distanced themselves from each other. Akira's expression darkened as he regarded Vegeta, perplexed by the situation. He was using 70% of his strength. Yet why could he not vanquish Vegeta and seize his power? Had he not yet revealed his true strength? Dismissing that thought, he resolved to unleash his full power. Taking a deep breath, Akira's dark energy surged wildly, his body expanding rapidly. Layer upon layer of scales emerged on his surface, each gleaming with an eerie light, and a pair of black horns sprouted from his head. The overwhelming pressure shattered the galaxy, forcing Vegeta to form an energy force field to shield against the onslaught. This battle was truly beyond imagination. If it continued this way, the universe itself would cease to exist. Jebet gulped nervously. The expressions of the god of destruction and the old Kai grew grave. The annihilation of the universe posed a dire problem, and more critically, they lacked the means to halt this conflict. Chapter 45, Severely Wounded and Fleeing. Two figures intertwined in the cosmos, their fists colliding and unleashing waves of energy. Akira raised his leg to strike downwards, yet Vegeta evaded with even greater speed, leaving behind a web of cracks in the space where he had stood. Landing on a meteorite, Vegeta flashed towards Akira, unleashing a Kamehameha at point-blank range, the explosion propelling them in opposite directions. Suddenly, black arrows shot towards Vegeta. He retaliated with energy beams, the explosions generating invisible shockwaves that rippled through the cosmos, causing the edge of the universe to fracture. Their skirmish transitioned to a nearby planet. Abruptly, Akira sealed the surrounding space, his fingers morphing into blades aimed at Vegeta. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through Vegeta's body, but in the next moment, he vanished, merely a shadow clone. Boom. A barrier of dark energy instinctively formed to protect Akira. However, Vegeta's punch was no ordinary strike. Crack. The dark energy shield shattered instantly, and Vegeta's fist connected solidly with Akira. Akira grunted, propelled backwards, crashing through several mountain peaks. As dust hung in the air, Akira slowly rose, dark energy swirling around him. Countless black runes burst forth from his palms, intertwining in the surrounding space to form a colossal magic array. The array glowed intensely, enveloping Vegeta and attempting to confine his movements. As the azure flames erupted from Gogeta, he let out a powerful shout, relentlessly pounding the array of seals with his fists. Crack! Crack! The sealing formation began to show signs of fissures. At that moment, Akira raised both hands, and a pitch-black beam of light coalesced at the center of the formation, hurtling menacingly toward Gogeta. Gogeta crossed his arms in front of him, forming an energy shield. The beam collided with the shield, unleashing a blinding flash of light, while energy shockwaves swept across the planet's surface, stirring up layers of dust and debris. The explosion's brilliance abruptly faded, not extinguished, but rather cleaved apart by an even more formidable force. The chaotic energy surged like a tamed dragon, rolling to the sides with a mournful cry, revealing the unscathed figure at the center of the explosion. Gogeta slowly lowered his crossed arms, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The azure flames surrounding him not only did not diminish, but surged with greater intensity, shifting from a simple cerulean to a profound indigo. Akira's pupils constricted sharply, and once again, a look of disbelief crossed his face. The intricate formation, combined with the dark annihilation beam, had been, impossibly, dispelled by mere fists. This was inconceivable. Quite intriguing, Gogeta seemed to critique a trivial performance. His gaze swept over the cracked but still functioning dark array, his expression as tranquil as if he were gazing at a clumsy piece of graffiti. He extended his index finger and casually tapped a seemingly innocuous spatial node above the formation. Buzz. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, a delicate sound akin to shattering glass resonated. The vast, complex dark array, radiating an aura of terrifying confinement, imploded like a punctured balloon, its brilliance dimming. The runes that composed the array trembled violently before crumbling inch by inch, transforming into a swirling cloud of black luminescence that dissipated into the void. What? Akira was struck as if by lightning, his body involuntarily swaying. This formation, one of his most treasured techniques, encapsulated his understanding of the dark principles. How could it have been so effortlessly penetrated and dismantled by his adversary? In the very instant that Akira's mind reeled, Gogeta vanished. Not merely a blur from high-speed movement, but an actual disappearance. The space bore no ripples, and his presence was entirely concealed, as if he had never existed in that realm. This is bad. Akira's instincts screamed in alarm, and the dark energy around him surged, desperately attempting to form an all-encompassing defense. Yet, it was too late. A hand enveloped in azure flames penetrated the boundaries of space and time, silently pressing against Akira's vulnerable back. There was no violent energy impact, only an irresistible, overwhelming pure force that permeated him. Ugh! Akira felt every bone, every organ, and even the flowing dark energy within him momentarily freeze and contort under that single press. This force was not destructive, but rather absolute suppression, as if the weight of the entire universe bore down upon his diminutive form. The dark energy he prided himself on offered no resistance, melting away like snow in the sunlight. Boom! Akira plummeted toward the ravaged earth below, tenfold faster than the previous time he had been sent flying. This time, he did not create a mere pit, but a colossal circular crater exceeding a kilometer in diameter. The shockwave radiated outward, leveling the already unstable mountain ranges into the ground, while the clouds of dust surged into the sky, painting it a murky ochre. Before the dust settled, a streak of blue light hovered above the massive pit. Gogeta, arms crossed, looked down from his elevated position at the figure nestled within the depths. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a bug scuttling in the palm of his hand, filled with a detached indifference and a hint of amusement. Let me show you what true power looks like. The moment his words fell, Gogeta's azure flames suddenly contracted inward, as if compressed to their utmost limit. An indescribable pressure began to permeate the air, not as a violent impact, but as if the entire universe's laws bowed before him. Coalescing into a divine radiance that manifested as a galaxy, he transformed into the state of ultimate freedom. The planet beneath him groaned under the unbearable strain, fine cracks radiating from the crater and spreading across the globe. The dust in the sky was pushed aside by an invisible force, revealing a distorted, shattered cosmic backdrop marred by the remnants of their battle. Akira lay at the bottom of the crater, gazing up at the figure in the sky who resembled a deity, his eyes betraying a fear he could no longer conceal. He finally understood that from the very beginning, his opponent had merely been observing, toying with him, assessing his capabilities. All his attacks and schemes appeared absurd and futile against the sheer might of his adversary. Feigning weakness to ensnare a stronger foe? No. This ferocious tiger had simply retracted its claws for the moment, watching with keen interest as its prey performed. And now, the performance had concluded. The tiger revealed its true fangs. Akira was not one to simply resign himself to defeat. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his dark energy, vanishing amidst the pure black brilliance. TCH, he runs quite swiftly. I shall let you go this time. Gogeta stretched lazily, casting a glance in a certain direction before returning to his normal state and vanishing in an instant. Shortly after he left, 3 deities appeared in succession. Observing the vanishing Gogeta, the 3 exhibited expressions of wariness. With the power Gogeta had displayed, he could have easily killed Akira, but he chose to spare him, perhaps hoping to reel in a larger catch, as he suspected there were other entities in this world beyond these 4 gods. Chapter 46. All of you, attack together. Within the dimly lit palace, a figure suddenly plummeted down. It was the severely injured Akira. Damn it! Akira's voice echoed throughout the vast hall, filled with boundless rage and indignation. He pounded the ground with all his might, each strike causing the palace to tremble violently. Why did this happen? Akira's roar resonated within the palace, lingering in the air, his heart brimming with humiliation and anguish. He, the mighty god of darkness, whose strength had reached the pinnacle, had been forced to flee in such a wretched manner. This sensation was unbearable. Images of the recent encounter flashed through Akira's mind, his terrifying enemy. That dreadful power sent shivers down his spine. He had never imagined he would fear a person. This feeling was an immense disgrace to him. I will avenge this. Akira gritted his teeth, flames of vengeance igniting in his eyes. Once he recovered, he would annihilate the other deities, absorb their powers, and become even stronger. Then he would seek out that individual and tear him apart to quench his thirst for revenge. With this thought, Akira's will stirred, and he vanished from the palace, entering the realm of darkness. In this space, time seemed to halt, enveloped in endless darkness and silence. Akira sat quietly in the shadows, beginning to heal. However, mere moments later, ripples suddenly appeared within the palace, and the other 3 deities materialized where Akira had just been. He has entered the space to heal. The god of life and death spoke in a low, sinister tone. Shall we seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he recuperates, ensuring he never rises again? The god of life and death curled his lips into a mischievous smile as he proposed an idea to the god of light. Upon hearing his words, the god of light revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. Humph, can we conceive of something he cannot? He is an old fox. He must already be fully aware of our little tricks. Akira's age surpasses that of the 3 of us combined. The god of life and death, somewhat awkwardly, chuckled in response to the god of light's remarks. Hee, so what do you suggest we do? We can't simply let him off the hook. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the god of light's eyes as he pondered for a moment before replying. Once he has recovered, we will feign an alliance with him to confront the outsider together. After we have absorbed the outsider's power, we shall find an opportunity to secretly deal with him, catching him off guard. The god of life and death beamed at the god of light's scheme. You truly are devious. Let us proceed with this plan. The god of goodness, who had remained silent, observed the exchange between the god of life and death and the god of light, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. These 2 were so confident that Akira wouldn't perceive their intentions. Subsequently, all 3 of them simultaneously concealed their forms. At the Earth Capsule Corporation, a grand banquet was underway, celebrating their hard-won victory, as attendees reveled in the sumptuous feast and joyous atmosphere. The festivities continued into the early hours of the following day before the guests gradually dispersed. Around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, Gohan, accompanied by Goten, sought out Vegeta. It turned out that during the banquet's conclusion, Vegeta had posed a thought-provoking question to Gohan. Do you intend to rely solely on your father and Vegeta to protect the Earth? This statement struck a profound chord within Gohan, compelling him to reflect on his own actions. Upon returning home, Gohan meticulously contemplated Vegeta's words. Realizing he could no longer depend on his father and Uncle Vegeta to safeguard the planet, he, too, needed to grow stronger. Thus, he brought his brother Goten along, hoping to enhance his abilities through training. Goten's potential was not to be underestimated, and Vegeta agreed to train them together. Just as Vegeta was about to lead the 2 brothers away, Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks unexpectedly arrived at the scene. You wish to grow stronger as well? Vegeta inquired, somewhat surprised. Both Krillin and Piccolo nodded in affirmation, expressing their desire to elevate their powers. Krillin clenched his fists, seriousness etched on his face as he declared, I want to become stronger to protect my family. Piccolo's motivations were more straightforward. He merely sought to discover the limits of his own capabilities. In truth, Piccolo had 2 paths before him, one leading to Namek to seek a wish from Purunga to unlock his potential, and the other involving assimilation with other Namekians. Clearly, Piccolo would not choose either option unless absolutely necessary. Regardless, since he was bound to instruct them, he decided to train them all together. Thus, Vegeta guided everyone to the Kaioshin realm, where he subjected them to a grueling regimen akin to purgatory. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta opted to remain at home, cherishing time with their wives. After all, it had been a considerable while since they had last seen them, and it was time to catch up. However, upon learning that Vegeta was the one responsible for training their sons, along with Krillin and Piccolo, both Goku and Vegeta silently mourned for them for several seconds. Recalling Vegeta's teaching methods was enough to send shivers down their spines. As time swiftly passed, half a year later, on Earth, a magnificent celestial power descended, rendering all living beings on the planet immobilized. "What a beautiful planet," remarked the god of light. "Indeed, it is quite lovely, but alas, it is on the brink of destruction," the god of life and death replied with a smirk. Akira then spoke up. "You remember the promise you made to me. Should you dare to renege, the consequences shall be yours to bear." "Of course, we remember. You need not worry," the god of death interjected, his words carrying an oddly awkward tone. Akira scoffed, raising his left hand to conjure a colossal black energy sphere. Goku, Vegeta, and the other Z warriors had just arrived. "A swarm of ants dares to oppose me? How laughable!" Akira scoffed as he hurled the energy sphere. Boom. It traveled only a few dozen meters before exploding, the source being Vegeta, who had shattered it. "If they are ants, then you are but an ant in my eyes," Vegeta remarked with a smirk directed at Akira. His gaze swept over the other three gods, quickly deducing their identities. They were undoubtedly the three deities who had not appeared in the manga. Vegeta grinned widely. "Why don't you all join forces? Akira is no match for me." His words were brazen, yet he had the prowess to back them up. The other three gods remained unfazed, while Akira's expression darkened ominously. "Kid, I acknowledge your strength, but do not forget, this world is not your own. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot surpass us. Lend me your strength." The initial part of his statement was directed at Vegeta, while the latter was aimed at the three gods. The three deities promptly transmitted their powers to Akira. "Aya!" Akira let out a low growl. Even as he attempted to assimilate the powers of the other three gods, it was no simple feat, given the differing natures of their energy attributes. Chapter 47. The Absolute Power of the Ultimate State. With the energy of the three gods absorbed, Akira's form expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 3 meters in height. His muscles undulating like molten lava, brimming with destructive force. An eerie glow enveloped his skin, and the surrounding dark energy thickened, manifesting as a tangible black mist that spread outward. These dark energies intertwined and collided with the powers of light, life and death, and goodness, generating intense waves of energy. With a brilliant flash of light, he fully absorbed the energy of the other three gods. Exhaling softly, Vegeta's gaze suddenly became clear and profound. The aura surrounding him was not a fierce blaze, but rather a layer of exceedingly restrained, almost transparent silver luminescence, subtly intertwining around him. His hair transformed into a pure silver hue, and his pupils shifted to a shimmering silver that radiated a divine glow. This was the sign of the ultimate state, a realm that transcended active control, allowing the body to instinctively reach its pinnacle. In that moment, he appeared to merge with the pulsation of the universe, exuding an indescribable divine aura. This aura was not a chaotic accumulation of power like Akira's, but rather an exalted, pure essence, embodying a natural scrutiny and indifference towards all lower energies. It flowed quietly, yet it made Akira's tumultuous amalgamation of divine powers feel like it had encountered an arch-nemesis. Stirring restlessly, "Is this your confidence?" Vegeta's voice was devoid of any fiery zeal, calm as if stating a fact, clearly resonating in Akira's ears. "You gathered the powers of three gods, only to become this chaotic mass? You seek death." Akira's fury ignited to its zenith in an instant. His colossal fist clenched tightly, the tangible dark energy coiling around it like a living entity, while the powers of light, life and death, and goodness surged violently across his surface, coalescing into a strike potent enough to rend the cosmos. Boom. No extravagant techniques were employed, merely an unadulterated outpouring of pure destructive force. Akira unleashed a punch with a speed that surpassed light itself. Wherever the fist passed, the very fabric of space shattered into countless fragments, leaving behind a dark trail of annihilation aimed directly at Gogeta. Faced with this strike capable of obliterating the universe, Gogeta's silver pupils did not even focus on the approaching fist. Just as that destructive blow was about to graze the tip of his nose, his body moved. It was not a mere evasion. It was as if space itself subtly parted to create a path before him. His head tilted, at an angle unfathomable to humanity, in an impossible moment, shifting ever so slightly to the left. Akira's fist, engulfed in the cataclysmic force of 4 divine powers, brushed against Gogeta's silvery locks, crashing futilely into the void. The ferocious shockwave radiated outward in a spherical form, reducing the asteroid belt beyond Earth to mere dust. Yet Gogeta did not retreat a single step. In that fleeting moment as the fist grazed past him, he simply raised a hand enveloped in silvery flames, seemingly casual, and gently rested it upon Akira's massive wrist, propelled forward by inertia. A soft pop echoed, akin to the brushing away of a speck of dust. Akira's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He felt an irresistible, terrifyingly precise guiding force emanating from that seemingly weightless hand. All his strength, capable of annihilating galaxies, was abruptly redirected by this mere touch. He instantly lost his balance. The four divine powers coalesced within his fist, rebounding violently from this unexpected loss of control, emitting a shrill hissing sound as the molten skin of his fist cracked and black energy surged. Ugh! Akira grunted in pain, his massive form stumbling forward under the weight of his own power. But this was merely the beginning. Gogeta's figure rippled like water, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he silently appeared at Akira's exposed side, a result of his own loss of control. Without charging up, without a shout, and without a deliberate aim, his right knee simply rose to the exact position of Akira's temple, striking with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The dull thud erupted in the void. It was not a clash of brute force, but the ultimate manifestation of absolute power applied to the most vulnerable point with exquisite precision. Akira felt as though his seemingly indestructible skull had been struck by a meteor. His neck twisted grotesquely at an exaggerated angle, his entire being transformed into an uncontrollable streak of light, hurtling towards the distant depths of space at a terrifying speed. Rumble. A desolate rocky planet. At the moment of impact, the planet shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer. A crater hundreds of kilometers in diameter formed instantaneously, the core pierced directly. The shockwave swept across the globe at supersonic speeds. Tectonic plates were lifted like sheets of paper, tearing apart. Lava erupted, and a mushroom cloud of dust surged into the cosmos. Before the dust had settled, a silvery streak pierced through the swirling debris and molten rock, hovering above the center of the gaping pit. Gogeta looked down upon Akira, embedded in the searing core, his body battered, divine power in disarray. His silver eyes devoid of triumph or rage, only an absolute indifference akin to gazing down upon dust. Is this the power you so desire? His voice echoed amidst the shattered planetary backdrop, bearing the weight of judgment beyond the divine. Before my supreme freedom, it is but a futile struggle. At the bottom of the pit, Akira let out a beastly roar, the utmost humiliation and fear igniting his final frenzy. The four divine powers within his battered form erupted entirely. Dark energies surged forth like boiling tar, intertwining with energies of light, life, death, goodness, manifesting into countless grotesque energy tendrils, like a cataclysmic tsunami, resolutely surging towards the hovering Gogeta from every direction, with no escape. Each tendril was capable of effortlessly obliterating a star. Faced with this chaotic backlash of divine power, Gogeta did not even adopt a defensive posture. He simply remained suspended there, his gaze still serene. Just as the tide of destruction was about to engulf him completely, his body moved once more, not to evade an attack, but as if simultaneously existing at countless spatial nodes. In the span of a billionth of a second, his figure transformed into a blurred silver shadow. Not a single energy tendril could truly reach him. Now, Gogeta resembled the lightest swallow amidst a storm, or an eternal boulder in a rushing river, casually strolling through the gaps of annihilation. Each seemingly impossible, tiny movement deftly avoided the tendrils, causing them to pass through his residual shadows in vain or collide violently with one another, leading to their own annihilation. Occasionally, his fingers or toes, enveloped in silver flames, would inadvertently tap upon the weakest structural nodes of the energy tendrils. Each gentle touch resonated with a crisp cracking sound, akin to shattering glass. The energy tendrils he touched instantaneously crumbled and disintegrated, the rampant energy rebounding uncontrollably, further exacerbating Akira's chaotic power. No, impossible. What power is this? Akira screamed in despair. His once proud, invincible form, infused with the powers of four deities, now appeared laughable before Gogeta, whose seemingly casual demeanor concealed the profound truths of the universe. Like a child swinging a heavy hammer, unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. When the last frenzied energy tendril self-annihilated beside Gogeta, only his silver figure remained suspended in the air above the shattered planet, still untainted. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other, the motion natural and fluid, as if merely gathering a handful of clear spring water. No incantation, no roar. Only an absolute will silently coalescing. More pure and profound than the silver flames of supreme freedom, it seemed to contain the essence of the universe's creation and end, gathering silently between his palms. It was not merely a sphere of energy, It resembled a singularity collapsing, embodying infinite possibilities. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying beyond comprehension, radiated outward. As the already disintegrated planet trembled in the presence of this pure energy, its material structure visibly disintegrating from the atomic level into nothingness. Akira sensed it. It was a termination more thorough than death, an absolute void capable of erasing even the concept of divinity itself. He let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair, recklessly extracting all remaining divine power within him. Darkness, light, life, death, goodness, madness, to construct an unprecedented shield of ultimate divine power swirling with 4 colors before his chest. God. Gogeta finally spoke again, his voice remaining calm. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, mocking the very concept of divinity. In his silver pupils reflected Akira's futile struggles. A minuscule figure. Before me, even gods shall be annihilated. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a deep hum reminiscent of the universe's inception. The ultimate Kamehameha wave. Or rather, the pure energy torrent unleashed in a state of supreme freedom, transformed into an absolute flow of light traversing time and space. It surged forth, embodying the will to purify and reset all existence. Akira's constructed 4-colored divine power shield appeared fragile, even less than a shadow, before this torrent representing the universe's supreme laws. The shield was not destroyed but, upon contact, dissolved silently like ice meeting an absolute sun, vanishing without a trace. Not even the slightest delay. Akira's final gaze of despair was engulfed by pure radiance. His roar, his essence, his amalgamated power of the 4 deities, the shattered planet beneath him, and the entirety of the distant star system, all were transformed into the most primordial cosmic dust in the fleeting moment as this purifying stream of light swept through, ultimately rendering even the concept of dust to vanish, returning entirely to the silence of the void. As that light, capable of illuminating the endless expanse of space, yet containing absolute annihilation, slowly dissipated, only the eternal, frigid emptiness remained. Only that silvery figure continued to hover quietly at the epicenter of the void. The silvery strands of hair fluttered gently in the faint ripples formed by the residual energy. As the inner silver radiance gradually receded, the silver glow in his eyes faded, returning to a profound black, as if the monumental power that had altered the very fabric of reality and obliterated deities had never transpired. He raised his hand lightly, as if merely brushing aside an illusory breeze. It was over. A voice, unremarkable in its simplicity, resonated through the deathly silence of the cosmic vacuum, proclaiming the absolute power represented by the state of ultimate freedom, surpassing even that of deities. The other 3 deities stood aghast, gripped by profound fear. Such power was beyond their capacity to contend with. Chapter 48. The emergence of the Creator, rectified. Gogeta regarded the other 3 deities with an expression devoid of emotion. Did I not mention that you should join forces? You could have traversed this path together, but now it seems he has gone ahead. You. The god of life and death pointed at Gogeta, utterly at a loss for words. After all, Gogeta's prowess was undeniable. Humph. As long as you do not seek your own demise like Akira, I harbor no interest in engaging with you. Just as Gogeta prepared to return to Earth, a minuscule yet seemingly fundamental tremor rippled through the cosmos, manifesting without warning. It was neither a sound nor a wave of energy, but rather akin to a groan of the very laws themselves. Gogeta's pupils constricted in an instant. His state of ultimate freedom, highly attuned to the laws of the universe, enabled him to perceive this anomaly with unprecedented acuity. This tremor did not originate from the surrounding material universe. It emanated from a higher, deeper, and more ineffable dimension, akin to a slumbering giant stirring unconsciously, causing the low-dimensional sheets of reality to wrinkle in a manner that could not be ignored. Following this, the inherent energies of light, life and death, and goodness surged forth uncontrollably. The 3 deities were taken aback. If the source energies were lost, they would meet the same fate as Akira, fading into nothingness. They hastily attempted to summon them back, but the source energies defied their commands. These 3 energies sent forth the most intense signals toward their origin. The Creator, who lay dormant within the high-dimensional chaos, as if expressing their fury over the disappearance of their dark essence. A resounding rumble erupted. This time, the tremor was no longer a mere whisper. The very structure of the universe seemed to be violently shaken by an unseen hand. Gogeta reactivated his state of ultimate freedom. The silvery aura around him surged dramatically, and he clearly saw, or rather, perceived, that with the 3 source energies as anchor points, the fabric of the universe was forcibly distorted and torn asunder by an indescribable force. An aperture appeared that could not be described by size, shape, or color. It was not a physical hole, but rather a fracture in the laws, a rift in concepts. From this fissure, chaos did not pour forth as energy. Instead, it emanated a primordial state of disorder. It was not darkness, nor a tempest of chaotic energy, but an essence older than nothingness and more primal than existence itself. It contained within it every possible beginning as well as every inevitable end. The mere leakage of this aura caused Gogeta's silvery flame of ultimate freedom to burn fiercely, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, the brilliance of silvery light unprecedented, resisting the intangible, omnipresent chaos that sought to engulf it. "Oh," Gogeta uttered, his voice tinged with a mixture of gravity and profound intrigue. Deep within his indifferent silver eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited. The state of ultimate freedom allowed him to recognize that what lay before him was a being of true superiority, far exceeding the four deities he had encountered. My prior assumptions were indeed correct. There exists a master of unparalleled skill. My creations have been utterly obliterated. A grand, ancient voice, reminiscent of the echoes of the universe's birth and demise, resonated deep within the minds of all beings. The voice held no emotion, yet contained an oppressive weight that caused souls to tremble. This proclamation did not travel through air or energy. It was declared directly at the level of the laws themselves. With this declaration, chaos began to surge violently within the rift, coalescing. It did not take on a specific biological form, but rather crystallized into a manifestation of will, an immense entity composed of pure chaotic energy. Its form constantly shifting, sometimes resembling the arms of countless stars, at other times a vortex that devoured all, and yet again appearing as the very threads of the cosmos weaving together, slowly flowed forth from the rift. Its size was immeasurable. Merely a fraction of it intruding into this material universe fundamentally distorted space itself, bending light into bizarre rings, destabilizing physical constants, and even briefly disrupting the laws of causality. It was the creator, slumbering within high-dimensional chaos, the ultimate source from which foundational laws and deities, including light, darkness, life and death, and goodness, arose. The creator's gaze swept across the void, instantly locking onto the three source energies. It perceived the traces of Akira, the god of darkness, being utterly obliterated within this void, as well as the culprit behind it all, an inconspicuous figure, burning with silvery flames, yet emanating an astounding presence akin to dust. An indescribable will surged toward Gogeta like a tangible tide. It was neither anger nor hatred, but rather an examination, an evaluation, a cold assessment of a critical bug in the program. In the fleeting moment of this will passing over him, Gogeta felt himself thoroughly analyzed, from body to soul, from power to every particle of existence, by a force that transcended comprehension. The state of ultimate freedom instinctively operated at its zenith, forming a dense defensive field of silvery aura, barely withstanding this terrifying insight that seemed poised to pierce the very essence of his being. Outsider. The creator's grand voice resounded once more, this time imbued with a distinct focus, locking onto Gogeta. "No, the anomaly. Your power has distorted the balance of the laws I have set forth. You have obliterated my creations." Its voice remained calm, yet carried an unmistakable tone of judgment. As it spoke, the three source energies were gently drawn into the creator's chaotic form by invisible threads. The three deities watched helplessly as their essence was absorbed, and without uttering a single sound, they faded into nothingness. The creator's form quivered slightly, as the vast chaotic entity seemed to condense momentarily, brewing a power far more terrifying, profound, and closer to the cosmic origin than that which Akira had merged with the four deities. This power transcended all attributes. It was the most primal manifestation of creation and destruction itself, the ultimate engine driving the birth and demise of the universe. "In my name," the creator's voice resonated like the final judgment of the cosmos, as chaotic energy coalesced before it, not as an energy beam akin to the Kamehameha, but as an absolute singularity that continuously collapsed inward, devouring all light, representing a point of return to nothingness. "Anomaly, when corrected, your existence shall return to chaos." The singularity slowly rotated, locking its gaze upon Gogeta. The gravitational force it emitted, or perhaps its erasing power, caused the very fabric of space surrounding Gogeta to begin collapsing inward, the silvery flames being drawn towards the singularity. This was no longer a confrontation of energy, but a direct negation and obliteration at the level of cosmic laws. In the face of this ultimate judgment from the very source of the universe, Gogeta exhibited not a flicker of fear. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing an audaciously wild smile. His silver hair danced wildly in the terrifying pull of the singularity, and the battle intent in his eyes erupted like a supernova. "Correction? Ha ha." Gogeta's laughter reverberated across the realm of laws, momentarily resisting the oppressive weight of the creator. Ah, the ancient relic finally deigns to awaken? Perfect. The silvery flames enveloping him surged violently, and simultaneously, a profound blue radiance erupted from the depths of his being. Intertwining with the silver brilliance of his ultimate form, the silver and blue flames soared, unleashing an even more ferocious and rebellious power. The ultra-blue fifth stage ultimate form. Let me witness just how formidable you truly are. Gogeta's voice resonated with absolute confidence and arrogance, his fists clenched tightly, as the dual flames of silver and blue coalesced into a destructive glow at his knuckles. Leaning slightly forward, he assumed an attacking posture, directly targeting the high-dimensional embodiment of chaos, the creator. And then, I shall shatter you. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 49. This word does not exist in my dictionary. Gogeta's forward-leaning figure suddenly became blurred. It was not a mere afterimage left by high-speed movement, but a masterful evasion enabled by the ultimate form, tearing a rift amidst the terrifying constraints of the laws. The silver-blue flames erupted with explosive force after extreme compression, propelling him like a comet defying the current. Aya! The wild roar materialized into tangible sound waves, colliding with the Singularity's gravitational pull in the void, annihilating and bursting into fleeting flashes of light. Upon Gogeta's fists, the silver-blue radiance was no longer a gentle glow but had condensed to its utmost, transforming into two blazing orbs, akin to the destructive sun capable of piercing through dimensions. The ultimate speed and nullifying pull formed a terrifying tug around him, stretching and distorting space along his path, emitting a piercing wail, just as his fists were about to graze the edge of the devouring dark core. Boom! The singularity did not explode. Rather, it completed its ultimate collapse inward. A point, indescribable in color and form, instantaneously came into existence and then vanished. Accompanied by this silent obliteration, an absolute darkness and profound silence rippled outward at speed surpassing light, transcending the confines of space. There was no sound, no dazzling shockwave of energy, only pure nothingness. Wherever the ripple passed, space itself was silently erased, with matter, energy, and even the fundamental fibers of the laws constituting this universe vanishing in an instant, as if they were pencil marks erased by an eraser, leaving behind a smooth, lifeless, and empty chaotic backdrop. This was the will of the creator, a formatting command from the source to rectify errors. Gogeta's sprinting figure was instantly engulfed by this erasing wave of darkness. Silence. An absolute void enveloped everything, as if Gogeta had never existed. Along with his erupting silver-blue flames and his proud declaration, all completely obliterated by this nullifying ripple. The creator's vast chaotic body hovered at the edge of the erasure zone, its form slowly shifting, resembling a massive, ever-weaving and disassembling chaotic nebula. Its inhuman will swept across the empty expanse, coldly confirming the removal of anomalies. Yet, this cold confirmation lasted but a moment. Deep within the depths of the erased, empty chaotic backdrop, a faint silver-blue glow emerged, akin to the first star birthed at the dawn of the universe, stubbornly and defiantly igniting. Soon after, a second point. A third point. Countless tiny yet resplendent silver-blue particles broke free from absolute nothingness, like billions of stars struggling to be reborn. They rapidly coalesced, ignited, and expanded. Boom! The silver-blue flames erupted like a volcano that had lain dormant for millennia, reigniting the desolate void with an even more ferocious and rebellious demeanor. Gogeta's figure reformed at the heart of the flames, maintaining his punching stance, his aura swirling violently, a battle god reborn from the flames. His body was covered with a visible layer of spatial ripples, a testament to the ultra-blue fifth-stage ultimate form operating at its limits, forcibly distorting and isolating a portion of the terrifying defensive field against the nullifying laws. Ha ha ha. Gogeta's gaze sharpened, locking onto the chaotic creator with unwavering intensity. Is that all you've got? You couldn't even scratch me, old relic. The creator's chaotic nebula body exhibited noticeable stagnation for the first time. The scrutinizing tone that permeated its grand will vanished, replaced by a chilling logic storm, akin to a program encountering unpredictable variables. This minuscule existence before it had not only escaped obliteration but had emerged with even greater ferocity, exceeding all predictions based on data since the birth of the universe. Anomaly. Variable. Exceeding expectation. The echoes of the universe's creation and destruction resounded. Exceeding expectations? Gogeta sneered, his fists colliding with a resounding crash, unleashing a wave of energy. This is just the beginning. Gogeta vanished once more. This time, it was no longer a linear charge, but rather a leap through spatial folds. traversing the gaps in the laws. In one moment he was in place, and in the next, his fist, laden with destructive energy, tore through space, striking fiercely against the Creator's ever-shifting chaotic nebula body. Bang! Boom! Sizzle! The attack landed, yet the sensation was bizarre. It felt as though his fist had plunged into a viscous gel. The silver-blue flames detonated upon the surface of the chaotic nebula, each explosion tearing open massive gaps, erupting with the chaotic primordial breath. However, these gaps were almost instantaneously filled by the swirling chaotic matter, as if they had never been attacked. Gogeta's figure transformed into countless arcs of silver-blue lightning, wildly flashing around the Creator's massive body, attacking. Each manifestation brought with it a devastating impact capable of annihilating galaxies. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, even headbutts became his weapons for rending chaos. A relentless barrage of explosions erupted across the Creator's colossal chaotic nebula body. From a distance, it resembled innumerable supernovae simultaneously bursting on its surface, while the silver-blue flashes crazily flickered and spread against the dim, chaotic backdrop. "Futile, you little insect," the Creator's colossal will coldly proclaimed. Unfazed by this tempestuous physical assault, it remained indifferent. The immense chaotic body trembled violently. Buzz! An invisible shockwave of laws radiated from it, suddenly expanding. This time, it was not obliteration, but reconstruction. Where the shockwave passed, the structure of space was forcibly altered, and physical constants were wantonly distorted. Around Gogeta, whose body was in rapid motion, the space instantaneously solidified, akin to solidified amber. Chains of invisible gravitational laws entwined around his limbs and torso. In the fraction of a moment before the space solidified, Gogeta's body twisted at an angle that defied the laws of physics, causing the entangling gravitational chains to merely shred the afterimage he left behind. His torrential flurry of attacks was forcibly interrupted. Is dodging all you can do? The will of the Creator bore a chilling mockery. On one side of the chaotic nebula's form, countless chaotic energies surged violently, stretching and condensing, instantaneously transforming into a colossal chaotic fist that obscured the heavens. This fist was not a solid entity. It was composed of ever-shifting chaotic matter, its surface flowing with luminous bands reminiscent of nebular arms. While within brewed a terrifying power capable of extinguishing entire galaxies. It locked onto the position where Vegeta had just evaded, descending with a crushing weight that threatened to obliterate dimensions. Before the fist even arrived, an overwhelming, purely physical terror descended upon Vegeta. The space surrounding him groaned under unbearable strain, fracturing inch by inch, forming a vast, collapsing pit. He could even feel the atomic structure of every cell within him being on the verge of being crushed and reconfigured under this absolute force. Retreat? A silver gleam ignited in Vegeta's eyes, the proud flames within him burning at their zenith. The word retreat did not exist in his lexicon. Faced with the chaos fist capable of flattening galaxies into mere two-dimensional canvases, he not only stood firm at the center of the collapsing pit, but defiantly braced himself. With legs slightly apart, knees bending, and waist arched like a dragon's spine, every muscle in his body swelled under the embrace of the silver-blue flames. He crossed his arms and raised them above his head, prepared to confront this cataclysmic strike from the source of creation itself. Bring it on! His roar, mingled with the thunderous blaze, resonated like an indomitable war drum. Boom! The chaotic fist struck solidly against Vegeta's crossed arms. An indescribable explosion erupted, not merely sound, but the horrific wail of spatial structures collapsing and the violent clash of laws. At the point of impact, an unimaginable wave of energy surged forth, mingling with fragments of space and chaotic turbulence, expanding outward in a perfect sphere. Wherever it passed, the chaotic background left by the Creator's prior erasure was easily torn apart, evaporating like fragile soap bubbles. The space beneath Vegeta was utterly reduced to powder. He plummeted like a nail struck by an invisible hammer, descending into the deeper, darker dimensions of the universe. The silver-blue flames behind him traced a long, burning streak, reminiscent of a falling star. At the point where his arms crossed in defense, blinding sparks erupted, a fierce friction between the defensive flames of his ultra instinct and the destructive might of the chaotic fist. Downward he fell, an endless descent. The power of the chaotic fist seemed infinite, intent on driving him into the abyss of the universe. Ugh! A low growl erupted from Vegeta's clenched teeth, his arms trembling violently as the terrifying force gradually compressed his crossed stance. The space underfoot continued to shatter, the descent accelerating. The area covered by the chaotic fist obscured all his vision, leaving only the approaching, roiling energy of annihilation. Yet, in what appeared to be an utterly crushing deadlock, the silver-blue flames did not dim. Instead, under the extreme pressure, they burned more fiercely, more brilliantly. Not enough power. As he plummeted, Vegeta's silver eyes, ignited with battle intent, pierced through the looming chaotic fist above, fixing their gaze upon the core of the creator hidden within the endless chaos. Is that all you've got, you ancient relic? Huh. A roar erupted from the depths of Vegeta's throat. His arm muscles bulged, veins rising like enraged dragons. The resplendent silver-blue flames suddenly coalesced inward, forming a crystalline silvery blue energy armature over his arms. The descent abruptly ceased. Boom. The fracturing space beneath Vegeta solidified suddenly, not constrained by the creator's power, but forcibly held by the terrifying strength he had unleashed. He raised his arms high, pushing against the overwhelming chaotic fist, and began to inch it upward, fighting against its crushing weight. Creak. A grating sound, as if metal were being forcibly twisted, reverberated through the fabric of the laws. The chaotic fist as creation laws were being deformed by Vegeta's relentless push. The surface of the chaotic fist shimmered with law runes, attempting to repair and suppress Vegeta. Old relic. Vegeta roared, pushing against the rising chaotic fist, his body arching like a bow, slowly straightening. Your fists are as soft as cotton candy. The power within him continued to surge, the silver-blue flames shooting upwards. For the first time, the vast chaotic nebula of the creator exhibited violent instability. An unprecedented emotion, one of rage, emerged from the monumental will. It could not comprehend why this diminutive insect was capable of appending its calculations, why it could unleash such power that defied the very fabric of the universe. Heresy, blasphemy. The echoing voices of cosmic creation and destruction now bore a clear anger, akin to the explosive roar of billions of stars in fury. Unforgivable. The chaotic fist, pushed upward by Vegeta, erupted with an even more blinding, chaotic radiance. Twisted chains of law shot forth from the fist, not as an attack, but instantly connecting to the creator's immense chaotic nebula form. The entire nebula began to collapse inward, as if the very source of chaos was channeling its power into this fist. The size of the fist did not increase, but the power within it surged to an entirely new magnitude. It bore the absolute weight of the will of the entire higher-dimensional chaotic source. The fist, just recently pushed upward, descended once more with the crushing force to obliterate all dimensions. Come on then. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with silver and purple, his manic laughter resonating through the void. Now this feels like a fight. How can one enjoy a battle without sufficient power? He braced himself against the descending, power-enhanced chaotic fist, the solidified space beneath him groaning and fracturing anew, his body slightly sinking under the immense pressure. But this time, he did not fall again. The layer of crystalline silver-blue armor enveloping his arms flared brightly, staunchly resisting the amplified pressure from the depths of the chaotic source. His arm muscles bulged like dragons, and as Vegeta endured the cataclysmic weight, his body trembled under the extreme strain, yet remained as unyielding as divine steel rooted in the depths of the laws. He gradually began to shift his center of gravity, inching his crossed arms apart against the overwhelming force of the chaotic fist. This movement was so slow. It felt akin to moving the entire universe, each inch accompanied by the large-scale shattering of space and the ear-piercing friction of law. The chaotic fist unleashed its power in a frenzied torrent, attempting to thwart this separation, but Vegeta's arms, like a colossal axe cleaving through chaos, resolutely pushed apart the torrent of destruction, creating an ever-expanding gap. The silver-blue flames erupted violently through the widening fissure, crashing against the base of the chaotic fist. As his arms reached their limit of separation, it felt as if a portion of the chaotic fist's power dispersed as well. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's eyes flashed with fierce brilliance. It's my turn. A roar that could shatter the heavens erupted. He abruptly retracted his parted arms, fists clenched tightly at his waist. In that instant, all his strength converged like 100 rivers returning to the sea, wildly surging towards his fists. A blinding light burst forth, no longer merely silver blue, but a terrifying energy with silver blue at its core, a blazing white center, and edged with tendrils of destructive purple. The radiance was so resplendent that it momentarily eclipsed the shadow of the colossal chaotic fist above, casting a stark pallor upon the shattered space surrounding Goku and Vegeta. For the first time, the vast chaotic will of the creator conveyed a clear signal of impending crisis. The energy converging upon the diminutive figure's fists had escalated to a terrifying level, one that threatened its very existence. The nebular body, composed of chaos, writhed uncontrollably as more power was recklessly channeled into the giant fist. Kamehameha. Goku's roar resonated as a battle cry, a proclamation of annihilation. His palms bore a cataclysmic energy, ablaze with a violet-white glow that would make even the creator's gaze falter, thrusting forward with unyielding ferocity. Boom! A beam of unprecedented energy tore through the fabric of space, piercing dimensions like a divine retribution, akin to the light of annihilation that heralded the end of all things. Surging upwards, it collided fiercely with the chaotic fist, infused with the full might of the creator. Collision. There was no sound. Rather, the moment the sound was born, it was utterly obliterated. Only light remained. An indescribable, utterly pure light of destruction erupted at the point of contact. This radiance instantaneously consumed everything. The chaotic fist, Goku's form, the fragmented space, and even the distant stardust. Everything was engulfed in this absolute sea of light. The entire universe seemed to be paused, leaving only this silent, cataclysmic brilliance to shine eternally. At the epicenter of the light, energy was frantically annihilating, colliding, and exploding. The chaotic fist grotesquely morphed under the impact of the Kamehameha wave, disintegrating, its foundational runes crumbling like fragile glass. Meanwhile, the violet-white beam of the Kamehameha, despite the chaotic fist's staunch resistance, was gradually eroded and annihilated at its forefront. This was a clash of will against power, an ultimate confrontation between the force of cosmic laws and the defiant power born from an anomaly, driven by the instinct to fight. Within the ocean of light, Goku's figure flickered in and out of visibility. His arms were taut with bulging muscles, veins protruding, his body trembling from the strain of maximum output, yet his palms remained as steady as a rock. Not enough. Still not enough. Break through. A primal roar rumbled from his throat, the power of ultra instinct at its peak unleashed without restraint. If even you cannot resolve this, would I not lose face? With his bellow, the Kamehameha beam, aglow with a scorching violet-white light, seemed to be infused with a new soul, surging violently. The portion that had been eroded and annihilated suddenly erupted with an even more blinding, concentrated brilliance, akin to the core of a supernova, resolutely piercing through the chaotic fist's faltering core defense. Sizzle. The sound was akin to fabric tearing. The chaotic fist, a strike condensed from the creator's will and chaotic source power, was forcefully penetrated, leaving behind a massive gaping hole beneath the purple-white brilliance of the Kamehameha. The beam, undeterred, coursed through the void created by the giant fist, like a spear of judgment, aiming directly at the core of the creator's hidden will within the depths of the chaotic nebula. For the first time, the massive chaotic nebula body convulsed uncontrollably, spiraling inward. Within that grand will, the cold logic was wholly replaced by a tempest of horror and rage. It distinctly sensed the threat posed by that light spear. It was not merely an energy impact, but contained Goku's rebellious will against the cosmic order, capable of wounding its very essence. Roar. The sound was no longer the echo of cosmic creation and destruction, but the pure, unbridled roar of an injured chaotic beast, reverberating through dimensions. The creator's immense chaotic nebula instantly collapsed inward, its speed leaving trails in the void. Countless swirling chaotic materials and turbulent laws were forcibly absorbed and compressed, forming an immense chaotic shield before its core, its surface flowing with myriad unstable runes of law. Just as this shield took shape, boom, Goku's Kamehameha wave, burning with violet-white light and having penetrated the chaotic fist, crashed violently against the shield, as if traversing the annals of time with an unstoppable momentum of destruction. An unprecedented explosion erupted. Chapter 51, Annihilation, Taking Disciples. Crack, crackle. The sound of teeth-grating fracture echoed. The very foundation of the universe groaned as the Kamehameha pierced through the tempest of energy, leaving a clear imprint upon the fabric of laws. In the core area of the shield, those flowing with the most ancient runes of law finally reached their breaking point under the relentless pressure of the violet Kamehameha's ultimate sharpness and destructive energy. A penetrating crack, akin to an unsightly scar, abruptly tore through the shield's surface. Sizzle. The violet-white beam of destruction surged forth like a torrent of a breached dam, finding an outlet in an instant. Roar. This time, the creator's roar was no longer the echo of cosmic birth and death, but filled with uncontrollable rage. In the core region of the chaotic nebula, a terrifying distortion unfolded. The roiling chaotic matter boiled as if snowflakes were thrown into molten lava, evaporating and annihilating in a frenzy. The chains of law constituting its existence fractured inch by inch under the impact of the Kamehameha, and that region of the chaotic nebula shifted from a profound gray to chaotic disarray, a myriad of twisted colors flashing and exploding madly, ultimately transforming into a dark void collapsing inward. At the edges of this void, chaotic wounds writhed like living beings, attempting to heal, yet constantly torn apart by the violet light. This was a wound at the root. Goku's strike had genuinely injured the core of the creator's existence. The vast chaotic nebula body, due to this grievous blow to its core, plunged into unprecedented turmoil. No longer did it transform slowly, it churned violently. Like boiling oil reacting to a massive stone thrown within, expanding and contracting. Countless massive tendrils composed of chaotic matter and turbulent laws lashed out uncontrollably at the surrounding void. Each strike causing the already fragile cosmic structure to collapse and disintegrate. Its grand will was utterly engulfed by rage and a profound agony stemming from its very essence. You, this heretic, must be eradicated. The frenzied will swept like a tempest. It ceased to contemplate, ceased to strategize, leaving only the most primal, violent impulse for destruction, willing to pay any price to obliterate this anomaly that had harmed it, undermining its understanding, alongside the universe itself. Rumbling. Deep within the core of the Creator's chaotic nebula, something indescribable in color and form, known as the source point, suddenly ignited. It was not light, but an absolute void forcibly illuminated. The moment the source point appeared, the tumult of the entire chaotic nebula halted for an instant, followed by a silence that transcended all sensory thresholds, as if the chaotic origin of this dimension was coalescing toward that source point. Even Goku's frenzied violet Kamehameha beam was forcibly drawn into that source point by this irresistible gravitational collapse. Not good. Goku's pupils constricted. He instantaneously comprehended the Creator's intent. It aimed to self-destruct its core. At the cost of its own annihilation, it sought to detonate the very foundations of the universe, launching an indiscriminate format. This is madness. Is this being truly so deranged? I must depart from this universe. The moment this thought arose, the surrounding space-time became utterly distorted, not to mention movement. Even the act of thinking felt excruciatingly sluggish. The radiant energy of the Kamehameha wave was stretched thin, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as energy was frantically siphoned from its origin. Buzz. The QR code patterns on Gogeta's arm radiated a searing warmth. Suddenly, the Creator's source point reached its zenith. An unfathomable destructive energy was compressed into a singularity and then erupted. There was no sound, no light, only the absolute expansion of nothingness. A bubble of utter darkness and profound silence, consuming all energy, matter, time, and space, expanded silently at a speed transcending dimensions. In its wake, everything was reduced to nothingness. The end of the universe. It marked the ultimate formatting of the Creator. The entire space-time continuum, from the material to the laws governing it, succumbed to this absolute annihilation, spiraling into irrevocable collapse. Gogeta was at the forefront. The terrifying edge of the annihilation bubble grazed his body, and in that fleeting moment, the QR code patterns glimmered. Buzz. His figure vanished. This world was obliterated, leaving only him amidst the void. Cold and briny. The sea? A word, with a damp chill, floated into his consciousness. He found himself half submerged in frigid seawater, lying on a piece of floating debris. The board bobbed violently with the waves. He attempted to move his fingers, but all he received was a tearing pain and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The once omnipotent force that coursed through him, capable of shaking the universe, now felt as if it had never existed, leaving only agony. He tried to summon the energy within him, but was met with a profound silence. Damn. My strength is nearly depleted. Gogeta gritted his teeth. The Creator's self-destructive explosion inflicted more damage than he had anticipated, compounded by the QR code patterns absorbing his energy to initiate an emergency traversal, leaving him severely depleted. Just then, boom, a deafening roar shattered the tumultuous waves, as a massive shadow burst through the ocean's surface, soaring skyward. It was a fish? No, a monster, covered in deep blue, thick scales, each one as large as a door. Its grotesque head bore enormous, bone-like horns resembling battering rams, behind which lay rows of glistening, razor-sharp teeth, akin to a colossal guillotine. A pair of lantern-sized eyes, radiating a cruel red glow, locked onto the minuscule figure atop the debris. A sea king, moreover, the most ferocious in these waters. Notorious for preying on large sea beasts and even ships, the battering ram sea king. It evidently regarded the floating Gogeta as an easily obtainable morsel. Roar! The sea king bellowed once more, the sound waves causing the debris beneath Gogeta to tremble violently. Its enormous head tilted slightly back, gathering strength, its gaping maw, filled with blood-soaked teeth, opened wide, emanating a nauseating stench, like a moving mountain of flesh, as it lunged ferociously toward Gogeta. The speed was lightning fast. The immense shadow swiftly enveloping Gogeta. The putrid wind rushed towards him, just as the toothy maw, lined with lethal blades, was about to engulf him and the wooden board entirely. Get away. A cold, hoarse, yet undeniably authoritative growl erupted from Gogeta's throat. Though bereft of energy and bearing substantial wounds, he was not a mere Sea King's prey. His right fist shot forth like a cannonball, tearing through the air, crashing into the side of the Sea King's colossal head. The target, a spot beneath its crimson eye, where the scales were relatively dense, potentially concealing a weak point in its skeletal structure. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Gogeta's diminutive fist collided fiercely with the mountain-like head of the battering ram Sea King. Crack! A faint yet distinct sound of bone fracturing resonated from the point of impact. It was the sound of the Sea King's skull shattering. How? The Sea King emitted a wretched scream. Its enormous head, along with its body, was obliterated. At that moment, Gogeta glanced into the distance and spotted a boy clad in a red vest and blue shorts, adorned with a straw hat. He was Monkey D. Luffy. Soon, Luffy's small boat reached this vicinity. Wow, you were incredible just now, smashing that giant with a single punch. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. He had witnessed the event from afar. Monkey D. Luffy? Gogeta's voice rang out. Huh. Luffy was taken aback, tilting his head in astonishment as he regarded Gogeta. You know me? Gogeta did not respond, but instead scrutinized Luffy with unabashed disdain. He spoke bluntly. You are as weak as a newly hatched bug. Huh. Luffy instantly bristled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What did you say? I am the man who will become the Pirate King. I am strong. The Pirate King? Gogeta scoffed, his laughter laced with unreserved mockery as he slowly raised a finger, a flicker of faint white energy wavering at its tip. However, the moment this flicker appeared, boom! The sea within 100 meters of Gogeta, centered around him, was suddenly pressed down as if by an invisible giant hand. A massive, mirror-smooth hemispherical depression abruptly formed. The edges of the depression solidified like a wall of water. The air thickened, turning viscous as lead, with Luffy feeling each breath becoming extraordinarily laborious. Luffy's eyes widened in terror. He sensed every bone in his body groaning, as if his insides were about to be crushed. His prideful rubber body, under this sheer force, could not even manage the slightest deformation. This was an absolute disparity in power, like an ant facing a mountain. Ugh! Luffy's face reddened, his throat emitting raspy sounds as he desperately struggled, yet could not even move a finger. He had never experienced such pure, such hopeless oppression. It was a terror a billion times greater than facing his grandfather Garp's iron fist or any powerful Sea King. Gogeta floated in midair, looking down upon the Straw Hat Boy struggling futilely beneath the absolute power, his gaze indifferent, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. Do you see it? Bug. His voice remained hoarse, but bore an overwhelming authority that stifled the air. This is the chasm between you and true power. Your so-called strength is nothing more than a gentle breeze in my eyes. He gently flicked the flicker of silver-white energy at his fingertip. Buzz. The terrifying pressure exerted on Luffy vanished abruptly. Plop. Luffy felt as though his bones had been extracted, collapsing onto the violently swaying deck, gasping for breath. Sweat instantly soaking his clothes, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Gogeta slowly descended, the tips of his feet lightly touching the damp deck of Luffy's small boat. The vessel lurched, but did not capsize. He looked down from his elevated position at the boy, now limp as a rag doll. Do you wish to grow stronger? Straw Hat Boy. Gogeta's voice carried an unusual allure, starkly contrasting with his weary, yet still disdainful demeanor. Strong enough to truly touch the threshold of the Pirate King? Is it strong enough to pique my interest just a little? Luffy abruptly lifted his head, despite his body still trembling slightly from the terrifying pressure he had just experienced. His eyes, having endured the utmost horror, shone with a flame even more fervent and pure than before. It was a thirst for power, an exhilaration for challenge, and an ardent yearning for the unknown. I want to. Luffy's voice rang with unwavering conviction, devoid of hesitation. Summoning every ounce of strength, he propped himself up, gazing up at Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. I want to become stronger. Strong enough to knock away anyone who stands in my way. Strong enough to become the Pirate King. Can you teach me? Vegeta regarded the boy, his eyes reflecting the untainted desire and fighting spirit that resonated from Luffy. A flicker of something akin to intrigue stirring within him. The mocking curve of his lips softened slightly, replaced by a sense of amusement at having discovered an interesting specimen. Teach you? Vegeta tilted his head slightly, his weary yet sharp gaze sweeping over Luffy. Very well, but... He paused, his eyes scanning the recently tranquil, yet palpably fragile sea around them. My training will be 1,000 times more brutal than your worst nightmares. You will die many times. Or worse, live a fate worse than death. His tone was as flat as if he were stating a mere fact. If you regret this now, you can still return to your little village. I'm not afraid, Luffy declared without hesitation, flashing a broad, goofy yet resolutely determined smile. As long as I can become stronger, I'll face any hell. Dying doesn't matter. Vegeta scrutinized Luffy for a few seconds, as if assessing the resolve behind his words. Then, with a subtle nod, he said, "I'll remember your words, little insect." He turned his gaze away from Luffy and focused on the distant coastline, the direction of Windmill Village barely visible. "Your first lesson begins with that dilapidated boat of yours." Luffy had yet to grasp the implication. Suddenly, Vegeta raised his foot and casually stomped down on the bottom of the small boat. Crack! The vessel shattered. "Wah! My boat!" Luffy exclaimed in shock. "Swim back." Vegeta's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were simply issuing a straightforward command. He floated above, looking down at Luffy, who was floundering in the water, a look of bewilderment on his face. "From now on, each breath you take, each heartbeat, will be training. Fail to keep up, and you'll sink to the bottom to feed the fish." Vegeta's gaze was as frigid as ice. "If you wish to learn my power, you must first learn to survive at the edge of death, Straw Hat Brat." As a user of the devil fruit, he was inherently a landlubber, so the first lesson was to teach him how to survive in the sea. Having said that, he disregarded Luffy's frantic splashes and exhausted struggles, his figure becoming a blur as he vanished in the direction of Windmill Village, leaving behind a future pirate king who was sinking rapidly, yet whose eyes sparkled with an ever-brightening determination. Thus began the hellish training, in the most brutal manner possible. On the mountains behind Windmill Village, the once lush forest had long been transformed. Ugh! A muffled roar emanated from a ravaged valley. Luffy lay sprawled, his limbs splayed, deeply embedded in the hard earth, unable even to move his fingers. His red vest was tattered and caked in mud, sweat streaming down his forehead like a stream, pooling in the muck beneath him. Above him, the air shimmered with a bizarre, visibly distorted ripple, as if an invisible giant hand were pressing down on this space. "Luffy, your goal today is to climb out of this pit." Vegeta's voice echoed, as he sat cross-legged on a distant boulder, his eyes half closed, exuding an aura as deep and silent as a chasm, absorbing invisible currents of energy. This was natural energy, equivalent to the vital energy in the Dragon Ball world. "If you can't climb out, you'll remain here forever as fertilizer." "Bastard." Luffy's face pressed against the cold, wet soil, his rubbery body losing much of its elastic advantage under the overwhelming pressure, his bones groaning as if they might shatter. Yet, in the throes of pain, his eyes burned with an intensity fiercer than ever before. "I will become the Pirate King," he roared with all his might, not merely responding, but shouting to his very soul. Accompanying this roar was a faint yet incredibly resilient aura, erupting from the depths of his being like a spring compressed to its limit. It wasn't hockey, but the latent potential ignited over the past few days, a faint, burgeoning energy. Creak, creak. The sound of rubber grinding painfully echoed. Stuck in the soil, Luffy began to bend upwards, excruciatingly slow and laboriously. Each inch of movement accompanied by the agony of tearing muscle fibers and the groans of overburdened joints. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, teeth gritted, blood seeping from his gums. "Oh!" Vegeta's half-closed eyelids flickered slightly. He could sense the faint yet undeniably burning energy within Luffy, like a flickering candle in the wind, stubbornly refusing to extinguish. A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his tightly pressed lips. Too slow. The cold voice pierced Luffy's fraying nerves like a whip. Luffy offered no response. All his will and strength were concentrated on that minuscule movement of his arm. Sweat mingled with blood flowed into his eyes, bringing stinging pain. Yet he couldn't even blink. Time lost its meaning here. Every second felt like a century. Only the slow, persistent bending of his arm attested to the fierce struggle for life. When his fingertips finally grasped a protruding rock edge of the pit, his entire arm trembled violently. Ha! Heavy breaths escaped him like an old bellows. But this initial success seemed to ignite even more power within him. His other arm began to struggle upwards at the same agonizingly slow pace. A month passed in unimaginable pain and extreme exertion, like an elongated rubber band, finally reaching its limit. In the early morning, the small dock of Windmill Village basked in the golden rays of dawn. An old yet clean little boat was moored there. The dock was bustling with people. The village chief, Makino, the villagers, and even the bandit family that often bullied Luffy, all gathered. Each face bore a mix of reluctance, worry, and a hint of uncontainable astonishment. For standing at the bow of the boat, about to set sail, Luffy had changed dramatically. That straw hat remained the same, as did his red vest and blue shorts. Yet, the scars on his exposed arms and legs bore testament to his struggles, and his physique had grown more robust. The most striking change, however, lay in his eyes. The once pure foolishness and recklessness still lingered, but beneath it lay an unexplainable sharpness and calmness. He stood tall, his posture straight as an arrow, emanating a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure. "Luffy, be careful out at sea," Makino said, tears glistening in her eyes as she stuffed a large bag of thoughtfully prepared food into his arms. filled with generous portions of roasted meat. You little brat. Don't embarrass Windmill Village. If you can't win, run. It's not disgraceful. Dayton bellowed in a rough voice, yet discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes. Luffy, you must become a magnificent pirate king. The children waved their arms with exuberance. Luffy grinned widely, displaying a brilliantly radiant, yet foolishly confident smile, thumping his chest with vigor. Don't worry, Makino. Dayton. Everyone. I will surely find the finest crew. And then, I will become the pirate king. He raised his arms high and pointed towards the vast, boundless sea, shouting, I'm off. There was no grand farewell, no elaborate ceremony. The boy seized the sail, and amidst the villagers' blessings and anxious gazes, he resolutely steered his small boat towards the ocean, a realm that harbored both dreams and dangers. The sea breeze filled the sails, carrying the scent of salt and freedom. Luffy stood at the bow, feeling the rhythm of the boat slicing through the waves. Watching as Windmill Village diminished in the distance, his heart brimming with unprecedented excitement and ambition. A month of grueling training had transformed the agony of near-death experiences and extreme struggles into boundless aspirations and unwavering confidence. His first companion must be a formidable swordsman. With hands on his hips, Luffy declared to the sea, as his straw hat danced joyfully in the wind. Meanwhile, on the mountains behind Windmill Village, Goku remained seated in a meditative posture, resembling an ancient statue. His strength had slightly recovered since a month ago, though this pirate world still felt comparatively weaker. In the Dragon Ball realm, one could fully recover in half a month. He slowly opened his eyes, and those deep, dark orbs pierced through the spatial distance, precisely spotting the small straw hat riding the waves. A faint, enigmatic hum escaped his nostrils. Nevertheless, Goku's gaze returned to the distant horizon, as if he could see beyond the barriers of space, perceiving more. Although his energy had significantly diminished due to his injuries, his essence remained terrifyingly high. He could vaguely sense that this world concealed some exceedingly ancient forces. It wasn't entirely dull. He withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes once more, his breath sinking into a state of tranquility for recovery. In Shell's town, the three-sword-style swordsman Zoro was shamelessly bound to a wooden post in the square by the son of Navy Colonel Monka, Burumub. Enduring hunger and the scorching sun, he had persevered for 7 days, yet his eyes remained as steadfast and sharp as granite. When Luffy descended like a human cannonball, delivering a punch that sent the arrogant Burumub flying, he boldly addressed Zoro. Hey, Mosshead, be my partner. For the first time, astonishment flickered in Zoro's bloodshot eyes, not due to the invitation itself, but rather the overwhelming aura of ferocity and an unfathomable sense of wild power emanating from this Straw Hat Kid. This sensation even made his hand tighten instinctively around his sword. Who are you exactly? Zoro's voice was hoarse. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy flashed a smile, revealing his signature white teeth, and the fierce aura was momentarily softened by his silliness. Though Zoro could sense that the terrifying power was no mere illusion. Together, they resolved to defeat Monka and his subordinate Navy soldiers. Nami, employing her exceptional skills in disguise and thievery, maneuvered within the buggy pirates, stealing the map to the Grand Line. However, when she attempted to escape, she fortuitously collided with Luffy. After a series of events, Nami also became Luffy's companion on their journey. A few days later, at the Bartai floating restaurant, Sanji was elegantly serving dishes to the customers when Luffy and his crew happened to dine there. When the notorious pirate fleet, led by Kuro, attacked, the restaurant fell into chaos. Sanji, determined to protect Chef Zeph and the restaurant, stepped forward resolutely, only to be halted by Zoro. Luffy can handle it alone. You should prepare more food for him. As Luffy faced the entire Kuro pirate crew by himself, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, made his entrance, cleaving through Kuro's ship and sending the remaining pirates tumbling into the sea. After Luffy had sent numerous pirates flying, he unleashed a move, Gum Gum Rocket. Kuro's so-called invincible armor crumbled like paper before Luffy's fists. Following this, Zoro challenged Mihawk, and as the outcome was predictable, the defeated Zoro vowed to grow stronger. Unexpectedly, Luffy remarked, Zoro, I'll have my master teach you how to become stronger. The world's greatest swordsman, my master could eliminate him with just a flick of his finger. Luffy's voice was not loud, yet everyone heard him clearly. The crowd's jaws dropped in disbelief. Was this straw hat-wearing kid out of his mind? That was the world's greatest swordsman. Did he think his master was a god who could simply erase him with a gesture? They all thought this in silence. Mihawk, however, found it amusing and simply departed. Chapter 53, Testing the Waters. The sun generously spilled its light upon the cerulean sea, breaking into countless shimmering golden flecks. The unique fish-shaped silhouette of the Bartai restaurant had shrunk to a mere dot on the horizon. Luffy stood at the bow, one hand clenching his straw hat against the gusty winds, the other resting on his hip, his chest rising and falling deeply with the salty sea breeze. As if he were inhaling the very essence of freedom from the ocean. "We're off," he proclaimed to the endless blue stage. His voice carried far and wide by the sea breeze, imbued with the youthful vigor that seemed capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Zoro, holding 3 swords, leaned against the ship's railing, sunlight illuminating the scar on his chest. He contemplated Luffy's earlier boast about his master, recalling the conviction in Luffy's voice, which occasionally flitted through Zoro's mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, unconsciously rubbing the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. Nami, meanwhile, spread out the hard-earned map of the Grand Line, her slender fingers carefully tracing its details, her brow furrowed. "Hey, Luffy, stop shouting. Look ahead. This sea isn't peaceful. Navy patrol ships are frequently around." "Navy? Huh?" Luffy grinned widely, revealing a dazzling row of white teeth, his smile bright and unclouded. "Just the chance to test my new skills. I'm super strong now." He swung his fist with enthusiasm. Sanji, carrying a tray laden with steaming cups of red tea, gracefully maneuvered around the clutter on the deck. He approached Nami, gently setting down the tray as if afraid of disturbing a dreaming princess. "Miss Nami, please enjoy some tea. Freshly brewed Ceylon tea is best for calming the nerves." He offered her a cup, then shot a sidelong glance at Luffy. As for that captain who only knows how to shout, he can drink seawater if he gets thirsty. "Ah, Sanji, I want some too." Luffy sprang over like a rubber slingshot, drawn by the aroma of food. "Not a chance. This is for the lady." Sanji deftly sidestepped, lightly kicking Luffy away. In this lively, bustling atmosphere, time slipped by unnoticed. 2 days later, Luffy and his crew arrived in the East Blue, determined to confront Arlong for Nami. As they walked through Cocoa Village, a stifling atmosphere enveloped them. The village felt eerily silent, and Nami gazed at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, her fists clenching involuntarily, her nails digging into her flesh. They soon arrived at Arlong Park, where a group of members from the Arlong pirates burst forth, led by a burly man with a shark-like visage. He glared menacingly at Luffy and his companions, demanding, "Who are you to trespass on Arlong's territory?" Instead of responding, Luffy eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Haha, finally, a chance to fight." With that, he charged forward like a cannonball. Zoro unsheathed 3 swords, Sanji stretched his legs, while Usopp provided support, and in an instant, the battle erupted, the air filled with shouts, the clash of blades, and the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Amidst the chaos, Nami darted towards Arlong's direction, determined to confront him and reclaim the dignity of both her village and herself. Nami raced through the narrow corridor, her heartbeat echoing in the silence. Suddenly, she was confronted by the cadre of the Arlong pirates, Hachon, who leapt out from a corner, blocking her path. Her heart raced, but she swiftly drew her climb attack, skillfully unleashing bolts of lightning towards Hachon. Struck, he retaliated swiftly. Just as Nami began to falter, a glimmer of steel flashed by. Zoro had arrived, intercepting Hachon's assault. "Get going. I'll handle this," Zoro said without looking back. Nami nodded gratefully and continued her dash towards the room where Arlong awaited. At last, she stood before Arlong, who lounged in a chair. Upon seeing her, he erupted into a piercing, maniacal laughter. "Ah, the little mouse has finally returned." Taking a deep breath, Nami's eyes burned with resolve as she declared, "Arlong, no matter what, I will rescue my village from your grasp." Arlong sneered, his disdain evident as he reached out to seize Nami. "I had high hopes for you. After all, you were my most prized navigator. I once said that if you could pay me 100 million berries, I would spare you and your village, but you didn't, and for that betrayal, I am furious." With that, he flung Nami away, only for Luffy, who had just arrived, to catch her. After a brief exchange, the battle between Luffy and Arlong commenced. Meanwhile, on the mountains behind Windmill Village, Goku opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The plot was progressing quite rapidly, having already reached the Arlong saga. Luffy, unleash your freedom. I, as your master, shall always be your safety net. Now, let me behold the true visage of him." Having regained some energy, Goku released his aura in search of answers. Deep within the holy grounds of the Marines, Mariehua, a pair of eyes seemed to sense something, and an invisible wave of domineering energy rippled through a certain point in the void, colliding with Goku's aura. In mere seconds, both Goku's aura and Im's oppressive presence vanished. How intriguing, Goku mused, considering it a test. Through this trial, he gleaned some insights, and was enveloped in something peculiar. It appeared that the time to uncover his true identity was not yet ripe, and thus, he would have to wait for another opportunity. With that thought, Goku closed his eyes to continue mending his wounds. Chapter 54, The Deal. At Arlong Park, the battle between Luffy and the villainous Arlong neared its conclusion. Unlike in the original narrative, Luffy emerged unscathed from his victory over Arlong. After all, as Goku's disciple, it was inconceivable for him to falter against a scoundrel like Arlong. Following his triumph over Arlong and that disgraceful marine, Luffy and his comrades resumed their journey. Days later, they departed from Logtown, traversing Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line, stopping for a brief respite at Whiskey Peak. During their stay, they clashed with agents from Baroque Works, disguised as bounty hunters. With Vivi in tow, they set sail towards the Alabasta Kingdom. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to the anime. As they arrived at Drum Island, sought medical assistance for Nami, and resolved various matters, leading to the addition of the ship's doctor, Chopper, to their crew. Back on the mountains behind Windmill Village, Goku opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. It's time to venture out. He rose, stretching his limbs. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he had regained a significant portion of his strength, enabling him to fly and even unleash his aura. He departed the cave, ascending into the sky until he vanished from sight. While soaring among the clouds, Goku pondered where to go. He had intended to take a stroll, but had not settled on a destination. After aimlessly flying for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Is that Bartholomew Kuma?" Kuma was using the powers of the pawpaw fruit to fly, and Goku decided to follow him to observe his intentions. After a lengthy flight, Kuma landed on an island. What is this? Goku sensed the area, discovering it to be a technologically advanced island. Under Goku's perception, Kuma seamlessly entered a laboratory, engaging in conversation with an elderly man. Is that Dr. Vegapunk? The old man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to a renowned scientist from Earth's history, with a head adorned with branches resembling an apple tree. Having followed the One Piece manga up to the Wano arc before the divine intervention, Goku was unsurprised by Vegapunk's appearance. Suddenly, an alarm blared, causing Vegapunk's expression to shift. The alarm signified an intrusion. He rushed to the control panel, typing furiously on the keyboard, but after a thorough investigation, he found no signs of an intruder. Strange, how could this be? Is there a malfunction in the system? He muttered to himself. All external defense systems and internal sensors are functioning normally. There are no signs of an intrusion. Could it be an aging fault? Kuma stood quietly beside him, his immense frame casting a long shadow in the light. Meanwhile, Goku hovered invisibly above the clouds, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is the alarm because of me? He suddenly realized. Moments ago, he had inadvertently leaked a bit of his aura, likely triggering the alarm. Inside the laboratory, Vegapunk, after confirming that there were no physical anomalies, remained vigilant against the alarm. The scientist's instincts told him that something was amiss. He turned his attention to the environmental background parameters reported as anomalous at the moment the alarm was triggered. The screen displayed a series of exceedingly faint, incomprehensible waveforms and energy readings, akin to pebbles tossed into a tranquil lake. The ripples captured by complex instruments, yet eluding interpretation regarding their origin and nature. What sort of energy reaction is this? Vegapunk's murky eyes sparkled with remarkable excitement, a thrill akin to encountering an unsolved mystery. He had never witnessed such an energy waveform reaction, and soon, other Vegapunks joined in to assist. The frequency fluctuations are entirely unknown. They cannot be matched with any known energy source: devil fruits, electricity, kinetic energy, thermal energy, not even sea prism stone aligns with it. The intensity peak far exceeds that of the Pacifista's laser output. We cannot pinpoint the energy source. There are readings, yet the detectors indicate a blank space. Shanks and Edison exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Goku made his appearance. Kuma's electronic eye immediately locked onto him, launching an attack by compressing air into a pressure cannon. Goku casually waved his hand, shattering the pressure cannon with a pop. I advise you not to make a move, or else. Though Goku's words remained unspoken, a terrifying pressure enveloped Bear, rendering him immobile. Goku gazed at Vegapunk. Hand over the data on the lineage factors. Just as Vegapunk was about to respond, Goku interrupted him. Of course, I do not mean to take it by force, but rather to propose a trade. In exchange, I can offer you the opportunity to study this. As he spoke, Goku gathered an energy sphere in his palm, subsequently releasing an aura that propelled Vegapunk, his clones, and Bear into the air. Was it the power of the float fruit? No, Vegapunk dismissed this notion, for the golden lion was still and impelled down. But if this wasn't the power of a devil fruit, then what was it? His eyes gleamed with an unprecedented curiosity. What do you intend to do with the lineage factors? Vegapunk inquired, his gaze piercing into Goku. Goku merely smiled in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Vegapunk nodded, instructing Edison to retrieve the lineage factor data. As the most formidable scientist in the pirate world, he yearned to understand the nature of the light in Goku's hand, as well as the ability that had lifted them all into the air moments ago. Goku's primary motivation for acquiring the lineage factor data was his desire to eventually return to the Dragon Ball world and present it to Bulma, to see if she could devise something novel or perhaps create androids distinct from Dr. Gero's. Edison soon returned with the lineage factor data, and Goku remarked, "Bring me a container. You can study this energy at your leisure." Shaka turned to fetch a container and quickly returned with a bubble container. These objects are indeed fascinating. With Goku's energy enveloping the energy sphere, it floated perfectly within the container. After obtaining the lineage factor data, Goku did not depart immediately. He smiled once more. "You wouldn't mind if I resided here for a while, would you?" Vegapunk's main body remained silent, but Shaka nodded in affirmation. Goku vanished in an instant, leaving everyone present astounded. Who exactly was he? How could he possess such an array of abilities? Was he perhaps a user of the clone fruit? Shaka pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Vegapunk shook his head. No, he should not be a devil fruit user. The level of this energy far surpasses that of the flash fruit. Stopping his rhythmic tapping, Vegapunk scrutinized the ripples displayed on his mini-computer. The moment he obtained the energy, he began testing it, comparing its data to that of Kizaru's light fruit, and discovered that these two forms of energy existed on entirely different planes. Goku found himself amidst piles of refuse, where a robot lay half-buried in debris. He had spotted the robot while surveying the island earlier. The robot contained immense energy. However, in Goku's perception, this energy could only be unleashed once. After channeling his energy into the robot, he departed, and mere seconds later, the robot's eyes flickered with red light. A fleeting illusion that vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew arrived at the Kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 55, Luffy vs. Crocodile. In the border town of Alabasta. Starving, Luffy began shoving his slippers into his mouth. As soon as the Going Merry docked, he dashed towards the town, only to find himself lost. However, it was no great concern. He released his aura to sense his surroundings. Though not as adept as his master, he could still manage it, and soon located the town, sprinting towards it with renewed vigor. A few minutes later, he arrived at the port city of Canola Flour. Luffy, that fool, does he even know where he is going? He just runs. Nami facepalmed, exasperated. What do we do? Isn't Canola Flour too vast? It's quite challenging to locate Luffy. Princess Vivi remarked. Vivi-chan, don't fret. Let South search the loudest place in the city. He is bound to be there, Sanji suggested. Nami sighed. He's truly a handful. I just hope he doesn't forget he's a wanted man, especially in such a large nation. Forget it, let us just go eat. We'll think about everything else after our meal, Zoro said, patting his stomach. The group made their way towards the town of Canola Flour. Inside a restaurant in the town, Luffy burst in, sitting at a table and shouting, I want food. I want food. Completely oblivious to his earlier antics. The owner gulped, quickly realizing the situation, and soon served Luffy a meal. In the ruins, Smoker and Ace stirred, spotting Luffy. Just as Ace was about to call out to him, Smoker rushed forward, emerging from the debris to confront Luffy. As Luffy devoured his meal, he blinked at Smoker, who stared back at him. Suddenly, Luffy shouted, pointing at Smoker, unable to articulate his words, then resumed eating before bolting away. Don't run. Smoker chased after him. Ace followed suit. The owner stood, dumbfounded, before cursing under his breath. He realized they hadn't even paid for their meal and had left his restaurant in disarray. Luffy and Smoker were engaged in a chaotic chase, turning the city upside down. Everything unfolded as if scripted in an anime, and Luffy's group successfully departed from Canola Flour. 2 days later, they finally reached the Kingdom of Alabasta, where a series of events led to the confrontation between Luffy and the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile. Monkey D. Luffy, Crocodile's voice was gravelly, laced with condescension. I've crushed countless brash youngsters like you. Now, scram. I'm not interested in your pitiful life. Enough chatter. Luffy's voice rang with unwavering determination. You have devastated Vivi's country and caused her father immense suffering. I promised her I would send you flying. Gum Gum pistol. His fist shot forth like a cannonball. However, the moment it made contact, Crocodile's form dissipated into sand. Luffy's punch landed heavily on the ground. Foolish. Crocodile reformed from the sand. Your attacks are ineffective against me. He raised his golden hook. Desert Blade. A sharp slash formed from compressed sand particles hurtled towards Luffy with astonishing speed. Luffy's pupils constricted as his body instinctively leapt backward. Bang! The slash grazed Luffy's afterimage, carving a deep, bottomless fissure where he had stood moments prior. Oh! Crocodile raised an eyebrow, releasing a puff of smoke. You reacted quite quickly, but how many times can you evade? As Luffy landed, panting, his eyes sparkled with realization. What my master said was true. I can feel the aura. He had not relied solely on his vision. Rather, he had instinctively released a faint aura that allowed him to sense the flow of energy in the sand particles just before Crocodile's attack. Crocodile's form became sandy. instantly appearing above Luffy, his golden hook descending with lethal intent. Poison hook. Gum Gum battle axe. Luffy raised his leg to strike upward. The outcome was the same. His leg passed through Crocodile's sandy body, returning empty-handed, while Crocodile's poisoned hook struck Luffy's arm. An intense pain accompanied by a numbing sensation surged through him. Ugh! Luffy grunted, clutching his wound as he staggered back. Crocodile flicked the blood from his hook. I shall drain every drop of water from your body, rendering you a mere desiccated corpse. This is the price you pay for challenging the 7 warlords, little brat. The excruciating pain and parched sensation left Luffy's vision somewhat blurred. Yet he gritted his teeth and stood tall. Enough of your prattling. What are these wounds to me? For Vivi, for my comrades, I shall not fall. Rubber, rubber. Machine gun. Countless shadows of fists rained down upon Crocodile, but it was all in vain. His punches merely passed through the sand-turned body, striking nothing but air and earth. Crocodile moved leisurely through the swirling sand, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, occasionally using his golden hook or desert blade to inflict new wounds upon Luffy. The injuries on Luffy multiplied, cracks spreading across his skin, his movements gradually slowing, yet the fire in his eyes never dimmed. Useless, utterly useless. Your attacks mean nothing to me. Crocodile observed the panting Luffy, confident of his imminent victory. Your willpower is commendable, but alas, it only serves to prolong your suffering. Submit and become a mummy. He outstretched his palm towards the seemingly exhausted Luffy. Desert sunflower. The ground beneath Luffy instantly turned to sand, forming a massive quicksand vortex that relentlessly pulled him downwards. Simultaneously, Crocodile's palm generated an overwhelming suction, voraciously drawing moisture from Luffy's very being. Ugh! Luffy felt his body's fluids rapidly depleting, his skin cracking, muscles atrophying, and strength dissipating swiftly. He struggled fiercely, but the dual forces of the quicksand's grip and the suction rendered him immobile. It's over, Straw Hat Boy, Crocodile coldly declared. Just as Luffy's body was on the brink of being drained dry, his master's words echoed in his mind. When the body reaches its limits, and the will surpasses those limits, one can activate that switch. Crocodile sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his movements momentarily stalling. Ah! Luffy abruptly lifted his head, unleashing a primal roar. Thump, 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 thump. Luffy's bare skin flushed crimson. An abundance of white steam erupted from every pore of his body. What? For the first time, Crocodile exhibited a look of shock. The bizarre steam, the thunderous heartbeat, and the sudden surge of Luffy's aura instilled a sense of threat within him. As the steam gradually dissipated, Luffy's figure emerged. His body remained marred with cracked wounds, yet his skin was flushed, muscles slightly swollen, veins bulging like coiling dragons upon his surface. Most striking was the steam emanating from him. In an instant, Luffy vanished from his position. It was not a rubber launch, but a sheer explosion of speed, leaving behind a trail of vaporous white smoke. How swift! Crocodile's pupils constricted as his sand-formed body instinctively began to disperse. You are too slow. Luffy's voice echoed like a specter in Crocodile's ears. He had already appeared at Crocodile's flank. Rubber, jet pistol. This time, it was no ordinary rubber fist. Enveloped in high-velocity steam, his fist, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck down upon Crocodile's freshly reformed body at a speed untraceable by the naked eye. Boom! A sound so profoundly thunderous it resonated to the core. Crocodile's astonishment solidified upon his face. He distinctly felt an indescribable force penetrate his sandy defenses. Ugh! Like a kite severed from its string, Crocodile was violently sent flying by the punch, crashing into the sand as he coughed up blood, incredulously gazing at the dent in his chest. Impossible! How could you possibly hit me? Crocodile looked at Luffy with bewilderment. My master said, as long as one gathers their energy, they can strike true. Luffy grinned, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Chapter 56. I do not become a pirate to kill. The air in Alabasta was so arid that each breath felt akin to swallowing sandpaper, every inhalation igniting a burning sensation. Sandstorm. Crocodile's deep voice resonated with absolute control as his remaining right hand conjured a tumultuous sandstorm from thin air. In an instant, the storm surged, transforming from a mere whirlwind into a colossal dragon of sand and dust, roaring as it swept across the very spot where Luffy had stood, carving a deep trench into the earth, advancing toward the distant horizon. Boom! All that remained was a massive pit, plowed into the ground by the tempest. Rubber. Luffy's voice suddenly pierced the air behind Crocodile, his skin radiating with scorching red steam, the power of Gear Second pushing his blood to its limits. Jet pistol. His fist tore through the air, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom as it aimed for Crocodile's vulnerable back. In the nick of time, Crocodile transformed into a loose cloud of yellow sand. Luffy's fist, brimming with ferocious impact, shattered the humanoid sand form, scattering granules in every direction. Useless. Crocodile's voice, raspy like metal scraping, reformed several meters to Luffy's right, his golden hook glinting ominously. My Logia abilities are not something you can defeat through mere happenstance. Then I shall strike until you can no longer become sand. Luffy's onslaught showed no signs of abating, his arm elongated, and his fist once more rocketed toward the recently reformed crocodile. Sandify, coalesce. Again, sandify. Again, coalesce. Luffy's fist, infused with the super speed granted by Gear Second, ripped through the air, crashing down each time Crocodile barely regained his human form. Each strike merely struck scattered sand, creating smoking craters in the ground. Crocodile's figure flickered amidst the swirling sand, exuding a cat-and-mouse nonchalance. His golden hook occasionally retaliated with lethal precision, shimmering with poisonous purple light, forcing Luffy to evade. Crocodile's taunting voice echoed from the swirling dust. Straw Hat Boy, is your limit merely this futile struggle? Opportunity. Just as Crocodile faltered during the fleeting moment of reformation, Luffy's crimson steam surged explosively. Got you. Luffy swung his right fist, a faint yet unstable energy coiling around its tip, crashing forcefully against Crocodile's freshly solidified body. Ugh. Crocodile's body trembled violently. He let out a muffled grunt, propelled backward once more by this peculiar impact, sand and dust flying. What on earth is this ability of yours? Crocodile's gaze darkened, fixated on Luffy's fist entwined with unstable energy, his cigar shattered between his teeth. Luffy panted heavily, his chest heaving. That last strike had drained considerable strength. The energy swirling around his arm flickering chaotically, barely maintainable. Huh, as long as it works. This time, I will definitely send you flying. Meanwhile, far away in Egghead, within the core laboratory of Future Island, a complex holographic screen hovered at the center, displaying dizzying sequences of genetic codes, energy graphs, and computational models. This is impossible. The energy density exceeds the computational level. Testing cannot proceed. How could this happen? It was feasible during calculations. Several avatars exchanged thoughts. I believe we could harness this energy to execute that plan, Pythagoras exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. After a brief silence, one of the other avatars, Lilith, responded. It is not unfeasible, but considering the energy is incomplete, the difficulty of utilizing it is quite high. Lilith, are you truly afraid? Shurja teased. What nonsense are you spouting? Me afraid? That is a jest. Lilith retorted, clearly displeased. Thus, the 6 avatars in the original began their experiment, during which York would occasionally lose focus, leading to frequent mishaps. Sitting cross-legged upon a robust tree, Vegeta furrowed his brow as he gazed at the QR code-like tattoo on his arm, noting that his energy recovery had been particularly sluggish of late. He had attempted to infuse his own power into it, yet the results remained painfully slow at this rate. He estimated he might only recover a fraction within a year. Could it be the aftermath of that explosion? It was certainly a possibility. As the tattoo had been activated in haste, absorbing his strength, perhaps he had overexerted himself. Shaking his head, he decided to cease pondering it, and instead focus on healing. Fortunately, his injuries had improved to the point where he could utilize his ki for attacks, though he still could not transform. On the battlefield of Alabasta, Luffy's fists were akin to blazing hot irons, the energy swirling around his entire arm, entwined with the steam of Gear Second. With a mighty shout, Luffy declared, "Rubber rubber." Jet machine gun. Countless energy-infused punches rained down upon Crocodile. Though Crocodile continuously transformed into sand to evade, he was still struck by several blows. With a grunt, he staggered, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Humph, you have some skill," he muttered, as his sandy form suddenly coalesced into a wall of sand, blocking Luffy's assault. Luffy withdrew his fists, panting heavily, his shirt drenched in sweat. "This isn't over," he exclaimed, charging forward once more, his arms stretching. Rubber rubber. Giant rocket launcher. He struck the sand wall with tremendous force, instantly shattering it. Crocodile was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, but he quickly resumed his sand form. Reconstituting himself, Crocodile's arm morphed into a sand blade, poised to slash at Luffy. Yet again, he faced this attack. This time, instead of fleeing, Luffy clenched his fists and countered with a powerful strike. The impact created shockwaves that reverberated across the sandy terrain. The clashing forces of Luffy's energy-infused fists and Crocodile's desert blade momentarily reached an impasse. This guy. Crocodile squinted, realizing that while he had initially evaded, this time Luffy had chosen to confront him head-on. What was this flowing energy? As he pondered, a sudden crackling sound erupted. Luffy's fist shattered Crocodile's desert blade with a resounding thud. The solid punch connected squarely with Crocodile's chest, causing him to cough up blood, disbelief painting his features at having been so thoroughly bested despite being a Logia user. The energy surged through him, leaving Crocodile half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. What on earth is your ability? How could you inflict such damage upon me? Wiping the blood from his lips, Crocodile glared at Luffy with a venomous gaze, intent on deciphering Luffy's powers to find a way to counter them. I told you, this is a technique my master taught me for harnessing ki. It's quite formidable. Luffy replied, dispelling Gear Second and turning to leave. Crocodile watched him intently. Why don't you kill me? Luffy halted, turning back to Crocodile. Why would I kill you? I didn't become a pirate to take lives. Crocodile laughed heartily, only to cough up more blood before losing consciousness. Do not be deceived by Luffy's seemingly simple technique. The way he entwined his energy had inflicted significant harm. Chapter 57. Experiencing the sensation of death. The battles of Luffy's companions came to a close, each sustaining varying degrees of injuries, particularly Zoro and Sanji, whose wounds were quite severe. In alignment with the events of the anime, Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, regrettably could not set sail with Luffy and the others, yet she remained an integral ally. As Luffy's crew departed Alabasta, they set their sights on their next destination. At the Navy headquarters, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp were present. Sengoku retrieved a bounty notice from a drawer and tossed it to Garp. This monkey D. Luffy, he's your grandson, right? Garp picked up the bounty notice, chuckling heartily at the likeness of his grandson. Garp, your family brings no end of worry. I suggest you bring your grandson back. The world of pirates is no place for him. What if he truly makes a name for himself? Sengoku remarked, exasperated. He's grown. Let him do as he pleases. As his grandfather, what can I do? Garp replied, munching on rice crackers. Garp, I trust you haven't forgotten the fate of your son. Have you? If your grandson becomes a thorn in the side of the world government, do you think they will simply stand by? As a colleague, a comrade, a friend. He felt compelled to voice his concerns. Garp understood Sengoku's apprehensions regarding the potential predicament he might face later. Children will find their own way. I can't control how they choose to live. Observing Garp's carefree demeanor, Sengoku shook his head. Garp was indeed this way, boisterous yet harboring many unspoken thoughts. Forget it. Do as you wish. Just remember, if your grandson is captured one day, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Sengoku returned to his paperwork, while Garp exited the marshal's office, contemplating his recent visit to Fusha village. During his last trip, he had encountered a man who was instructing Luffy. Garp had felt an immediate sense of strength in that young man, surpassing even rocks. Hence, he had conducted an investigation over the following days but found no leads. As if the man had appeared from thin air, he kept this matter in mind as he returned to the Navy headquarters to resume his duties. If that day comes for you, Luffy, I hope that mentor of yours can save you. After finishing his last rice cracker, he too departed the Navy headquarters, preoccupied with his affairs. Days later, Luffy and his crew arrived in the town of Magic Valley. Unbeknownst to them, a significant event was unfolding in the sky above. Who are you? Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Enel glared at the composed, indifferent man before him. His prideful 6,000-volt Thunderbird attack had proven utterly ineffective against this individual. Vegeta brushed off the non-existent dust on his attire with a smile. It's not entirely without effect. At least the electric therapy feels quite pleasant. You. Enel seethed. Vegeta had come to this place primarily to see what the Arc Maxim looked like, but unexpectedly found himself engaging with Enel. Enel's strength was formidable, yet like Crocodile, he had appeared too early in the narrative, suffering from the constraints of the plot. What do you mean? Did I say anything incorrect? After all, you initiated the confrontation. I merely stated my intention to observe the Arkansas. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, as Luffy and his companions had already reached the town of Magic Valley. Let it be so. I can spare your life. But you must serve as my subordinate, Vegeta proposed. What nonsense. I am a god. To think you could compel a deity to submit to you is sheer folly. As he spoke, Enel unleashed a torrent of lightning, transforming into a formidable thunder god, with wild bolts crackling in his palms, coalescing into a thunder dragon that surged toward Vegeta. Vegeta merely shook his head, impervious to threats, and with a flick of his wrist, the thunder dragon disintegrated. In an instant, he darted forward, confronting the hulking Enel, and unleashed a single, devastating punch. Enel's pupils constricted sharply. That seemingly ordinary strike produced a cataclysmic roar, as if the very air were collapsing under its weight. Before the fist made contact, the overwhelming pressure descended upon Enel's colossal form like a hammer. Boom. Crackle. The thunder god, formed from raging electricity, shattered like fragile glass before Vegeta's fist even made contact. The billions of volts that constituted his body were violently dispersed by an incomprehensible force, transforming into a myriad of blue arcs that wailed in despair before dissipating entirely. Enel's true form was laid bare, his face etched with disbelief. His prideful, island-destroying thunder god form had been effortlessly dismantled by a mere punch. No. Even the wind from the punch had obliterated him. This is impossible. His astonished exclamation barely escaped his lips. Vegeta vanished from sight, and Enel's heart network blared alarms. Yet he could discern not a single trace of his adversary. In the next heartbeat, Enel felt a vice-like grip ensnaring his neck. Cold, unyielding, and imbued with absolute power. It extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Ugh! Enel managed a brief cry of pain before his vision plummeted at an astonishing speed. Bang! The entire Sky Island quaked. Enel was seized by Vegeta, who gripped his neck with one hand, and hurled him to the ground of the solid divine island, Apiato. With the terrifying velocity of a meteor, the immense impact created a deep crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, and dust billowing into the sky. Severe pain engulfed Enel, as if his entire skeleton were on the verge of disintegration. His once proud elemental transformation ability crumbled in the face of such overwhelming violence. The excruciating agony coursing through his body was achingly real, achingly lethal. Before the dust had settled, Vegeta appeared at the edge of the crater. He looked down upon the struggling Enel, whose attempts to rise were met with his cold, unflinching gaze. It seems you have yet to grasp the concept of despair. Vegeta's voice held no tremor, yet it carried an icy chill that froze the soul. Enel coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes now filled with an unprecedented terror. He had never imagined he could find himself in such a pitiable state, so perilously close to death. Struggling to gather his strength, he channeled the power of lightning into his palm, forming a blindingly bright thunderball. The energy contained within capable of annihilating the entire divine island. 300 million volts, the wrath of the thunder god. Perish! Enel bellowed in a frenzy, launching the destructive thunderball at Vegeta, his final and most potent act of defiance. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic assault, Vegeta simply extended a finger. A faint glimmer of light ignited at its tip. Just as the monstrous thunderball was about to engulf Vegeta, that glimmer erupted. A slender beam of energy shot forth from Vegeta's fingertip. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an excruciatingly sharp hiss. The world-ending thunderball was as fragile as a sheet of paper before the golden beam emitted from Vegeta's fingertip. The beam penetrated the colossal thunderball without hindrance. Then, the beam surged on, magnifying infinitely in Enel's eyes. Death. Enel's mind went blank, consumed by that chilling word. His once proud heart network and the powers of the rumble fruit. His divine identity, all became a cruel joke in this moment. He sensed the impending end of his life. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He could vividly see the beam poised to pierce his skull, feeling the searing heat capable of incinerating his very soul. Am I to perish? This thought, laden with absolute coldness, instantly froze all his reasoning. The arrogance of divinity and the confidence of invincibility were utterly shattered, leaving only the primal fear of death. His body went rigid, unable even to close his eyes, forced to witness the beam of death engulfing his entire field of vision. Just as the beam was about to touch the skin of Enel's forehead, it vanished. Only a charred mark remained on his brow, a testament that the cataclysmic strike had not been an illusion. Silence. Within the crater, only Enel's labored breaths echoed, heavy and ragged like a battered bellows. He lay limp on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his body uncontrollably trembling. In that fleeting moment, he had truly brushed against death. That sense of absolute and unresisting finality obliterated all dignity and delusion of his divine essence. Vegeta slowly withdrew his finger, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. He gazed down at the once mighty god, now reduced to a quivering wretch. Do you comprehend the disparity now? Vegeta's tone remained flat, yet bore an undeniable authority. With great effort, Enel lifted his head, attempting to retort, to scream, to strike back. But the primal tremors that had pulled him from the brink of death extinguished any thoughts of defiance. Trembling, he summoned every ounce of strength to nod his rigid neck slightly. I understand, he rasped, his voice dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. Imbued with the terror of having survived a calamity and the deep humiliation of defeat, but more so, the helplessness and submission in the face of absolute power. Enel bowed his once proud head, his voice barely a whisper, yet it clearly articulated his choice. I submit. The god of the Sky Island had fallen. Chapter 58. Can you bring yourself to do it? Must you be beaten into submission before you comply? How utterly pathetic. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Enel, however, kept his head bowed in silence, uttering not a word. After a while, Vegeta, growing impatient with Enel's continued silence, said, Enough of this sulking like a beaten dog. Follow me, and I shall show you a broader world, granting you the opportunity to grow stronger. In time, even without that so-called arc, you will be able to traverse your limitless expanse with ease. Upon hearing this, Enel suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. Is what you say true? Can I really go there? Enel's voice trembled, clearly filled with hope. Do you believe I would deceive you with my strength? Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. I have no time to waste on jesting with you. Enel was not foolish. He understood that with Vegeta's immense power, there was no need to deceive someone as relatively weak as himself. I understand. Enel, having composed himself, awkwardly addressed, Master. Stop that, call me young master. Came the brusque reply. Understood. Vegeta, with keen interest, surveyed the opulent ark crafted from gold, its lavishness truly breathtaking, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. After concluding his tour of the ark, Vegeta turned to Enel and remarked, by the way, my apprentice and his companions are expected to arrive here tomorrow or the day after. Once they arrive, do ensure to give him a rigorous training session. Upon hearing this, Enel's lips curled into a sly smile, responding, very well, no problem at all. But what is your apprentice's name? Vegeta smiled slightly and replied, his name is Luffy. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Enel raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. An apprentice? He began to exhibit a mischievous expression. 2 days later, Luffy and his companions finally set foot on Skypiea. Their curiosity led them to explore this enigmatic land, but soon a fierce battle erupted. Amidst the chaos, Enel was astonished to discover that this individual named Luffy possessed a rubber-like physique. No matter how fervently he unleashed his lightning attacks, they proved utterly ineffective against Luffy. Damn it, I've been duped. Enel seethed with rage. However, with no alternative, he continued to engage Luffy in fierce combat. In the territory of the New World ruled by the Yonko Whitebeard, the colossal Moby Dick floated majestically upon the sea. Sunlight glimmered on the deck when suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged before the crew. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Marco and the other captains immediately became alert, swiftly surrounding the unexpected visitor. They scrutinized Vegeta, their eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. How had this person managed to board the Moby Dick? Yet, Vegeta paid their inquiries no mind. His gaze fixated intently on Whitebeard, who sat in a chair, hooked up to N4. Their eyes met, and an air of tension enveloped the deck, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha! The sound resonated across the vast sea, shattering the silence. Everyone, stand down. Whitebeard gestured for Marco and the others to step aside. You stand no chance against him. But, Dad Jozu attempted to interject, only to be silenced by Marco's shake of the head, and the crew retreated to the sidelines. Vegeta then sat cross-legged on the deck. You have quite the audacity. Are you not afraid I might strike you? Whitebeard queried. Vegeta smirked. Do you truly believe you could defeat me? The moment those words left his lips, an electric tension crackled between them, yet it lasted only a brief moment before Whitebeard chuckled heartily once more. Then, might you tell me who you are and your purpose for being here? Instead of responding immediately, Vegeta continued to scrutinize Whitebeard. The old man's physical prowess was commendable, yet age, coupled with the residual injuries of his youth, had taken their toll. If he were to consume a senzu bean, he would undoubtedly return to his prime. I am primarily here to find Ace. It seems he has gone after Teach. Teach, having slain a companion. Of course, Ace must pursue him. Is there a problem with that? Of course not. But do you truly believe Ace stands a chance against Teach? After all, he has been lurking within your crew for so long. His schemes are anything but shallow, and the fruit he consumed is the dark fruit, which effectively nullifies the abilities of other devil fruit users. Ace, that hot-headed lad, cannot possibly match him. So what is it you are implying? You know what I am implying. Bring him back. I would rather not see my apprentice lose a good brother. Apprentice? Brother? Whitebeard pondered momentarily, before quickly realizing. You must be referring to a boy named Luffy, correct? Vegeta nodded. Whitebeard had often heard Ace speak of his brother. Upon this realization, Whitebeard laughed again. If Ace were to be defeated, what do you think I would do? He inquired. Vegeta scoffed. Do you honestly believe you could bring yourself to lay a hand on him? After all, he has lived on your ship for so many years and is well acquainted with your temperament and character. If he were to capitulate, would you truly be able to act? He repeated his earlier question. And my purpose here is to resolve this matter. Vegeta finally articulated the reason for his visit. Whitebeard snorted. Teach, for all his faults, is still my son. I will handle this matter myself. There is no need for an outsider like you to meddle. This time, it was Vegeta who chuckled. Whitebeard drew forth his sword, that Saiyan cut, but this time aimed it at Vegeta. Just as the blade was mere centimeters from him, Vegeta raised a hand. A gust of wind surged forth, sending Marco and the others stumbling backward, causing the Moby Dick to tremble. Simultaneously, the sky split apart, and the sea quaked. With a gentle flick of his finger, Vegeta sent the Saiyan cut ricocheting back. Whitebeard, I simply wish to avert unnecessary sacrifices, Vegeta stated. Whitebeard sheathed his weapon, his expression now grave. What manner of power do you possess? Vegeta stood. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that Ace must not perish. Teach's current strength far surpasses Ace's. Upon uttering this, he vanished, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Chapter 59, The Straw Hat Crew vs. CP9, Part 1. After Vegeta's departure, Whitebeard slumped back into his chair, exhaling softly. Dad, Marco, Jozu, and the others rushed forward. I'm fine, Whitebeard waved them off. Dad, was he here concerning Ace? Marco inquired. Whitebeard nodded. It's all Teach's fault. Jozu clenched his fists. Enough, you all may withdraw for now. Several nursemaids approached to reinsert the four into Whitebeard's body. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having left, did not seek out Ace but returned to Skypiea. Finding Ace was relatively simple. However, he had other plans, to rescue him during the Marineford War, and ideally, to save Whitebeard as well. Enel, having been defeated by Luffy, found himself in dire straits, severely injured. Ah, you're still alive. Vegeta's voice materialized as he stepped forth from the void. You deceived me. Enel glared at Vegeta, gritting his teeth. What do you mean I deceived you? I merely forgot to mention that my apprentice is rubber-bodied. Who has to blame for your own carelessness? Well then, let us get you healed. He seized Enel and vanished. After departing Skypiea, Luffy and his crew arrived at Water 7, where a series of events unfolded. Robin was captured, prompting them to venture to Eni's lobby to rescue her. Luffy shouted, Robin, I have yet to hear you utter the words I long to hear. That you wish to live. Robin was momentarily stunned, as memories of the past flooded her mind, and through tears, she finally spoke those words. I want to live. With a resolute clap of his hands and a tightening of his fists, Luffy declared, Everyone, let us go. Thus commenced the final battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and CP9. Zoro pointed his sword at Kaku. You have a key as well, don't you? Hand it over. Kaku replied with a derisive smile. If you have the skill, then try me. The clash of three sword styles against four began. Kaku propelled himself forward, leaving only an afterimage behind, as he circled around Zoro like a specter. Utilizing all four limbs, his four swords gleamed ominously. Raging Wind Star. No longer merely a single slash, but a flurry of slicing winds generated by his rapid movements, creating a dense net of cutting air. The atmosphere was violently shredded, emitting a piercing howl, as if a storm of steel was about to engulf Zoro. Yet, at the center of the storm, Zoro's gaze remained as steadfast as a mountain. He did not attempt to block every attack, for such a feat was impossible. With the Wado Ikemonji firmly clenched in his mouth, his arms bulged with muscle as he danced with three blades. Clang, 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 clash. Sparks flew wildly. Zoro's figure weaved through the tempest, each movement executed with extraordinary finesse. His three swords seeming to possess a life of their own, deftly deflecting the incoming assaults. Those he could not evade entirely. He met with the unyielding strength of his blades and resilient body. His clothing was torn, and several lacerations adorned his skin. Yet his stance remained as solid as Mount Tai, his eyes sharp as a hawk, locking onto Kaku's swift movements. Humph, a futile struggle. Kaku scoffed, intensifying his assault. One of his raging wind strikes swept low towards Zoro's legs, while another descended from above. A dual-pronged attack. In a critical moment, Zoro executed a dramatic backward arch, barely avoiding the wind blade that grazed past his nose, severing several strands of green hair. Simultaneously, he infused power into his right leg, stomping down hard. Boom. The stone beneath him shattered. Utilizing the recoil, Zoro's body was yanked back by an invisible force, narrowly evading the ground-hugging wind blade, positioning himself almost parallel to the earth. In this astonishing posture, the three blades in his mouth and hands converged in a sudden unity. Three-sword style, flowing water. No longer a forceful charge, but a relentless series of slashes, flowing like water, unyielding and continuous. The blade lights surged like a torrential current, countering Kaku's storm, precisely targeting the critical points along his rapid trajectory. What? Kaku's pupils dilated. Zoro's timing and angle of counterattack were beyond imagination. He was forced to interrupt his relentless raging wind, raising his blade to defend. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of steel clashing roared like a torrential downpour. Kaku's swordplay became impenetrable, blocking Zoro's strikes. Yet the overwhelming force propelled him backward, each step cracking the ground beneath him, his arms tingling with strain. The speed and range he prided himself on were rendered ineffective against Zoro's exquisite swordsmanship and astonishing foresight. Damn you, green-haired fool. Kaku steadied himself, his expression no longer one of disdain, but rather grave and tinged with indignation. You have some skill, but can your blade cut through iron? Iron body. Instantly, he tensed every muscle in his body, his skin taking on a metallic hue, embodying a colossal tree rooted firmly to the ground, poised to withstand Zoro's next fierce strike and deliver a lethal counterattack. This was the defensive technique of the 6 styles. Cut through iron? Zoro's voice resonated deeply, laced with mockery and absolute confidence. On Skypiea, I've severed even harder things. He slightly lowered his body, his 3 swords adopting an unusual starting stance. A fierce and unmatched aura rising from him, sharpening the very air around them. Kaku's heart skipped a beat. Zoro's presence had shifted. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through his proud iron defense, directly seeking out its core weakness. Stop pretending. Come at me, Kaku shouted, attempting to suppress his unease. Just as I wish. Zoro's eyes shone with fervor as he suddenly surged forward, his form blurring. Not a direct charge, but like a wraith, he left several afterimages, attacking Kaku from various angles. 3-sword style, Crow Demon Hunt. Zoro's figure transformed into a multitude of ravenous black crows, accompanied by a chilling sound of slicing air. As his 3 blades traced dazzling arcs, no longer mere slashes, but concentrated beams of light. These beams were not chaotic. They precisely pecked at Kaku's body like raven beaks, targeting those barely perceptible nodes that formed in his taut muscle under the iron body state. Kaku felt a sharp warning of pain piercing through all his vital points simultaneously. That sensation, before Zoro's blade even arrived, the icy intent to kill had already penetrated his iron defense, reaching to his very marrow. His once steadfast defense seemed to shatter like glass before Zoro. Impossible, Kaku thought in terror, as shadows of death loomed over him. His prideful iron defense appeared riddled with cracks before his opponent. Moonwalk. Kaku's feet propelled him skyward with explosive force, abruptly severing his iron body, choosing to evade. For he dared not wager whether Zoro's blade could truly slice through iron. The sensation of targeting his weaknesses was too terrifying. Zoro's blade light barely grazed Kaku's shoe, leaving deep, intersecting gashes upon the ground. TSK, did you evade? Zoro stood with his sword drawn, gazing up at Kaku suspended in the air. His expression tinged with regret, yet brimming with fervent battle spirit. It seems I shall soon retrieve the key. Zoro slowly raised his sword, pointing it at Kaku in the sky. Kaku hovered aloft, his countenance grim. Sweat trickled down his brow, not solely from the exertion of abruptly halting his iron body and utilizing moonwalk, but also from the penetrating gaze of Zoro and the threat posed by his previous attack. This green-haired swordsman was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Don't get too cocky, Straw Hat Swordsman. Kaku suppressed his inner turmoil, his eyes sharpening once more. The battle had only just begun. He adjusted his stance, preparing to unleash a new offensive. The sky seemed to have become his only refuge. Below, Zoro stood like a monolith, his 3 gleaming blades awaiting the next descent of his quarry. The key, he was determined to obtain. Chapter 60, Straw Hat Pirates vs. CP9 Part 2. Meanwhile, Sanji's battle with Califa began. Sanji evaded Califa's wind-like thrusts, slipping behind her to deliver a powerful kick to her back. Califa reacted with lightning speed, pivoting to the side and thrusting her palm towards Sanji's chest. Sanji swiftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike, then spun his body, executing a whirlwind kick aimed at Califa's legs. Califa leapt into the air, performing a somersault before descending upon Sanji, her hands poised like deadly spears. Sanji bent low to evade, then delivered an upward kick to her abdomen, sending her flying against the wall. Califa crashed against it, quickly rebounding, her gaze growing more ferocious. Her speed surged dramatically, her figure flickering before Sanji, making it momentarily difficult for him to track her movements. Sanji took a deep breath, focusing intently, relying on his acute hearing and years of combat experience to catch Califa's trajectory. As Califa attacked once more, Sanji expertly seized her arm, forcefully tossing her to the side. Immediately, Sanji unleashed a powerful meat kick aimed at Gabra's neck. Gabra staggered backward once more, yet a sinister grin spread across his face. Your attacks barely faze me, he exclaimed. His fur appeared to grow denser, and his muscles visibly swelled, exuding an overwhelming aura of primal ferocity. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a Zoan-type devil fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Gabra's figure vanished from sight, moving at a speed that far exceeded his previous pace. The air was filled with sharp sounds of displacement and fleeting afterimages. Incredible speed. Sanji's pupils constricted, his senses heightened to their utmost. He ceased attempting to fully track Gabra's movements, instead lowering his center of gravity, anchoring his feet to the ground. He relied on his combat intuition and the changing flow of air to discern the direction of the impending attacks. Gabra's assaults descended upon him like a tempest, a flurry of strikes coming from all directions. His finger jabs transformed from mere thrusts into slashing claws that tore through the air, each swing carrying the force capable of penetrating steel. The walls and ground were instantly marred with deep gouges, debris flying in every direction. Sanji's figure danced and darted, akin to a storm-tossed albatross. He sidestepped, leaned back, and leaped, narrowly evading the lethal claw strikes with mere millimeters to spare. The sound of his shoes scraping against the ground pierced the air, sparks flying from the friction. Is dodging all you can do, Blackleg? Gabra cackled, intensifying his onslaught. The patience of a wolf is finite. Wolfpack assault. In an instant, Gabra's legs blurred into indistinct shadows, unleashing crescent-shaped vacuum slashes like a ravenous pack of wolves, howling fiercely as they confined Sanji's escape routes. This is bad. Sanji's expression hardened. There was no way to evade. He made a split-second decision. Twisting his body to its limits, his legs spinning like a whirlwind, generating a powerful gust. Muton shot. Bang, 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 bang. Sanji's legs manifested countless afterimages, striking precisely against each incoming vacuum slash. The violent clashing resonated like metal clanging, the shockwaves dispersing the surrounding dust. The ground beneath Sanji fractured. Yet he resolutely dispelled all of Gabra's slashes with his kicks. What? Gabra's manic laughter faltered. He anticipated Sanji's leg techniques to be so formidable, capable of withstanding his slashes with mere flesh. In that fleeting moment of shock, Sanji seized the opportunity. Utilizing the recoil from deflecting the slashes, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, targeting Gabra. But that's not all. Bow shot. Sanji's figure suddenly appeared before Gabra, his legs blazing like searing iron, radiating intense heat and astonishing power, striking at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, bombarding Gabra's chest, abdomen, and ribcage relentlessly. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy sound of the kicks echoed like a war drum. Gabra felt excruciating pain and searing heat erupt from the points of impact, the sheer force displacing his internal organs. For the first time, his proud animal-type defense began to show signs of crumbling under the tempestuous precision of Sanji's kicks. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he staggered uncontrollably backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. Cough, damn it! Gabra steadied himself with great effort, the disdain in his eyes completely replaced by fury and a hint of incredulous apprehension. What on earth are your legs made of? Sanji landed gracefully, igniting a cigarette, taking a deep puff as smoke curled around him. His gaze was sharp as a blade, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cold smirk. My legs are forged to protect my comrades and shatter steel. How could a mere barking wild dog like you possibly comprehend? The warm-up is over. For the next move, I shall send you on your way. He slowly assumed a more aggressive stance, his aura radiating like a drawn sword, locking onto Gabra, whose breath had become erratic. Gabra wiped the blood from his lips, his expression darkening as he realized he was truly up against a formidable opponent. With a low growl, he flexed his muscles once more, entering an even more savage state of battle. Enough of your grandstanding. Watch as I snap your legs one by one. Gale Wolf Hunt. The two figures, driven by sheer resolve, collided once more, igniting a battle that was even more intense and brutal. Nami, Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie were all engaged with their respective opponents. Meanwhile, Luffy's fight with Lucci commenced. In the instant Luffy's rubber arm retracted, Lucci had already closed the distance. His elongated fingers converged like blades, sharp enough to pierce steel, transforming into a series of chilling afterimages. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus. The air was filled with a shrill sound as dozens, if not hundreds, of invisible strikes descended upon Luffy's vital points. The speed was utterly incomprehensible. Ugh! Luffy's pupils dilated as his blood surged in gear second, heightening his reflexes to their peak. With astounding flexibility, he twisted his body to the limit in the confined space. The winds from Lucci's finger strikes grazed his skin, leaving behind trails of blood, some even dangerously piercing his red vest, creating deep indentations on his resilient rubber body. A stinging pain surging through him. Paper drawing, martial body. Lucci's voice was cold and merciless. In the moment Luffy barely dodged the Yellow Lotus. Lucci's body seemed to lose weight, gliding effortlessly as he evaded Luffy's instinctive counter of a jet pistol. That punch, capable of shattering thick walls, merely stirred the air around Lucci. Gale Foot, Kairu. Lucci's form, now in paper drawing, slid away with an eerie grace, his right leg cleaving down like a battle axe. A massive, blue vacuum slash shaped like a soaring bird formed instantaneously, howling fiercely as it tore through the ground, aimed at the recently stabilized Luffy. Rubber, rubber. Jet rocket. Luffy roared, his arms stretching back to their limits, like two cannonballs, smashing toward the colossal slash. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted between the two. The shockwave sent debris spiraling into the air, enveloping them in dust. Luffy's fists successfully shattered the Kairu slash, yet the immense recoil left his arms numb, carving deep furrows into the ground as he staggered back. Chapter 61. The Straw Hat Crew vs. CP9, Part 2. As the dust began to settle, Lucci's figure, like a relentless shadow, reappeared, closing in once again. This time, his gaze was even more dangerous, as if he could see through everything. Shave, Godspeed. His figure completely vanished from sight, moving faster than the eye could comprehend. In the next instant, Luffy felt excruciating pain simultaneously in his left rib, right shoulder, and lower back. Lin Qiu seemed to predict the future, his finger strikes landing with uncanny precision before Luffy could react. Blood burst forth from 3 puncture wounds. Ah! Luffy cried out in agony, staggering back. Lin Qiu's lips curled into a cold smile as he activated Shave once more, reappearing before Luffy in the blink of an eye. Luffy gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, "Rubber machine gun." Countless arms descended upon Lin Qiu like a torrential downpour. Lin Qiu skillfully dodged, but despite the wide range of Luffy's attack, a few arms still struck him. Lin Qiu let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying a short distance. However, as he landed, he quickly regained his composure and charged once more towards Luffy. Iron block steel balloon. In an instant, Lin Qiu's muscles tensed as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards Luffy. Before Luffy could react, he was violently struck and sent crashing against a nearby wall. The wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Luffy struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood and took a deep breath. "I've become serious now, Gear Second." Instantly, steam enveloped Luffy, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Oh no. Accelerating through blood circulation will merely shorten your lifespan, leading you to your own demise. Lin Qiu scoffed, once again employing his shave technique for a rapid assault. Haki. Sense the flow of energy. Luffy abruptly closed his eyes, discarding distractions of sight and sound, immersing himself entirely in the perception of energy. In that fleeting moment, the world transformed. Lin Qiu's high-speed movements, once nearly imperceptible, became clear to Luffy, who could now discern a formidable, cold, and concentrated aura brimming with lethal intent. Merely half a meter away, at the core of that energy was a fingertip, infused with terrifying penetrating power, aimed directly at his forehead. No need for sight. No need for sound. The trajectory, intent, and intensity of that energy were vividly mirrored in Luffy's mind. He saw it. Luffy's heart roared. In the instant before Lin Qiu's fingertip could pierce his skull, Luffy tilted his head at an astonishingly minute angle. Swish! The sharp wind from Lin Qiu's strike grazed Luffy's temple, taking away a few strands of hair and leaving a searing mark of blood, yet failing to meet its target. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Qiu's eyes. How could Luffy, with his eyes closed, have evaded this attack? Luffy afforded Lin Qiu no moment to ponder, with his senses locked onto that chilling aura. In the same instant he dodged, his right fist, charged with searing steam and the extreme elasticity of rubber, shot forth like a cannonball. Rubber jet pistol. Boom. This punch was swift, precise, and ruthless. Lin Qiu hastily crossed his arms, but the blow, infused with the full explosive force of Gear Second, landed squarely on his arms. Ugh! Lin Qiu's eyes bulged, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. A tremendous force surged through him, shattering his once proud iron defense. His feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he skidded for over 10 meters before barely stabilizing himself. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, he incredulously lifted his gaze to the steam-enshrouded Luffy, who had his eyes closed. "What did you do?" Lin Qiu's voice quivered, revealing an unrecognized wavering. He could not grasp how Luffy, with his eyes shut, could accurately evade his attack and deliver such a heavy counterstrike. Luffy gradually opened his eyes, steam swirling around him. His gaze sharp as an eagle, filled with an unprecedented focus and confidence. He grinned, displaying a set of white teeth. "Haha, I saw it, you leopard bastard. Your energy, your speed, I have seen through it." Clenching his fists tightly, the steam erupted even more violently. "Now, it's my turn to retaliate. Rubber jet machine gun." Before the words had left his lips, an onslaught of fists, wreathed in scalding steam, cascaded forth like a torrential storm. This time, every punch from Luffy was aimed precisely at the core of Lin Qiu's energy, no longer a random barrage. Lin Qiu's speed was rendered meaningless in the face of Luffy's heightened perception. Lin Qiu's expression shifted dramatically as he utilized Shave to evade, but those fists seemed to possess foresight. Always predicting his landing, he was forced to resort to iron block, with each block resonating with heavy thuds and violent tremors. Bang, 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 bang. The shadows of fists filled the air, steam engulfing the battlefield. Lin Qiu, the most formidable CP9 in 800 years, found himself in utter disarray, being thoroughly beaten by a rubber boy. Ugh, cough, damn it. With each block, Lin Qiu felt the bones in his arms groan, his insides assaulted by the immense force. Iron block, empty wood. Seizing a minuscule opening, Lin Qiu attempted to rebound the attack. However, Luffy's fist, upon contact with his arm, cunningly withdrew at the last moment. The force had not fully erupted, so there was nothing to rebound. Lucci's charged strike landed in thin air, leaving him gasping for breath. Haha, you pigeon-raising fool. Your movements are too obvious. Luffy laughed heartily. He was completely immersed in the realm of energy. Every minute adjustment from Lucci appeared as vivid as fireflies in the night. He could even see Lucci's cold aura pulsating violently, like a startled cat. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Seizing the moment when Lucci was depleted of strength, Luffy pulled his arms back with force. The scorching steam coiled around his fists, compressed to produce a piercing shriek. Lucci's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of danger causing his hairs to stand on end. There was no escaping. Absolutely none. Iron block steel. Lucci gathered all his strength to his chest, his muscles hardening to their utmost, preparing to withstand the impending blow. Here it comes. Luffy's eyes sparkled with intensity. His fists launched forth like two fiery cannonballs, tearing through the air with cataclysmic force aimed squarely at Lucci's chest. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated. A visible shockwave erupted in a circular pattern, cracking the ground inch by inch around Lucci. Pwah! Lucci could no longer contain himself, spewing a massive mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crash! Clatter! Lucci's form crashed into a heap of discarded wooden crates and debris, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. From the ruins came Lucci's violent coughing as he struggled to rise. But the searing pain in his chest and the numbness in his arms rendered him sluggish. Just then, Luffy appeared above him. It's not over yet, you leopard bastard. Luffy's voice brimmed with fervent battle spirit. Rubber jet battle axe. He raised his right leg high, the entire limb glowing like a red-hot iron, infused with staggering steam, descending with the terrifying force to cleave through the debris where Lucci lay. A colossal shadow loomed over Lucci in an instant. Bang! Dust and debris shot into the air, fragments scattering everywhere. Luffy's kick obliterated the ruins Lucci occupied, creating a deep crater. Yet, at that critical moment, Lucci rolled to the side. Amidst the resounding crash, Luffy's massive foot barely grazed Lucci's body as it smashed into the ground. The violent gusts and shockwaves sent Lucci, who had just begun to rise, hurtling through the air once more, rolling like a tumbling gourd for several rotations before finally coming to a halt. Suddenly, Luffy twisted himself into a coil, his hands stretching to seize Lucci's shoulders, grinning as he yanked him over before rapidly spinning back, flinging Lucci away. Boom! Lucci crashed through the wall, soaring high into the air, just as Luffy blew air into his arm. Rubber, rubber, giant gun. Luffy's inflated giant fist, accompanied by the explosive roar of air and steam compressed to its utmost, descended upon Lucci with the ferocity of a divine hammer, striking mercilessly where he could find no support. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, so heavy it seemed to halt the heartbeat. It was not the clash of metal, but rather the terrifying thud of a colossal hammer crashing into flesh. A visible circular shockwave violently expanded, completely scattering the debris from the pinnacle of the judicial tower. Lucci's body was propelled downward like a baseball struck with full force, falling at a speed far exceeding that of a cannonball. He shattered through multiple floors, and with cataclysmic power, ultimately crashed deep into the ground of Judicial Island's main aisle. Boom! A massive crater instantly formed, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out for hundreds of meters. Dust and debris surged into the sky like a mushroom cloud, obscuring a significant portion of Judicial Island. Fragments of stone and steel rained down like a torrential downpour. In the depths of the pit, an eerie silence prevailed. As the dust gradually settled, the scene at the center of the crater was revealed. Lucci's body lay splayed in the shattered rock, having reverted from his hybrid form, drenched in blood. His chest rose and fell weakly, a testament to his lingering life. Yet he had completely lost consciousness and any capability to fight. The strongest CP9 in 800 years, Rob Lucci, had been vanquished. Chapter 62. Successful escape. Huff, huff. Luffy stood atop the fractured platform, breathing heavily. The steam from his second gear gradually diminished. His skin flushed red, and every muscle in his body ached and twitched, yet he straightened his back, his gaze fierce. He had won. Luffy had triumphed. In the distance, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie erupted in ecstatic celebration at the sight. Well done, Captain. Zoro grinned widely, his expression exuberant. As expected of Luffy, Sanji lit a cigarette, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. However, before the joy of victory could fully blossom, the piercing sound of alarms echoed throughout Judicial Island. Whale! Whale, whale! Straw Hat Crew Luffy. Confirmed defeat of CP9 Commander Rob Lucci. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. All naval forces, surround the Straw Hat Crew. They must not escape Judicial Island. From all directions, waves of naval soldiers surged forth. The port, the streets, the ruins. and even the sea were crowded with dozens of warships encircling Judicial Island, sealing it off. Vice Admiral Squirrel, along with elite commanders from the headquarters, appeared at the forefront of the encirclement, their expressions grave and filled with murderous intent, cannons aimed at the remnants of the Judicial Tower, targeting Luffy standing high above. What an endless ordeal. Zoro tightened his grip on Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui, his eyes sharp as blades. TCH, troublesome foes have arrived. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, assuming a combat stance. Luffy, get down. We need to leave. Nami shouted anxiously, nervously monitoring the movements of the Navy and the wind. Luffy took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue, and grinned widely. Got it. He propelled himself off the shattered platform, his body soaring like a cannonball towards the gathering of his companions. Plummeting toward the plaza connecting the Justice Gate. Rubber balloon. Just before landing, he inhaled sharply, expanding like a gigantic rubber ball, bouncing several times to dissipate the impact. Before landing steadily beside his comrades. Luffy. Chopper dashed forward, pulling out emergency bandages and ointment. You're badly hurt. It's fine, Chopper. Luffy ruffled Chopper's hat, looking at his friends with a determined gaze. Are you all okay? Let us go. Want to leave? Not so easily. Vice Admiral Squirrel drew his sword, pointing the blade directly at the Straw Hat crew. Prepare to fire. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs, trailing deadly flames, rained down like a torrential storm, blanketing the entire plaza. Three-sword style, 108 calamity winds. Zoro instantly unleashed a massive sword aura, shredding the incoming cannonballs to pieces. Demon Wind Foot, finishing kick. Sanji transformed into a blazing whirlwind, accurately kicking apart the cannonballs approaching from the side. Deadly Firebird Star. Usopp, the Sniper King, launched a flaming giant bird from his slingshot, intercepting the cannonballs midair. Frankie, shield. Nami shouted. Leave it to me. Super, Frankie shield. Frankie immediately raised a huge steel plate he had hastily found, shielding the group from above and the sides. Boom, boom. The explosive flames and shock waves erupted around them, enveloping the area in dust. The Straw Hat crew pressed forward through the relentless bombardment, their objective set on the port. They're trying to break through to the port. Stop them. Vice Admiral Doberman bellowed, leading elite Navy soldiers into a charge. One-sword style, Lioness Song. Zoro descended like a ferocious tiger, swiftly cutting down several naval officers at the forefront. Shoulder meet. Back meet. Sanji weaved through the Navy soldiers, his precise kicks sending them crashing down in groups. Monster point. Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, transforming into a massive beast, using his body to clear a path for his friends, roaring as he resisted the attacks. Thundercloud tempo stick. Nami swung her climb attack, creating localized thunderclouds, dazzling lightning paralyzing the approaching Navy. Wind cannon. Frankie combined his arms, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept away the Navy and obstacles blocking their way. Charge. Luffy led the charge, his rubber fists paving the way, unstoppable. His companions followed closely, forming an indomitable arrowhead, tearing through the sea of Navy soldiers. Finally, they reached the edge of the port. However, before them lay a dense array of warships, their cannons poised ominously, the massive shadow of the Justice Gate looming in the distance, firmly shut. The only escape route was blocked. No ship. The Going Merry is on the other side. Nami paled. Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth, just as despair began to seep into the atmosphere. Hey, Luffy. Everyone. A voice, so familiar, echoed from below the port. The crew turned sharply, looking down. There, battered and bruised, the Going Merry surged through the waves, miraculously breaking through the Navy's blockade, racing toward them. Merry. Luffy and his friends were instantly overwhelmed with tears of joy. It's the Going Merry. It's come to rescue us. Usopp shouted excitedly. Jump down now. Sanji urged immediately. Everyone, jump. Without hesitation, Luffy was the first to leap from the high port. His companions followed suit, like dumplings falling into boiling water, leaping toward their beloved friend, the Going Merry, with trust and determination. Splash, splash, splash. Everyone landed perfectly on the deck of the Merry. Merry, thank you. Luffy held onto the ship's bow tightly. Chase. Hurry and chase. Vice Admiral Squirrel yelled in a fit of rage. Report. The Straw Hat cruise ship is too fast. Our warships cannot keep up. The messenger reported in terror. The Navy's cannon fire futilely pursued, only managing to strike the massive wake and sprays of water left by the Going Merry. Standing at the stern of the Merry, watching as Judicial Island shrank into a distant black dot along with the helpless Navy fleet, the Straw Hat crew collectively exhaled a long, relieved sigh. Luffy and his friends had escaped Judicial Island amidst overwhelming encirclement. Chapter 63, Carp Moves. Ultimately, the Going Merry reached its limit, and the Straw Hat crew bid a tearful farewell to the Merry. Subsequently, Frankie collaborated with the Carrera Company to construct the Thousand Sunny. As a result, Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and their adventures set sail once more. At the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, the imposing wooden desk seemed almost incapable of withstanding Sengoku's fury, vibrating ominously as he slammed his hand upon it. Reports, violently cast before Garp, scattered across the floor, the foremost one prominently displaying a grinning Luffy, marked with a bounty of 300 million berries. Garp, look at the reckless deeds of your grandson. Sengoku's roar threatened to lift the roof off its hinges. The veins on his forehead bulged as he pointed at the disarrayed documents. Attacking Enies lobby, openly declaring war against the world government, destroying the very symbol of justice. Furthermore, he brazenly rescued the demon child, Nico Robin, from the clutches of CP9. This is no mere trifling matter in the Grand Line. This is a profound upheaval of the world's order. Garp bent down leisurely to retrieve the bounty notice. His normally jovial countenance darkened instantly upon seeing the glaring figure of 300 million berries in Luffy's visage, his brows furrowing tightly. He flipped through the new bounties of the Straw Hat crew. The harrowing images of Enies lobby's devastation by cannon fire and the reports of CP9 members either grievously injured or missing. Each document was a jarring reminder of the chaos. Yet, this solemnity lasted scarcely 10 seconds. Garp's mouth began to involuntarily stretch into a grin, and soon, the office echoed with his signature, carefree laughter. Wahaha, 300 million. What a fine lad. No wonder he is my grandson, making such a name for himself in such a short time. Wahaha. Garp slapped his thigh with such force that tears nearly streamed down his face, as if he were not gazing upon a compilation of crimes, but rather an impressive report card of his grandson's achievements. Laugh, Garp. How can you still find humor in this? Sengoku's face turned a deep shade of purple as he snatched the bounty notice from Garp's grasp. Surely you understand what this signifies. This is no longer the folly of an ordinary pirate crew. The upper echelons of the world government are enraged. The Gorosei are personally intervening. They have taken Nico Robin, the key to deciphering the poneglyphs. What does this mean for the world government? This is a threat capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. They have officially been marked for eradication at all costs. Your grandson, along with that perilous archaeologist on his ship, stands at the eye of the world's storm. Sengoku's furious shout doused Garp's laughter like a bucket of ice water. A profound silence enveloped the office. Garp's grin vanished entirely, replaced by a complex expression, mingling concern, resignation, and a trace of hidden pride. His towering figure seemed to hunch slightly, as his gaze fixated sharply on Luffy's bounty notice. Garp fell into silence, his grip tightening on the notice, crumpling its edges in tension. What his grandson had done left him at a loss for words. Protecting his comrades? Certainly, that is an unassailable tenet of the sea. But to assault one of the world government's 3 core institutions? To audaciously trample upon the authority of the world government? To even rescue a woman who had been hunted for 20 years, one wielding forbidden knowledge? This was beyond mere audacity. It was tantamount to courting death. And he had dragged the entire crew into an abyss from which there would be no return. This means, Garp's voice was low and hoarse, laden with unprecedented gravity. There is no turning back. The world government will unleash its full might, including our navy, to deliver the most severe and ruthless retribution. They will become the prime targets of all navy forces, all CP agents, and perhaps even some more terrifying powers. Sengoku heavily sank back into his chair, massaging his aching temples. Understand this well. Monkey D, Luffy, Nico Robin, and the entire Straw Hat crew have escalated to the highest threat level. Especially Nico Robin. Her very existence is a taboo. He sighed wearily. CP9 has suffered a complete defeat this time. That fool Spandam. Our Navy's credibility has also been called into question. The higher-ups demand that we adopt a more hardline stance. The office door creaked open silently, revealing the tall figure of Admiral Akiji, lazily leaning against the doorframe, as if just roused from slumber. Ah, what a ruckus this is. Is Enies lobby in such a state? Garp's grandson truly is a troublesome child who never fails to surprise. His gaze swept over the bounty notice in Garp's hand, lingering on Robin's photograph for a fleeting moment. His expression inscrutable behind his glasses. Humph, a bunch of insolent brats. A chilling voice interjected, that of Admiral Akainu, who had appeared at the doorway. His eyes sharp as blades, radiating an intense, volcanic fury. To destroy the symbol of justice for a few pirates? That Nico Robin is a seed of evil that must be eradicated completely. Garp, if your affection cannot restrain your bloodline, then the Navy's absolute justice shall cleanse it for you. This dangerous ember must be extinguished before it ignites into a raging inferno. Akainu's blatant hostility thickened the atmosphere in the office. Garp abruptly lifted his head, his gaze meeting Akainu's with sharp intensity, an invisible tension clashing between them. He refrained from countering Akainu, instead slowly folding the crumpled bounty notice of Luffy and tucking it into his pocket. Cleanse. Garp's voice regained its former booming quality, laced with an undeniable hardness. My grandson is not someone others can discipline on my behalf. Sengoku. He turned to the fleet admiral. Provide me with the latest intelligence. The whereabouts of those rascals. Sengoku regarded Garp with a keen gaze, grasping his determination. According to the most recent intel, they have departed from Water 7 aboard a new ship. Their course points towards the Devil's Triangle. A new ship? Garp raised an eyebrow but chose not to inquire further. Devil's Triangle? They certainly seek out troublesome waters. Sengoku, prepare me a fast vessel. Are you going personally? Akiji inquired. What else? Garp grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, though devoid of warmth, instead brimming with a warrior's edge. Since that little rascal has stirred such a colossal mess and marked himself as a prime target, I shall personally go retrieve him. With my fists. I shall thoroughly inquire if he even understands the gravity of his actions. Having spoken, Garp disregarded the complex gazes of those around him, striding purposefully towards the door. As he brushed past Akainu, the clash of their respective auras caused the air to thicken. Garp. Sengoku's deep voice called after him. Remember your position. You are a vice admiral of the Navy. Hero Garp. The world government is watching. Garp paused at the threshold, yet did not turn around. Only a resolute and solemn voice echoed back. I am aware. The door slammed shut, leaving a heavy silence within the office. Sengoku's anxiety, Akiji's contemplative demeanor, and Akainu's icy murderous intent intertwined within that stillness. Though the smoke of Eni's lobby had dispersed, the monumental storm unleashed by the Straw Hat crew was only just beginning to sweep across the world. Garp's impending venture was no longer merely a grandfather's visit to his grandson. It had transformed into a pursuit of a notorious criminal by a hero of the Navy. Chapter 64. He is under my protection. The bank records of Egypt. It has worked. Pythagoras exclaimed excitedly. The other 5 avatars gathered around the original. Quickly. What is the result? Vegapunk inquired eagerly. Pythagoras pointed at the virtual screen before them, where the data was fluctuating wildly. Look, the energy response is intensifying. Our experiment is starting to take effect. The other avatars also displayed expressions of delight. Just then, the instruments emitted a sharp alarm, and the lights flickered erratically. Oh no! The energy has overloaded once again. One of the avatars shouted. Before anyone could react, the equipment suddenly exploded, and as the smoke cleared, they all clumsily scrambled to their feet, their faces pale with dismay. Did the experiment fail? Lilith said, her voice tinged with disappointment. However, Pythagoras shook his head, his gaze resolute. No, despite the unforeseen setback, this indicates that we are on the right path. This overload signifies that the energy is coalescing. We simply have yet to master the balance. Next, we shall adjust the parameters and restart. Upon hearing this, everyone felt invigorated and plunged back into the tense preparations for the experiment. In a spacious and brightly lit treatment room, Enel lay on the hospital bed. His wounds now healed, and his condition markedly improved. This Qinghai person is truly formidable. Enel couldn't help but exclaim. Standing beside him, Gogeta smiled in response. He is indeed the smartest person in the world. Your injuries are but a trivial matter in his eyes. Now that you are healed, let us depart. Gogeta suddenly declared. Where to? Enel asked in confusion. Gogeta flashed a mysterious smile, to witness the prowess of Qinghai's top experts. Before Enel could utter another word, Gogeta seized him, and they vanished from the treatment room in an instant. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Vegapunk fixated on the virtual screen, which displayed none other than Gogeta and Enel, who had just disappeared. What on earth is this ability? It is utterly incomprehensible. Vegapunk furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. In addition to studying the energy sphere Gogeta had given him, Vegapunk had been attempting to decipher the capability of instantaneous disappearance and reappearance. However, after a prolonged period of research, he remained empty-handed. With a resigned shake of his head, Vegapunk decided to set these matters aside temporarily and concentrate on developing the first generation from that energy sphere. In the power hall of Mariowapanga City. Are you saying 2 unidentified individuals appeared in Egghead? Jagor Lucia Satan's brows knitted in concern. Yes, my lord, and from what I understand, one of them is gravely injured, seemingly seeking Vegapunk for treatment. The voice of a man emanated from the Den Den Mushi. After a moment of silence, Satan replied, continue to observe and report any further developments immediately. Understood, my lord. The Den Den Mushi clicked off. Narrowing his eyes, Satan mused, Vegapunk, as clever as you are, surely you would not act so foolishly? In Moria's territory, rubber, jet pistol. Luffy's fist struck fiercely against the massive and cumbersome figure of Moonlight Moria. Ha ha ha. Useless Straw Hat Kid. Your attacks are mere tickles to the Shadow Master. Moria cackled, the enormous Shadow Master standing as a fortress before him, effortlessly absorbing Luffy's assault and countering with a heavy shadow punch. Yet, this time, Luffy did not confront it head-on nor evade clumsily. Just as the shadow punch was about to connect, his body twisted at an impossible angle, gliding past the edge of the attack like willow fluff in the wind. What? Moria's laughter abruptly ceased. As Luffy landed, he briefly closed his eyes before snapping them open, an invisible aura radiating from him. I can sense it. In Luffy's vision, Moria's enormous form and the outline of the Shadow Master became as clear as fireflies in the night. He could not only see Moria's position, but also anticipate the trajectory of the Shadow Master's next move. Caught you. Luffy grinned, his figure vanishing once more. Rubber. Jet stamp. This time, his target was no longer the unwieldy Shadow Master, but the exposed form of Moria, revealed amidst the defenses of the Shadow Master. His heel, enveloped in steam, descended like a battle axe, striking with astonishing speed and an incredibly acute angle. Ugh! Moria's body was caught off guard, receiving a heavy blow to the shoulder that sent him reeling, pain surging through him. How is that possible? How did you see through the Shadow Master? With his ability to sense the aura, Luffy seemed to have unlocked a glimpse of the future, maximizing the advantage of his second gear speed. He no longer clashed directly with the Shadow Master. Instead, he employed high-speed movement and perception, slipping through the gaps to strike at Moria's core. For a moment, the tide seemed to turn, leaving Moria flustered and scrambling. You insufferable brat. Don't get too cocky. Shadow box. Moria, infuriated, spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of shadow bats and shadow spears that rained down upon Luffy like a tempest, sealing off every avenue of escape. Luffy focused intently, his aura perception fully engaged. In his sensing world, the dense barrage of attacks transformed from an overwhelming onslaught into discernible trajectories, speeds, and angles. He wove through the narrowest of gaps, twisting and rolling, narrowly evading each attack, even predicting the landing points to rebound off their force. Rubber, jet rocket. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Luffy burst forth from the encirclement like a cannonball, both fists enveloped in immense steam, striking fiercely at Moria's abdomen. Ugh! The searing pain elicited a cry from Moria, his face a canvas of disbelief and humiliation. As Luffy landed, he gasped heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. The burden of his second gear combined with heightened aura perception was draining, but the results were undeniable. He could sense that Moria's rhythm had been disrupted. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Moria steadied himself, the fury on his face replaced by a more sinister greed. Your shadow, I claim it. I will make you the strongest zombie general. Just as Moria prepared to unleash a more formidable assault, Luffy braced himself for the impending clash. Suddenly, an indescribable, mountainous pressure descended without warning. The air on the battlefield seemed to solidify. Even the rampaging shadows came to a halt. Whether it was Luffy, Moria, or the Straw Hats and others observing from afar. Even the zombies hiding in the castle felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, breathing becoming a struggle. Luffy abruptly looked up, his aura perception going haywire, pointing towards a certain direction in the sky. Moria also gazed upward in uncertainty. This pressure? With a thunderous roar. It was not an explosion, but sheer physical impact. A figure descended like a meteor from above, crashing heavily into the ground between Luffy and Moria. The solid earth instantly gave way, forming a massive web-like crater, dust and debris soaring into the air. As the dust gradually settled, a robust figure emerged. Clad in a white naval vest, draped in a navy cape, and wearing a dog-headed hat, he casually brushed the dust off his shoulders, his gaze sharp as a blade. Locking onto Luffy. Grandpa. Luffy's eyes nearly bulged, his astonishment far surpassing even the shock of the previous attack from the Shadow Master. How could my grandfather possibly be here? Luffy. Carp's roar echoed like thunder, the terrifying sound waves overpowering even the howling wind. He stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath him, transforming into a blurred white shadow, moving with a speed that surpassed Luffy's second gear visual perception. You foolish grandson. I warned you long ago not to become a pirate, and now look what you've done. I must personally drag you back. There was no flamboyant technique, no devil fruit abilities, just the pure, honed power of a forged physique, an iron fist. Even before the punch landed, the sheer force of it sent chills down Luffy's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his skin prickling with pain. His instincts screamed in alarm, yet all he could sense was an unavoidable shadow. It was too fast, too powerful. This attack was on an entirely different level compared to Moria. Luffy desperately tried to evade, but under Carp's relentless targeting, his body felt as though it had sunk into quicksand, his movements sluggish. This was bad. Luffy's pupils dilated. His grandfather's punch could be fatal. Just as Carp's iron fist was about to strike Luffy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure appeared before Luffy without warning. It was Gogeta. With a relaxed and carefree smile, he faced Carp's iron fist, which could instill fear even in the most notorious of pirates, and simply raised his right hand. Smack! A light sound resonated. The anticipated earth-shattering collision did not occur. Carp's iron fist was halted by Gogeta, who used merely a single finger, just one finger, to firmly stop it. The violent punch wind abruptly ceased, and the shockwave dispersed as if it had collided with an invisible barrier, vanishing instantly. Only at the point where Gogeta's fingertip met Carp's fist could one faintly observe a distortion in the air, compressed to an extreme degree. Time seemed to freeze. The fury etched on Carp's face was instantly replaced by unparalleled astonishment. It felt as if his fist had struck an ancient, unyielding mountain. That finger resisting his punch emanated an absolute power he had never encountered before. No matter how he summoned his internal strength, he could not budge his opponent even slightly. Luffy gasped for breath, staring at the familiar figure standing before him, instinctively calling out, "Master." Moria's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his eyes bulging wide. The overwhelming presence of the suddenly appearing naval hero Carp had sent shivers down his spine. And this man, who had just appeared, had managed to block Carp's attack with only a single finger? What manner of monster was this? The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind had ceased. Gogeta's relaxed smile remained unchanged as he regarded Carp, whose pupils had narrowed in shock, and spoke in a tone that was both self-evident and undeniably domineering. "Hey, old man, don't you think you're being a bit too harsh?" He tilted his head slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice soft yet resonating across the battlefield with absolute authority. "This kid, Luffy, is under my protection." Chapter 65. I'll accompany you on your journey. Humph. Carp glowered at Gogeta, a cold snort escaping him as he replied. "I believe you are aware of what Luffy has done." There was a hint of resignation in his voice. Gogeta's lips curled into a condescending smile as he responded. "So what? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to take him." Sigh. "As a grandfather, I find myself at a loss. Luffy's actions have escalated beyond mere pirate mischief. Fortunately, it is I who have arrived. Had it been a Kainu, Luffy might have lost his life." Carp sighed. After all, he was his grandson, and he truly did not wish for things to come to this. But as a Navy officer, he felt compelled to act. "Very well then. Let us have a spar. This way, I can report back." Carp said. "Are you sure?" Gogeta was taken aback by Carp's proposal, but upon reflection, he understood it was likely an attempt to gauge his strength. Just as Gogeta thought, Carp indeed had this intention. Carp regarded Gogeta seriously. "Fine. Then I shall take this opportunity to test your abilities." Gogeta spoke, placing his left hand behind his back, beckoning with his right finger. Carp remained unfazed. He did not perceive this as a provocation. Luffy gulped nervously, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Crack! Debris fell as Carp moved. There was no exaggerated display. Only pure, unadulterated explosive power. The ground beneath him sank instantaneously, and he transformed into a blurred afterimage, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Gogeta. His seasoned iron fist, imbued with concentrated haki, or the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, charging directly towards Gogeta's face without any embellishment. This punch was the furious strike of a naval hero, a release of the turmoil between duty and familial bonds, and a true test of Gogeta's strength. Yet, in the face of this fist, which could instill fear in even the most formidable pirates, Gogeta maintained a relaxed posture, his left hand behind him, right hand slightly raised, as if Carp's earth-shattering blow was merely a gentle breeze. At the moment the iron fist was about to touch his nose, Gogeta moved. No, to be precise, it was his right hand that moved. That beckoning finger did not retract. Instead, it casually brushed aside. There was no thunderous collision, no explosive gust of wind. Just a dull, heart-stopping thud. Carp's fist came to a complete halt, barely an inch from Gogeta's face. An invisible breath barrier firmly blocked the dark iron fist. Carp's pupils constricted suddenly. He felt as though his all-out punch had struck an unchanging star. The recoil of the force felt as if millions of mountains were simultaneously bearing down upon him, violently surging into his arm, shattering his haki defense, and ruthlessly invading his body. Ugh! A suppressed groan erupted from Carp's throat. His towering frame quivered violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward. The speed was so great that he left a long afterimage in the air. Boom! Crash! Carp barreled through several crumbling walls like a cannonball, finally colliding violently with a massive stone pillar, only then managing to come to a halt. The pillar cracked, resembling a spider's web, with debris cascading down. Puff! Carp knelt on one knee, unable to hold back any longer, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, staining the rubble beneath him. His left arm hung limply, clearly injured from that seemingly casual brush. An intense pain and an unprecedented sense of weakness engulfed him as he lifted his head, gazing at the figure still maintaining that brushing posture. Disbelief etched across his face. One strike. Just one strike. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had made his move. Nearby, Luffy stood in stunned silence. His mouth agape as if he could fit a watermelon inside, even forgetting to swallow. He knew his master was strong, but to such an extent that even his grandfather could not match him was beyond comprehension. Gogeta slowly lowered his right hand, the invisible pressure surrounding him receding. He calmly regarded Carp, who remained on one knee, his breath in disarray. Kapu gasped for breath, each inhalation igniting the agonizing pain within him. His gaze fell upon Gogeta, filled with a complex amalgamation of shock, despair, and a profound sense of trepidation. He realized, with a heavy heart, that he was indeed aging, yet more than anything, he felt an overwhelming respect for this formidable opponent. The power of Luffy's master was far beyond his imagination, surpassing even the legendary pirate rocks of old. Coughing violently, Kapu expelled several mouthfuls of blood, struggling to prop himself up with his uninjured right hand, laboriously rising to his feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a bittersweet smile formed on his face, a mix of relief and self-mockery. Ha ha, good, quite good indeed. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. That boy Luffy, to find a master like you, is truly fortunate. He paused to catch his breath, his tone shifting to one of gravity. In my current state, it seems I can no longer pursue anyone. I ought to return and rest for a few days. He turned, his steps unsteady yet resolute, preparing to depart. However, just as Kapu took his first step, a voice called out from behind him. Wait. Kapu halted, turning back with a mixture of confusion and caution. Gogeta stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing Kapu with a relaxed demeanor. I shall accompany you. Gogeta's voice resonated clearly amidst the ruins. What? Kapu was taken aback, momentarily doubting his hearing. Are you certain? The corners of Gogeta's mouth curled into a slight, enigmatic smile. Yes, let us take a look. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. And incidentally, I shall serve as your bodyguard. Gazing into Gogeta's calm eyes, an unprecedented chill crept up Kapu's spine. The man's intentions were evidently far more profound than mere curiosity. Chapter 66. It was you who initiated the conflict. However, before leaving, we must deal with Moria. Without needing to lift a finger, he inexplicably stated, the rest of the matter is yours, especially Moria. Grasping Kapu's hand, he took flight. This display astonished many, including the captured Kapu himself. Kapu found himself at a loss for words. Not long after Gogeta and Kapu departed, the hidden Enel and Bartholomew Kuma emerged. Kuma first glanced at Enel, then turned his attention to Luffy, finally resting his gaze on Moria. That rubber brat has already defeated him, and yet I must deal with him? Enel scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. What? Moria's pupils constricted in horror, realizing it was lightning. The Shadow Warrior. He attempted to exchange positions with his shadow, but under Enel's control, there was nowhere for Moria to escape. The lightning pierced through Moria's body, eliciting a horrific scream as he crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Moria discovered his body was paralyzed. The collected shadows were expelled from his mouth, his massive form returning to normal. This should suffice. Withdrawing his hand, he ambled away, seeking a place to sit, for he needed to wait for Gogeta, as he was unfamiliar with the area. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Kapu asked, what is your true intention? I know you are not merely heading to the Navy headquarters. Gogeta chuckled. He indeed had a purpose, to explore the Navy headquarters and Mariawa, and perhaps eliminate a few celestial dragons along the way. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters plaza basked in sunlight, with patrolling sailors marching in unison, the air thick with solemnity and power. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by two figures descending from the sky. Boom! A faint shockwave rippled outward, stirring up dust. Gogeta, as if setting down a heavy burden, gently laid the gravely injured Kapu upon the hard ground of the plaza. Kapu Vice Admiral. Nearby sailors recognized their hero. The once indomitable Kapu, now reduced to such a state, as if being treated as mere cargo. Alarms blared instantly. The shrill sound echoed throughout Marineford. Enemy attack. Highest alert. Protect Vice Admiral Kapu. Surround him. A throng of sailors surged from all directions, weapons drawn, rifles cocked, their eyes narrowing in on the serene figure beside Kapu. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Kapu struggled to catch his breath and attempted to explain, but the searing pain rendered him incapable of speaking coherently. Ignoring the multitude of weapons aimed at him, Gogeta casually addressed the prostrate Kapu. This is a bit larger than I anticipated. Impudent. A commanding and furious voice boomed, overpowering the alarm. Admiral Sengoku, draped in his Admiral-esque coat, accompanied by Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, and a cadre of elite vice-admirals, surged forth like a tide of steel from the main building of the fortress. Sengoku's expression darkened ominously as he regarded his injured old friend Kapu, then turned his ire toward the seemingly unperturbed stranger who dared propose a visit. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the Navy headquarters and assault a Navy hero? Sengoku's voice thundered, his invisible conqueror's haki instinctively radiating outwards, causing weaker sailors to sway in dizziness. Kizaru squinted, a hint of subtle seriousness crossing his features as he adjusted his sunglasses. Oh dear, what an intimidating aura. Kapu-san is in quite a dire state. His observation haki was on high alert. Akainu's fist was already molten, the intense heat distorting the air around him as he glared at Gogeta, his eyes resembling a ravenous magma beast. For the blasphemer against justice, only total annihilation will suffice. In the face of the Navy's supreme might, Gogeta remained unfazed, even finding the noise somewhat bothersome. He casually dug at his ear. I merely wish to take a look. I mean no harm. Gogeta stated with nonchalance. A foolish delusion. Sengoku firmly rejected. The Navy headquarters is not a place for just anyone to visit, especially not someone who has harmed a key figure within our ranks. Oh, so there's nothing to discuss then? Gogeta maintained his casual demeanor, his complete disregard for the Navy headquarters igniting Akainu's fury. Hellhound! Akainu's roar erupted like a volcanic explosion, his magma-formed right fist carrying the terrifying heat of destruction, tearing through the air at astonishing speed toward Gogeta's face. Simultaneously, Kizaru's silhouette flickered into view beside Gogeta, his right leg gleaming with blinding light, a silent yet swift attack that transcended the limits of perception, his signature lightspeed kick. The combined assault of the two admirals was sufficient to obliterate an island in an instant. The sailors in the plaza felt their hearts nearly stop, envisioning the arrogant figure being incinerated amidst molten lava and blinding speed. TSK, you initiated this conflict first, don't blame me. At the moment of impending impact, Gogeta casually lifted his right hand, swatting at Akainu, as if shooing away an insect. Clap! The crisp sound of the slap rang out. The fierce Akainu was instantly bent over, his face contorted in disbelief, replaced by excruciating pain and bewilderment. His colossal, destructive magma fist, under what appeared to be a mere flick of Goku's wrist, crumbled like a fragile paper toy, disintegrating in an instant. The entire being was transformed into a crimson meteor, hurtling backward at a speed tenfold that of his arrival, crashing violently into the thick walls of the distant fortress. Boom! A tremendous cloud of dust erupted alongside the deafening sound of collapsing structures, and Akainu's presence instantly dwindled, buried amidst the rubble, teetering on the brink of life and death. Goku's left hand rose with an almost prophetic precision, fingers splayed, perfectly positioned to intercept Kizaru's lightspeed kick. Swish! The beam capable of piercing through steel collided forcefully with Goku's palm, emitting only a jarring screech and a burst of golden light. The languid expression on Kizaru's face vanished in an instant, his pupils behind the sunglasses contracting in sheer horror. He felt as though his kick had struck an ancient, unyielding diamond mountain, unable to budge an inch, and the retaliatory force rendered his entire leg numb with agonizing pain. Nanny! Kizaru exclaimed in disbelief, his body uncontrollably propelled backward by the force of the rebound, flipping midair to mitigate the impact before barely stabilizing himself upon landing at a distance. His expression more grave than ever. In the blink of an eye, the Navy's two most formidable powers had been either casually brushed aside into uncertainty or effortlessly repelled in a state of disarray. This unprecedented scene plunged the entire square into a deathly silence. Navy soldiers gaped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, their minds blank, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. The grievous injury of Vice Admiral Garp, the instantaneous collapse of two admirals, and the overwhelming power displayed by this enigmatic man surpassed their wildest imaginations of strength. How outrageous! The fleet admiral's coat billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, crackling with authority. The Buddha's wrath surged forth. Blinding golden light erupted explosively. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's form swelled and morphed into radiance, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering golden Buddha, majestic, solemn, and imbued with overwhelming pressure. The colossal golden palm ascended high, coalescing with an energy potent enough to shatter mountains and shake the earth. The air beneath it wailed and twisted. The immense shadow instantly enveloped the entire square, as if divine retribution had descended. The golden palm, akin to a collapsing firmament, descended with ferocity upon the diminutive Goku. The ground cracked inch by inch beneath the gust of its descent. Upon facing this palm of the Tathagata, capable of flattening the entire square, A flicker of intrigue finally graced Goku's visage. This is somewhat interesting. He chuckled lightly, advancing rather than retreating. Without gathering energy, without a battle cry. He did not even adopt the fighting stance. Just as the golden Buddha's hand was about to strike, Goku casually raised his right fist, extending it gently towards the center of that palm, which dwarfed him 1,000-fold. Boom! An indescribable thunderous sound erupted instantly. It was not an explosion, but rather the terrifying, muffled roar of two celestial bodies colliding at a proximity beyond comprehension. A visible shockwave of pure white radiated from the point of contact between their fists and palm. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. In the eyes of countless Navy soldiers, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The golden palm of the Buddha, with cracks resembling a spider's web emanating from the point of contact. Then, snap, crack, boom. The golden giant Buddha, emblematic of absolute justice and power, that palm capable of suppressing the age of great pirates. Along with the entire arm, shattered like fragile glass under Goku's nonchalant punch. Countless fragments of golden energy scattered like a meteor shower. Yua. The massive golden Buddha form seemed to be struck head-on by an invisible colossal hammer, emitting a pained groan, its immense body staggering backward uncontrollably. Each step sending tremors through the ground, leaving deep impressions. The golden light flickered violently before it could no longer maintain its form, abruptly contracting and dissipating. As the radiance faded, the true form of Fleet Admiral Sengoku was revealed. His complexion was as pale as parchment. A trickle of bright blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his coat torn in several places, his right arm hanging limply and trembling, clearly gravely injured. The gaze he directed at Goku was filled with an unprecedented mixture of terror and disbelief. An absolute silence reigned. In the vast expanse of the Navy headquarters square, only the futile wails of alarms remained. Thousands of sailors stood petrified, as if turned to stone. Their hollow gazes fixed upon the man standing at the center of the square, whose attire remained unscathed. Their once godlike admiral and the pinnacle of military might now appeared as feeble children before this man. What transpired was no longer a battle, but a one-sided obliteration. Well, I believe I've seen enough. Goku seemed to regard the event as a trivial matter, surveying the wreckage of the square and the distant collapsed structures with satisfaction, entirely disregarding the multitude of weapons aimed at him, which lacked even the courage to pull the trigger, and ignoring Sengoku's gaze that brimmed with fury yet was tinged with trepidation. The space is quite ample, yet the noise is somewhat excessive, he commented nonchalantly. Then, as if recalling something, he glanced towards the direction of the Red Earth continent, a cold, playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, it seems it's time to pay that more unsavory place a visit. As his words fell, Goku's figure abruptly blurred, akin to a signal faltering, and in the next moment, he vanished entirely, as though he had never existed, leaving only a landscape of devastation. Chapter 67. I have shown great mercy. The Power Hall of Panga City. Is this the one who appeared in Egghead? The five elders gazed at the image displayed by the Den Den Mushi, revealing none other than Goku, who had manifested in Egghead. Shepherd Saint nodded. Impressive. This individual, Topman Vacheli Saint squinted, deep in thought. Though he had not witnessed this person firsthand, he could discern his remarkable distinction merely by watching the footage. Just as they were engrossed in determining the identity of this individual, suddenly, a world government official burst in like a tempest. His steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he had been greatly startled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The official's eyes reflected disbelief, his lips quivering as he stammered, F5 elders, as something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Marskermaz Saint's brow furrowed sharply, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he admonished, what a disgraceful display of panic. Speak slowly about what has transpired. Clearly startled by Marskermaz Saint's reprimand, the officer took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. After quite some time, he finally managed to steady himself and slowly uttered, the Navy headquarters has been invaded by a mysterious powerhouse. Akainu, Kizaru, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku have all been defeated, and Garp has also sustained severe injuries. The expressions of the five elders subtly shifted, their gazes intertwining as they each perceived a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes. What audacity! Izambaron V. Nazashiru Saint bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Who dares to invade the Navy headquarters? The naval officer slowly shook his head. However, in that fleeting moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the projection, and his countenance abruptly stiffened, his finger trembling as it pointed to the figure depicted on the screen. It was him. His voice was laden with shock and dread. What? Upon hearing this, the five elders shifted their gazes towards the image. As they recognized the individual portrayed, their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was indeed him. Topman Walchuli's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, gripping his staff tightly. His fingers turned pale from the exertion. Anger erupted from his aged visage like a volcano. This was a blatant provocation to the authority of the world government. Marcus Maz's fury was uncontainable. This was sheer audacity. Immediate action must be taken. Izambalin V. Najiru's words were left unspoken when suddenly a deafening sound erupted from outside Panga City. Following closely, violent tremors ensued, causing the hall's floor to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The opulent chandelier above swung as though grasped by an invisible hand, emitting a jarring clatter, swaying precariously. What is happening? Marcus Maz's complexion paled drastically. A profound sense of foreboding surged within him. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout Mariehua. It was the highest level of invasion alert. A bloodied and battered Holy Land guard tumbled into the hall, his voice distorted and twisted by sheer terror. Report, esteemed 5 elders. There are intruders. They have directly descended upon the outskirts of Panga City. St. Charlos, what happened to him? Walchuli demanded sharply. The safety of the celestial dragons was an absolute taboo. He has been killed. The guard's voice trembled with a sob. The intruder merely waved his hand. And St. Charlos was gone, reduced to ashes. He didn't even have time to scream. What? The 5 elders' expressions shifted simultaneously, their fury reaching a boiling point. The murder of a celestial dragon was an unforgivable sin, one that had not been dared in 800 years. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a declaration of war against the very foundation of the world order. It must be him. It has to be him. Shepherd Tibert pointed vehemently at the projection. He has arrived. Right here in Mariehua. Mariehua, the abode of the gods, was now engulfed in chaos and panic. Merely 2 minutes prior, a figure had appeared without warning on the broad, marble-paved road outside Panga City. It was Gogeta, who, after a casual glance, found the disorder here surpassing even the most chaotic places of his previous life. Not far off, a corpulent celestial dragon, St. Charlos, donned a bubble helmet, parading a chain of battered slaves, pridefully leading his grotesque pet, also wearing a collar. Upon noticing Gogeta, the lowly commoner, instead of exhibiting any wariness, he instinctively raised his golden pistol, a cruel and excited grin spreading across his face. Where did this lowly scum come from? How dare you gaze upon the great St. Charlos? Kneel and lick my boots, or else. His words were abruptly cut short. Gogeta did not even glance at him. With a mere casual wave of his hand, in an instant, St. Charlos vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving not a trace of dust behind. This scene unfolded so swiftly and bizarrely that the surrounding guards and attendants were momentarily frozen in shock. St. Charlos has disappeared. The celestial dragon has been killed. Enemy attack. Highest alert. The screams and alarms instantly shattered the tranquility of Mariehua. The first to react was a group clad in white suits, their faces masked, CP0. They were the world government's most formidable intelligence agency, the shield protecting the celestial dragons. Shadows flickered like phantoms from every corner, swiftly encircling Gogeta. Bold rogue, daring to commit murder in the Holy Land, killing the esteemed celestial dragon. Surrender immediately. The lead CP0 officer's voice was icy, laced with seething rage. Without warning, without hesitation, several CP0 members unleashed their most ferocious assaults. Their pointed weapons possessed the power to pierce steel, slicing the air with vacuum waves that tore through the atmosphere, their speed leaving afterimages. Their coordination was impeccable, their attacks covering every possible escape route for Gogeta, aiming for a decisive kill or crippling blow. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Gogeta merely clicked his tongue, his eyes betraying a hint of boredom. He did not even shift his stance. As the attacks were about to strike him, an aura formed a barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing strikes met the barrier with a dull thud, shattering their bones instantly. The fierce vacuum slashes dissipated upon contact, not even causing a ripple. CP0 members attempting to engage in close combat were sent flying back at a speed greater than their approach, their white suits torn apart. Blood gushing forth as they crashed into distant walls, their fates unknown. In a mere explosion of energy, the most elite CP0 squad was utterly annihilated. This horrifying scene left the subsequent guards and officials paralyzed with dread, their screams lodged in their throats. Worthless. A voice, authoritative and frigid, resonated. The sky darkened abruptly. An aura of slaughter far surpassing that of CP0 descended. Shadows silently appeared on the rooftops and ruins surrounding the plaza, firmly locking onto Gogeta. The Knights of God had arrived. The commander of the Knights, Saint Figolando Green, gazed upon Gogeta. You have desecrated the Holy Land and slain a celestial dragon. Your crimes are beyond redemption. Saint Green's voice was low and commanding. Gogeta's gaze finally shifted from the distant burning palace ruins back to the members of the Knights encircling him. How noisy. Gogeta casually uttered 2 words, tinged with impatience. This disdainful demeanor ignited the wrath of the Knights of God. As beings who stood above all, how had they ever endured such humiliation? Capture him, regardless of life or death. At Saint Green's command, almost the instant his words fell, several members of the Knights sprang into action. Their speed far surpassed that of CP0. Their movements infused with a fierce, dominating aura, blades and swords slicing through the air, converging towards Gogeta from all directions. Yet, in the face of this assault, Gogeta made no defensive or offensive motions. Buzz, just as the attacks were about to reach his body, an unspeakable aura, akin to a supervolcano that had lain dormant for eons, erupted in an instant. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an overwhelming sense of absolute oppression that froze the very souls of those present. Centered around Gogeta, the ground cracked inch by inch, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly for hundreds of meters. The sky seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, light dimming abruptly. Oh, no, it's impossible. The members of the Knights who had rushed in to attack collided with an invisible wall. Their offensive immediately crumbled, their formidable aura extinguished like a candle in the wind. At the moment the 3 individuals at the forefront came into contact with that ominous aura, they could not even utter a complete scream before being instantaneously vaporized, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind, vanishing completely into oblivion. Those who followed were struck as if by an invisible colossal hammer to their chests, their defensive hockey crumbling like mere paper. Blood gushed forth as their bodies were propelled backward at a speed even greater than that with which they had approached. The sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. They crashed into the opulent wall in the distance, embedding themselves deeply within it, their fates unknown, leaving only ghastly bloodstains in their wake. Even the mightiest among them, Saint Qiu, felt like a fragile boat adrift amidst a tempestuous sea at the moment that aura erupted. He let out a muffled groan as the solid white jade floor beneath him exploded and sank. His renowned blade emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, its surface instantly riddled with fine cracks. With all his might, he channeled his conqueror's hockey to resist, barely managing to stabilize himself and avoid being tossed aside like the others. Yet the terrifying pressure from moments ago left his hand trembling around the hilt, cold sweat cascading down his brow. It was merely a release of aura, merely a consequence of proximity. The Knights of God, the very embodiment of the world government's supreme might, had been utterly scattered. Elite members were reduced to ash in an instant, while the rest lay either dead or grievously wounded. The entire plaza surrounding Panga City fell into a deathly silence. The surviving guards and officials collapsed to the ground, the stench of their soiled garments permeating the air. They found even breathing a struggle, their minds blank, consumed by boundless terror. Qiu struggled to raise his head, his once dominating gaze now filled with horror and disbelief. Vegeta's calm eyes swept across the chaotic scene, finally resting upon Qiu. He tilted his head slightly, his tone as flat as if he were stating an inconsequential fact. Compared to the crimes you have committed in the past, I have shown you great mercy. Vegeta's voice resounded clearly in the silent square. It is but a handful of lives lost. Mercy, just a handful. This statement struck Qiu and all surviving members of the Knights of God like a poisoned ice pick, piercing deeply into their hearts. The lives of the Knights of God were reduced to naught but weeds in his mouth. Qiu's eyes bulged with rage, the blood surging within him, nearly forcing him to spit. Humiliation and fury intertwined, nearly consuming him. Yet the hand that gripped his sword felt as if all strength had been siphoned away. The absolute disparity in power resembled an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, 5 even more colossal, ancient, and imposing auras descended with a thunderous roar, like 5 dormant volcanoes awakening simultaneously. The space around them warped slightly as 5 figures appeared in the center of the plaza, as if by teleportation. It was the tardy 5 elders. Chapter 68. Let you also feel pain. The 5 elders wore expressions so dark they seemed to weep, their gazes ablaze with unprecedented fury and gravity. Witnessing the devastation of Panga City, the deaths of the celestial dragons, and the plight of the Knights of God, particularly feeling the heart-stopping aura emanating from Vegeta, they comprehended the gravity of the situation in its entirety. This was no mere provocation. It was a calamity capable of overturning the very foundations of the world. Saint Topman Volculli's voice rumbled like suppressed thunder, filled with unrestrained wrath. You dare commit such an atrocious crime? Saint Marcus Maz's killing intent was palpable. Your existence is a desecration of the world's order. Today, you shall not leave Mariehua alive. Saint Shepherd Tibert's gaze was cold and sinister, an unsettling aura radiating from him. No matter your origin or the powers you wield, opposing the world government leads only to annihilation. Saint Isambelin V. Nazuelin's demonic blade was already half unsheathed, its cold gleam radiating menace. Arrogant fool. Prepare to face the wrath of the divine. Saint Jagor Lucius Satan leaned on his cane, appearing calm. Yet the deeply embedded tip of his cane in the cracked ground revealed the tempest within him. Speak your purpose. Why trample upon the Holy Land? The 5 elders lined up, their formidable auras simultaneously pressing down upon Vegeta. The very fabric of the space around Panga City seemed to solidify. The air heavy as if laden with lead, invisible forces clashing violently, producing a deep, resonant hum. In the face of their overwhelming fury and inquiries, Vegeta merely lifted his chin slightly, a near-mocking smile gracing his lips. His hands casually tucked into his pockets. The ease with which he carried himself starkly contrasted with the 5 elders' tense postures. Purpose? Vegeta's voice, though not loud, pierced through the intangible clash of pressures. I find you intolerable. Is that reason sufficient? He slowly stepped forward. Boom. As that foot fell, a wave of far purer pressure erupted from his point of contact, shattering the oppressive atmosphere the 5 elders had forged. The earth trembled violently, as though a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. The grand walls of Panga City groaned under the strain, fissures splitting open. The distant palaces of the celestial dragons teetered dangerously. The terrifying aura caused the 5 elders' expressions to change dramatically as they simultaneously retreated a step, their eyes filled with horror. Do you also wish to dance? His smile widened, revealing a wild and untamed grin, his voice rising suddenly like thunderclaps echoing across Mariawa. The instant his words fell, the dreadful pressure cascaded like a tsunami over the entire Holy Land. Feel pain, experience suffering. Vegeta's voice, cold and clear, struck the hearts of the 5 elders and all celestial dragons like a hammer. Buzz. Centered around Vegeta, the ground below collapsed into a massive bowl-shaped pit. The 5 elders could no longer maintain their footing, as though burdened by towering mountains, crushed under the weight of this irresistible force. Saints Maz, Tibert, and Valculli were the first to kneel, their knees shattering the stone beneath them. Saint Nazulin attempted to support himself with his demonic blade, but the blade instantly bent, emitting a mournful cry on the verge of breaking, pinning him firmly to the ground. Saint Satan's arm trembled violently as his aged body bent to its limit. The bottom of his cane sank deeply into the earth as he gritted his teeth, attempting to resist this divine might, but ultimately succumbed, his other leg crashing down as well. Those celestial dragons, who usually wielded their power with impunity, could not even muster a sound of defiance before this terrifying force. They were like crushed insects, blood streaming from their orifices, their eyes bulging as consciousness slipped away amidst overwhelming agony and fear. They were deeply embedded in the ground, their fates uncertain. This is the price for your self-proclaimed divinity and arrogance, you so-called celestial dragons. Vegeta's voice brimmed with contempt for these celestial dragons, as if he were surveying a mere swarm of insignificant ants. You have remained atop your lofty pedestal for too long, forgetting what true suffering and despair really are. Therefore, I shall now allow you to truly feel the pain you once inflicted upon those ordinary people. A chilling intent to kill radiated from Vegeta's words, sending shivers down spines. He slowly rotated his palm, that intangible, suffocating pressure grinding down upon the wills and bodies of the 5 elders like a colossal millstone. Before this terrifying power, the 5 elders appeared so small and fragile, they lacked even the strength to lift their heads, struggling desperately amidst the unending agony. However, within the depths of Vegeta's gaze, there existed not a trace of anger, but rather an aura of tranquility. Beneath this calm facade, there seemed to lie something far more profound, eluding comprehension. Pain, he reiterated, each syllable resonating like a divine decree, echoing across the hellish skies of Mary Geos. The 5 elders, ensnared in a humiliating kneel, could only desperately withstand the terrifying presence that threatened to shatter their very souls. Suddenly, a billowing cloud of darkness emerged, overpowering the atmosphere that enveloped the 5 elders. A figure, shrouded in shadow, materialized, none other than M. Chapter 69, a shattering event of the era. M stood in confrontation with Vegeta. I grant you safe passage, declared. Ha! You believe you possess the capability to let me go? Vegeta retorted, his eyes glinting with mockery. M fell silent, lacking the confidence to counter. Yet, M was not one to be trifled with. Stubborn fool. Then remain here. With a flick of his hand, the encroaching shadows coalesced into sharp projectiles, hurtling towards Vegeta. As the deadly spikes halted a mere inch from his visage, they could advance no further. It was as if an invisible barrier had materialized. Vegeta merely hummed softly, and the spikes erupted into a cacophony of shattered darkness. Before the remnants could settle, they dissipated into tendrils of black smoke. The smirk on Vegeta's lips deepened. He did not even blink. Is this all you can muster? His voice was chillingly calm. yet brimming with enough latent power to cause the very fabric of space to tremble. You think to amuse me with such feeble attempts, hoping to compel my stay here? How laughably naive. Im's eyes darkened. He had anticipated Vegeta's strength, but the ease with which he had dismantled his assault exceeded his expectations, his composure unfazed. Shadows roiled around him violently, akin to a tempestuous sea of ink, exuding an unsettling chill. Arrogance. Im barked, thrusting his hands forward. This time, it was not a solitary spike, but a multitude of shadowy spears, each imbued with amplified power, cascading like a torrential downpour towards Vegeta. Each spear harbored a terrifying force capable of rending mountains asunder, completely enveloping Vegeta's form in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive reverberations merged into a singular, thunderous roar. As the thick, tangible darkness consumed the ground where Vegeta stood, the violent shockwaves distorting the surrounding space into layers of creases. The earth was instantly carved into unfathomable chasms. The debris vaporized before it could even scatter. Fixed his gaze on the chaos wrought by the dark energy. He could not fathom that Vegeta remained unscathed. This assault should have annihilated an entire continent. Yet, as the dust began to settle, Im's pupils dilated in disbelief, a cold dread coursing up his spine. Vegeta stood resolutely in place, untouched. He tilted his head, regarding him as one would a hapless jester putting forth a lackluster performance. Humiliation. An unprecedented wave of disgrace engulfed him. After living for so long, how had he been so thoroughly belittled? Anger eclipsed his bewilderment, and the shadowy energy within him erupted like a volcano. Roar. Im unleashed a primal scream, his form expanding into a towering shadowy colossus. A massive fist descended towards Vegeta. At last, Vegeta moved. He merely raised a hand nonchalantly. Bang! The sound reverberated as though two worlds collided. The chaotic energy detonated outward in a circular explosion, obliterating everything within dozens of miles, vaporizing it into nothingness. The space around them, fragile as glass, splintered with webs of cracks, groaning under the strain. The shadowy colossus maintained its fist-raising posture, while the diminutive Vegeta effortlessly braced against the gargantuan fist, which dwarfed him 1,000-fold, with just his pinky finger. The scene was imbued with an absurdity and visual impact that was unparalleled. The colossus emitted an incredulous roar, mingled with agony and terror. Could distinctly feel the backlash, the very shadowy energy forming his fist beginning to tremble and disintegrate. Alas, I had thought you formidable, yet you are so feebly weak, Vegeta murmured, his voice cutting through the cacophony of energy. Crack, crack, boom. The colossal shadow fist, along with half of the colossus's arm, shattered under Vegeta's grip, erupting into a flurry of vanishing black specks. The colossus let out a chilling wail, staggering backward. Black energy surging from the severed arm in a frantic attempt to mend itself, yet struggling immensely. Vegeta retracted his hand, casually shaking it as though brushing off a speck of dust. He took a single step forward, instantly traversing the space to stand before the staggering shadow colossus, meeting its crimson eyes with unwavering resolve. It is over. He made no pretense of combat. With a simple, unremarkable straight punch, he struck the colossal head. This punch bore no radiant energy nor extravagance. Its velocity, so swift it seemed as though the fist had never moved. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the shadow colossus sensed an unprecedented, soul-freezing aura of death. It was a pure, unfathomable power, a force capable of transcending dimensions and shattering the very fabric of reality. How could this be? Im gathered his strength, forming a massive shield, conjuring a vortex of darkness that enveloped himself, the five elders, and the god knights. Vanishing in an instant. Boom. The shield exploded, and Im and the others disappeared. Oh, spatial abilities, I see. Vegeta did not pursue. He had accomplished what needed to be done, vanishing from Mary Geos in a flash. On a distant isle, Im utilized the powers of the spatial fruit, arriving with the five elders and the god knights. Just after landing, he coughed up blood. My lord, are you all right? Asked Marcus Mass. Im shook his head. Though reluctant to admit it, that individual was on an entirely different level of strength. We must find a place to hide and regroup. Im uttered this statement with a deep sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, Enel and the Straw Hat crew had departed from Moria's domain. Enel had initially intended to await Vegeta, but upon Luffy's invitation, he chose to leave with them. Days later, Enel and the Straw Hat crew sailed through a certain sea area of the Grand Line. The sun shone brightly, seagulls circled overhead, and the familiar clamor filled the deck. Luffy was pestering Sanji for meat. Usopp was boasting about his latest invention, while Chopper and Brook chased each other playfully. Enel sat alone atop the mast's lookout, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a freshly delivered newspaper, accompanied by Nami's incredulous scream, shattered the brief tranquility. This is impossible. Nami's hands trembled violently, nearly crumpling the newspaper as her eyes widened in shock. Fixated on the enormous headline and the striking photograph below it. "What's wrong, Nami?" Robin inquired, setting her book aside and keenly sensing her companion's distress. "A bounty. A bounty notice. A new bounty notice." Nami's voice quivered with uncontrollable excitement and horror. "Oh, who has been issued a bounty this time? Has Luffy's bounty increased again?" Zoro sauntered over lazily. "No, it's neither Luffy nor any of us." Nami inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest within her, and enunciated the name that plunged the entire deck into a profound silence. "Vegeta. The charges: assaulting the Holy Land of Mariewa, inflicting severe damage to the world government's highest authority, with the intent to subvert the world order. The bounty amount." Nami's voice faltered once more as she blinked vigorously, seemingly unable to believe the figure before her. "How much? Do tell, Nami-san." Sanji leaned in, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation. Nami lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with unprecedented astonishment, and in a tone bordering on delirium, she uttered the astronomical sum. "The bounty is 65 billion berries." 65 billion. Usopp's jaw dropped onto the deck. Frankie exaggeratedly gaped. "Super, what an astronomical figure." Chopper, frightened, hid behind Robin Nanny. Brooks' skeletal frame rattled with nervousness. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. This truly is, my bones could shatter from fright." Zoro's drowsiness vanished in an instant, his gaze sharp as a blade. 65 billion. What a joke. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth. "That guy, Luffy's master? What has he done?" Luffy, unusually quiet, lowered his straw hat, his expression grave. "My master. He left with my grandfather." The news of Vegeta's bounty and actions spread like wildfire through various channels, marking a momentous event that would shake the very fabric of the era. Chapter 70. Reactions from all sides, special training. In Egghead, within the laboratory of Dr. Vegapunk, a profound silence reigned. Is this truly real? His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the newspaper as if the words were too incredible to comprehend. His understanding of the Gorosei was profound, yet he never fathomed that even such formidable figures could be outmatched by that individual. Shaka and the others stood silently nearby, their faces mirroring his astonishment. Vegapunk gradually set the newspaper down, turning his gaze towards the experimental subject lying naked on the operating table. This subject had just been completed yesterday, and though it had only assimilated 10% of that energy, its data had far exceeded expectations. "Let us name this experimental subject Model 1, Vegapunk declared without hesitation. The ramifications of Vegeta's actions were far from simple. Meanwhile, far away with the Whitebeard pirates, the crew was equally stunned by the news. "He actually did something like this. It's utterly unimaginable," Jozu exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. "The world's balance is beginning to shift because of him," Marco remarked solemnly. Whitebeard, drinking deeply, appeared lost in thought. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin chuckled as she read the newspaper. "Mamama, a remarkable individual has emerged in this world. I wonder if he is interested in treasure." Her eyes glinted with greed, contemplating the possibility of forming an alliance to strengthen her nation further. On Onigashima, Kaido's booming laughter echoed, accompanied by the scent of strong liquor. "Roar!" he bellowed, clutching a massive gourd of sake, his colossal frame shaking with excitement, causing the entire floor to tremble. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating." He slammed the gourd to the ground with a thunderous crash, fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Those old geezers lurking in the shadows are not invincible cockroaches after all. This Vegeta has done splendidly." Ha! The expressions of the three calamities varied. Ashura folded his arms, his eyes sharp beneath his mask. "Mr. Kaido, this person possesses unfathomable strength and poses a significant threat." Queen, cigar in mouth, swayed his rotund form. "Yo-ho-ho. An extraordinary individual indeed. However, his emergence may be beneficial for us. Joker will surely be restless." Jack growled lowly, a mix of caution and excitement gleaming in his eyes. Kaido ceased his laughter, his enormous dragon-like eyes glinting with menace. "A threat? Roar. The world is only entertaining because of threats. The old gods have fallen. Where are the new gods?" He stood abruptly, a terrifying aura enveloping the room. "I am destined to become the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky." He seized a nearby kanabo, slamming it down heavily. "Inform everyone. Accelerate the production at the Smile Factory. Recruit more devil fruit users. We must expedite the distribution of weapons from Wano. The era of chaos has arrived. This is the perfect opportunity for the beast pirates to expand their influence and seize the world. Roar. That Vegeta, I shall personally test his mettle. Let us see if he is worthy to be acknowledged as my rival." Deep within Onigashima, Kaido's ambitious roar reverberated. heralding that the beast pirates would reveal sharper fangs in the impending chaotic times. On a certain island where the red-haired pirates resided. What do you make of this individual's actions? Beckman inquired, lighting a cigarette and gazing at Shanks. Shanks lifted a bowl of sake and drank it down. The era of the great pirate King Roger was inherently chaotic, and now this individual's actions have plunged us deeper into turmoil. They clinked their bowls, both downing their drinks in unison. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, I never imagined such a person would emerge in this world. Dragon, this is our golden opportunity. Ivankov's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon stroked his chin, his gaze glinting with resolve. Indeed, this is a tremendous opportunity. He rose, addressing all the core members. Immediately contact the kings and factions inclined to resist, intensify our infiltration efforts. We must seize this chance to sow the seeds of freedom deeply within the foundations of the world. The world is tilting in our favor. The cadre departed promptly to make contact. In the newly reconstructed Navy headquarters, within the new office, Akiji, temporarily assuming the mantle of Fleet Admiral, glanced at the stack of reports on his desk and felt a headache coming on. Sitting down, he picked up one report and casually flipped through it, noting the impacts of the recent events. Some reports indicated that restless pirates no longer regarded the Navy with respect and had begun rampant pillaging. Sigh. Akiji could only exhale helplessly. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu, and Kizuru all injured, the current state of the Navy was insufficient to address these issues. Various dark forces and the warlords of the sea reacted differently, but one thing was clear. A more chaotic era was gradually unfolding. Days later, within the confines of the infamous bar on Sabaody Archipelago, Vegeta savored exquisite wine while engaging in conversation with Aunt Xia. The other patrons kept their distance. For this was no ordinary individual. He was the one who had caused an uproar in Mariewa. Aunt Xia glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Rayleigh should be returning shortly, she mused. No sooner had she uttered these words than the bar door swung open, and Rayleigh strode in, followed closely by Luffy and his crew. Upon entering, Rayleigh immediately sensed a shift in the bar's atmosphere. Scanning the room, his gaze landed upon Vegeta. With his observation haki, he discerned that this individual was far from ordinary. Having spent the past few days at the auction house, he had scarcely perused the newspapers. Notably, there had been no incident akin to Luffy's altercation with the Celestial Dragons as depicted in the original story during this visit to Sabaody Archipelago. Hey, Master. What brings you here? Luffy's distinctive voice shattered the slightly tense air that Vegeta's presence had cast over the bar. With a swift motion, his rubbery arm extended, propelling him like a cannonball toward Vegeta at the bar. Phew, cough. Vegeta, engaged in conversation with Aunt Xia, nearly choked on his drink due to Luffy's unexpected embrace. He set down his glass, allowing Luffy to cling to him like an exuberant koala. Hey, you rascal, still as reckless as ever. Hee, it's really you, Master. Luffy, undeterred, had not seen Vegeta for quite some time since their hasty encounter, and given the astonishing feats Vegeta had accomplished, he genuinely missed him. Clinging to Vegeta, he excitedly flailed his limbs, exclaiming, "You're incredible. I knew you were the strongest. 100 times stronger than any admiral or the elders. No, 1,000 times." Vegeta patted Luffy's straw hat. All right, let go. It was just a bit of a ruckus. Reluctantly, Luffy released his grip, but retained an expression of uncontainable excitement. Eagerly turning to his comrades. Everyone look. This is my super powerful master. Vegeta, even stronger than Gramps. Zoro stepped forward, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. So, you're the master that Luffy's been going on about? To produce such a fool, you must possess extraordinary strength. His words carried a challenge, but more than that, they reflected a primal thrill towards a formidable opponent. Sanji extinguished his cigarette, a rare seriousness adorning his features. I see, Luffy's master? Quite an impressive identity indeed. On the thriller bark, Luffy's companions had only glimpsed Vegeta from afar. Usopp trembled, Luffy's master. The one who caused chaos in Mariewa. His mind raced with terrifying images from the newspapers. Vegeta surveyed the Straw Hat crew, nodding slightly as a greeting. Resuming his seat at the bar, he addressed Aunt Xia. Boss, another drink for me, and serve these youngsters something as well. It's on me. Turning to Luffy, his tone grew serious. Luffy, with your current strength, continuing your adventures would be perilous. Luffy straightened, determination shining in his eyes. I'm not afraid. I want to be the Pirate King. Merely shouting slogans is insufficient. Vegeta lifted his newly filled glass. On the thriller bark, you faced your grandfather without any means of resistance, did you not? Had I not intervened, you would have been captured. He set down his glass, his gaze piercing as it swept over the Straw Hat crew. As it happens, I have some time. Before you set sail for Fishman Island, I will provide you with additional training. Special training. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, Master? That is fantastic. He was the first to leap up in enthusiasm. Zoro grinned, brimming with fighting spirit. Just what I was hoping for. Sanji inhaled deeply, standing tall. To protect my friends, I must grow stronger. Please, teach me. Though trembling with fear, Nami and Usopp recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please take care of us. Chopper summoned his courage. I'll do my best too. Robin smiled. It is an honor to receive your guidance. Frankie struck his signature pose. Super special training. Let us go. Brooke elegantly bowed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what a thrilling proposal, though I lack the capacity for blood. Rayleigh observed with keen interest, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Aunt Xia, meanwhile, smiled as she cleaned a glass, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Very well, Vegeta declared, rising from his seat. Aunt Xia, Rayleigh, may I use the open space behind your bar? Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately. In the following month, a relatively secluded clearing on the outskirts of Sabaody Archipelago transformed into a veritable hell for the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 71. The special training concludes, setting sail once more. Still too slow. Vegeta's figure flickered, appearing beside Luffy. Without any extravagant movements, merely the aura he exuded generated a terrifying wind pressure that slammed against Luffy's crossed arms. Ugh. Luffy felt an overwhelming force, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelling him backward into a pile of discarded planks several dozen meters away, sending splinters and dust into the air. Zoro growled, his three swords merging into a tempest of slashing attacks. Three-sword style, Onigiri. The blade's light cut through the air with lethal precision. Vegeta slightly sidestepped. The attack capable of cleaving steel missed its mark, grazing his clothing and leaving deep gouges in the earth. With a flick of his finger, Vegeta struck Zoro's sword, Autumn Water. Clang. The sound of metal clashing. Zoro felt an unimaginable force reverberate through his sword, causing his grip to falter and blood to flow as he staggered backward, each step cracking the hard ground beneath him. Chef, cover me. Zoro shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Got it. Sanji's figure darted like the wind, rapidly appearing at Vegeta's side. His right foot infused with all his strength striking toward Vegeta's temple. Sky-piercing shoot. Vegeta didn't even turn around, using his aura to block the attack. His right hand darting out with unerring precision to grasp Sanji's ankle. Too many flashy moves. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta hurled Sanji toward Luffy, who had just risen from the rubble, ready to charge once more. Boom. The two collided with a resounding crash, rolling into a cloud of dust. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Nami gasped, nearly dropping her weather stick. Chopper's eyes welled with tears, while Usopp cowered, hugging his head and trembling in fear. Frankie's jaw dropped. Super, a monstrous being. Robin's fingers trembled as numerous arms appeared around Vegeta, only to collapse under the weight of his presence. Brook's bony frame rattled, half his soul seemingly departing. Vegeta stood firm, casting a glance at the disheveled trio, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Anger? Resentment? Then prove it through action. Your current strength cannot even touch the threshold of the new world. Remember, attacking is not about shouting. Defense is not about brute force. Power must be concentrated at a point. Observation Haki should sense not my movements, but my intent. Again, a week has elapsed since he commenced training with Luffy and his crew. His words struck like whips, piercing the nerves of each individual. Luffy rose from the ground, the bruises on his rubbery body fading swiftly, yet the fire burning in his eyes blazed even hotter. Zoro tightened his grip on the Wado Ikemanji, the blood staining the hilt, his gaze sharp as that of a wounded lone wolf. Sanji expelled the blood from his mouth, straightening his posture, the previous laziness in his eyes replaced by a near-cold focus. Time trickled slowly amidst the sweat, blood, and near-collapse wails. Each day, the abandoned dock echoed with the dull thud of impacts, the whistling of blades, the groans of bones under pressure, and Vegeta's scolding. Luffy, the elasticity of your rubber is not for mindless bouncing. Compress. Compress your muscles and bones, storing power like a spring before unleashing it. Where's your haki? Envelop it. Imagine your fist as an indomitable hammer. Zoro, the sword is an extension of your arm, a manifestation of your will. If your heart is disturbed, your blade will dull. What is cutting through steel? Feel the flow of the wind. Sever the invisible barrier before you. That is the breath of iron. Sanji, your legs are weapons, not mere ornaments. Fast, not fast enough. Channel the power into the tips of your toes. Compress the rotational force of your entire body. Observation Haki is not for evasion. It is for anticipation, to find the enemy's most vulnerable moment. Use your legs, shatter it. The training was both brutal and effective. Limitless physical exertion drained every ounce of energy, while precise power control demanded they unleash maximum destruction with minimal movement. Near-combat encounters left each participant teetering on the brink of severe injury. Vegeta transformed into the most merciless examiner and the most unrelenting sparring partner, each strike landing precisely at their limits, compelling them to transcend. Zoro sat cross-legged at the edge of the clearing, 3 swords laid flat before him. Sweat soaked his green bandana, trickling down his resolute cheeks. He closed his eyes, his breath long and heavy. The sounds of his companion's training seemed distant. Within his mind, Vegeta's words echoed, "Feel the breath of iron, sever the invisible barriers." He attempted to concentrate his observation haki, focusing solely on the pile of abandoned anchors before him, striving to comprehend the cold steel, its structure, and its existence. Time passed incrementally. Sweat dripped onto the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes snapped open. A glint of brilliance erupted within them. An invisible sharpness enveloped the massive anchor. Itoryu Aido. His draw was executed with unparalleled speed, the gleaming blade flashing like lightning in the darkness, vanishing in an instant. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a faint, whisper-like slice, akin to a sharp blade cutting through thick paper. The massive, rusted anchor bore a straight, smooth cut down its center. The upper half silently slid away, crashing to the ground, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. The realm of iron cutting. Enlightenment. Although he had previously sliced through iron, this experience was unlike any other. This was true, complete comprehension. Meanwhile, Sanji raced between the abandoned masts and ship's sides at breakneck speed, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Each time he pushed off, the wood or iron beneath him groaned under the strain, leaving shallow indentations. Sweat blurred his vision, and his lungs burned with fire. Not enough. Power must converge. The explosion must happen in an instant. Vegeta's voice reverberated in his ears. Sanji gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing off a stout mast once more. "Give it to me, up I go?" He roared internally, compressing his leg muscles to their limits, funneling all his strength and rotational potential into the single point where his foot met the mast. Moonwalk. The air at his foot's point of contact compressed violently, producing a dull sonic boom. A tremendous recoil surged forth. Sanji's body, for the first time, relied on no physical support, as if liberated from the pull of gravity. Shot upwards several meters in a straight, defiant manner. He succeeded. Though it was but a fleeting moment, and the height limited, it was undeniably a step in the air. Yahororo. Sanji has taken flight. Brook's hollow eye sockets seemed to glimmer. Luffy bore the heaviest burden. Time and again, he was struck by Vegeta, sent flying and spitting blood. Yet he charged back fearlessly. The energy within him surged frantically under extreme pressure, his body's instincts seeking to break through the constraints. Compress. Treat your body as an arsenal. Hold back the power, then unleash it with ferocity. Vegeta's fist struck Luffy's crossed arms, slamming him into the ground. Ugh! Luffy coughed up blood. Yet the flame in his eyes showed no sign of waning. He struggled to rise, the surface of his rubbery skin beginning to show faint, steam-like red patterns. His muscles expanded and contracted at a visibly alarming rate, emitting a low, rumbling hum akin to an overloaded engine. The veins beneath his skin bulged, darkening to a deep crimson. Not enough. Compress it into me. Luffy howled, his arms violently contracting inward, the expansion of his muscles becoming even more grotesque, the dark red patterns resembling glowing hot irons. An uncontrollable, ferocious aura began to emanate from him. The embryonic form of Gear 4th emerged, grotesque in its agony and roar. A month, 30 days of hell, had finally come to an end. In the clearing of the abandoned dock, the Straw Hat crew stood in a line. Compared to a month prior, their physiques appeared relatively unchanged, yet their demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Exhaustion etched itself into the depths of their eyes. But beneath that fatigue lay a newfound resilience and composure. Their gazes were sharp as blades, their presence as solid as iron. Standing there like 9 swords tempered through countless forges, their edges hidden yet potent. Vegeta's gaze swept over them slowly, and a faint, almost imperceptible curve passed over his typically expressionless face. He nodded slightly. Mediocre. Still that indifferent tone, bordering on apathy. At least you won't be easily crushed. Luffy flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites, his eyes brimming with confidence beneath the straw hat. Hee. Master, just wait and see. We're coming for the new world. Zoro bit down on the Wado Ikamanji once more, sheathing his 3 swords at his waist, his expression calm. Next time we meet, my blade will be sharper. Sanji lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he spoke with unprecedented seriousness. For the all blue, for my friends, I will become stronger. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, each pair of eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. The hell of this month had drained them of all their strength. Yet it had also forged unprecedented power and conviction within them. The Thousand Sunny lay quietly docked at Sabaody Archipelago's coating port. massive bubbles refracting a dreamlike glow under the sunlight. Frankie's meticulously maintained vessel gleamed, the lion figurehead exuding majesty. The Straw Hat crew boarded, the deck alive with a long-awaited, hopeful commotion. Set sail. Destination, Fishman Island. Off we go. Luffy stood at the bow, brimming with vigor as they set out to sea. Chapter 72, worrying about his arrival. Let us go drink. Vegeta and Rayleigh watched as the Straw Hat crew departed. At the Kurizumi Tavern, you think Whitebeard will die? Rayleigh inquired. A perplexed look on his face as he regarded Vegeta. I have glimpsed the future, Vegeta replied with a smile. Rayleigh suddenly understood. Mastering observation hockey to its peak indeed allowed one to glimpse the future. He let out a sigh, lamenting the departure of the formidable warriors of a bygone era. Unbeknownst to Rayleigh, Gogeta was devoid of any mastery over observation hockey. The two engaged in a convivial exchange over drinks. Unlike the original narrative, the Straw Hat crew, embarking on their new voyage, did not head towards Fishman Island, but instead set their sights on the new Marine headquarters. Spurred by the news of Ace's impending public execution printed in the newspaper they had acquired. Let us rewind time to a week prior. Inside the re-established Marine headquarters. Within the Marshal's office, after a month of recuperation, the injuries of the personnel had largely healed, thanks to the exceptional medical supplies provided by Dr. Vegapunk. Akainu's fist crashed heavily upon the massive desk of Sengoku, causing teacups to rattle. Absolutely unacceptable. Port Gas D. Ace is the spawn of Roger. A malignant bloodline that must be eradicated. His public execution will exemplify the Navy's unwavering justice. Sengoku massaged his temples, gazing at the fervently debating admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru before him. Akainu's radical stance found considerable support among the hawkish officers, while Akiji stood with arms crossed, his gaze drifting out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Kizaru wore an expression that conveyed a sense of dread, as if bracing himself for another round of arduous labor. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed. Sakazuki, I comprehend your resolve. However, executing Whitebeard's captain, especially Ace, is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Whitebeard pirates. And what of it? Akainu's voice was as molten as lava. The old era must be obliterated. Whitebeard, merely a decrepit relic. This time, we shall bury the Whitebeard pirates along with Ace. With their blood, we shall forge the cornerstone of a new era for the Navy. Sengoku's gaze swept across the room. That old rascal Garp had conveniently absconded under the pretense of patrolling the first half of the Grand Line, leaving the dilemma entirely on his shoulders. Though Akainu's proposal was reckless, it could indeed resolve the colossal threat posed by Whitebeard once and for all, simultaneously quelling the audacity of pirates. The risks were immense, yet the rewards equally substantial. Ultimately, Sengoku inhaled deeply, his expression sharpening with gravity, and decreed, issue a proclamation to the world. 1 week from now, at the Marine headquarters. Port Gas D. Ace shall be publicly executed. All personnel, prepare for battle. With the order issued, the entire Marine headquarters roared to life like a colossal war machine. Countless warships assembled, the peacekeeping forces stood ready, and the defensive fortifications were reinforced. The 3 admirals took their positions in the square, and the 7 warlords were summoned under duress, as a heavy tension filled the air, akin to the foreboding calm before a tempest. The Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, sat upon his chair, a massive bowl of sake in hand, exuding a rich aroma. Before him lay a newspaper, its front page emblazoned with the news of Ace's imminent execution. Gururara. Whitebeard erupted into a thunderous laughter. Yet within it simmered a boundless fury and determination that sent ripples across the sea. That old dog Sengoku dares to lay hands on my son. In a fit of rage, he smashed the sake bowl to the ground, the shattering sound startling every crew member. Listen up, everyone. The Navy has captured your brother Ace. They intend to execute him before the eyes of the world. Tell me, can we allow this? Absolutely not. We shall rescue Ace. Let the Navy know the might of the Whitebeard pirates. A deafening chorus of defiance erupted from every corner of the deck, the spirits of the pirates igniting like a blazing inferno. Excellent. A fierce light ignited in Whitebeard's eyes. Our target is the new Marine headquarters, Marineford. Let Sengoku witness the cost of enraging a father. The massive Moby Dick turned its bow toward the new Marine headquarters, akin to a vengeful arrow set loose, slicing through the waves with fervor. Execution day. The sun blazed fiercely, yet it could not dispel the chilling atmosphere that enveloped the square. Ace was securely shackled to the execution platform with seastone chains, his head bowed low. Below him stood a formidable array of elite Marines, akin to a forest of steel. The 3 admirals took their seats upon the elevated platform, with Marshal Sengoku overseeing the execution. Sengoku's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, declaring Ace's identity and crimes, alongside the Navy's resolute determination to eradicate evil. Just as his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted not from the Navy's cannons, but from the harbor. A colossal ship forcefully breached the inner bay, followed closely by dozens of menacing pirate vessels belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Gururara, the iconic. Boisterous laughter resonated as the mountain-like figure of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, stood at the prow of the Moby Dick, his Naginata, the Shodai Kitetsu, slamming down upon the deck. An invisible aura of dominance sweeping the surroundings. Sengoku, after all these years, you dare to touch my son without consulting me. Old man, Ace, on the execution platform, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with shock, guilt, and hope. The Navy braced itself for battle. A fierce conflict erupted. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates descended like ferocious tigers, clashing violently with the marine officers and the peacekeeping forces. Marco transformed into the Phoenix, soaring toward the execution platform, while Jozu, embodying a diamond, bravely withstood the cannon fire. Vista's swordplay danced through the air, creating a grand and brutal spectacle. However, just as the Navy's attention was drawn towards Whitebeard's main fleet, an unexpected ambush transpired. Gum gum. A familiar yet slightly altered roar echoed from the skies. The crowd looked up in astonishment to see a ship adorned with a lion's head descending from above. Super, landing now. Frankie struck a pose at the ship's stern, albeit with a slight tremor in his voice. Yo hoyo hoyo. Brooke clutched his skull. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. Zoro, wielding 3 swords, executed the 3-sword style, tornado, ship style. He bit down on Enma while vigorously wielding his other 2 swords, managing to conjure a small, controllable tornado beneath the Sunny, which barely mitigated their descent. Nonetheless, the ship still veered drunkenly toward a row of cannons on the square's edge. Cough, touchdown successful. Luffy was the first to leap out, shaking off the dust from his head, grinning widely as if they had just executed a flawless landing rather than a crash. Successful, my foot. My new ship. Nami's furious punch promptly bestowed a large bump atop Luffy's head. Usopp is here. Ultimate Green Star, Spore Hell. Usopp, summoning his courage, launched peculiar seed bullets from his slingshot. The seeds, upon hitting the ground, rapidly sprouted into enormous, colorful mushroom clouds. These fungi released a plethora of sneezing-inducing spores, clouding the vision and throwing the nearby Navy soldiers into disarray and bewildering hilarity. Devil Wind Foot, Moonstep, Dining Etiquette. Sanji's silhouette traced elegant fiery arcs through the air, skillfully kicking away any Marines that approached the Sunny. Yet, upon spotting a female Navy officer, his demeanor shifted to that of a ballet dancer, gracefully dispatching her foes while presenting her with an inexplicably materialized rose. My beautiful lady, the battlefield is far too perilous. May I escort you to safety? Before he could finish, Nami yanked him by the ear, dragging him away. Idiot cook. Is now the time for flirting. General Frankie, super debut. Frankie leaped into his general robot, striking a classic pose. Yohoy, gentlemen of the Navy, in such a tense moment, allow yourselves to indulge in a requiem. Brooke gracefully unsheathed his sword cane, performing a somber violin melody while executing a swordsmanship as swift as a specter. The melody of dawn pierced through the night. His blade struck precisely at the enemy's weapons, not only disarming them but encasing them in ice. Behold, cried Luffy, Gomu Gomu no, giant balloon. Drawing a deep breath, he instantaneously swelled into an immense rubber sphere, deflecting the countless cannonballs aimed at the thousand Sunny. The projectiles ricocheted, exploding among the Navy ranks with resounding efficacy. Luffy had transformed into an oversized bouncy ball. Zoro's gaze was sharp, his 3 swords glimmering with a deadly light. Troublesome Wind, 108. No longer a singular colossal slash, but a tempest of dozens of meticulously crafted green sword energies surged forth, each like an entity of its own, pursuing their targets with unwavering precision, severing the laser cannons and joints of the pacifistas, rendering these war machines instantly incapacitated amidst a shower of sparks. Ace. Luffy's eyes locked onto his brother on the execution platform, all his playful banter evaporating into pure anxiety and fury. Ignoring the surrounding Navy, his rubber arm stretched forth, seizing a distant structure and launching himself like a cannonball towards the gallows. Stop that straw hat, kid. Sengoku commanded sharply. Goma Goma no, Eagle Bazooka. Utilizing his rotation and hockey hardening, his arm struck like a drill, propelling the obstructing giant vice admiral aside. Meanwhile, Whitebeard witnessed Luffy's audacious maneuver. A brilliant light igniting in his eyes. Guragaragira. Boys, clear a path for that straw hat kid. Marco. Understood, Pops. Marco transformed into a phoenix, his azure flames surging towards the Admiral Kizaru, who stood in Luffy's path. Kizaru, your opponent is me. Joseph bellowed, crashing into the obstructing pacifistas. The battlefield erupted in chaos. The wills of both new and old generations of pirates converged at this moment, relentlessly assaulting the iron wall of the Navy. On the execution platform, Ace gazed at his brother, who was recklessly charging forth, tears unable to be contained. "Luffy, you foolish idiot." Marshal Sengoku observed the tumultuous battlefield below, particularly the Straw Hat Crew's performance, his expression darkening. Clenching his fists, he directed his gaze at the seated and silent Carp beside Ace. Externally composed, internally, however, he harbored a great concern, not for Luffy or Ace, but for whether Luffy's master would arrive. Chapter 73, Save Ace, Part 1. Rescue Ace. Marco's phoenix wings stirred azure flames, soaring like a meteor against the high platform. Yada no Kagami. Kizura's fingertips shimmered with golden light, unleashing a torrential downpour of laser projectiles. With a powerful flap of his blue-flamed wings, Marco tore through the annihilating light rain, creating a burning passageway amidst the cacophony of collision. Diamond Shining Charge. Jozu thunderously barreled into the pacifistas, the indomitable mechanical giants warping and twisting under the sheer force of his assault, parts scattering like confetti. The shrill sound of tearing metal grating on the nerves. The Swordmaster Vista's dual blades carved a deadly rose storm through the air. Flower Sword Dance. The blade's reach unleashed sword energy that blossomed like roses, yet bore the thorns of cruelty, ensnaring the officer class attempting to seal the breach. Instantly staining the cold white stone ground with blood. The elite navy responded with a fierce roar, the vice admiral shouts intertwining with the soldiers' cries of defiance. The glint of blades and the smoke of gunfire weaving a shroud of death. However, at the heart of this chaotic battlefield, a diminutive yet remarkably tenacious figure propelled forward in an astonishing manner. Ace. Luffy's sole focus rested on the figure suspended on the gallows, his entire being enveloped in armament haki, his body compressing once more to its utmost limit. Fourth gear, bound man. Boom. A thunderous sound, heavy enough to constrict the heart, erupted. The maximally compressed rubber form was released with a velocity beyond the eye's grasp. Luffy transformed into a black meteor, streaking across the Navy's tightly formed ranks. Yet, just as he was about to breach the last line of elite defense, a shadow appeared directly in his path. No glimmering golden light, no flamboyant abilities. Just a Navy Vice Admiral's coat flapping in the fierce wind of rapid movement, and a pair of eyes, sharp as a hawk's, filled with complex emotions. The Navy hero. Monkey D. Garp. He executed no superfluous motions, merely bending slightly, his right fist enveloped in armament haki, like a massive battering ram brimming with power. Met Luffy's oncoming charge with an unembellished punch. Boom. It was not the crisp sound of metal clashing, but rather the profound thud of two forces capable of shaking mountains colliding head-on. Visible black arcs of lightning erupted violently at the point of impact, leaping and exploding. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The colossal kinetic energy of Bound Man could shatter a titan of steel. Yet, Garp's seemingly simple punch contained the culmination of relentless training and the highest grade of armament haki. Ugh! Luffy emitted a pained cry. Before Garp's iron fist, he felt an unprecedented agony and resistance. It was as though he had collided with an immovable iron mountain. His compressed body was abruptly halted midair by this irresistible force, a violent shockwave radiating outward, casting nearby Navy soldiers and pirates alike into the air. Grandpa! Luffy's eyes turned crimson, his steam-emitting form trembling violently in disbelief. He never anticipated that the first person to truly halt him would be his own beloved grandfather. Garp's expression remained devoid of emotion, embodying the stoicism of a soldier facing an adversary. Yet within the depths of his eyes, a tumultuous pain surged like an abyss. Luffy! Garp's voice rumbled like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority and a subtle rasp. This is a battlefield. I am the Navy. You shall not advance any further. As soon as the words left his mouth, Garp's left fist transformed into a swifter black shadow. No grandiose technique, merely the purest, most direct of punches. Luffy's pupils dilated. His instincts alerted him to the trajectory of the punch, yet Garp's speed was too swift, the force too immense. Bang! Crack! A dull thud mingled with the sound of shattering bones. Luffy's body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train, flying like a cannonball. The armament haki covering his abdomen fluctuated violently. Though it had not been entirely breached, the terrifying penetrative force still made him feel as though his insides were in turmoil. Compressed air erupted from his mouth. Wah! Luffy's body crashed into the solid white stone of the square below, creating a deep pit laced with spiderweb-like cracks. Dust swirling around him. Luffy! His comrades, battling the Navy from afar, cried out in unison. Garp maintained his striking posture, slowly descending to the edge of the pit. He looked down at his struggling grandson, attempting to rise, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, trembling slightly. Beneath the facade of the seemingly cold-hearted Navy hero lay a pain potent enough to shatter his heart. He had to stop Luffy, otherwise Ace would die. And so would Luffy. Within the pit, the dust was dispersed by a surging gust of wind. Cough, cough. Luffy staggered to his feet, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He fiercely wiped away the blood with the back of his hand. His body cloaked in a deeper and more refined layer of haki. Steam erupted wildly from every part of his body, as his compressed muscles emitted a powerful hum. He raised his head, his eyes aflame with determination, unwavering as they fixated on Carp at the edge of the pit, revealing not a hint of retreat, but an even greater intensity of resolve. I don't care whether you're a naval hero or not, Luffy's voice, hoarse yet resonating across the battlefield, erupted with a reckless roar. Ace, I will rescue you. As he transformed into Gear 4th, his ebony fists, compressed to their utmost, instantly morphed into a tempest of dark fury that tore through the air. No longer a straightforward assault, but a barrage that enveloped all of Carp's evasive paths. A series of frenzied strikes that transcended the speed of sound. Each punch bore the immense power of Gear 4th and the impenetrable hardness of haki, akin to the simultaneous cannonade of hundreds of heavy artillery. Carp's gaze sharpened, and with a deep breath, he advanced rather than retreated. You brat. Let me see just how deep your resolve runs. Carp's form darted like a specter amidst the multitude of punch shadows, blocking and countering. With each of his strikes precisely meeting Luffy's fists, every collision erupted into a deafening roar and a shower of black lightning. Boom, 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 boom. The two, grandfather and grandson, engaged in a primal and ferocious clash at the heart of this war-torn plaza. The collision of fists, the crushing of power, the fierce clash of beliefs and stances. Each impact resonated like a drumbeat upon the hearts of all present on the battlefield. The intertwining roars of Luffy and Carp drowned out all other sounds. The storm of dark fists and the immovable figure of the Iron Fist became the most tragic, contradictory, and heart-wrenching focal point of this war at its pinnacle. Their battle had only just begun, each second filled with the agony of tearing bloodlines and irreconcilable conflict. Chapter 74, Save Ace, Part 2. Ace. Luffy roared once more amidst the dense shadows of fists, his compressed muscles unleashing an even more powerful hum as he charged recklessly towards Carp. At that moment, as the clash of their forces reached its zenith, captivating the majority of the battlefield's attention, a blinding azure bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere above the execution platform. The light was so swift that even Kizaru's laser seemed to dim for an instant. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged, clad in a loose white robe. It was none other than Enel, the former god of Skypiea and now a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. What person? The two executioners, poised with their long blades to carry out the execution on either side of Ace, were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden arrival. Enel barely cast them a glance. Perceiving them as insignificant, he extended two fingers, tiny electric sparks dancing at their tips, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Immediately, two slender blue serpents of electricity darted with astonishing speed and precision into the bodies of the executioners. Ugh! The two executioners had no time to utter a sound before they convulsed violently. Their mouths gaped wide, froth spilling from the corners. Their eyes rolled back as they lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. The long blades they had held tightly fell with a clatter, signaling their defeat. Ace! The members of the Straw Hat crew, embroiled in battle, felt a surge of spirit at the sound of the sizzling. Zoro swiftly dispatched a naval officer, a smirk breaking across his face. That arrogant fellow finally decided to act. Sanji delivered a powerful kick, sending a giant rear admiral flying, then exhaled a puff of smoke. Scoffing, humph, such a dramatic entrance. On the execution platform, Ace, bound by sea stone chains and with his head bowed, suddenly lifted it upon sensing the shift around him. Humph. Enel merely scoffed at Ace, his gaze sharply fixating on the figure draped in the admiral's coat. Bold fool. You dare intrude upon the execution platform. Sengoku had made his move. The golden light of the Buddha erupted instantaneously, dispelling the electric light that Enel had summoned. The ferocious aura surged forth like a tsunami, causing nearby naval soldiers to be pressed to the ground by its overwhelming force. His eyes, filled with wisdom and fury, locked onto Enel with unyielding intensity. Whoever you are, to dare obstruct the Navy's justice is to invite death. Sengoku's voice boomed like thunder, his right hand clenched into a fist, radiant golden light gathering and compressing upon it, emanating a destructive wave. He could not recognize Enel, but the terrifying power of lightning and the brazen entrance had already pronounced a death sentence upon him. What a shockwave! Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku's colossal fist, enveloped in dazzling golden light, hurtled towards Enel like a falling meteor. The formidable shockwave had yet to reach him, but the sturdy structure of the execution platform began to groan under the strain. Oomph. Enel, facing an attack capable of obliterating a small mountain, wore a disdainful smirk. Enel spread his hands wide, his fingertips erupting with blinding lightning, his entire being instantaneously elementalized, transforming into a humanoid blue thunderstorm. Countless thick bolts of lightning surged forth from his body, racing to meet the incoming golden fist. 200 million volts, wrath of the thunder god. A thunderous roar erupted that defied description. The ultimate golden light clashed violently with the cataclysmic blue thunderstorm atop the execution platform. The very fabric of space seemed to tear apart at that moment. Golden shockwaves and frenzied lightning intertwined, annihilating and exploding, forming a dual-colored beam of destruction that soared skyward. The terrifying shockwave, mingled with rampant electricity, swept across the entire execution platform like a cataclysmic storm. The solid stone slabs were uprooted and shattered. Even the glass of the distant Marine headquarters shattered simultaneously. The blinding light compelled all combatants below, whether Navy or pirate, to instinctively shut their eyes or shield themselves with their arms. What monstrosity is that? Clashing with Admiral? The execution platform. It's going to collapse. Gasps and screams erupted. In the heart of the battlefield, Luffy, who had just endured a powerful punch from Carp, blood trickling from his mouth, abruptly looked up towards the source of the cataclysmic light. Upon recognizing the familiar figure shimmering in the lightning, a fierce and unprecedented glow ignited in his eyes. Enel! Luffy shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse and distorted from excitement and the earlier battle, yet brimming with joy and hope. Save Ace, please. Carp, standing at the edge of the pit, raised his gaze towards the spectacle atop the execution platform, the azure thunderstorm causing his pupils to constrict. Upon hearing Luffy's cry, filled with trust and hope, his tightly clenched fist trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Beneath his steel-like visage, a complex and indescribable emotion surged, mingled with a faint glimmer of hope and deeper pain, like the most profound undercurrents roiling within his eyes. Atop the execution platform, thunderstorms and the radiance of the Buddha intertwined, evoking the very essence of the universe's core. Enel, amidst the chaotic tempest of energy, was enveloped by a furious current that danced around him like silver serpents, forging an impenetrable realm that resisted the encroaching golden shockwaves. He heard Luffy's hoarse cry from below, and a scornful smirk curled at the corner of his lips. The raucous Straw Hat Boy was nothing more than a nuisance. His eyes, seemingly harboring endless thunder, were akin to twin bolts of lightning, locking onto the furious gaze of Admiral Sengoku. Boom! The dual-hued beams of destruction, gold and blue, pierced the sky above Marineford like colossal swords. The violent shockwave, infused with millions of volts, manifested visible ripples of annihilation that swept across the entire summit of the execution platform. Despite Sengoku's formidable defense as the fleet admiral, his immense form, embodying the Buddha, staggered back a half-step under the sheer force, the solid rock of the platform cracking with a painful cacophony, spiderweb-like fractures sprawling outwards. Arrogance. Sengoku's roar reverberated amidst the residual explosions, the golden light of the Buddha surging once more, attempting to subdue the rampant thunder. ZZZ. Enel, reassembling at the heart of the storm, radiated an even more frantic aura of electric arcs, as if countless furious blue serpents were shrieking. He nonchalantly dug at his ear, a blatant expression of disdain on his face. Oh? Is this what that fellow referred to as the power of an admiral? Quite impressive, but alas. He provocatively flicked his pinky at Sengoku, a spark of electricity erupting with a pop. Not even enough to tickle this god, old man. You. Sengoku's Buddha radiance flickered. Having never endured such humiliation, especially from a self-proclaimed god emerging from the shadows. Without further ado, Sengoku thrust his gigantic golden palm forward. This time, it was not a condensed shockwave but a tangible golden tidal wave, surging forth with an overwhelming momentum toward Enel. The air was compressed, emitting a piercing shriek. TCH. That bothersome golden light. Enel grimaced, his form instantly transforming into a serpentine blue lightning bolt. It was not a teleportation, but rather a speed so unfathomably swift that it evaded the naked eye, weaving through the oncoming deluge of golden Buddha light. So fast, Kizaru could not help but adjust his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting the rapid trails of lightning. This speed is hardly inferior to my lightspeed kick. Amidst the golden radiance, Enel flickered in and out of visibility, each appearance accompanied by a deafening crackle of electricity. The seemingly unavoidable golden tidal wave was narrowly avoided time and again, with the furious currents trailing behind him, creating elongated afterimages like an artist painting with lightning on a golden canvas. Do you only know how to scurry like a mouse? Sengoku unleashed both palms, additional waves of golden Buddha light crashing forth like a tsunami, seeking to seal off all avenues of escape for Enel. He had to swiftly eliminate this variable. Executing Ace was of utmost priority. Evade. Enel's figure abruptly materialized at the edge of the golden tide, suspended in midair, wearing an expression akin to that of a bemused observer. Old man, do you harbor some misconceptions about gods? He extended a finger, a blinding sphere of lightning coalescing at its tip. I am merely testing the hardness of your golden toy. 100 million volts of lightning gun. ZZZ. A deep blue lightning bolt, as thick as an arm and honed to perfection, tore through the fabric of space like a divine spear. Its velocity surpassed sound, driven by an intent to pierce through all, disregarding the raging golden Buddha light, aiming straight for Sengoku's vast golden chest. What? Sengoku's pupils dilated in shock. The speed and penetrative power of the lightning gun far exceeded his expectations. In a frantic response, he concentrated his haki at his chest, while simultaneously summoning his Buddha light defense. Boom! The lightning gun struck Sengoku squarely in the chest. The blinding light erupted, engulfing his entire upper body. The terrifying impact sent his colossal Buddha form reeling backward, the golden radiance fluctuating violently, flickering ominously, accompanied by the hissing sound of electrical erosion. Ugh! Sengoku emitted a stifled groan, a wave of intense numbness and burning coursing through his chest. Although he managed to endure it due to his supreme haki and the defensive prowess of the Buddha fruit, the overwhelming force of the lightning still caused his blood to surge, dimming his golden glow. Oh, quite resilient, indeed. Enel raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise, yet more so with amusement. It seems I must escalate my efforts. He clasped his hands before his chest, frantic currents converging as a massive lightning sphere, several meters in diameter, rapidly took shape. You insolent wretch, do not grow arrogant. Sengoku was utterly infuriated. He steadied himself, disregarding the charred and numbed sensation in his chest. His fists clenched as he compressed the golden Buddha light into an even denser form, the space around him warping under the strain of such power. Buddha's impact technique. Just at that critical juncture. Gum gum. A hoarse, yet explosively powerful voice erupted from the battlefield below, soaring into the heavens. Giant battle axe. In the eyes of all who bore witness, a colossal shadow enveloped in formidable haki surged forth. Luffy, having inflated his gear third to its utmost, descended like a divine axe, aimed squarely at the most vulnerable support pillar of the execution platform. Crack. Boom. The execution platform, having already teetered on the brink amidst the clash of two titans, finally succumbed to the impending collapse. The platform has fallen. Run for your lives. Ace. Atop the execution platform, Sengoku and Enel, both poised to unleash their might, simultaneously lost their footing. Sengoku, a tempest of fury and disbelief, found his climactic strike abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen calamity. Enel's body, swift as lightning, transformed into a dazzling arc, gracefully hovering amidst the falling debris. He gazed down from his elevated vantage point, observing the chaos unleashed by Luffy, people scattering in terror, a smirk creeping across his face, a glimmer of mockery in his demeanor. However, as his gaze fell upon Sengoku, who was also plummeting, that smile morphed into something peculiar. Enel scrutinized Sengoku's form, aglow with golden light, seemingly pondering a revelation. Suddenly, as if struck by enlightenment, he clapped his hands together, pointing at Sengoku as he burst into laughter. Ah, so that's it. Your entire golden radiance is merely to serve as a gigantic light bulb when you fall, illuminating the way for those below. Ha ha. Truly astute planning. I must commend you. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Vegeta, Enel's tongue had grown increasingly sharp, his words unvarnished. Sengoku, descending rapidly, nearly choked in rage upon hearing Enel's taunt. The golden light emanating from him flickered violently in fury, as if it sought to consume Enel whole. You. Warring States was so enraged that he could barely articulate his thoughts. As the esteemed admiral of the Navy, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. The venomous words of that scoundrel were sharper than his thunderous attacks. Ace. Luffy bellowed through the swirling dust. Humph. Enel snorted disdainfully, his silhouette morphing into a streak of azure lightning that tore through the haze. This spectacle was becoming increasingly intriguing. His gaze shifted towards one of the three admirals, Kizaru. Chapter 75, The Rescue of Ace, Part 2. Do not think you can succeed, Straw Hat Brat. Akainu's cold voice dripped with lethal intent. He had long been poised for action, and in the instant the execution platform crumbled, his colossal fist, transformed into molten lava, struck with ferocity. The target was not Luffy, but aimed squarely at Ace. Fire. Boom. A massive fist composed of scalding lava erupted forth like a meteor from a volcanic eruption, radiating an annihilating heat and shockwave that rent the air, crossing the void in an instant. The terrifying heat wave scorched the skin of the pirates in its path. This punch was meant to kill. Ace. Luffy's eyes bulged with desperation, yet he was powerless to intervene. At that moment, a booming laughter resounded like thunder. Gururara, you foul-mouthed little brat, Sakazuki. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, had made his move. His right arm, bulging with muscle, gripped the pole of his Bicinto, slamming it down with tremendous force. Simultaneously, his left fist clenched tightly, a white sphere coalescing upon it, as if shattering the very fabric of space. Touch my son, and you shall face my wrath. The light in Whitebeard's eyes blazed fiercely as he hurled a punch at the cataclysmic molten fist, devoid of any ostentation. I shall shatter you. Vroom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-stopping, deep thrum. The space before Whitebeard's fist cracked like glass under a heavy blow, instantaneously becoming riddled with countless visible fissures. The cracks spread at an extraordinary speed, colliding precisely with Akainu's devastating molten fist. Crack, crash. The sound of shattering echoed painfully. The lava fist, under the tremor of Whitebeard's attack, shattered piece by piece. Countless flaming shards of lava burst forth like fireworks, most being forcefully propelled skyward and across the surface of the sea, while a few landed on the ice, hissing as they scorched the surface. Ugh! Akainu grunted as the immense impact caused his molten arm to tremble violently, forcing him to involuntarily slide back half a step. Old man, Ace's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed upon the towering figure of his father. Don't dawdle, fire fist brat. Enel's icy voice crackled ominously in Ace's ear. A bolt of azure lightning coiled around Ace, entwining him in the seastone chains. Zap! The blinding electric discharge erupted. While seastone could suppress the abilities of a devil fruit user, it was not entirely insulated. Under Enel's precise control of the 200 million volts of high-voltage electricity, the connection points of the seastone chains emitted a burdensome groan, instantly glowing red-hot and softening. Now, Straw Hat Brat, Enel shouted downwards. Ace, Luffy's arm seemed to possess its own consciousness, piercing through the dust to precisely grasp the loose chains around Ace. Yanking with all his might. Come here. Thud. Ace was violently pulled away from the collapsing area by Luffy's immense strength, both crashing onto the relatively safe ice surface, rolling together. Ace. Luffy clung tightly to his brother, tears and snot staining his face. His voice choked yet brimming with overwhelming joy at their reunion. Ace felt the warmth and strength of his brother, gazing upon Luffy's battered but radiant face. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. The elation of survival and profound gratitude left him momentarily speechless. We did it. Ace has been saved. A thunderous roar erupted from both the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Well done, Luffy. Humph, it was worth the wait. Zoro unleashed all three swords in a fierce storm of sword energy, pushing back the encroaching navy. The banquet menu needs more dishes. Brother Ace. Sanji kicked a vice admiral away, a smile gracing his lips. Damn it. The navy was utterly furious. Sengoku rose from the rubble, his golden aura dimmed. His face ashen. Carp stood still, observing the two grandsons locked in an embrace. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and he could only exhale a deep, complex sigh. At that moment, the most enraged and bloodthirsty was undoubtedly Akainu. Poor gas D Ace. Monkey D Luffy. Akainu's voice roared like boiling magma, filled with wrath and absolute murderous intent. Not a single one of you tainted bloodlines shall escape. Today, I shall eradicate you both to uphold absolute justice. Ignoring the tremor from his earlier clash with Whitebeard, his lava-infused body erupted with even more terrifying heat, causing the ice beneath him to visibly melt and vaporize, transforming into a churning pool of lava. Hellhound. Akainu's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, a crimson beam of molten lava, moving faster than the eye could perceive, sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ace, who had just been lifted by Luffy. This strike was swifter than the previous fiery blast. He aimed to obliterate the bloodline of the Pirate King from existence. Not a chance. Whitebeard had anticipated Akainu's frenzy. The enormous blade of his Bicinto, entwined with a white shockwave halo, surged with the power to cleave the heavens, meeting the lethal molten beam head-on. Skyquake. Clang boom. The blade of the Bicinto collided with the tip of the Hellhound. This time, it was not a silent shatter. Upon impact, a sharp, ear-splitting clash echoed like the ringing of metal against metal. Following that was a cataclysmic explosion capable of shattering eardrums. The ultimate power of vibration collided with the destructive energy of lava. The very space seemed to tear open a massive gash. At the point of collision, a terrifying energy sphere, dozens of meters in diameter, formed instantaneously. One half was a white shockwave, frantically fracturing space with countless cracks, while the other half roared and churned, emanating the searing heat of annihilation. The two colossal forces clashed like titanic beasts in a frantic struggle, consuming and obliterating everything in their path. Rumble. The devastating shockwave erupted in a circular explosion like a tangible tsunami. The ice was lifted in layers, and nearby navy and pirates, regardless of their strength, were sent reeling, blood spewing forth, with some even having their insides ruptured. Ugh! Akainu's molten arm cracked under the violent tremors, forcing him to reveal his form. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with incredulous fury. The power of Whitebeard's strike exceeded all his estimations. The destructive force of the Tremor fruit was on full display in the hands of the world's strongest man. Ugh! Whitebeard's massive frame swayed slightly, his chest heaving violently, a trickle of blood also seeping from his lips. With unwavering resolve, Whitebeard confronted Akainu's devastating onslaught, enduring immense recoil, particularly given his aged and battle-worn physique. Yet, the flames of determination in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. He stood steadfast, the Saiyan Legend blade angled toward the ground, the vibrations emanating from its blade resonating with a deep, ominous hum. He resembled an insurmountable mountain, resolutely standing guard between Akainu, Ace, and Luffy. Sakazuki. Whitebeard's voice rumbled like thunder across the battlefield. As long as I stand here, you shall not lay a finger on them. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Akainu's molten form surged with renewed fervor, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent that felt almost tangible. You are but a flickering candle in the wind. Today, you and the remnants of your old era shall be buried here. For the absolute justice of the Navy, he declared, Magma Hell. Akainu plunged both arms into the bubbling lava beneath him. Instantly, the ice surrounding him shattered, melting away as countless towering columns of lava erupted like enraged fire dragons, piercing the ice and soaring into the heavens. The battlefield transformed into a roiling hell of magma, the intense heat distorting the air, causing even the distant sea to boil violently. Ha ha ha, are you struggling for breath? Whitebeard laughed heartily, unperturbed. Let me see just how fiercely you can ignite this hell, you magma wretch. Gripping Saiyan Legend tightly, the waves of vibration surged to their zenith. White cracks spread through the space around him, an overwhelming pressure seemingly pressing down the very sky. The seaquake's end. Whitebeard bellowed, bringing the vibrating Saiyan Legend crashing down upon the ice and molten earth beneath him. Boom! The sound reverberated like thunder. This time, it was not merely a targeted strike. Centered around Whitebeard, an unfathomable wave of terror erupted, akin to a colossal boulder cast into a placid lake, unleashing a super tsunami capable of annihilating all in its path. Radiating outward in perfect circles, the earth wailed in agony. The ice screamed. The very fabric of space fractured. The entirety of Marineford, along with the surrounding seas, quaked violently. Frantically under the weight of this ultimate assault, a true apocalyptic scene unfolded. The climactic confrontation between Whitebeard and Akainu propelled this battle to its zenith of destruction. On the square of Sabaody Archipelago, spectators were left dumbfounded by the astounding clash between Whitebeard and Akainu. From a distant rooftop, Rayleigh sighed, alas. Newgate is indeed past his prime. His lament echoed like a requiem for a fading era. Whitebeard would undoubtedly perish. Vegeta's words rang true. Vegeta set down his bottle, glancing at the QR code on his arm, now replenished to half its energy, then contemplatively surveyed Rayleigh. Care to join me? Rayleigh paused, then shook his head with a wry smile, imbued with an air of resignation. I am but an unremarkable coding old man. Very well, with me here. Whitebeard and the others shall be safe. When the time comes, we shall celebrate together. With that, Vegeta vanished without a trace. Chapter 76. Do you have any objections? Rumbling. The collision of shockwaves and lava erupted. White and red, destruction met destruction, like two uncontrollable stars colliding head-on. The deafening roar, capable of shattering eardrums, accompanied shockwaves that could topple mountains. Nearby Navy personnel and pirates, whether they were high-ranking officers or notorious criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million, were obliterated without even a scream, reduced to mere playthings crushed by an invisible hand, exploding into clouds of blood. Thud! The towering form of Whitebeard trembled violently. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from his mouth, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. The pallor of death creeping over the visage of the world's mightiest man like never before. The ice beneath him shattered, his immense body collapsing to one knee. The Saiyan Legend embedding itself into the ground to barely support his faltering form. Each labored breath escaped him with a wheezing rasp, each heartbeat resonating like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Old man, Ace cried out. Old man. Marco's eyes widened. desperately striving to transform into the Phoenix and rush to his side, yet was ensnared by a cadre of Navy vice admirals. "It is over, Edward Newgate." Akainu's voice slithered forth like the searing breath of the inferno, his molten body marred by cracks from the recent cataclysm, blood trickling like lava from his lips. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes burned with unparalleled intensity. He beheld Whitebeard's imminent demise. The remnants of the old era shall be reduced to ashes. For absolute justice, the Cerberus shall deliver you to oblivion. Akainu's form vanished into the swirling clouds of lava. In the next instant, a spear of judgment, as if launched from the depths of hell, pierced through the void, aimed directly at Whitebeard's heaving chest. The air ignited, leaving behind a scorched vacuum trail. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Despair washed over the hearts of all members of the Whitebeard pirates like a frigid tide. Whitebeard's murky gaze reflected the encroaching crimson light of death, devoid of fear, yet tinged with a trace of reluctant regret. He attempted to raise his arm, but his muscles merely twitched futilely. Everything seemed to have been predetermined. Just as the cataclysmic lava beam was poised to pierce the heart of the world's strongest man, a figure appeared before Whitebeard as if teleporting. There was no cataclysmic burst of energy, no dazzling display of power. He simply raised a hand, fingers splayed. Was a whisper of sound, so faint it could be overlooked. The molten beam, mere inches from that hand, abruptly solidified without warning. The raging lava energy lost all momentum, unable to advance another inch. The oppressive heat could not even stir the fabric of the newcomer's attire. In the next moment, the figure's fingers gently clenched. Crack! The solidified lava beam shattered like fragile glass, emitting a crisp sound as it disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, cascading down to the ice below, producing a soft hissing sound. Silence enveloped the battlefield. For the newcomer was Vegeta. "Master!" Luffy exclaimed with uncontained excitement. "What?" The Navy personnel displayed expressions of sheer shock. The fearsome powerhouse who had wreaked havoc at Navy headquarters just a month prior was, in fact, the mentor of Straw Hat Luffy? A lieutenant, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably with his blade, exclaiming, "How are we supposed to proceed?" Akainu's form coalesced once more behind the shattered remnants of lava, his face consumed by an inferno of wrath. His molten body surged with fury, lava dripping and scorching the ice beneath, forming deep pits. "Vegeta, how dare you?" On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, however, the scene was starkly different. "It's him." Marco was suddenly pulled from the depths of despair, the flames of the Phoenix flickering with renewed vigor. "That man, he has arrived." Jozu and the others felt invigorated. Luffy's master. Ace gazed at the steadfast figure standing before his father like an unyielding mountain, and then at his brother, who was leaping with excitement. A complex surge of emotions flooded his heart. Hope. Gogeta's gaze swept calmly across the battlefield. That gaze bore no emotion, akin to a human observing a colony of ants beneath their feet, merely a passive observation. Yet, it was precisely this extreme detachment that emanated a sense of oppression more suffocating than Akainu's magma. The naval soldiers who felt the weight of his stare were seized by a chill that surged from their spines to the crown of their heads, as if an invisible giant hand were tightening its grip around their throats, rendering even the act of breathing laborious. The vice admirals stood on the precipice of dread, cold sweat instantly saturating their backs. Admiral Akiji furrowed his brow, taken aback by the formidable aura of Kizaru, while even Garp instinctively clenched his fists in response to the unprecedented gravity of the situation. The once cacophonous battlefield descended into an eerie, heart-pounding silence under the weight of that gaze. Only the hissing of molten rock as it struck the ground and the heavy breaths of Whitebeard remained audible. Then, Gogeta spoke. His voice was not raised, perhaps even described as unremarkable, yet it resonated clearly in every corner of the battlefield, reaching each ear with an undeniable calmness. "I intend to take them away." He paused momentarily, his gaze lingering for a fleeting instant on the pallid face of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the furious Akainu, before his unembellished voice rang out once more, like thunderclaps echoing in the hearts of all present. "Do you have any objections?" The moment the words left his lips, an invisible aura of pressure erupted from Gogeta, expanding outward with alarming intensity. This statement was not a question. It was a proclamation.